In the Beidou star domain, on the ancient star Tian Shu, lies the dilapidated Three Purities Temple. With a thunderous crash, the rotting wooden door disintegrated into splinters. Before the dust could settle, three figures, shrouded in malevolent energy, entered the crumbling temple. Listen well, you two worthless fools. The foremost disciple, clad in gray, kicked over the incense burner, scattering debris. Our Lingyuan sect is conscripting mind slaves. You will either hand over 10 pounds of essence now, or we'll dismantle the temple and take lives. The cold glint of the blade pointed menacingly at Chun Feng, who sat cross-legged on the stone steps. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng, still steeped in despair, rasped, "I have no essence. Come and take my life if you dare." The latent ferocity and lethal instincts of a special forces soldier, buried deep within him, awakened in an instant. His nails dug into his palms, blood trickling down to soak the cold stone beneath him. 3 years prior, he had inexplicably traversed to this world, brought to this decaying temple by a mysterious, plump Taoist priest who claimed he was an ancient sacred body long dormant and imparted the heavenly emperor scripture. Initially believing he had begun with an unbeatable advantage, 3 long years had passed in a silent, despairing struggle. No matter how he pressed forward, he could not shake off his stagnation. Ancient sacred body. Chun Feng forced a bitter smile. More like an ancient wasted body. Despair coiled around his heart like a venomous vine. Slowly, he rose, his muscles taut as a drawn bow. Unaware of your own mortality, the gray-clad disciple sneered, his blade slicing through the air with lethal intent, aimed directly at Chun Feng's head. The full force of his power surged forth, a strike meant to kill. Chun Feng's pupils dilated. His body reacted before his mind, his left hand shooting out like lightning. Swish! His palm met the blade with a resounding clash. Blood splattered. His fingers clamped down like steel pincers, gripping the blade tightly. The agonizing pain ignited the primal ferocity within him. Get lost! With a roar that shook the air, his right fist, fueled by 3 years of pent-up rage, struck like thunder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, causing the gray-clad disciple's eyes to bulge as his towering form was sent crashing into a wall, collapsing it partially. Senior brother. The other 2 disciples' eyes widened in shock, their powers surging as they charged forward, their swords glowing ominously. Chun Feng retreated swiftly, but the sword energy still ripped through his clothes, leaving 2 crimson streaks. Though the sea of suffering remained silent, the blood within him roared like a volcano, eager to burst forth. In his fury, it felt as though an ancient dragon, long dormant within him, had awakened, and the ethereal chains of order flickered wildly, as if they were shackles binding the dragon. At that moment, 2 copper coins flew through the air. Thud! Thud! The knees of the 2 Lingyuan sect disciples shattered, and they howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Chun Feng's fist was upon them. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds sounded like war drums as their chests caved in, sending them sprawling into unconsciousness. The plump Taoist and his large yellow dog fixed their gaze on the forming ethereal chains around Chun Feng, their voices tinged with incredulity. 81 shackles. 9 shackles of the sea of suffering, 9 shackles of the divine palace. This is not a sacred body. It is the legendary 10,000 path calamity body. Boom! As if angered by this forbidden name, the heavens darkened, the once clear sky consumed by endless black clouds. A cataclysmic pressure descended, and countless crimson bolts of lightning roared through the clouds, locking onto Chun Feng. This is bad. The heavenly path has sensed it. Hurry, you might do something. The plump Taoist shouted. The large yellow dog stood upright, spewing forth 9 ancient array discs, golden runes surging forth, attempting to obscure the temple's aura. But it was too late. Crack! The heavens shattered like glass. A colossal purple-black pillar of annihilation, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, surged forth, carrying the purest intent of destruction from the heavenly path, piercing through the void, aimed directly at Chun Feng's crown. Chun Feng looked up, his pupils reflecting the light of annihilation, despair flooding over him like icy water. This was beyond human resistance. Just as the lightning pillar approached, roar! A roar emanating from the primordial chaos erupted from the depths of his soul. It was as though a caged beast was awakening. The sea of suffering roared to life. An arcane golden rune appeared, intertwining and evolving into the phantoms of 4 ancient fierce beasts. A gluttonous beast, a true dragon, a divine phoenix, and a Qilin. There, massive jaws opened wide, ferociously lunging toward the annihilation pillar. Boom! The void warped. The phantoms of the four ancient beasts clamped down on the lightning dragon's throat and vital points, tearing and devouring with wild abandon. The lightning was frantically refined by the runes, transforming into a torrent of divine power, flooding into Chun Feng's parched sea of suffering. Booming. The barriers of the sea of suffering shattered in response. Child, focus. I shall impart the Tao scripture to you. The plump Taoist barked, pointing through the void, and a torrent of ancient characters, imbued with supreme truths, surged into Chun Feng's consciousness. Instinctively, Chun Feng began to channel the scripture, his pores transforming into spirals. Boom! The essence of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles was ravenously siphoned, forming a visible and terrifying storm vortex. The heavenly prison of thunder roared in fury, blood lightning churning like a tumultuous sea. Chun Feng sat at the center of the storm, the golden sea of suffering swelling with fury, the runes intertwining, manifesting horrific phenomena of primordial chaos and the birth. And death of stars, crack, crack, crack. Deep within the sea of suffering, the order chains representing shackles shattered one after another under the impact of golden divine power and the essence of thunder calamity. At the moment the ninth shackle shattered, buzz, the entire temple was engulfed by an endless golden ocean of phantoms. The great Tao mourned. All paths trembled. It felt as if a supreme being was on the verge of awakening, causing the very laws of the heavens to tremble in fear. In the Beidou, star domain, and even deeper within the cosmos, countless cultivators felt their hearts quake, blood spewing forth as they knelt. Is my path withering? In various forbidden zones of life, ancient, terrifying existences, long sealed away, suddenly opened their eyes, their cold divine consciousness sweeping across the myriad realms. Who dares to suppress my path? Within the Taoist temple, the rotund priest and the large yellow dog exhibited a drastic transformation in expression. Damn dog! Reinforce the formation. Those old, decrepit coffin dwellers have been stirred. The plump priest bellowed, as 9 ancient coins, infused with chaotic energy, were thrust into the void. The large yellow dog, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, unleashed 9 formation plates, intertwining the Tao patterns into a cocoon that resolutely sealed the temple's aura. A torrent of terrifying divine consciousness surged forth, scouring the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and innumerable star domains, intent on uncovering the source. In the face of the probing from the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, both the priest and the dog paled in fear. You useless mutt, that's not sufficient. Quickly, bring forth your most powerful formation plates, or we shall perish here. The priest shouted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Having spoken, he once again summoned 18 jade talismans, casting them into the void to stabilize the spatial barrier. Meanwhile, Chun Feng remained utterly oblivious to the turmoil outside, his consciousness wholly immersed in the golden sea of suffering. The large yellow dog, acutely aware of the implications of Chun Feng successfully awakening his innate constitution, dared not delay. It opened its mouth once more, expelling 9 formation plates to seal the void. However, its situation was dire. Its once robust physique was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate, undoubtedly at a tremendous cost. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in isolating all traces of their presence, ensuring that not even the slightest hint escaped. Moments later, the supreme beings of the various forbidden zones withdrew their divine senses, shrouded in profound confusion. At this juncture, the primal Tao patterns within the Golden Sea continued to evolve, as if they were forging a chaotic universe. These primal patterns represented the very source of all things, the singular beacon of light within this chaotic cosmos. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the nearby void, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the tumultuous sea of thunder. Elder, this appears to be a thunder tribulation. Could it be that a venerable figure is undergoing tribulation here? The 2 were elders from Linyuan sect, having traveled from 1,000 miles away upon sensing the anomaly. This should not be. We are still in the era of magic's decline. The Golden Age has yet to dawn, and no kingly realm powers should emerge. Is it possible that a formidable being is attempting to sever the Tao at this moment? Pondered the white-haired elder, his expression grave. You wretched fools dare to investigate? You seek death. At that instant, a furious rebuke resounded from the void, as a colossal hand emerged from the ether, seizing both individuals and casting them into the sea of thunder. The elders of Linyuan sect had no time to utter a single cry before being reduced to ash by the divine lightning. 1,000 miles away, within Linyuan sect, 2 soul lamps extinguished abruptly, drawing the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Sect leader, the soul lamps of the Grand Elder and the Seventh Elder have gone out. In a resplendent hall of Lingyuan sect, an elder tasked with guarding the soul lamps stumbled in, addressing a middle-aged man seated within. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's countenance changed dramatically. With a single strike, he shattered the table before him into dust, declaring in a somber tone, "Instruct all elders and disciples to investigate this matter immediately. I am most eager to discover who possesses such audacity as to slay the elders of Lingyuan sect." The vast expanse of thunder resounded as the anguished cries of the thunder dragon echoed through the heavens, gradually fading away. In the golden sea of bitterness, the intricate patterns ceased their evolution, and the ethereal shadows of the four divine beasts dissipated, retreating into the chaos above the sea of suffering, which, at this moment, began to calm. Chen Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of golden light shimmering before vanishing. Standing at the fifth level of the sea of suffering, he was acutely aware of his newfound formidable power, a realization that evoked a sense of wonder within him. He had not anticipated such an abrupt breakthrough across 5 minor realms, yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. At this juncture, he felt a wave of ease wash over him, as divine energy surged ceaselessly within, his physical form radiant and flawless, each sinew having been tempered, allowing him to unleash tremendous strength with every movement, an unprecedented sense of might enveloping him. 3 years had passed, 3 long years, during which the shackles had finally shattered, propelling him onto the path of immortality. With a resounding roar, Chen Feng soared forth like a beam of golden light, emerging from the temple and standing upon the precipice of the back mountain. Time had transformed all, yet now, he had at last embarked on his cultivation journey. No longer a mere waste. The ancient sacred body. Nay, it should be the body of myriad tribulations. A multitude of thoughts coursed through Chen Feng's mind. Regardless of whether it was the ancient sacred body or the body of myriad tribulations, he was resolute in his ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Just then, a weary, rotund Taoist and a large yellow dog appeared behind him. "I am well, Taoist," he exclaimed. "Thank you both. Were it not for your assistance." Before Chen Feng could finish, the portly Taoist raised his hand to interrupt. "This is but our duty. We have suffered considerable injuries and shall require a lengthy period to recuperate. You must exercise caution. However, I bear 2 pieces of unfortunate news to share. Firstly, your body of myriad tribulations is a forbidden constitution birth before the ancient era, cursed by heaven. It bears 81 shackles of heavenly laws, and in this instance, you have only managed to break free from 9. Henceforth, each time you transcend a major realm, you shall attract heavenly tribulations. Moreover, while this constitution is powerful, it is also an insatiable abyss. To achieve even a modicum of success, I estimate you will need 100 million pounds of pure essence." "What? 100 million pounds?" Even with his steadfast resolve, Chen Feng was taken aback, his eyelids twitching at such an astronomical figure. 100 million pounds? How on earth am I to procure that? Cough. I possess some knowledge of geomancy and can teach you the art of locating dragon veins and exploring source arteries. Are you suggesting I become a tomb raider? Chen Feng observed the pained expression on the plump Taoist's face and resolutely shook his head. "I refuse. No. Our profession is not mere tomb raiding. It is the study of historical relics." The plump Taoist corrected, though with less conviction. Chen Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, decisively ending the discussion. For he was a man of principles. And the second piece of news? "The second matter is that you are currently burdened with the lives of 5 individuals from the Lingyuan sect, 3 disciples, and 2 elders. It won't be long before they trace their way here. This trouble you must resolve on your own." In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During this time, Chen Feng immersed himself in the study of secret arts, demonstrating an astonishing level of comprehension, seemingly tireless. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, 2 radiant beams of light soared over the temple. Chen Feng refrained from glancing up, knowing full well that it would not be long before the incident involving the disciples of the Lingyuan sect would come to light. The rotund Taoist and the large yellow dog have spent the past couple of days either basking in the sun in the courtyard or confined within their dwelling for the entire day. Yet, their complexions remain exceedingly pale, lacking in vitality. Chen Feng finds himself at an impasse. He has never once entered the enigmatic chamber shared by the man and the dog during his 3 years of residence here. Stepping outside, he gazes at the sunbathing duo and declares his intention to venture out, as certain secret techniques require practical experimentation beyond these walls. The plump Taoist, appearing quite unwell, merely raises his eyelids to glance at Chen Feng before closing his eyes once more. The yellow dog does not even bother to lift its eyelids. They both instinctively comprehend Chen Feng's purpose for leaving. In the face of Lingyuan sect's retaliation, he would certainly not remain idle. As Qin Feng's feet become enveloped in intricate patterns, his form transforms into a streak of golden light, vanishing from the Taoist temple and racing towards a distant mountain range. His speed akin to a golden bolt of lightning. The Taoist and the yellow dog suddenly open their eyes, watching the retreating golden radiance, their pupils constricting in astonishment. That lad has mastered the walking character secret technique so swiftly. The Taoist exclaims in disbelief. The yellow dog, too, displays a look of shock. It had to painstakingly adapt from walking on all fours to walking on two legs to learn this very technique, and yet in just a few days, this youth has nearly perfected it. It cannot help but curse internally. What an absolute anomaly. Qin Feng's feet weave a tapestry of patterns as his figure becomes a golden blur, reaching an almost unparalleled velocity. What exhilaration! He exclaims joyfully, feeling a much-needed release from the previous day's constraints. Employing the walking character secret technique, he accelerates further, covering several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, in the void above, two young men glide through the air on divine rainbows. One of the young men, spotting the fleeting golden light ahead, exclaims, "Brother, it seems someone just dashed by." The other, having also noticed the suspicious golden streak, responds, "That individual fled upon seeing us. There must be something amiss. Let us pursue and apprehend him." With their sect's grand elder and seventh elder having mysteriously vanished, and 3 disciples from the outer sect missing as well, the sect is in disarray. Countless elders and disciples are scouring the surroundings for clues, and the appearance of this dubious figure does not escape their vigilance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has reached the summit of a mountain, where the scenery is breathtaking, with cascading waterfalls and the resonant calls of cranes echoing through the valley, creating a splendid tableau that lifts his spirits. What a splendid place! He marvels. Seated cross-legged upon a massive slab of azure stone, intricate patterns swirl around him, and symbols radiate outward. Shadows of fists, forged from divine patterns, erupt from his being, causing the very fabric of the void to collapse under their might, filling the heavens with their overwhelming force. He is once again refining a martial technique, one of the unparalleled fighting arts incorporated into the Emperor's scripture by the ancient sacred body. In that moment, 2 divine rainbows descend from the distance, landing upon the mountaintop. "Brother, that person seems to be the one we were looking for." The youth who first noticed Qin Feng observed him seated upon the green stone and spoke to the man in blue beside him. At that moment, Qin Feng had ceased the evolution of his martial arts. His eyes opened, 2 golden beams seeming to pierce through the void. He regarded the two with a calm demeanor. "Who are you?" inquired the blue-clad man, his tone laced with wariness. He sensed that the individual before him was far from ordinary. "Who am I? Huh? Have you not been searching for me these past few days?" Qin Feng replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the blue-clad man. "You brat, who do you think you are to speak to us in such a manner? Do you wish for death?" Another youth interjected, his expression darkening as he seemed still caught off guard. "Silence, fool," the blue-clad man retorted sharply, his countenance shifting dramatically. He swiftly produced a jade talisman from his robe and crushed it decisively. At the moment the talisman shattered, 3 formidable auras from the divine spring realm soared into the sky, racing towards their location. Qin Feng noted the blue-clad man's action, his expression tightening. A hint of gravity etched upon his face. At that instant, the previously vocal youth, seeing Qin Feng's attention diverted towards the blue-clad man, suddenly lashed out, conjuring a beam of divine light aimed at Qin Feng's neck. The speed was akin to lightning, the force exceedingly formidable. His attack was resolute and merciless, a lethal strike from the outset. Although Qin Feng had anticipated the move, his expression hardened, divine power surging within him, coalescing throughout his being. A golden hand reached out to grasp the divine light, shattering it completely without a trace of divine energy escaping. Chapter 4. The fist breaks the artifact. A dominant suppression. The blue-clad man's expression became solemn. He thought to himself, what terrifying power. This person is undoubtedly extraordinary. The golden hand of Qin Feng intertwined with runes, devouring and refining the divine light, assimilating it into his own essence. Rising to his full height, he fixed a grim gaze upon the youth, coldly stating, "Do you wish to kill me?" "Humph. What of killing you? You are but an ant." The youth scoffed in response. With that, he summoned a massive black flag, which instantly expanded to several dozen feet, a tide of malevolent energy enveloping the mountaintop, eroding the vitality of the surrounding flora as it bore down upon Qin Feng. The black flag billowed ominously, a chilling aura emanating as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing within, casting a dread-filled atmosphere. Qin Feng's expression hardened. This flag was indeed a sinister artifact. "Haha, brat. To become a mere wisp of a soul in my soul-summoning banner is quite an honor," the youth cackled wickedly. "Return to me, soul-summoning banner. I shall extract your soul and torment you in myriad ways." "Haha." As he chanted incantations, he unleashed several seals upon the banner, his gaze dark and vicious. resembling a demon from the abyss, incongruous with his outward appearance. "Humph, come at me," Chen Feng scoffed, then bellowed. The divine power surged like a tempest within him. Golden energy seemingly poised to burst forth from his form. The ancient sacred body was the nemesis of all evils, and the myriad calamities had no power over such an innate ability to counteract all malevolence. A magnificent golden hand suddenly struck towards the imposing black flag. With a resounding crack, the black flag shattered under the force of the golden hand, and all the lost souls were reduced to ash within its grasp. The young man coughed up blood, propelled backward by the residual shockwave for several dozen paces, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? You actually destroyed my soul-summoning banner." Chen Feng's gaze was icy and unflinching as he prepared to strike again and eliminate this adversary. Just then, a series of sword lights, conjured from divine runes, surged towards him, infused with an overwhelming killing intent that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the void. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, realizing that the practitioners of this realm possessed an array of formidable spells, and he could not afford to be careless. With a flicker of runes beneath his feet, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before the young man in an instant. The young man, initially relieved to see his senior brother intervene, was struck with terror upon witnessing Chen Feng's sudden approach. "What do you intend to do?" he cried in alarm. Chen Feng's expression remained cold as he unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a head exploded, showering the surroundings in a gruesome spectacle of red and white. Blood splattered across Chen Feng's handsome visage as he coldly declared, "To kill you." Once a distinguished special forces operative in China, he was a veritable machine of slaughter. Though he had remained dormant for 3 years in this new world, the thrill of combat reignited the fire within his veins. He cast a frigid glance at the man in green, whose face was darkened with disbelief. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's overwhelming audacity and astonishing speed, which only reinforced his suspicion that this man harbored significant secrets. As his mind raced, he resolved to find a way to stall for time until the sect elders arrived. "Who are you to dare harm a disciple of the Lingyuan sect?" he demanded. "Humph, what of the Lingyuan sect? I have slain even the elders, let alone such trash." Chen Feng retorted, his expression as cold as ice, blood still staining his features. Enveloped in a golden radiance, he resembled a deity of war. Casting a disdainful gaze upon the man in green, "What? Have you truly slain the Grand Elder and the Seventh Elder?" The man gasped in shock. "And what of it? This will send you on your way to reunite with them," Chen Feng declared, his form flashing as he charged towards the man in green. Intent on engaging in close-quarters combat, his greatest advantage, for his unparalleled physique was a force to be reckoned with. Realizing the peril, the man in green's expression shifted dramatically. He drew forth a jade sword, which instantly elongated to several dozen feet, brimming with lethal intent as it sliced horizontally towards Chen Feng. This weapon, a treasured artifact bestowed by his grandfather and forged by a master of the divine spring realm, possessed terrifying might. The strike cleaved through a small mountain with ease, its ferocity undiminished as it hurtled towards Chen Feng's neck. As Chen Feng witnessed the unfolding events, his pupils constricted sharply. Instead of retreating, he chose to confront the challenge head-on, eager to test the limits of his physical prowess. The golden divine power surged within him, the sound of roaring waves resonating as his body radiated with a luminous glow, his vitality coursing like a dragon. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. The golden fist struck the jade sword, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The jade sword trembled, a fissure appearing along its blade, cracks spreading as if it were on the verge of shattering completely. The sword was sent flying hundreds of meters away, slicing through several mountains in its path. Chen Feng staggered back several steps, a trickle of golden blood dripping from his knuckles. He had sustained an injury. A flicker of astonishment coursed through him. His hand was hurt. Yet he had not shattered his opponent's magical artifact. In stark contrast, the man in the green attire was knocked back, spewing blood and crashing into a small mountain, creating a massive cavity in the rock. Debris scattered, dust swirling around them. The man coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror. Chen Feng, stepping onto the path of the action script, transformed into a streak of golden light, launching himself toward the small mountain with a mighty kick. His golden foot descended like a towering mountain, intent on suppressing all in its wake. At that moment, 3 formidable presences surged from the distance, approaching with such speed that they resembled bolts of lightning. "Youngster, cease your actions at once." The foremost elder bellowed from afar, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, shaking the very ground for hundreds of miles. The man in green, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and cried out, "Grandfather, save me." Chen Feng turned, his cold gaze flickering over the 3 figures, a smirk gracing his lips. In the astonished eyes of the man in green, he commanded, "Kill." With a single, forceful stomp, he reduced both the man and the small mountain to mere dust, obliterating them entirely. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful beings of the divine spring realm arrived, albeit a step too late. "Ah, Linner," the elder in gray robes cried out, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "You vile creature, how dare you slay my grandson? You shall pay with your life." Enraged, the elder unleashed his wrath, summoning a massive azure hand intricately woven with destructive force, aimed directly at Qin Feng. The might of a seventh-tier divine spring realm cultivator manifested, and as the giant hand passed, the very fabric of the void collapsed around it. Qin Feng's pupils constricted once more at the sight. The immense power of the hand surged forth, exerting unprecedented pressure upon him. His robes billowed, the divine patterns within the turbulent sea of power intertwining as they evolved into the essence of the Tao, resonating like ancient hymns sung by deities. The divine energy roared within the sea, boiling like the ocean, a powerful golden vitality ascending toward the heavens. With intricate patterns coalescing in his hand, he activated a secret technique from the Emperor's scripture, one of the Taoist 9 secrets known as the All Technique. However, this technique bore a significant drawback. The success rate of its activation was exceedingly low, likely due to his relatively low cultivation level. Fortunately, the formidable nature of the myriad Tao Tribulation body compensated for some of the disparity, enhancing his chances of triggering the All Technique. Once activated, the All Technique amplified his combat prowess tenfold, instantly elevating his aura to the 5th stage of the spiritual spring realm. With his fingers curled into a fist, he struck toward the azure hand with unparalleled might. His golden fist shook the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The collision of fists and palms reverberated with a thunderous roar. Boom! Both figures were violently repelled, creating a chasm several meters deep beneath their feet. Astonishment evident in their eyes. How could this be possible? The elderly man in gray exclaimed, his aged face reflecting profound shock. Qin Feng, too, uttered 2 words with a hint of detachment. Remarkable. In this clash, the two were evenly matched in strength. However, in the eyes of the other elder, tumultuous waves surged within. Among the three, the elder in gray was the strongest, having attained the 7th level of the divine spring realm. While the other two were at the 6th level, their powers closely aligned. The second elder had struck in anger, exerting his full strength. Yet the two were surprisingly on par. This revelation cast a shadow of gravity over their expressions, as their gazes intertwined with intricate patterns, scrutinizing Qin Feng. Such an inquiry, though initially inconsequential, yielded astonishing results. The two elders simultaneously gasped, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This young man is merely at the 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm." Upon hearing this, the gray-clad elder slightly raised his graying brows, furrowing them as he questioned the others. "What did you say? 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm? How can that be? This little beast possesses divine power that is not in the slightest inferior to mine. How could he be merely at the 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm?" Second elder, "This brat's strength is indeed at the 5th level of the Bitter Sea realm. You need only investigate for yourself to know." One elder, seeing the second elder's disbelief, spoke up. The second elder, without further ado, directed his gaze toward Qin Feng. In just 2 breaths, he gasped in astonishment. "How could this be possible? Second elder, I surmise that if this young man does not practice a formidable technique, he must possess an extraordinary physique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to contend with you on equal footing across such a great realm." One elder pondered for a moment, then fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Feng as he spoke. This man is the 3rd elder of the Lingyuan sect. His prowess second only to the second elder, and within moments, he had formulated a hypothesis. Upon hearing this, the second elder and the other elders' gazes sharpened. The three exchanged glances, greed gleaming in their eyes. The eastern region is indeed vast, and this area is exceedingly remote, leading them to deduce that Qin Feng must be practicing a powerful technique, one that is at least of the sacred level. Having shared over a century of camaraderie, they understood one another's thoughts with a mere glance, and thus they nearly simultaneously resolved to eliminate him and seize his treasures. "Youngster, you have slain a disciple of our sect with ruthless methods. Today, the Lingyuan sect shall eradicate evil and uphold justice." Qin Feng retorted with a sneer. "Ah, such noble intentions to eradicate evil. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. At your age, how can you still be so shameless?" Upon hearing this, shame and anger instantly colored their faces. "Little beast, you seek death." The gray-clad elder bellowed in fury, preparing to strike first. He summoned a black copper furnace, which hovered above his head. The furnace was entwined with swirling patterns, emanating an eerie aura. The elderly figure clad in gray continuously formed several intricate seals, causing the runes to tremble as the bronze furnace expanded exponentially, hurtling towards Chun Feng with the intent to suppress the very fabric of reality, threatening to collapse the void itself. This was a divine furnace meticulously refined by the second elder, crafted from a piece of divine iron. One of the few formidable artifacts the Lingyuan sect could boast. The other two elders, undeterred, summoned their own respective artifacts. One elder expelled a golden small sword from his mouth, which instantaneously surged to several dozen feet in length, inscribed with intricate runes that radiated a sharp intent. The other elder unleashed a black divine spear from within, wielding it with skill as intertwining runes enveloped it, exuding an aura of overwhelming lethality. Chun Feng's gaze was frigid, his demeanor impassive. The intertwining runes beneath his feet maintained their formidable power, yet he activated another ancient sacred body technique of assault. Without waiting for the three to strike, he executed a footwork technique, transforming into a beam of golden light, charging towards the elderly figure in gray with unwavering focus. In the golden sea of anguish, his divine power surged like a torrent, his vitality soaring to the heavens. He launched a colossal punch towards the descending divine furnace, manifesting a massive fist shadow, as if to shatter the six paths and disturb the cycle of reincarnation. This was one of the supreme techniques from the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, the six paths of reincarnation fist. Cracks appeared upon the divine furnace, which then shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The second elder spat a mouthful of blood, the backlash from his shattered artifact inflicting grievous harm upon him. What? My divine furnace? Chun Feng unleashed the six paths of reincarnation fist once more, aiming another strike towards the second elder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Having just witnessed the unparalleled might of that golden fist, he dared not withstand it head-on. In a flurry of desperation, he summoned another artifact. A black mountain and river seal, seemingly fashioned from a material akin to that of the previous divine furnace. The seal soared forth, rapidly magnifying hundreds of times, resembling a colossal mountain descending upon the golden fist. The void beneath the seal fractured like shattered glass, collapsing a significant expanse. This mountain and river seal even condensed a thread of gravitational law. At the moment of collision between the golden fist and the seal, another resounding crack echoed. Snap! The black seal was obliterated into countless shards by the golden fist. The second elder was struck by a wave of residual force, propelling him backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into a low hill. Chun Feng also staggered back, his feet leaving numerous imprints upon the stone ground. Chapter 6. Slay one first. At that moment, the elder wielding the spear finally made his move. The black spear was hurled forth, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, piercing through the void like a deadly arrow, aimed straight for Chun Feng's head. Chun Feng's fighting spirit surged, the six paths of reincarnation fist unfolding with unmatched vigor. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Kill." The golden fist struck out once more, the divine patterns intertwining, summoning a tempest of wind and thunder, rendering the mountains and rivers pale. The blow collided with the black spear, which splintered inch by inch, erupting in an explosion. The elder was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he was propelled over 100 meters away. In just two encounters, both individuals suffered significant defeats, their expressions particularly grim, and their gazes towards Chun Feng were filled with palpable apprehension. At this moment, the second elder had managed to struggle to his feet, his face ashen. The tumult within his body revealed a surge of vital energy, accompanied by a sharp pain from his internal organs, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. He turned to the elder who had yet to engage in combat, saying, "Third elder, this youth possesses unimaginable physical strength. We three must unite to eliminate him, otherwise we shall undoubtedly invite calamity upon our sect." The third elder's expression tightened. He could not miss the underlying implications in the second elder's words. Having traveled extensively in his youth, his experiences were far from trivial. And witnessing Chun Feng's ability to shatter a Tribulation stage's artifact with sheer physical prowess left him astounded, which is why he refrained from attacking earlier. The second elder's remarks now signified his dissatisfaction. At that moment, another elder approached from a distance, his face equally pale, having also sustained severe injuries. He directed his gaze towards the third elder, the meaning in his eyes clear and unspoken. "Second elder, fourth elder, this youth wields golden divine power, and his physique is unparalleled. To be capable of shattering a divine spring realm artifact with mere physical strength suggests he has a formidable background." The third elder, without reservation, voiced his concerns. "I care not of his origins. He has slain disciples of our sect and destroyed two of our artifacts. He is an enemy of Lingyuan's sect. If we do not eliminate him today, we shall become a laughingstock, losing our standing in the eastern region. The second elder's expression darkened. Even at this juncture, the third elder remained hesitant, igniting a fire of anger within him. The third elder sighed inwardly, realizing that peace was unattainable. He understood the temperament of the second elder. Although he too had merely speculated, he resolved to act. Otherwise, he would truly offend both the second and fourth elders. Thus, he addressed them, in that case. Let us hold nothing back and exert our full strength to vanquish this youth. Hearing this, a smile flickered at the corner of the second elder's mouth. With their combined efforts, he could hardly believe this youth could defy fate. Kill! The trio shouted in unison, charging towards Qinfeng. This time, they unleashed the terrifying powers of the Tribulation stage, employing various secret techniques in an attempt to subdue Qinfeng with overwhelming force. The second elder's palms radiated with Dao patterns, shimmering runes coalescing to form a divine furnace, which he directed towards Qinfeng for suppression. The fourth elder, harnessing his divine energy, forged a divine spear, its length interwoven with Dao and runes, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. As he executed a series of seals, the spear vibrated, its might amplified further by a secret technique. The third elder took the lead, chanting incantations as his techniques and sword gestures harmonized, causing the immense golden sword above him to tremble and emit a crisp sound as it surged toward Qinfeng with formidable power. The trio had cultivated together for centuries, their minds in perfect sync, ensuring seamless cooperation. Together, they could achieve the impossible, slaying adversaries far beyond their level. Qinfeng possessed a tall and robust physique, his formidable strength unwavering amidst the turbulent sea of suffering. The tumultuous waves roared with a deafening intensity, while in the void above the sea, primal Dao patterns flickered, continuously evolving and intertwining, as if constructing a divine bridge woven from these patterns, connecting to the other shore. He manifested the secret techniques he had learned over the past 3 years, validating them through practical combat. The arcane script was once again activated by him, enabling him to maintain a combat strength tenfold beyond his current cultivation level. His corporeal form, the 10,000 Dao Tribulation body, was unparalleled, far surpassing the ancient sacred body of the same realm, capable of shattering myriad laws with sheer force. With his left hand, he unleashed the six-path reincarnation fist, shaking the heavens and the earth, while his right hand executed a palm strike. This was a long-lost secret technique, the Fantian seal, which had been incorporated into the Heavenly Emperor's scripture by the emperor who had attained enlightenment through the ancient sacred body. Naturally, a technique esteemed by the Heavenly Emperor possessed extraordinary might. The divine furnace, conjured by the second elder's divine power, was shattered by this technique, and the divine energy was completely refined away by the Fantian seal, vanishing without a trace. Similarly, the divine spear of the fourth elder was obliterated by the six-path reincarnation fist, its Dao patterns reduced to mere illusions, dissipating into the void, while the divine energy was refined and absorbed into Qinfeng's sea of suffering. In Qinfeng's sea of suffering, primal Dao patterns intertwined like divine thunder in the void, refining all divine energy and rain-fusing it into his realm of suffering. At that moment, the third elder's golden giant sword descended upon his neck with a chilling intent, threatening to extinguish his very soul. Qinfeng activated the line character secret, transforming into a beam of golden light and darting several thousand meters away, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the third elder's golden sword. How could this be possible? How could he possess such speed? The second and third elders exclaimed in disbelief. They had employed this coordinated lethal attack numerous times before, always with success, yet now they found their assault effortlessly evaded. Before they could gather their divine energy once more, Qinfeng had already transformed into a streak of golden light, launching another assault. He raised the Fantian seal with his right hand and wielded the six-path reincarnation fist with his left. The three were struck with horror, hastily consolidating their divine energy for defense. With a resounding crash, the divine energy shield hastily conjured by the fourth elder was shattered by the six-path reincarnation fist, and he was struck with such force that his body erupted into a mist of blood. "Ah, fourth elder!" shouted the second elder, witnessing the calamity befall his companion, his eyes filled with fury and tears of blood. "Thief, you shall pay with your life," the second elder roared, sending a white jade pendant soaring from his sea of suffering toward the void above Qinfeng's head. In an instant, the jade pendant transformed into a vast sea of thunder, with countless thunder dragons roaring and surging within. "This is the thunder god Jade," exclaimed the third elder, astonished. He had not anticipated that the second elder would resort to this trump card. "You little brat, To perish beneath the tempest of heavenly tribulation is indeed a source of pride. The second elder's expression twisted into a ghastly mask as he spoke. Chun Feng gazed at the turbulent sea of thunder above him, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a thunderous roar, lightning dragons writhed within the storm, their ferocious roars echoing through the air as a formidable bolt of tribulation descended upon him. The overwhelming force of the strike sent him stumbling, yet it inflicted no harm. Instead, he reveled in the sensation of being struck by lightning. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, the entire mountain trembled, fissures several meters wide cracking open beneath him. He soared into the air, boldly charging toward the tempestuous sea of thunder. What manner of monster is this? The second elder gasped in horror, observing that the tribulation had no effect on Chun Feng. How did he achieve such a feat, leaping into the storm solely through the strength of his physical form? What are his intentions? The third elder echoed his astonishment. In the heart of the thunderous sea, Chun Feng sat cross-legged, channeling the Tao scriptures. The primordial patterns of the abyss intertwined and evolved, manifesting the phantoms of the devouring beast, the true dragon, the divine phoenix, and the Qilin, all of which surged into the storm to assail the lightning dragons within. The thunder dragons roared in fury, yet before the four fearsome beastly apparitions, they found themselves powerless. The devouring beast clamped onto the neck of one lightning dragon, tearing relentlessly, while the true dragon severed another's head in a single bite. The divine phoenix's talons shredded a third dragon, and the Qilin crushed yet another beneath its foot. The power of the tribulation transformed into pure essence of heaven and earth, flooding into Chun Feng's abyss of suffering. As the thunderous sea was consumed by the four beasts, his aura began to swell, from the sixth to the seventh layer of the abyss of suffering. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chun Feng's cultivation surged 2 realms in succession. Moments later, as the thunder clouds dissipated and the sea of thunder vanished, a white jade pendant floated before him, a hazy phantom flickering and vanishing like a palace wrought from the very fabric of tribulation. Chun Feng opened his eyes, 2 golden beams of light flashing momentarily. He reached out to grasp the jade pendant, descending gracefully to the ground. What a remarkable treasure! It has enabled me to ascend 2 minor realms consecutively, he mused. The pendant, resembling a true dragon, contained a droplet of golden blood, imbued with potent tribulation power. Thunder God Jade. Young man, return my Thunder God Jade. The second elder bellowed, his face flushed with anger as he witnessed Chun Feng seize the precious item. Silence. Chun Feng's indifferent gaze met his, and he coldly replied before stashing the Thunder God Jade away. You. The second elder, enraged, spat a mouthful of blood. Without further ado, Chun Feng activated the patterns beneath his feet and charged toward the 2 elders with lethal intent. Humph. You insolent brat. You go too far. The second elder snorted, immediately forming seals with his hands as divine powers surged forth, patterns intertwining as he unleashed 2 powerful strikes toward Chun Feng. Chun Feng's cultivation surged once more, his inner divine power deepening. The essence of gold flowed like a tidal wave, and he unleashed 2 successive 6 paths of reincarnation punches. They shattered the second elder's massive palms, intertwining patterns refining them in an instant. With his right hand, he lifted the sky-toppling seal and pressed down towards the second elder with overwhelming force. The might of the Fan Tian seal had magnified exponentially compared to moments ago. The second elder, employing a secret technique, transformed his divine power into a massive azure bell, enveloping himself within it, hoping to withstand the onslaught of Chun Feng's Fan Tian seal. However, the seal descended with an overwhelming force, directly suppressing its target. Boom! The azure bell shattered instantly, and the second elder's form was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh under the seal's oppressive weight. Witnessing this, the third elder's pupils constricted suddenly, revealing an expression of shock. He was well aware of the formidable defense of the secret technique the second elder had just invoked. Even with all his might, he could not breach it. Yet, before Chun Feng, it crumbled as easily as paper. Fear replaced his gaze as he looked at Chun Feng, and his earlier conjectures resurfaced in his mind. The golden divine power, a physical form akin to a magical artifact. Could it be that kind of physique? His voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "You are the legendary primordial sacred body." "Oh, how did you discern that?" Chun Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. "You truly are the primordial sacred body." The third elder gasped, disbelief flooding his expression. Chun Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. The third elder, believing he had guessed correctly, spoke with a complex expression. "I never thought the primordial sacred body, which has not appeared in 1,000,000 years, would emerge, and that it could transcend the heavenly Tao's curse to embark on the path of cultivation. Is it possible that the age of gold is about to commence again?" Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's expression sharpened. It was the first time he had encountered the term Age of Gold. However, he paid it no heed and promptly pointed a finger. A blood hole appeared on the second elder's forehead, and his aging body slowly toppled backward. Thus, 3 powerful beings of the Divine Spring Realm met their demise. Chapter 8. A misguided path with the 3 Divine Spring Realm experts slain. Chun Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed. He realized he had acted somewhat recklessly. Initially, he intended to take the initiative, eliminating a few disciples of the Ling Yuan sect to assess the extent of his current combat prowess. However, he had not anticipated attracting the attention of 3 high-ranking Divine Spring Realm experts. Had it not been for his years of studying the Heavenly Emperor scripture, mastering several potent secret techniques, coupled with his formidable physical strength, he might have faced dire consequences. Contemplating this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He muttered to himself, "It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future." Chun Feng's aura gradually settled, and he intended to scour the battlefield. After all, they were high-ranking Divine Spring Realm experts, and there should be some valuable items among their possessions. TSK. Kid, not bad. I thought you were done for. But here you are, lively as ever. It seems we will have to wait a few more years to collect your remains. Just then, a rather irritating voice echoed from a short distance away. Chun Feng turned to see a person and a dog staggering towards him. The plump Taoist was indeed holding a soul-receiving artifact, one he typically used for rituals for ordinary folk. Chun Feng's expression turned dark. Before he could voice his frustration, the plump Taoist's voice rang out again. TSK. With the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Bitter Sea realm, do you dare to traverse an entire realm and engage in combat against 3 high-ranking experts of the Divine Spring realm? Merely this audacity and determination command the admiration of the Taoist. Even that esteemed figure of yours would not have presumed to possess such formidable prowess. Your constitution is indeed terrifyingly powerful. If you two were to exist in the same era, it would be difficult to ascertain who would prevail. Chun Feng naturally knew that the figure referenced by the rotund Taoist was none other than a personage of Taboo, the creator of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. However, he firmly believed that given sufficient time, he too would ascend to such heights. This was not mere bravado. He held such confidence within. Ignoring the rotund Taoist and the large yellow dog, he rummaged through the storage pouches of the 3 individuals, casually disposing of the corpses before departing from the site. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, dusk had settled in. Chun Feng sat cross-legged upon his wooden bed, counting his spoils. He discovered 3 storage pouches, and upon opening the first, he found merely half a pound of essence, along with some garments and sundries. Unable to suppress his disdain, he muttered, "Penny pincher. Only half a pound of essence." He proceeded to inspect the 2nd and 3rd pouches. The 3rd pouch belonged to the elder, and upon opening it, he was astonished to find over 100 pounds of essence within. A look of delight spread across his face. Today's battle had indeed yielded significant rewards. Not only had he ascended 2 minor tiers in cultivation, but he had also seamlessly integrated several arcane techniques, executing them with unparalleled fluidity. Finally, he retrieved a jade pendant and a jade sword from his bosom, specifically the Thunder God Jade and the Unshattered Jade Sword. After inspecting the jade pendant, he found it inscrutable, but upon examining the jade sword, he discerned that it was of considerable rank and could potentially fetch a substantial amount of essence. He carefully stored the jade sword away and began his cultivation with the essence. 7 days swiftly passed. During this period, Chun Feng had either been cultivating or delving into the study of arcane techniques, leading a fulfilling life. The over 100 pounds of essence had been fully refined within just 2 days, which enabled him to break through yet another minor realm. His strength had now ascended to the 8th layer of the Bitter Sea realm, greatly enhancing his prowess. The remaining days were devoted to researching arcane techniques, and whenever uncertainties arose, he would seek guidance from the rotund Taoist. Although the Taoist was often unreliable, he had not faltered in matters of cultivation. However, the most significant misstep had already transpired. 3 more days elapsed. On this day, the rotund Taoist and the large yellow dog proactively approached Chun Feng's chamber. "What brings you here?" Chun Feng inquired, puzzled by the duo's presence. "Are you planning to remain here indefinitely? Have you given no thought to the resources required for your future cultivation?" The rotund Taoist questioned him. "Oh, what do you propose?" Chun Feng asked curiously. "Well, it seems you have settled a deadly feud with the Spirit Origin sect this time. They have lost 5 elders in a single blow, rendering them hesitant to seek vengeance for the moment. However, once they regain their composure, the situation may change. I have heard that the past sect masters and elders of the Spirit Origin sect are interred in the mountains behind the sect after their passing. Shall we go and take a look?" The stout Taoist wore a mischievous smile, attempting to persuade. I have stated my refusal. I shall not partake in tomb raiding. Chen Feng resolutely shook his head. Young man, we are engaged in archaeology, studying the art of feng shui. This is a noble endeavor. How could it be considered tomb raiding? The stout Taoist proclaimed with righteous indignation. Regardless, I will not go. Chen Feng persisted, steadfast in his principles as a soldier who had traversed from a civilized society, determined to uphold his moral boundaries. Are you certain you will not go? The Taoist inquired once more. I will not. Chen Feng reiterated. Very well. After all, it is not I who requires the resources, 100 million units of essence. By the time you gather such resources, the golden age will have passed, and you will be destined to remain untouched by it. The stout Taoist lamented, shaking his head, his tone heavy with regret. A man and his dog made their way outside. The Taoist, casting a sidelong glance at the conflicted Chen Feng, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. He playfully kicked the large yellow dog and exclaimed, By the way, you wretched mutt, I heard that just days ago. Someone auctioned a magical artifact at the Tianshu trade fair for 500,000 units of essence. How could such trivial artifacts command such value? Woof, woof. The large yellow dog, its fur bristling, barked fiercely and lunged to bite. Damn it, you filthy dog, biting my backside again. I swear I shall indulge in dog meat one of these days. The stout Taoist shouted. Woof. The man and his dog resumed their playful brawl, while Chen Feng could only twitch his lips in exasperation. He recognized the Taoist's words as an attempt to entice him, and yet, upon hearing them, his blood surged with excitement. Half a month later, the trio emerged from a mountain range, appearing somewhat disheveled. They had carved out a dwelling in a secluded valley, laying out their findings upon the ground, whereupon the cave was instantly aglow with treasures. Damn it, such a grand tomb, and it contains only these meager trinkets. This trip has been for naught. The stout Taoist complained disdainfully as he surveyed the items before him. Chen Feng, however, gazed at the myriad treasures with sparkling eyes, perceiving only the essence they represented. Hearing the Taoist's words, he asked in astonishment, You do not covet these? If sold, they would fetch at least 300,000 units of essence. How trivial, to be so pleased by 300,000 units of essence. In my previous archaeological endeavors, if I did not encounter a sage-level treasure, it would feel like a fruitless venture. The stout Taoist regarded Chen Feng with the eyes of one looking at a pauper. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. Sage-level treasures were still a distant dream for him. Yet, he recognized that the stout Taoist had not deceived him. Earlier within the tomb, the Taoist navigated with an ease that suggested familiarity with every mechanism and hidden passage. Have I also wandered astray? Chen Feng pondered, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Very well, you shall find a way to deal with these items. Once they are disposed of, we shall engage in a grand endeavor. At that moment, the large yellow dog communicated telepathically, its eagerness palpable. Chapter 9, Tianfu City. 7-star Pavilion. The following day, Chen Feng ventured alone into the largest city within a radius of 20,000 miles, Tianfu City. Within this city lies a branch of the 7-star Pavilion, the most prominent merchant association across the entire northern Dipper Star field. The 7-star Pavilion curates a myriad of rare treasures, offering every item a cultivator might require, should they lack something. The pavilion can employ its branches in various star domains to assist in the acquisition. Additionally, it hosts auctions. Cultivators wishing to auction items can do so through the pavilion, which merely takes a commission from the transactions. As Chen Feng strolled through Tianfu City, it was his first encounter with such a grand metropolis since arriving in this world. Though devoid of modern technological advancements, the city brimmed with the vibrant essence of human life. After inquiring with passers-by about the location of the 7-star Pavilion, he made his way directly towards it. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the pavilion's entrance. Before him stood a magnificent 9-story palace, adorned with intricate Taoist patterns that seemed to pulsate with enigmatic energy. It was likely a sacred artifact of the highest caliber. Chen Feng gazed in awe at the imposing structure, unable to suppress his astonishment. He stepped inside the commercial hall, where a young girl approached to attend to him. Upon seeing her, Chen Feng's expression shifted. She possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 4th stage of the Bitter Sea realm, deepening his impression of the 7-star Pavilion. After explaining his purpose, the girl requested that Chen Feng wait a moment before she retreated to the inner hall. Once she departed, Chen Feng began to survey his surroundings. The 7-star Pavilion was indeed extraordinary, with numerous elixirs and magical artifacts displayed on the counters. Judging by their aura, the artifacts were at least of the Tribulation crossing realm, and this was merely the first floor. The upper levels likely contained even more advanced treasures. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in purple, guided by the young girl, approached Chen Feng. The man's aura was formidable, at least of the Tribulation crossing realm. Young friend, I am the steward here. May I inquire what items you wish to sell? He asked with a welcoming smile. Chun Feng regarded the steward and then glanced around at the other patrons. Noticing Chun Feng's hesitation, the steward continued, Young friend, let us speak privately in the inner hall. Nodding in agreement, Chun Feng followed the steward into a room. The chamber exuded an antique elegance, with a golden incense burner releasing fragrant wisps into the air, imparting an air of luxury. The young girl served 2 cups of tea before quietly leaving the room. The steward then inquired, Young friend, you may speak now. Chun Feng nodded and retrieved a jade sword from his storage pouch, emanating the aura of a perfected Tribulation crossing realm artifact. However, upon seeing the jade sword, the steward's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had anticipated something of greater value, only to find it was merely a sword of the divine spring realm. Chun Feng, with a keen perception, effortlessly discerned the disappointment reflected in the other party's eyes. However, he harbored no discontent and inquired, May I ask how many pounds of source this artifact could be sold for? The middle-aged steward took the jade sword from Chun Feng's hands and, after a brief examination, replied, To be honest, my young friend, this item is of ordinary quality. Although it belongs to the peak of the divine spring realm, the flaw on the blade significantly diminishes its potency. If you wish to sell it, I can offer you a maximum of 100 pounds of pure source. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng grasped the market value of a Tribulation realm artifact. The flaw on the jade sword was due to his own actions, and he found the price acceptable. Thus, he replied, Very well, I shall sell it to you for 100 pounds of pure source. Excellent. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the source for you, the middle-aged steward said as he rose to leave. Wait, Chun Feng called out immediately. Oh, do you have further matters, young friend? Without uttering another word, Chun Feng emptied the contents of his storage bag onto the ground. The steward's pupils constricted at the sight, and he stared at Chun Feng in astonishment, asking, What is the meaning of this? Chun Feng responded, Please see if you can accept these items. If so, I will sell them all. The steward scrutinized the items strewn across the ground, pondering which sect's treasury has been raided. Despite his confusion, he began to assess the goods: 2 Tribulation realm swords, a Nirvana realm treasure blade, and a Nirvana realm gourd. Finally, his gaze settled on a golden spear, exuding an imposing aura, with a chilling intent of slaughter emanating from its tip. It was indeed a divine palace realm artifact. His attention then shifted to a white jade pendant. Upon seeing it, his pupils dilated in surprise. He hastily picked up the pendant and examined it closely, a look of delight crossing his face. Excuse me, but I do not intend to sell this pendant. It was inadvertently included in the items I displayed. Chun Feng quickly interjected upon noticing the pendant in the steward's grasp. He had yet to fully comprehend the pendant, particularly the drop of blood within, which radiated a mysterious Tao rhythm, accompanied by a faint trace of thunderous laws. The steward, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and said, Young friend, I find this pendant quite appealing. Should you be willing to part with it, I assure you a satisfactory price. Chun Feng, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of intrigue but ultimately shook his head, indicating his unwillingness to sell. Although he was uncertain of the steward's potential offer, he understood that the pendant's worth transcended mere pounds of source. The steward, presuming it to be a matter of price, opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, Chun Feng reached out and reclaimed the pendant from his grasp. This left the steward momentarily frozen, his right hand suspended in midair, creating an awkward silence. In an instant, however, his expression darkened. With a swift motion, he waved his sleeve with his right hand, resting it behind him. His gaze fixed intently on Chun Feng, and spoke with a tone that bore a hint of stiffness. Young friend, do you truly refuse to grant the 7 Stars Pavilion a modicum of favor? As the middle-aged steward uttered these words, he fully unleashed his cultivation, the oppressive aura of the Tribulation realm descending upon Chun Feng like a palpable force. Chun Feng's expression shifted as he felt the pressure emanating from the steward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the steward was at the 7th layer of the Tribulation realm. He had not anticipated such a blatant display of disregard for boundaries. Not only was the name of the 7 Stars Pavilion wielded against him, but the steward had also resorted to using his cultivation to coerce him, forcing him towards submission. A grimace formed on Chun Feng's face. However, he was not deterred. Despite the steward's formidable powers, he was no mere pushover to be easily manipulated. Thus, he replied with a detached tone, The items belong to me. I have no desire to sell them. Do you intend for the 7 Stars Pavilion to resort to coercion? Is this how you conduct business? The middle-aged steward's expression darkened, his already grim visage growing even more foreboding, as a glimmer of icy malice flickered in his eyes. He was taken aback by Chun Feng's blatant defiance. Although he held a position of modest rank within the 7 Stars Pavilion, He also bore another title, the esteemed third Master Yang of the Yang family in Tianfu City, the younger brother of the current head of the family in the city, who would not greet him with respect as third Master Yang. Chen Feng displayed no sign of fear, his gaze remaining steady upon the steward. Thus, they locked eyes, the tension palpable for a full 2 breaths. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly bizarre. Ha! Excellent. Truly magnificent. Young friend, you are indeed a paragon of youth. It has been many years since I have encountered someone of your caliber in Tianfu City. Splendid. The middle-aged steward, furious yet laughing, then reined in his aura, though his gaze remained icy. Chapter 10. The Thunder Emperor's Divine King Jade. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, the steward harbored his own ulterior motives. Yet Chen Feng recognized that this matter would not conclude so easily. Steward Yang, what transpired here? At that moment, a clear, cold voice resonated. A striking young woman clad in a crimson dress entered the room. She appeared to be in her prime, her beauty unparalleled, with slender, enchanting phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. A delicate veil partially obscured her high-bridged nose, and her crimson lips subtly revealed themselves beneath the white gauze. Exuding an air of nobility tempered with authority, she moved gracefully, her steps light as she approached the room. Upon seeing her, the middle-aged steward immediately bowed slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of respect as he said, "Greetings, Miss Yunming." The coldness that had previously adorned his face was now replaced with a beaming smile, his expression cautious and somewhat timid. The young woman in red nodded slightly, then cast her clear gaze upon Chen Feng. Noticing his indifferent demeanor and somewhat displeased countenance, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What has transpired with this gentleman?" Chen Feng remained silent, his cold eyes fixed upon the woman in red. He was oblivious to the identity of the woman in the red dress. Yet the demeanor of the middle-aged steward had swiftly extinguished any fondness he held for the Qixing Pavilion. Thus, when confronted with her inquiry, he felt little inclination to elaborate. The middle-aged steward's expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the red-clad maiden's question regarding the recent events involving Chen Feng. Just as he was about to speak, the woman raised her hand to silence him. "Steward Yang, I am currently addressing this young man and have not invited your response," she remarked. Casting a frosty glance at the steward, her tone imbued with an icy authority. Such a seemingly trivial utterance was laden with gravitas. The steward's countenance altered once more, and beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. He was acutely aware of Miss Yunming's elevated status within the Qixing Pavilion. Her sudden arrival in Tianfu City, accompanied by a meticulous audit of all accounts from recent years, filled him with trepidation, fearing the potential uncovering of unsavory dealings. The rapid rise of the Yang family over the years had been subtly marked by the suppression of 2 rival families, facilitated by his clandestine support through the resources of the Qixing Pavilion. At this critical juncture, any exposure could spell doom for both him and the entire Yang family. Ignoring the middle-aged steward, the woman turned her gaze to Chen Feng and softly introduced herself. "Esteemed young man, I am Nangong Yunming, a representative of the Qixing Pavilion's headquarters. Should you encounter any injustice within our establishment, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution." The Qixing Pavilion, with a legacy spanning millions of years across the Beidou star domain, prides itself on its integrity, with countless branches dedicated to this principle. Therefore, feel free to speak your mind. Earlier, while she was on the upper floor, she had sensed a fluctuation of divine energy below, prompting her to descend and investigate. The Qixing Pavilion upholds an unwritten rule. No violence is permitted within its confines, regardless of whether the adversary is a sacred sect or an imperial lineage. A regulation designed to avert numerous conflicts. Particularly, if individuals purchase treasures within the pavilion's territory, their safety is guaranteed, preventing any acts of murder or theft. This unwavering principle is a testament to the Qixing Pavilion's enduring legacy, grounded in formidable strength and profound heritage, which commands the respect of all sacred sects and imperial families. Chen Feng refrained from responding immediately, instead regarding the middle-aged steward with an amused glint in his eyes. At that moment, the steward's gaze inadvertently met Chen Feng's, and he intended to convey a silent warning, urging him to refrain from speaking out of turn. However, upon encountering the playful glimmer in Chen Feng's eyes, the steward's expression darkened further. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, the steward hastily interjected, "Miss Yunming, this young friend possesses a piece of Thunder Emperor Divine Jade." Thunder Emperor Divine Jade. Upon hearing this name, the woman's pupils dilated, and her face lit up with excitement. Does the esteemed young man truly possess a piece of Thunder Emperor Divine Jade? Might I have a look? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Although he surmised the significance of the Thunder Emperor Divine Jade, he had no intention of revealing it at that moment. Although the demeanor of the woman in the red dress had slightly altered his perception of the Seven Stars Pavilion, he remained far from fully convinced of her sincerity. Noticing Chen Feng's furrowed brow, the woman quickly realized her abruptness and promptly said, "My apologies, esteemed sir. I am Yun Ming. If you indeed possess the Thunder Emperor's jade, it rightfully belongs to you. Should you wish to sell it, I assure you that I will offer you the most satisfactory price. However, if you prefer to keep it, I will not impose." Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng felt a slight relaxation in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to produce the jade pendant. If this piece truly was the Thunder Emperor's jade they spoke of, he was eager to uncover its secrets. The moment the woman in the red dress beheld the dragon-shaped jade in his hand, a look of astonishment graced her delicate features. She immediately asked, "Might you allow me to examine the pendant?" Without hesitation, Chen Feng handed over the jade. After receiving it, the woman scrutinized it closely and declared, "This is indeed the Thunder Emperor's jade." She returned the pendant to Chen Feng, indicating no intent to claim it for herself. Seeing this, Chen Feng's expression sharpened. He had initially sought to test her intentions, and it now appeared that she harbored no ulterior motives and conducted herself with integrity, unlike ordinary women. Before Chen Feng could speak, the woman turned her gaze to the middle-aged steward and coldly inquired, "Do you still remember the rules of the Seven Stars Pavilion, Steward Yang?" With her astute intellect, she quickly deduced the events that had transpired in the room earlier. Her eyes, icy with fury, bore down upon Steward Yang. Since Steward Yang had overseen the operations of the Seven Stars Pavilion in Tianfu City, his questionable actions had reached the ears of the pavilion. Her visit to the southwest was intended to investigate this matter thoroughly and report it to the headquarters. She had not anticipated such audacity to unfold beneath her very nose. Upon hearing her words, Steward Yang's face turned ashen. He immediately knelt, pleading, "Miss Yun Ming, I acknowledge my mistakes. For the sake of my years of diligent service to the Seven Stars Pavilion, I beg for your mercy." "Humph. What diligence? Do you truly believe the headquarters is unaware of your actions over the years?" The woman in red retorted coldly. At her words, Steward Yang's complexion drained of color, and his trembling form betrayed his fear. "I hereby strip you of your position as a steward of the Seven Stars Pavilion in Tianfu City, awaiting the headquarters' decision." Before Steward Yang could fully comprehend the situation, the woman had effectively revoked his title. Chen Feng, observing the proceedings, remained impassive, his expression revealing no trace of emotion. Suddenly, Steward Yang pointed a trembling finger at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. This is all your fault. You have ruined my bright future. I will kill you. You shall die." Suddenly, he surged upward, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being, signifying his mastery at the 7th level of the Tribulation realm. In an instant, a colossal palm print surged toward Chen Feng, intent on obliterating him beneath its immense weight. This spectacle was utterly unforeseen, and Chen Feng felt a wave of annihilation wash over him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The woman in the red dress was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Steward Yang would unleash such a ruthless attack before her eyes. She attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Chapter 11. Nangong Yunmeng feeling the formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Chen Feng remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of panic. He had traversed countless life and death situations in the past, confronting death itself on numerous occasions. He did not allow Steward Yang's abrupt aggression to overshadow the instinct for battle that had long been etched into his very essence. Suddenly, a torrent of golden blood energy erupted from his body, as if a divine force was surging like a tidal wave, violently coursing through him to his limbs and bones. A golden fist was launched to strike against the incoming palm print. Boom! The room resonated with a thunderous clap. The sheer force radiated outward like ripples, obliterating all objects within the room into mere dust. The overwhelming power caused the entire 7-star pavilion to tremble. This formidable artifact, already a master-level tool, awakened in an instant as numerous patterns ignited, emitting dazzling rays of crimson light that quelled the prior force. "Who dares to disturb my 7-star pavilion?" At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from a secret chamber on the 7th floor, reverberating like a mighty bell. An immense pressure emanated from the 7-star pavilion, spreading outward and shaking the entirety of Tianfu City. This was the oppressive aura of a master-level powerhouse, as if it sought to collapse the very void itself. The stewards on the other floors sensed the disturbance and swiftly made their way to the 1st floor. Inside the room, Chen Feng was struck by a tremendous force, causing him to spout blood as he was hurled backward, crashing against the wall. The myriad patterns on the wall intertwined, and with a mere tremor, they dissipated the overwhelming force. Pooh! Chen Feng's complexion turned pale as he expelled another mouthful of blood. With his current strength, He could barely contend with an 8th-level Divine Spring Realm cultivator, while his opponent was a 7th-level Tribulation Realm expert, an insurmountable gap in power that rendered him helpless. How is this possible? You're still alive? At that moment, a cry of disbelief rang out within the room. Steward Yang gazed at the severely injured Chun Feng with incredulity, his expression akin to that of one who had witnessed a ghost. In his eyes, Chun Feng was merely an 8th-level Bitter Sea Realm cultivator, a being no more formidable than an ant before him, easily crushed with a mere wave of his hand. He had held nothing back in his earlier attack, yet the opponent had merely sustained injuries and coughed up blood, not even losing a single scrap of skin. How could he not be astonished? At this moment, the woman in the red dress also came to her senses, gazing at the severely injured Chun Feng with disbelief. That previous strike from Elder Yang had been delivered without a hint of restraint. Even she would not dare claim she could have blocked it under such pressing circumstances. To her astonishment, this individual had managed to withstand it, showcasing an extraordinary physique. Perhaps even those of divine or royal lineage would not have been able to achieve such a feat. Seeing that Chun Feng had survived, Elder Yang, after a brief moment of astonishment, was still intent on making another move. Master Feng, if you do not act now, then when will you? At that instant, a voice filled with fury echoed throughout the entire 7-star pavilion, reverberating with intensity. It was the woman in the red dress who spoke, her tone laced with palpable anger, leaving one to wonder who the Master Feng she mentioned could be. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room, effortlessly waving his sleeve. The Elder Yang, poised to strike, was immediately sent reeling by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall. With a splatter of blood, he fell to the ground. A look of terror etched across his face. After incapacitating Elder Yang with a single blow, the newcomer respectfully addressed the woman in red. Miss Yunming, I apologize for my tardiness. Please, punish me as you see fit. This man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of refinement and sophistication. Adorned with a purple gold crown and clad in an exquisite purple gold robe, his stature revealed his distinguished status. Had the various factions of Tianfu City witnessed this scene, they would have been rendered speechless with astonishment. This man was none other than the master of the 7-star pavilion, a figure of significant authority. Displaying such deference before the woman in red was unexpected. Soon, 6 others entered the room, each possessing formidable strength. Upon seeing Elder Yang, they exchanged glances with Chun Feng before bowing respectfully to Nangong Yunming. The woman in red, her gaze icy, fixed her eyes on the pavilion master. Her voice laced with disdain. Master Feng, you are indeed a busy man. I have been here for 3 days, and this is the first time I have laid eyes on you. One might think you harbor grievances against me, Nangong Yunming. Upon hearing her words, Master Feng's expression shifted, and he was about to offer an explanation when he was interrupted by Nangong Yunming's dismissive wave. Enough. I do not wish to hear any further excuses. I am granting you 2 days to investigate how he has exploited his position as an elder of the 7-star pavilion for illicit dealings over the years. I expect a conclusion in 2 days. Understood. Master Feng replied with utmost respect. He cast a brief glance at Chun Feng, but said nothing, then addressed Nangong Yunming. I shall take my leave. With that, he swept Elder Yang into his robe and prepared to depart. At that moment, Nangong Yunming interjected. Master Feng, if you wish to remain uninvolved, it may not be as simple as you think. Some individuals must be offended, and certain alliances must be firmly established. Make your stance clear. Master Feng hesitated, a resigned expression crossing his face as he nodded slightly. I understand. Once he had escorted Elder Yang away, Nangong Yunming turned her gaze to Chun Feng, subsequently offering him a medicinal pill. This is a healing elixir, known as the Life Essence Pill. Upon consuming a single pill, it will swiftly mend your injuries. Without hesitation, Chun Feng accepted the pill from Nangong Yundream and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through his body, rapidly repairing his wounds. After half an hour, his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to exhale in relief. Such formidable vitality. Seeing Chun Feng's wounds heal so swiftly within a mere half hour, Nangong Yundream could not help but exclaim in astonishment. She then slightly bowed to Chun Feng and expressed, I sincerely apologize for the injuries you sustained earlier, esteemed sir. Chun Feng remained silent, choosing instead to gather the magical artifacts strewn across the ground into his storage bag, intending to depart. Chapter 12. The Tomb Turmoil. Noticing Chun Feng preparing to leave, Nangong Yundream's gaze shifted, and a plan formed in her mind. She spoke, Esteemed sir, are you here at the 7 Stars Pavilion to sell these magical artifacts? If so, we would be willing to purchase them at double the market price. Would you consider this offer? Chun Feng felt a flicker of interest at her words. However, He had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. From the earlier conversation between the woman in the red dress and the pavilion master Feng, he gleaned that her status within the Seven Stars Pavilion was undoubtedly significant, and her assertive demeanor suggested involvement in some internal matters and interests of the pavilion, which he preferred to avoid. Most importantly, there was the matter of the Thunder Emperor's divine jade. Although he was uncertain of its true significance, the pressure exerted upon him by Deacon Yang over the jade pendant, along with the woman's attitude towards it, indicated that it possessed an extraordinary origin or purpose. With his thoughts racing, he made a decisive resolution and replied, "Miss, if your Seven Stars Pavilion is willing to acquire these magical artifacts, I would prefer you to offer a price based on their actual value. I do not relish taking advantage of others." Chen Feng's principled stance surprised Nangong Yundream. She had not anticipated that he would remain steadfast, unimpressed by her generous offer of double the market price, and instead insisting on a fair sale. This sparked her curiosity about him. Though the artifacts were not of high grade and were relatively ordinary in material, they could still fetch a price of around 100,000 pounds of source energy, making his refusal quite unexpected. Thus, she readily responded, "Very well. In that case, the Seven Stars Pavilion will purchase these artifacts for 100,000 pounds of source energy. Furthermore, you may simply call me by my name, Nangong Yundream." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded slightly, recognizing the price as reasonable. He handed the storage bag to Nangong Yundream. As for the matter of addressing her by name, he had no intention of becoming overly familiar, as they were not that well acquainted. "Would you be willing to accompany me to a more private location for further discussion?" Nangong Yundream summoned an attendant and, after giving some instructions, extended her invitation to Chen Feng. Indeed, the crux of the matter was unfolding. Chen Feng mused to himself as he followed Nangong Yundream to a small reception room on the second floor. After the two took their seats, Nangong Yunming personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Feng. "Here you are, my lord," she said, gesturing to him after pouring the tea. Chen Feng raised the cup to his nose, and a delicate fragrance of tea filled his senses. Upon taking a sip, his eyes widened in surprise. The tea contained a surge of celestial essence that flowed into his abdomen, absorbed by the golden sea of bitterness within him. Finishing the cup in one gulp, Chen Feng set it down and exclaimed, "What exquisite tea! Ha! If you enjoy it, do indulge in a few more cups," Nangong Yunming replied, pouring him another cup with a light laugh. However, Chen Feng refrained from drinking again and turned his gaze towards Nangong Yunming, saying, "Miss Nangong, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. I presume you did not simply invite me here for tea." Chen Feng's straightforwardness caused Nangong Yunming's expression to momentarily stiffen. She had been contemplating how to broach the subject, and Chen Feng's directness caught her off guard. Yet, she was no ordinary person. After a brief adjustment, she asked, "May I inquire how you are addressed, my lord?" "Chen Feng," he replied, revealing his name without reservation. Nangong Yunming nodded, pondering as she searched her mind for any prominent families bearing the surname Chun in the Eastern Domain, but found none. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on Chen Feng's identity and shifted the conversation, asking, "Might I ask how much you know about the Thunder Emperor's divine jade?" Hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head slightly. "I am unfamiliar with the Thunder Emperor's divine jade. I acquired this jade pendant by chance and was unaware that it was what you referred to as the Thunder Emperor's divine jade." Naturally, Chen Feng refrained from disclosing that it was a trophy taken from another, knowing that the focus would be on the individual rather than the item itself. Nangong Yunming was somewhat astonished, as this was a well-known secret. The Thunder Emperor's divine jade was not a mystery to certain noble families or powerful sections. Thus, she decided to reveal its secrets to Chen Feng. It turned out that the Thunder Emperor's divine jade was linked to an ancient emperor. The Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 great fiends of antiquity, had reached the pinnacle of the Thunder Path and created the Thunder Emperor's treasures, a formidable technique that harnessed the most ferocious thunder to manifest heavenly tribulations and enact divine punishment, showcasing unparalleled strength. After his passing, the Thunder Emperor was interred in the Void Thunder Pool, leaving behind 4 fragments of the Thunder Emperor's divine jade as keys to unlock this sacred site. When united, the 4 pieces could open the Thunder Emperor's tomb in the void, granting access to the legacy he left behind, which might include the Thunder Emperor's treasures. It was no wonder that Elder Yang, upon seeing the Thunder Emperor's divine jade, disregarded the rules of the 7-star pavilion and pressured Chen Feng. After an hour of conversation, Chen Feng departed the 7-star pavilion with 100,000 pounds of source energy. Simultaneously, a message spread from the 7-star pavilion, swiftly reaching the entire Eastern Domain. The 4th piece of the Thunder Emperor's divine jade had resurfaced, and the Thunder Emperor's burial site, the Void Great Tomb, was poised to awaken. This news rapidly spread throughout the Eastern Domain, even hinting at an influence reaching several other realms. Soon, the Lord of the Wanchu sacred land was the first to respond, declaring that in 3 months, they would dispatch the sacred son and daughter, along with a select few prodigies from the sacred land, bearing the Thunder Emperor's divine king, Jade, to the southwest, intending to unlock the Void Great Tomb. Following closely was the master of the Xinghan sect, who also possessed the Thunder Emperor's divine king, Jade, announcing that in 3 months, he would send his 10 most esteemed disciples to the southwest for the same purpose. Subsequently, the lord of the Liu family from the ancient Desolate clan also made a statement, affirming that he would arrange for family members to carry the Thunder Emperor's divine king, Jade, as well. The collective proclamations from these formidable forces swept across the eastern domain like a tempest, heralding the imminent opening of the Thunder Emperor's Void Great Tomb in 3 months. Chapter 13. Chunfeng's Tribulation. Meanwhile, Chunfeng returned to the Taoist temple, seemingly unfazed, to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, during which he had refined half of the 100,000 pounds of essence acquired from the 7-star pavilion. At this moment, his cultivation had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, poised to break through to the next tier at any moment. However, he chose to suppress his advancement, as the great yellow dog had advised him that for a physique like his, the more he constrained his realm, the more explosive his growth would be at the moment of breakthrough, potentially enabling him to leap several minor realms in one go. During this period, the great yellow dog continuously inscribed the heavenly deception array on Chunfeng, aiming to conceal his myriad tribulation physique from the perception of the heavenly Tao. 3 days later, the trio, Chunfeng, the stout Taoist, and the great yellow dog, ventured into a relatively secluded mountain range. Despite their thorough preparations, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. The myriad tribulation physique differed from the ancient sacred body. Each time it broke through a major realm, it would shatter 9 shackles, attracting a thunderous tribulation. To ensure Chunfeng's myriad tribulation physique underwent a flawless transformation, the stout Taoist and his companions could no longer intervene, meaning such tribulations would have to be faced solely by Chunfeng in the future. Chunfeng looked at the stout Taoist and the great yellow dog and declared, "I shall proceed. My path must ultimately be walked by my own accord. My tribulation shall be faced by none but me." With that, the runes beneath his feet shimmered as his form transformed into a streak of golden light, plunging deep into the mountains. Before long, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted into the heavens from within the mountain range. At this moment, Chunfeng completely released the constraints on his cultivation, allowing the immense vitality to surge forth unabated. In the depths of the cosmos, the heavenly Tao seemed to take notice, as countless tribulation clouds began to coalesce above the mountains. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the entire mountain range was enveloped by thick tribulation clouds, and in an instant, a tidal wave of thunder surged, with myriad thunder dragons rolling within the tempestuous sea of lightning. As the ferocious power of the tribulation brewed amidst the dense clouds, Chunfeng gazed at the tribulation clouds in the void, his expression devoid of any turmoil. According to the estimations of the stout Taoist and the great yellow dog, there should only be 9 tribulations to endure. As long as he successfully withstood them, he would have passed the trial. At this moment, he had fully unleashed all his divine power from the bitter sea, and the overwhelming vitality surged towards the crown of his head, infusing every fiber of his being with explosive strength. At this moment, he brimmed with an eager desire, an impulse to engage the thunderous dragon amidst the void in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated through the air, as countless thunder dragons roared within the sea of lightning, seemingly incensed by a challenge. A thunder dragon, as thick as a barrel, descended from the tempestuous skies, aimed directly at Chunfeng. "Come forth!" Chunfeng bellowed fiercely, a formidable force of martial intent erupting from within. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, his golden fists soaring like furious waves into the heavens, striking towards the dragon. The overwhelming aura of his fists resonated for hundreds of miles, embodying an invincible spirit that soared to the 9th heaven and plunged into the depths of the abyss. A thunderous crash echoed across the cosmos as Chunfeng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist shattered the thunder dragon into countless fragments, dispersing into the void. The sea of lightning trembled, producing a cacophony akin to innumerable thunder dragons in a frenzied roar. With another resounding boom, 2 more thunder dragons descended from the heavens, intent on annihilating the audacious human who dared to provoke them. These dragons were far mightier than their predecessors, sending shivers down Chunfeng's spine. "Kill!" Gritting his teeth, Chunfeng's battle spirit surged, and he leaped into the void, launching his 6 paths of reincarnation fist in a preemptive strike. The air was filled with explosive sounds as golden fists shattered the void, relentlessly assaulting the ferocious thunder dragons, which began to crack and splinter as if on the verge of explosion. In this moment, Chen Feng too was not unscathed. Golden blood splattered amidst the chaos, resembling blooming golden lotuses illuminating the void, casting a radiant glow like a golden sunset. As the thunder dragons erupted in the void, a massive figure plummeted, creating a deep crater in the ground. Within that pit, Chen Feng coughed up blood, his body charred like coal, with a gaping, bloody wound in his shoulder, exposing bone. Golden blood flowed incessantly, radiating a vibrant vitality. Above his turbulent sea of golden anguish, primal patterns interwove, spontaneously evolving a universe, while the resonant sounds of his inner scriptures echoed like celestial melodies, continuously refining the thunderous power that had surged into him. The power of the thunderstorm embodied both destruction and rebirth. With the ongoing evolution of the primal patterns, the vitality within his sea of suffering grew ever more robust, surging like relentless tides, mending his wounds at a visibly rapid pace. With a leap, Chen Feng returned to the ground, gazing at the roiling thunder dragons in the void. He shouted defiantly, "Come, let us see if you can slay me." He raised the heavenly seal with his left hand while his right hand conjured the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, soaring skyward. The immense strength of his physique cracked the ground beneath him like a spider's web of cosmic fissures. In that instant, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist surged upward, as if to pierce through the realms of existence, while the heavenly seal overshadowed the heavens, causing the void to collapse inch by inch. A tremendous roar erupted once more from the sea of lightning, as 4 colossal thunder dragons howled, crashing down from the void with immense might. A formidable aura of destruction loomed, threatening to obliterate the very fabric of this realm, instilling dread and despair in countless beings around. Yet, Chen Feng grew ever more resolute in battle. Though blood occasionally erupted from his form, within the golden sea of suffering, divine power surged forth. Golden vitality erupted from the crown of his head, akin to a resplendent sun striving to pierce through the heavens. The 6 paths reincarnation fist struck with full force against the thunderous tribulation, sending tremors through the earth, shattering the void into fragments. The thunder dragon roared, crashing down and enveloping Chen Feng entirely within the tempest of lightning. The 6 paths reincarnation fist swung vigorously, its intent shaking the heavens and the earth. Amidst the onslaught, golden droplets of blood scattered, his body staggering back as he trampled the void beneath him. Soon, for bolts of divine retribution dissipated into the ether, Chen Feng swayed unsteadily, plummeting from the void. He coughed blood profusely, yet with a flicker of movement, he ascended once more to the pinnacle of the mountain, his elongated form and electric gaze standing firm against the vast sea of thunder above. In this encounter, he did not find himself in the same disarray as before. This signified his rapid growth, as he had discerned how to contend with the tribulation. The boy demonstrated remarkable prowess, having identified his earlier shortcomings during the previous clashes. He adjusted his strategy accordingly, ultimately withstanding the 3rd wave of divine punishment. Such talent was indeed formidable. From a distance, the stout Taoist observed Chen Feng atop the mountain, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Chen Feng was, in a sense, his half-disciple. The talent and combat strength displayed during this tribulation had kept a smile affixed to his face. Radiating golden divine brilliance, Chen Feng's body resembled a true dragon awakening, surging within as it continuously mended his injuries. Chapter 14. The 4th layer of the divine spring realm. Thus, Chen Feng relentlessly wielded the 6 paths reincarnation fist, battling the thunder dragon, having honed the power of his technique to its zenith within this realm. Soon, the 9th celestial tribulation concluded, and Chen Feng's battered form plummeted from the void, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater. The once vibrant mountains lay utterly ravaged by the celestial tribulation, with no greenery in a 100-mile radius. The earth was marred, leaving one to ponder how long it would take for this mountain range to regain its vitality. At last, it was over. Lying in the crater, Chen Feng bore a smile, exhaling a sigh of relief. According to the estimations of the large yellow dog, given the extraordinary nature of his physique, it was anticipated that he would face 9 layers of heavenly punishment during his tribulation into the divine spring realm, equivalent to a typical cultivator undergoing the Tao-severing tribulation. Now that the 9 trials had passed, he believed he had ascended to the divine spring realm. However, something felt amiss. At that moment, Chen Feng uttered a soft exclamation. Sensing an anomaly, his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm, without having broken into the divine spring realm. In the void, the thunderclouds loomed ominously, showing no signs of dissipating, rather appearing even denser than before. Within the sea of thunder, the dragon continued to roil, seemingly gathering strength, poised to unleash another calamity at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Chun Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression transformed dramatically. He could not contain his astonishment. Was the tribulation not yet over? Thunder rumbled ominously. The void suddenly erupted, unleashing a fierce roar. Radiant light filled the sky as dozens of formidable thunder dragons descended upon Chun Feng once more. This was the 10th heavenly punishment, exponentially more powerful than the previous 9th. Inshur-san, I curse you. Chun Feng could not help but unleash a torrent of curses, his furious voice echoing for miles. This wretched man and his dog have never been reliable. Inshur-san was a nickname Chun Feng had bestowed upon the rotund Taoist priest. He summoned his divine power and charged towards the thunder dragons once again. Hundreds of miles away, the portly Taoist could not suppress the twitching of his lips. The big yellow dog grinned widely, its mouth stretching from ear to ear, chuckling mischievously beside him. By the infinite celestial Lord, I am hundreds of miles away from that rascal, yet I still have to bear the brunt of this calamity. That cursed dog. The lad dared to curse my grandfather. What does it have to do with me? If memory serves, it was you who mentioned this 9th heavenly calamity to him. Why does he not curse you, but instead targets my grandfather? The portly Taoist remarked, his expression darkened. Ha, this is hilarious. That lad is quite amusing and to my liking. I find myself growing fonder of him. The big yellow dog laughed heartily, offering a candid assessment of Chun Feng. Upon hearing this, the Taoist, unable to contain his irritation, kicked the dog's rear end. I curse you too. Woof, woof. The two began to tussle, a lively scene unfolding between man and beast, both shouting curses at each other's grandfathers, though neither truly understood the meaning behind the curse. Meanwhile, Chun Feng had endured 3 more heavenly punishments. As the 12th heavenly punishment concluded, a charred figure plummeted from the void. The stormy clouds gradually dissipated, restoring clarity to the heavens. At that moment, Chun Feng lay in a large pit, his body resembling charred coal, motionless as though lifeless. Has he truly perished from the strikes, reduced to ashes? At this time, the man and the dog had arrived at the edge of the pit. The portly Taoist gazed upon Chun Feng's charred form and spoke. The big yellow dog furrowed its brow and used its divine sense to inspect the body, finding no trace of life. Meanwhile, within Chun Feng's sea of suffering, a monumental transformation was unfolding. Life essence within the sea coalesced, and a divine spring gushed forth, radiating golden vitality. Crack! A chain of divine order shattered, sending ripples through the sea of suffering, releasing an overwhelming surge of life essence that nourished Chun Feng's coal-like body. Boom, boom. The powerful heartbeat resonated from Chun Feng's battered form, echoing like thunder, akin to the celestial tones of the great Tao, rekindling his vitality. Soon after, the second and third chains of divine order also shattered, unleashing a torrent of life essence that began to mend his body. Upon the shattering of the 9th chain of divine order, Chun Feng's aura began to surge dramatically, ascending through the realms of the divine spring, first layer, second layer. It was only after breaking through to the 4th layer of the divine spring that his rapidly expanding aura finally began to stabilize. Crack, crack. Chun Feng's body resembled charred coal, with fissures appearing upon its surface, the ashen exterior crumbling like eggshells to reveal a resplendent golden form beneath. On this golden physique, divine energy coursed through, intricate patterns intertwining, while a vast reservoir of vitality lay dormant within, akin to a dragon awakening from slumber. At that moment, Chun Feng opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light shot forth, piercing the void like bolts of lightning. Clad in new attire, he exuded an air of vitality and vigor. Indeed, after surmounting 4 successive hurdles, one could now appreciate the wisdom behind the canine elder's advice to temper one's cultivation. The great yellow dog, observing Chun Feng with a sense of pride, transmitted a thought. Chun Feng nodded slightly, reflecting on the realization that the path of cultivation is not solely dependent on one's potential or talent. Rather, it necessitates immense perseverance. Only through the continual accumulation of foundational strength can one truly harness their latent abilities. Let us depart. The commotion here has surely attracted attention. In this age of diminishing spiritual energy, transcending tribulations is already an anomaly. We should leave promptly, spoke the portly Taoist. With that, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 dog, vanished into the remnants of the shattered mountains. As time passed, half a month slipped away. During this interval, Chun Feng's cultivation had solidified entirely, his foundation remarkably robust, with a vigorous flow of blood energy and abundant divine power coursing through him. In recent days, he had been immersed in deciphering various secret techniques. having also reacquired mastery over one from the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures. Now, his combat prowess was formidable. Even against a Nirvana realm expert, he might possess the strength to contend. Though this remained conjecture, validation would necessitate engaging in a fierce battle. Nevertheless, should life and death confront him, he could retreat unscathed utilizing the art of the word. Little did he know, on this day, astonishing news swept across the southwestern region of the Eastern Domain. The ancestral grounds of the Ling Yuan sect had been plundered. The graves of several elder sect masters and the supreme elder had been unearthed, their remains discarded carelessly, and several artifacts had vanished without a trace. The sect master, utterly enraged, coughed up blood and fainted from the shock. This was a profound humiliation. Shortly after the founding of the Ling Yuan sect by its revered ancestor, the elder disappeared, and to this day, no trace had been found, perhaps having long since transcended. Although the sect had persevered through the years, its development had faltered, and with such a calamity befalling them, they had lost all faith. In response, the sect master rallied the disciples, vowing to thoroughly investigate the band of tomb raiders and to exact a fearsome vengeance. Chapter 15. The Thieving Trio, deceived meanwhile. The great yellow dog and the portly Taoist had also vanished for several days. Chen Feng had not laid eyes on them for 3 days. On this day, he decided to leave the temple to venture forth. With less than 2 months remaining until the opening of the Thunder Emperor's vast tomb, preparations were imperative. If he could elevate his cultivation by a few more tiers during this time, his self-preservation would be significantly bolstered. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the temple. Upon seeing the familiar duo of 1 person and 1 dog, Chen Feng was about to speak. The voice of the stout Taoist echoed, "Young lad, where are you headed?" Chen Feng, upon hearing this, did not conceal his intentions and replied casually, "I plan to take a stroll and see if I can gather some resources." His greatest concern at present was the lack of cultivation materials. The several tens of thousands of pounds of source he had previously possessed had been entirely refined during his efforts to solidify his cultivation, leaving him in a state of destitution. Didn't I mention before that we are set to undertake a grand venture? The large yellow dog chuckled mischievously through telepathy. Over the past few days, we've explored a place that might just resolve your pressing needs. However, to Chen Feng, that grin appeared rather disconcerting, akin to a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "What place? You're not suggesting we go tomb raiding again, are you? I mean archaeology." He quickly corrected himself, realizing that he had begun to adopt the peculiar terminology of this duo. "Come, we'll take you to a location where you'll discover the truth," the yellow dog communicated. With that, the trio vanished from their spot. The speed exhibited by the stout Taoist and the yellow dog left Chen Feng astounded. He had to exert all his strength using the movement technique just to keep pace with them. After approximately 2 hours, having traversed an unknown number of miles, they arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, halting at an abandoned mine. "Where are we?" Chen Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. "A source mine. The majority of the resources in the southwestern region are extracted from here. There are tens of thousands of source mine shafts, but they are all under the control of various factions," the stout Taoist explained. "Oh, so why have we come here?" Chen Feng queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "You don't intend for me to commit robbery, do you? I refuse to partake in such actions. With your meager strength, you think you can rob? I fear you'd be swatted dead in an instant. The smallest mines here are guarded by formidable beings at the advanced stages of the Tribulation realm. Go on, try to seize one for me," the yellow dog remarked with a disdainful expression. "Then why have you brought me here?" Chen Feng protested. Cough, cough. "While we may not be able to engage in robbery, we can certainly resort to theft," the yellow dog replied after a couple of coughs. "Steal?" Chen Feng gasped softly in surprise. He immediately shook his head, declaring, "I will not engage in theft. I am a person of principles." "Principles? Since when have you upheld any principles? You've already plundered tombs and sold the treasures obtained. What principles remain?" The stout Taoist interjected. This statement struck Chen Feng like a final blow, tearing away the veil of modesty from his face. He was momentarily speechless, his lips twitching in indignation as he retorted weakly, "That was archaeology." This constituted Chen Feng's last line of defense, met only with expressions of disdain from the duo. Ultimately, he found himself irrevocably drawn further down this path of no return. A trio comprising a large yellow dog responsible for inscribing the mystical patterns, a plump Taoist priest tasked with keeping watch, and Chen Feng, who executed the plans, was once again assembled. In less than half a day, the 2 men and 1 dog had audaciously looted numerous warehouses of source minerals in the vicinity, leaving not even a trace behind. However, An unexpected turn of events occurred when they reached the source repository of the Wan Chu Holy Land. While Chen Feng was in the act of pilfering from the repository, he stumbled upon a jade box, sensing an incredibly pure essence of heaven and earth emanating from within. Upon opening the box, he discovered a fist-sized divine source, which left him utterly astonished. This was his first encounter with a divine source, a precious essence among sources. Where just 1 pound could equate to 100 pounds of pure source, it was indeed exceedingly rare and valuable. The divine source he beheld weighed over 1 pound, roughly the size of his fist, and Chun Feng's eyes lit up at the sight, prompting him to seize the jade box. However, the moment he grasped it, he inadvertently triggered a concealed restriction. Alarmed, he silently cursed his misfortune. At that moment, 3 formidable auras surged from the mine of the Wan Chu Holy Land, and an ancient figure bellowed with authority, "Who dares to steal from my Wan Chu Holy Land's repository?" The voice reverberated through the entire mineral vein like thunder. Chun Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing with panic. He swiftly waved his hand to sweep away all the sources in the warehouse, then dashed towards the exit. Upon emerging from the repository, he was taken aback to find that the dog and the other man had already vanished without a trace, leaving him alone, bewildered in the wind. "Those 2 scoundrels have betrayed me once again. I shall settle the score with them when I return." Though he was furious, his immediate concern was to escape. He activated a secret technique and fled towards the outskirts of the mine. However, it was already somewhat late. Chapter 16, The 9 Secrets. The Battle Saint's law startles the enemy just as he escaped outside. A thunderous voice echoed behind him, "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" A figure suddenly appeared before Chen Feng, blocking his path with astonishing speed, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. It was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a green robe, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, clearly a formidable being at the Nirvana realm. Following closely were 2 other elderly men, also with graying hair, whose presence was equally formidable. The weakest among them had reached the 8th level of the Tribulation realm. Chun Feng's visage darkened instantly at this sight. "You audacious little thief. To dare to pilfer from my Wan Chu Holy Land's repository, you must be seeking death." The elderly man in green scowled. 2 days prior, the mountain had relayed news to the Holy Land about the discovery of a divine source, prompting his swift arrival to collect it. He never anticipated that someone would dare to steal from under his nose. Had it not been for the thief's careless triggering of the restriction, he might have succeeded. If the divine source were to be lost and the news reached the Holy Land, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The 2 elders tasked with guarding the mineral repository wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on Chun Feng, wishing to smite him at that very moment. Faced with 3 formidable adversaries whose strength far surpassed his own, Chen Feng felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow. Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of composure, his visage obscured by a black veil, rendering his appearance imperceptible to the trio. "You 2, seize this thief for me. I shall display his corpse upon the grand banner of my Wanshu sacred ground, so all may witness the fate that befalls those who dare to pilfer from us." At that moment, the elder clad in green spoke with an icy tone, his murderous intent laid bare. The 2 elders, upon receiving the command, unleashed their formidable auras, surging towards Chen Feng. Sensing the lethal energy converging upon him, Chun Feng's expression tightened. He felt the oppressive waves of killing intent lock onto him. However, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, the golden blood within him surged forth, and his divine power flowed like a tidal wave as he unleashed 2 powerful punches. His golden fists, heavy as mountains, hurtled towards the 2 elders. The sheer force of his strikes drained the surrounding spiritual essence, creating a veritable vacuum. The elders' expressions shifted as they saw this, and one of them struck out with a palm. Their massive hands descended like celestial tablets, intent on obliterating all in their path. A thunderous clash resonated as fists met palms, echoing with a tremendous roar. Chun Feng's body was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters. His chest constricted as internal energy surged tumultuously, nearly forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood, which he managed to swallow down. With a grave countenance, he regarded the 2 elders, pondering, high-level transcendence realm. Indeed formidable. Just a single blow has drawn blood. Meanwhile, the 2 elders were engulfed in disbelief. They had sensed Chun Feng's cultivation level upon his initial strike, recognizing him merely as a 4th layer of the divine spring realm, a level they believed could be dispatched with ease. Yet, the outcome of their collision had defied their expectations. Rather than being subdued, he had merely been repelled. This revelation left them incredulous, fostering suspicions that he might be employing some secret technique to obscure his true power. The elder in green, observing the situation, wore a grave expression. With his cultivation, he could discern that Chun Feng's true level was indeed that of the fourth layer of the divine spring realm. Without any hidden arts to mask it, it was precisely this realization that deepened his concern. Chun Feng had transcended an entire realm, showcasing a combat prowess that was nothing short of extraordinary. Even their own sacred son lacked such might at this level. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he contemplated the implications of such a prodigy. If they were to make an enemy of him, he must be eradicated to prevent future calamities. Allowing him to grow would surely spell disaster for their sect. After a brief pause, his gaze hardened, and he addressed the two elders with a cold command. Do not hold back. Swiftly eliminate him. This child cannot be spared. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged a resolute glance before launching another assault on Chun Feng. Their formidable divine powers surged forth, and with no reservations. They invoked secret techniques in an attempt to annihilate him. Faced with the assaults of two formidable opponents, Chun Feng's expression grew solemn. Yet, he remained undaunted, transforming his body into a streak of golden light as he launched his own offensive. In the previous encounter, he had refrained from employing any secret techniques, relying solely on the strength of his physical form to withstand the attack, thus validating the extent of his corporeal prowess. Clearly, the outcome had left him exceedingly gratified. To endure an onslaught from two high-level Tribulation realm experts purely through his physical power had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the divine energy within him surged like a torrential river, coursing through his limbs and bones, as he unleashed an astonishing secret technique. This was the fighting secret from the 9 secrets, the most formidable offensive technique among them, capable of manifesting myriad laws of the world. With his right hand, he conjured a golden divine furnace, directing it to suppress one of the elder opponents, while his left hand unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to mount an assault. The moment this offensive technique was deployed, its terrifying might was exponentially greater than before. Simultaneously, the All-Secret was activated, intending to trigger and amplify his combat strength. Once the All-Secret was invoked, it could enhance an individual's strength tenfold for a brief period, reaching the realm of divine prohibition. Under the accumulation of such techniques, he was confident in his ability to engage in battle. A tremendous rumble echoed. The golden divine furnace descended with immense force, causing a vast portion of the surrounding void to collapse as it bore down upon one of the elders. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist unleashed a dominating intent that struck through the heavens and earth, colliding with the fist imprint of the other elder. Instantly, a tempest of chaos erupted. Chun Feng's golden divine furnace surged forward recklessly, while the intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist resonated like thunder, seemingly intent on shattering the very fabric of existence. In the span of mere moments, the 3 engaged in a flurry of exchanges, the ferocity of their assaults escalating to unprecedented levels, shattering numerous mining structures in the vicinity. Another resounding explosion reverberated, causing the entire expanse of void to shatter, sending Chun Feng hurtling backward, spitting blood as he flew several dozen yards away. The 2 elders also spat blood, propelled backward, their bodies nearly shattered, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Chapter 17. The Gathering of Talents. At this juncture, the gazes of the 2 elders fixed upon Chun Feng were imbued not only with shock, but also profound wariness. Chun Feng's assaults were truly extraordinary, employing divine energy to manifest various artifacts with astonishing might. Having lived for many years, they had never before witnessed such an offensive technique, nor encountered a prodigy with such combative prowess. The adversary had directly transcended 2 major realms to engage them in combat, a level of power that even the scions of their sex could scarcely aspire to. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as the divine energy within him surged unceasingly, his golden vitality reaching for the heavens, while various sacred body techniques were pushed to their utmost limits. What a formidable physique! Boy, who exactly are you? To contend against 2 high-level Tribulation realm experts with the cultivation of the 4th layer of the divine spring realm without faltering. A prodigy of your caliber cannot possibly be some obscure individual. At that moment, the elder clad in blue from the Nirvana realm stepped forward towards Chun Feng, his expression grave as he inquired, "Old man, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why the excessive chatter?" Chun Feng responded brusquely, fixing his gaze upon the blue-clad elder of the Nirvana realm without the slightest hint of politeness. Yet, his eyes were filled with vigilance. In the Nirvana realm, such a formidable being was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Since you refuse to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands and capture you to uncover the secrets that lie within. The elder in the green robe snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out with a massive azure hand towards Chun Feng. The moment the azure hand emerged, an overwhelming aura surged forth, displaying astonishing magical power. It was as if it were plucking stars and moons, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed dramatically. Chen Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. He sensed a breath of death. He let out a tremendous roar, unleashing various secret techniques. Using the Battle Saint method, he transformed into an array of magical artifacts. Crashing towards the azure hand, a golden divine furnace, intertwined with divine patterns, emitted radiant crimson clouds, shattering the void in its wake. A massive imprint of mountains and rivers, akin to a towering mountain, surged forth with formidable might, pressing down upon the azure giant hand. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the void, shaking the very heavens. The golden divine furnace and the mountain river imprint were crushed beneath the azure hand, crumbling into pieces, divine patterns dissipating, while the violent energy sent Chen Feng hurtling away for dozens of zhong, crashing heavily into a mine. Uffed! Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes revealing a look of horror. At this moment, countless bones in his body had shattered, and his form was battered and broken, in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for his formidable physique, that strike might have spelled his doom. The eighth heaven of the Nirvana realm. The opponent's cultivation was simply too high, far beyond his current capacity to withstand. Thus he resolved to flee. Just as the elder in the green robe believed, he had crushed Chen Feng to death. A beam of golden light burst forth from the smoke-filled mine, darting away several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Not dead. How could this be possible? The elder gasped in disbelief. Simultaneously, his aged countenance turned grim. He personally intervened, and yet failed to eliminate his opponent, who had escaped right under his nose. Watching as the golden light transformed into a streak rushing towards the 10,000 great mountains, he immediately barked at the two individuals behind him. What are you waiting for? Pursue him. If you cannot retrieve the divine source, prepare to face the repercussions from the Holy Land. With that, he leaped into the air, chasing after the golden light. The art of movement truly lived up to its reputation for swiftness. With Chen Feng's current cultivation, he dashed out several hundred li in the blink of an eye, leaving the three from the Wanchu Holy Land far behind. The three elders of the Wanchu Holy Land, riding on divine rainbows, were now grim-faced as they followed closely behind. Elder Qingyuan, what kind of secret technique does this person employ? How can he possess such speed? An elder gazed at the figure that was gradually distancing itself from them, with a look of astonishment on his face. The elder in the green robe wore a grim expression. Despite his own cultivation, he could not catch up on the divine rainbow, and the gap between them continued to widen. This made him involuntarily think of a long-lost secret technique. The art of movement, one of the 9 secrets. The art of movement is renowned for its unparalleled swiftness. When perfected, it can even distort the flow of time. Yet, this mere 4th-tier cultivator of the divine spring realm achieved such astonishing speed. This made him increasingly convinced that the other party possessed the long-lost art of the Xingzi secret. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Should the long-vanished 9 secrets truly resurface, it would undoubtedly cause a great upheaval. If he were to acquire this technique and present it to his sect, he would reap immense rewards. With this thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, leaving the 2 elders in the Tribulation realm trailing behind. Chen Feng advanced rapidly, propelled by the Xingzi secret. His cultivation level was too low to fully unleash the potential of this secret art, yet at this moment, he was intricately comprehending its essence. As his understanding of the Xingzi secret deepened, his speed increased correspondingly, much to the dismay of the 3 pursuers, whose expressions soured as if they had just consumed a dead fly. After an indeterminate duration of running, Chen Feng finally distanced himself from the trio and arrived in a vast, pristine forest. He sought out a concealed location to carve out a cave dwelling, where he could recuperate from his injuries. He took out a substantial amount of source energy to begin the process of refining and absorbing it through his Tao scripture. As the scripture circulated, his entire being surged with vitality, mending his wounds with powerful life force. It took him the better part of half a day to fully heal, during which he refined an impressive 40,000 pounds of source energy. This time, he had amassed a total of 250,000 pounds of source energy. Along with a piece of divine source, his gains were quite significant. With these resources, he was confident that he could rapidly elevate his cultivation to the Tribulation realm. This would provide him with a considerable advantage upon entering the Thunder Emperor's Void Tomb. Having resolved this, he wasted no time and immediately began to circulate his Tao scripture, refining the source energy, as his time was limited. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, Tianfu City was bustling with activity, as throngs of young cultivators from various major factions in the eastern domain arrived in succession. Among them were also some older cultivators, albeit they remained low-key. likely waiting discreetly for the opening of the Void Tomb. With the imminent opening of the Thunder Emperor's Void Tomb, who would not wish to try their luck? Securing any form of inheritance would be a tremendous fortune. At this moment, within the grandest tavern of Tianfu City, the Dacian Tower, adorned with artificial mountains and emerald lakes. The ambience resonated with the sounds of Guqin and Shao. Here, a gathering of young prodigies from the Eastern Domain convened, led by the prominent figures of several influential factions stirring the winds of change. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Wanchu Holy Land occupied the main table. The Holy Son, clad in resplendent robes, boasted striking features, a tall and robust stature, exuding a formidable aura, his physical form naturally absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, radiating divine splendor, and he had evidently reached the Nirvana realm. The Holy Daughter, adorned in a white palace dress, possessed an extraordinary elegance, her figure enchanting beyond compare. A veil of white silk concealed much of her visage, yet her beauty was breathtaking. Her aura was equally potent, with divine brilliance occasionally emanating from her brow, indicating her imminent attainment of divine consciousness, nearing the Nirvana realm. Seated beside him was a prodigy from the Liu family of the Eastern Domain, whose gaze had been fixated upon the Saintess Wanchu since his arrival at the Dacian Tower. His eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if employing some arcane technique to scrutinize the true visage of the Saintess. Wanchu seemed to sense this, her countenance adorned with a hint of ire, yet she refrained from expressing her displeasure. The Saint's son, meanwhile, sipped his exquisite wine with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the Liu prodigy's impudent behavior. At that moment, three figures, riding upon celestial rainbows, approached, capturing the attention of the assembly. Among them were two men of imposing stature and a woman clad in a resplendent purple gown, her beauty captivating all. They were none other than representatives of the Xinghan sect, custodians of the third jade pendant. Chapter 18. Confrontation. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. My fellow disciples and I were delayed on our journey. The young leader of the Xinghan sect addressed the gathering with a courteous bow. Ha ha ha. Not at all. The distance from the Xinghan sect is considerable. How could we possibly hold you accountable for your timely arrival? At this, the Saint's son Wanchu rose with a smile, inviting the three from the Xinghan sect to take their seats. We three factions each hold one of the Thunder Emperor's jade pendants. Might I inquire if anyone knows who possesses the fourth? As the trio settled in, the atmosphere within the Dacian Tower grew increasingly animated, prompting the Liu prodigy to voice his inquiry. Upon hearing this, the Saint's son replied with a smile, Brother Liu, to my knowledge, the information regarding the fourth Thunder Emperor's jade pendant was disseminated by the Seven Stars Pavilion. During my visit to Tianfu City, I sought information from them, yet they did not provide a definitive answer. However, I have requested them to extend an invitation, and I believe the individual in question will also attend this gathering today. Regardless of who possesses the fourth pendant, they must provide us with an explanation today. All major powers have gathered at the Dacian Tower to discuss matters concerning the Thunder Emperor's Void Tomb, yet they still have not arrived. Do they not regard the esteemed factions of the Eastern Domain? The Liu prodigy sneered, his disdain evident. The assembled guests were not naive. It was clear that the Liu prodigy had a specific target in mind. However, none spoke up, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation regarding the identity of the individual holding the fourth jade pendant. At that moment, Chen Feng arrived outside the Dacian Tower. He had received a message from Nangong Yunting 2 days prior, informing him that the three major powers controlling the Thunder Emperor's jade pendants would convene at the Dacian Tower to discuss the opening of the Void Tomb. Initially, he had no intention of attending, preferring to simply appear when the time was right to initiate the opening of the tomb. Yet after some deliberation, he decided to attend, recognizing the opportunity to engage with the prominent figures of the Eastern Domain. As Chen Feng approached the entrance of the Dacian Tower, he was intercepted by a young man, who, with an air of arrogance, addressed him, You there? Who are you? Today, the Dacian Tower has been reserved by the three great powers to discuss the opening of the Void Tomb. Unauthorized individuals are forbidden to enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, the expression on his face shifting to one of peculiarity. He then addressed the young man. I am indeed among those invited by the three great powers. Are you certain you will deny me entry? You? What a joke. A mere rustic like you. Invited by the three great powers? Surely you jest. The young man sneered impatiently. I suggest you leave at once, lest you provoke my ire. Chen Feng's countenance darkened as he retorted coldly. I am most curious to see how you intend to show your displeasure. Seeking death. The young man's face contorted with malice as he raised his hand to strike Chen Feng across the cheek. Slap. The sound of a sharp slap echoed, and in an instant, a figure was sent flying, crashing into a lake more than 10 meters away. Chen Feng dusted off his hands, casting not even a glance back. As he made his way towards the Dacian Tower, the commotion below immediately drew the attention of the illustrious talents within the tower. Wan Chu, the Holy Sun, furrowed his brow, releasing his divine sense to ascertain the situation. Having attained the Nirvana realm, he had undergone a transformation that granted him this capability, a significant leap indeed. Another figure also extended his divine sense, a man representing the Xinghan sect. Wan Chu directed his gaze towards the staircase, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The crowd followed his gaze, and soon, a tall figure gradually came into view. As Chen Feng ascended, his eyes scanned the assembly, and he stepped forward with purpose. The crowd, noticing the approach of an unfamiliar youth, exhibited expressions of confusion. Just then, a voice rang out from the throng. "Who are you?" "This is a gathering of the prominent figures of the Eastern Domain." "Surely, you must be mistaken." Laughter erupted among the crowd, their eyes brimming with disdain. Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the speaker, then swept his eyes over the assembly, his expression growing cold. "You, a collective of self-important and arrogant individuals, dare to proclaim yourselves as the elite of the Eastern Domain? How utterly laughable." At his words, the laughter that once filled the air faded, replaced by darkened expressions and hostile glances directed at Chen Feng. His remarks had undoubtedly struck a nerve, and the audience could scarcely tolerate such affront. Seated at the main table, Wan Chu and his companions exchanged glances, curiosity etched upon their faces. Chen Feng's words were undeniably audacious, yet they found themselves unable to gauge his true intent. Their eyes gleamed with intrigue as they scrutinized him in silence. It was then that a member of the Lu family, filled with indignation, rose to his feet, casting a furious gaze at Chen Feng. Having laughed moments earlier, he now felt personally affronted by Chen Feng's words. With a dark expression, he addressed Chen Feng. "Who are you to speak so boldly here? I might spare your life if you retreat, but otherwise, you shall not leave here alive." Master Lu is not mistaken. Those who dare to brazenly insult the prodigies of the Eastern Domain must be taught a lesson. In my opinion, such individuals should be executed without further ado. After the words of the Lu family prodigy, some stood up to echo his sentiments, with even a few harboring murderous intent, though they concealed themselves well. Chen Feng's gaze was icy as he scanned the faces around him, before speaking. "Where are the representatives of the Wan Chu sacred land, Xinghan sect, and the ancient wilderness clan?" Upon hearing this, the Wan Chu Holy Sun and the prodigy leading the Xinghan sect were taken aback, exchanging glances as an inkling of suspicion arose within them. The Wan Chu Holy Sun stood and addressed Chen Feng. "Esteemed friend, I am Yang Zheng, the Holy Sun of Wan Chu sacred land. May I inquire your name?" Chen Feng then turned his attention towards the Holy Sun, his expression slightly tightening as he sensed a faint aura of the Nirvana realm emanating from him. The Nirvana realm. It seems that the Wan Chu sacred land is indeed formidable. This individual, appearing to be in his 20s, possesses such cultivation, making him a strong presence among the crowd. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the youth leading the Xinghan sect, sensing that his cultivation was on par with that of the Wan Chu Holy Sun. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze and addressed the Wan Chu Holy Sun. "The fourth piece of the Thunder Emperor's Divine King Jade is in my possession. When do you plan to open the Void Tomb?" Upon this revelation, gasps erupted from those present. So he is the holder of the fourth piece of the Thunder Emperor's Divine King Jade. No wonder he dares to show such disregard for everyone else. Yet, possessing the Jade does not grant one the right to publicly provoke the prodigies of the Eastern Domain. Such a person is unworthy of wielding the Jade. At this moment, voices among the crowd ignited further discord, with some even scheming to seize the Thunder Emperor's Divine King Jade. The speaker was none other than the man who had suggested executing Chen Feng earlier. Chapter 19. The Yang family seeks revenge. Hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned frigid as he retorted coldly. "You cowardly wretch, who repeatedly provokes me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" With that, a golden hand reached out, aiming to grasp a young man within the crowd. The golden hand blotted out the sun, enveloped in boundless light, resembling the hand of a deity, exuding an overwhelming might. "You dare!" The young man's expression shifted in shock and fury as he unleashed his divine power, revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the Divine Spring Realm, summoning a black spear to strike against the golden hand. Boom! The golden hand crushed the void, colliding with the black spear, producing a tremendous roar. The black spear shattered under the relentless pressure of the golden hand. Hiss! What a powerful physique! He actually received a Tribulation Realm artifact with his bare hands. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Wan Chu Holy Sun and the others also exchanged glances, their expressions far from tranquil. "Ah, you shall perish." The young man cried out, attempting to summon his artifact once more. However, Chen Feng offered him no further opportunities. The golden hand descended, directly reducing the young man to a mere pulp, dead beyond revival. Humph. Trash. After completing these actions, Chen Feng let out a cold snort. Humph. Your audacity knows no bounds, slaying the prodigies of the eastern region at a whim, showing utter disdain for the esteemed powers of our domain. At that moment, a chilling scoff resonated through the air. One of the prodigies from the Lu family, an ancient lineage, could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, casting a frosty glare at Chen Feng. His eyes glinted with a frigid intensity, and his voice was as piercing as ice. The other prodigies, upon hearing this, couldn't help but shudder. They quickly grasped the situation. The prodigy who had just been slain had ties to the Lu family, and now, in light of this tragedy, it was imperative for Lu's champion to voice their discontent. The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. A confrontation was inevitable. The Lu family's prodigy possessed unfathomable strength, yet it remained uncertain whether he could withstand the confrontation. The gathered elite engaged in hushed discussions, reveling in the escalating tension. A mere rat hiding in the shadows. And yet he dares to proclaim himself a prodigy of the eastern region. Is this truly the caliber of our champions? Chen Feng retorted without a hint of hesitation, his tone resolute. He understood that he had to adopt a commanding stance today. The Thunder Emperor's divine jade was indeed a hot potato, and every individual present harbored ulterior motives. If he appeared anything less than formidable, he would surely be looked down upon, inviting relentless troubles. The crowd was left speechless by Chen Feng's words. To dismiss his claims would imply they accepted that the prodigies of the eastern region were nothing but cowardly rats. Conversely, to endorse his statements would justify Chen Feng's lethal actions. His remarks were truly enigmatic. Saint Wan Chu, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The youth leading the Star River sect also displayed intrigue, musing silently. How fascinating. Humph. Regardless, such reasoning does not justify murder. The Lu family heir's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. Since my arrival, you have repeatedly provoked me. Do you truly believe my patience is boundless? Should I extend a welcoming smile to one who has ill intentions towards me? Chen Feng regarded the Lu prodigy with a frigid gaze, his words laced with indifference. You. The Lu heir's countenance soured, momentarily rendered speechless by Chen Feng's sharp retort. Lu brother, I propose we let this matter rest, interjected Saint Wan Chu, Yang Zhang, with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Though this friend may have acted somewhat harshly, it was the other who initiated the provocation. His response is thus somewhat justifiable. Our priority now is to discuss the opening of the Void Tomb. Before the Lu prodigy could respond, Wan Chu turned to Chen Feng and inquired, Might I ask for your name and your lineage? With Wan Chu advocating on his behalf, the Lu heir begrudgingly relented, coldly snorting as he resumed his seat. Yet, his eyes gleamed with a latent fury, indicating that this matter was far from settled. Chen Feng directed his gaze towards Saint Wan Chu, then surveyed the others nearby, and slowly replied, I am Chen Feng, a mere rogue cultivator, without sect or master. Chen Feng did not conceal the truth, for it was easy for the other party to investigate if they wished. Thus, it was better to candidly acknowledge it. Upon hearing this, the holy son of Wan Chu's eyes flickered momentarily before he invited Chen Feng to take a seat. He then introduced, This is Li Xingchen, the foremost disciple of the top 10 true disciples of the Xinghan sect. These two are his junior brothers and sisters, also among the top 10 true disciples. This gentleman beside me is Lu Jie, a prodigy from the ancient Lu family of the eastern region. And this lady is Qin Mu Yu, the saintess of our Wan Chu sacred land. Chen Feng offered a slight nod to the assembly, performing a respectful gesture customary among cultivators. The others reciprocated, though Lu Jie remained indifferent, exhibiting an icy demeanor. Chen Feng chose not to dwell on this. Once everyone was seated, the holy son of Wan Chu spoke. Since we have gathered all those who possess the Lei Di Shen Wang Jade, shall we agree to commence the opening of the Void Tomb in 3 days? The assembly nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Thus, the matter was settled. After a brief interval, Chen Feng rose to depart from the Dishin building. Just as he left, someone in the shadows shattered a jade talisman, casting a fierce gaze at Chen Feng's retreating figure. Lu Jie, observing Chen Feng's departure, revealed a sinister expression. Chen Feng had publicly humiliated him, igniting his ire. It appeared that Chen Feng did not regard him or the Lu family with any seriousness. The holy son of Wan Chu, perceiving Lu Jie's thoughts, interjected, Brother Lu, the Void Tomb is about to open. I kindly urge you to refrain from causing unnecessary trouble during this period. Lu Jie remained silent. He understood the importance of maintaining the holy son's favor, yet he inwardly vowed, let you live a few more days. When the void tomb opens, it will be your demise. Li Xingqian, upon hearing the Holy Sun's words, grasped their implications but chose not to comment, deeming it unwise to involve himself in such matters. He regarded Chen Feng's approach as somewhat aggressive, yet he privately acknowledged the validity of his actions. At this moment, Chen Feng strolled alone down the street, intending to proceed directly to the site of the void tomb's opening at Qingqing Mountain. As he approached the city gate, several figures suddenly emerged to block his path. Leading them was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, accompanied by a young man. The middle-aged man possessed an unsettling appearance, slanted eyes, a hooked nose, and a short stature, yet his gaze was filled with a fierce intensity. Chen Feng paid little heed to the young man. He lifted his eyes to the individuals before him, furrowing his brow as his gaze swept over them, finally resting on the middle-aged man. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? You are Chen Feng, are you not? Do you still remember Elder Yang? Hand over the Lei Di Shun Wang jade, and I shall ensure you remain intact. The middle-aged man did not answer Chen Feng directly, but instead coldly demanded, his murderous intent unmistakable. So, it is the trash from the Yang family seeking the Lei Di Shun Wang jade. Come and take it if you dare. Upon hearing the mention of Elder Yang, Chen Feng instantly recognized the man's identity. In the realm of Tianfu City, the esteemed Yang family, led by the formidable Yang steward, was in turmoil. Seize him. I shall make him wish for death, commanded a middle-aged man, his voice laced with icy malice, as he gestured to his subordinates. Chapter 20. It is my turn. Without hesitation, the skilled warriors of the Yang family unleashed their formidable powers, charging towards Chen Feng with unyielding ferocity. These 7 formidable experts, all of High Divine's Spring Realm, executed their secret techniques with astonishing might. Brilliant rainbows of divine light tore through the void, enveloping Chen Feng in a tempest of power. A thunderous roar erupted, awakening the spectators from their stupor. In the next instant, a colossal fist, ablaze with golden flames, shattered the myriad secret techniques as if they were mere illusions. The intent behind the punch roared like an enraged dragon, obliterating the surrounding mystical forces with ease. The overwhelming shockwave forced the 7 warriors of the Yang family to stagger back, their faces drained of color. What? The experts of the Yang family were taken aback, their expressions betraying their shock. Yet, given their cultivation, Chen Feng's intent to eliminate them was akin to slaughtering mere livestock. With a flicker of runes beneath his feet, Chen Feng executed a secret movement technique and appeared before one of the Yang family warriors in a heartbeat, his golden fist poised to strike. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the warrior's skull was reduced to a pulp by the force of the golden blow. A gruesome spray of red and white erupting into the air. Chen Feng, drenched in blood, resembled a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell. This singular strike stunned the Yang family experts, leaving the onlookers in awe. The Yang warriors were gripped by a profound terror. They had not anticipated Chen Feng's astonishing speed and overwhelming strength. No longer daring to underestimate him, the Yang experts unleashed their magical artifacts, converging upon Chen Feng with renewed fervor. The young scion of the Yang family felt his pupils constrict. Chen Feng's power exceeded all his expectations. As the son of the Yang steward, whose actions had led to his execution by the 7-star pavilion, his standing within the family had plummeted. In his quest for vengeance against his father's enemies, he had sought support from his uncle, but the Yang family had turned their backs on him. Seizing the Thunder Emperor's divine jade might have restored his standing, yet he found himself confronted by an adversary of such strength. The saying that noble families are devoid of familial affection rang true. Everything revolved around the interests of the clan. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man, his uncle. The leading figure of the Yang family merely nodded, his expression darkening further. Meanwhile, Chen Feng advanced towards another Yang family expert, who wielded a magical sword imbued with potent energy, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Chen Feng moved like a specter, appearing before the warrior in an instant. With a sweeping motion of his golden hand, he crushed the very fabric of reality. In a mere exchange, the magical sword was shattered, rendered into worthless scrap. The Yang warrior's complexion shifted dramatically, terror gripping him as he instinctively sought to flee, but it was already too late. The golden hand continued to crush forward, its immense power causing the very void to tremble, swiftly obliterating half of the Yang family expert's body into a mist of blood, with entrails scattered across the ground, resulting in a tragic death on the spot. As Chen Feng made his move, he effortlessly dispatched 2 Yang family experts, inciting both shock and fury in the middle-aged man leading the Yang family. His face was etched with frost, and he barked in a deep voice, "You little beast. You seek death." In a flash, he advanced, raising his hand to strike with lethal intent. His fingers curved into claws. a fierce wind howling as he aimed for Chen Feng's head. This assault was rapid and domineering, imbued with astonishing strength. Should it connect, Chen Feng would undoubtedly perish. Was he at the pinnacle of the Tribulation realm? Chen Feng sensed the middle-aged man's prowess and discerned his strength without an ounce of trepidation. He unleashed the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, launching it towards his adversary. Instantly, the intent of his punch reverberated through the heavens. His physique was as agile as a dragon, and his golden fist surged upwards, as if to shatter the heavens and shake the very foundation of reincarnation. Boom! The formidable force of the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist collided with the middle-aged man's giant claw, producing a thunderous roar that shook the city tower. Countless passers-by scattered like startled birds. Chen Feng was propelled backwards, crashing heavily into the city wall, which was constructed of solid bluestone. Creating a human-shaped pit over 10 meters deep, the massive wall nearly succumbed to the impact. Debris flew and dust billowed. Coughing, Chen Feng spat out 2 mouthfuls of golden blood, with 2 of his ribs fractured. He struggled to extricate himself from the pit. The middle-aged man from the Yang family was similarly forced back over 10 paces by the overwhelming force, astonishment flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by anger and embarrassment. With his mastery at the pinnacle of the Tribulation realm, that strike had merely wounded his opponent, yet he had been pushed back, instilling a sense of threat in him. What? He is still alive, and he has repulsed Fourth Master. The experts of the Yang family gazed in disbelief at the tall figure emerging from the dust. They had not anticipated Chen Feng's power to be so formidable. Even Fourth Master's personal intervention had only succeeded in injuring him. Just how strong was that body? You. Who are you? With your cultivation possessing such strength, you are no nameless figure. The middle-aged man queried gravely. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that strike, he had employed 80% of his power, yet had only managed to injure his opponent while being pushed back. Such power was indeed a cause for concern. Who am I? You lack the qualifications to know. Chen Feng coldly replied, rapidly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dismissive, as if he held his adversary in utter contempt. In the brief moments that followed, he attempted to trigger the secret of the all-character fist over 100 times. But unfortunately, none succeeded. He understood clearly that with his current cultivation, if he could not activate the secret, he was far from being a match for his opponent. Regardless of who you are, having provoked my Yang family, your fate is sealed. Death awaits you. The middle-aged man from the Yang family let out a cold grunt, his voice icy as he swiftly charged towards Chen Feng, showing no intention of granting him even a moment's respite. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. And this time, the man did not intend to hold back. A golden spear materialized in his hand, a magical weapon forged from a piece of exotic Xian iron. Its rank having reached the Nirvana realm, the golden spear radiated an astonishing might, sweeping through the air towards Chen Feng with overwhelming force. Upon witnessing this, Chen Feng's expression hardened. The intricate patterns beneath his feet flickered, allowing him to dash over 100 meters in an instant, narrowly evading the strike. The thick city wall behind him was instantly cleaved open, leaving a massive gash. The middle-aged man, seeing Chen Feng evade, wore an increasingly grim expression and bellowed at the Yang family experts. What are you waiting for? Join forces and slay this wretched creature. Several experts from the Yang family, upon hearing this, promptly summoned their magical artifacts and rushed towards Chen Feng. At that moment, after countless failed attempts, the secret technique known as the Jia finally activated successfully for Chen Feng, causing his aura to surge exponentially. His combat power multiplied tenfold, unleashing an unparalleled presence that astonished everyone present. How did his aura become so formidable all of a sudden? Gasped the Yang family experts in astonishment. Chen Feng's icy gaze swept over them as he grinned. Now it's my turn. With a flicker of the patterns beneath his feet, he transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before the nearest Yang family expert in the blink of an eye. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist struck out, immensely more powerful than before. The Yang family expert, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Chen Feng, was stricken with terror, attempting to summon his magical artifact. However, Chen Feng's fist was already hurtling towards him, the overwhelming intent piercing through the void, crashing into the expert's chest. With a sickening sound, flesh exploded, blood sprayed forth, and the man was obliterated by a single punch, leaving the onlookers in shock. Kill! Chen Feng commanded coldly, launching himself at another adversary. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Yang family experts fell victim to his onslaught. You wretched creature, you shall perish. Have the audacity to face me. The middle-aged man from the Yang family roared in fury, brandishing his golden spear as he charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng had previously evaded him at high speed, which only fueled the man's frustration to its peak. As you wish, Chen Feng retorted with a frigid shout, advancing towards the middle-aged man. Faced with a fully realized Ascension Realm cultivator, Chen Feng exhibited no hint of carelessness, unleashing various secret techniques in relentless attack. In mere moments, they exchanged several blows, the sound of their fists clashing akin to thunder. Neither could gain the upper hand against the other. Chen Feng, employing the Battle Saint technique, manifested a plethora of devastating offensive arts. A towering illusion of a golden divine furnace emerged, flames surging within. A divine fire born of divine power warping the very fabric of the void. The furnace descended from the heavens, distorting the space around it with its overwhelming might. A golden spear was conjured from his essence, imbued with fierce killing intent, piercing through the void with unmatched ferocity. The middle-aged man from the Yang family utilized his spear to parry the blows, producing a resounding clang. He was forced back repeatedly, causing the blue stone pavement beneath him to crack, forming several enormous fissures several meters wide. Despite his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Tribulation stage, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand Chen Feng's relentless assault. With his right hand, Chen Feng unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, growing ever more formidable with each strike. Each punch he threw reverberated like thunder, accompanied by the sonorous clash akin to metal colliding. The golden spear in the middle-aged man's grasp trembled incessantly, emitting a mournful wail. Chen Feng's expression grew solemn, as he was surprised that this golden spear could withstand his assaults, indicating that it was no ordinary weapon. Had it been a common artifact, he would have shattered it effortlessly. Their fierce battle had attracted numerous onlookers among the cultivators, including several prodigies from the Desian Tower, who observed the confrontation at the city gate with grave expressions, silently comparing themselves. In a hidden corner, a figure gazed intently at Chen Feng, displaying a similar air of seriousness. This individual was none other than the saint son of the Wan Chu sacred land. Another figure, with a far more disconcerted countenance, was Lu Jie, whose expression reflected deep apprehension. "Ah, you wretched beast, you have successfully provoked me," the middle-aged man from the Yang family bellowed, his triangular eyes seemingly ablaze as he unleashed a terrifying secret technique against Chen Feng. A massive claw surged through the air toward him, shattering the surrounding void like glass, exuding an overwhelming force. This was a formidable secret technique of the Yang family, known as the Heavenly Rock Claw, renowned for its might. Among the crowd, someone recognized the technique and shouted in alarm. Chen Feng countered this technique with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, but was sent hurtling back several dozen yards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This battle was perhaps the most arduous he had ever faced, his body nearly shattered under the impact. With a fierce roar, he executed the walking character secret, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged toward the middle-aged man. Employing the Battle Saint method, he manifested a vast mountain and river seal along with a divine furnace to suppress his opponent. The combined force of the mountain and river seal and the divine furnace pressed down, fracturing the air above the middle-aged man. With a resounding crash, the middle-aged man's right arm was reduced to a mist of blood, sending him sprawling backward. Terror gripped his heart. That last strike had nearly obliterated him. Had he not deflected the divine furnace with his golden spear, he would assuredly have met his demise. The divine furnace, sent flying, unleashed its divine flames, igniting a significant portion of the surrounding structures in the city. Chen Feng's hair billowed wildly as his golden vitality surged upward, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. With a swift motion, he seized the fallen golden spear and hurled it at the middle-aged man with fierce determination. With a piercing sound, the golden spear pierced through the middle-aged man, pinning his lifeless form against the city wall. The towering blue stone wall bore a spiderweb of cracks, with countless fragments cascading down. "Ah, I hate this. How dare you, wretched beast, treat me so?" A middle-aged man spat blood and cried out, his eyes filled with an expression of indignation. His body was firmly pinned against the towering city wall, rendering him immobile. Chen Feng stood like a formidable deity, his demeanor cold and his gaze sharp, filled with disdain for the man. Yet, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to 2 other skilled fighters from the Yang family, along with a young man. A chill enveloped the trio, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chen Feng showed no mercy. With intricate footwork, he appeared before the 2 Yang family experts in an instant. Launching a golden fist, the 2 Yang fighters joined forces to conjure an ancient shield from divine energy to defend themselves. However, under the might of Chen Feng's golden fist, the shield shattered as if made of paper. Their expressions froze, and all they could see was a golden fist coming toward them. With a sickening sound, their heads burst apart like overripe watermelons. Chen Feng then shifted his gaze toward the young man, who was now retreating in terror. "No, You cannot kill me. I am from the Yang family. The young man pleaded in desperation. Unmoved, Chen Feng swept his hand, instantly transforming the young man's body into a mist of blood. Ah, you little beast. My Yang family will never rest until we exact revenge. The middle-aged man, witnessing Chen Feng's ruthless execution of 3 individuals, screamed in a rage that seemed to tear at his very soul. The one who kills shall be killed. Today, your Yang family sought me out to slay me and seize my treasures. Be prepared for annihilation. After dispatching the 3, Chen Feng's form flickered as he ascended to the city wall, his icy gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man. This was his declaration, a warning to all that those who dared to covet his life should brace themselves for slaughter. He extended his right hand and grasped the golden spear. You little beast. What do you intend to do? I am the younger brother of the head of the Yang family. Do you dare to kill me? The middle-aged man exclaimed in panic, his eyes wide with fear. Even if you are an ancestor of the Yang family, I shall show no mercy, Chen Feng replied, his eyes devoid of warmth. His tone chilling. With a slight tremor of his hand that held the golden spear, he unleashed a tremendous force, obliterating the middle-aged man's body into a mist of blood. In that very moment, a formidable pressure emanated from a hidden part of Tianfu City. Who dares to kill a member of the Yang family? A hunched figure appeared, stepping through the void, each footfall resonating in the hearts of onlookers, making it difficult for them to breathe. A thick aura of death surrounded him, his presence overwhelming, causing the gathered cultivators at the city gate to change color. Behind him stood several members of the Yang family, including the current head, Yang Chaoyong, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the divine realm, accompanied by elders of the family. This young man must have stirred a great storm. An onlooker gasped. That mighty figure resembles the previous heads of the Yang family, Yang Kuan. I thought he had long passed into the afterlife, yet he still walks among us. In the city, seasoned cultivators recognized the hunched elder and gasped, acknowledging his identity. Chen Feng, gripping the golden spear, stood upon the city wall, his expression grave as he regarded the elder in the void. He sensed a chilling aura of death emanating from the stooped old man. The old man's murky gaze did not even glance at the corpses of the Yang family's experts strewn across the ground. Instead, it was fixated intently on Chen Feng, scrutinizing him. The vitality within him surged like a true dragon, his strength immense as the depths of the abyss. A truly formidable physique. What an excellent body it is. If utilized for alchemical purposes, it could grant me several decades of extended life. After observing Chen Feng, he muttered to himself, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the Yang family members behind the old man changed countenance, their eyes filled with fear as they involuntarily took a step back, shivering at the thought. The old man noticed their reaction, casting a mere cursory glance with his murky eyes, not paying much heed. Youngster, you are the one who has slain members of the Yang family. Chapter 22. A man and his dog. Chen Feng's expression remained cold and silent, yet he exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. How audacious! The old man's face darkened at Chen Feng's words, a cold snort escaping him as he spoke with a chilling tone. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. However, should one provoke me, I shall ensure their demise. Chen Feng's gaze was frigid as he responded. In that moment, he felt no trepidation. The blood of a soldier coursed through him, instilling an invincible spirit ready for battle. The cultivators from various factions in the city exchanged glances, their expressions revealing intrigue. They speculated on Chen Feng's identity, for it was rare for someone to speak so boldly before a peak expert of the Divine Palace realm. Was he foolish, or did he possess some hidden trump card? This was the question on everyone's minds. The little beast has quite the sharp tongue, but now that I, the master, have taken action, your fate is already sealed. At that moment, an elder from the Yang family stepped forward, his words dripping with flattery. Perhaps I should handle this, with such meager power. He is unworthy of your personal involvement. That won't be necessary. I wish to stretch my limbs. The old man replied dismissively. You all may withdraw. Without further ado. His withered hand reached out, descending ominously towards Chen Feng's head. The immense force twisted the very air, causing a significant area to collapse. The hand blotted out the sun, making Chen Feng's pupils constrict in alarm. With intricate runes intertwining beneath his feet, he activated the secret technique in an instant, transforming into a streak of golden light that darted away 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the colossal hand crushed the towering stone city wall into powder, a cloud of dust billowing forth. A massive imprint of the hand left a deep crater before the onlookers, who felt their scalps tingle at the display of such might. Ah, not bad, not bad, the stooped old man remarked with a hint of surprise amidst the dust. In a flash, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing Chen Feng. Despite Chen Feng's rapid escape, He sensed that he was being locked onto by the old man's divine consciousness. No matter how swift his flight, that mental grip remained unyielding, darkening his expression. Desperately, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a jade talisman, shattering it with urgency, praying fervently within. He hoped that the unreliable Taoist would prove trustworthy this time. Otherwise, he feared he might truly meet his end here. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already fled nearly 1,000 miles. However, in the next moment, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Unbeknownst to him, a hunched figure had appeared before him, obstructing his path. This shall be the place. You have chosen a fine graveyard. The old man, stooped and with a twisted grin, cast a glance at the surroundings and smiled at Chen Feng. Yet that smile, etched upon his craggy visage, appeared exceedingly sinister. Chen Feng's expression darkened. His cultivation was still too weak. Otherwise, with the speed of the walking character secret, even if his opponent were at the pinnacle of the divine palace realm, he would not be able to catch up. Did you deliberately lead me here? Chen Feng inquired uncertainly, eyeing the hunched elder. Kuh. You possess a modicum of cleverness. The old man replied with a grin, his laughter unsettling. He had indeed allowed Chen Feng to escape intentionally, for in the presence of many, he could not act freely. Now, with no one around, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. What do you intend to do? Chen Feng asked warily, sensing that this decrepit figure, steeped in deathly aura, harbored malevolent intentions. Yet he could not discern the elder's true purpose. I am nearing the end of my days, with but a few years left to live. However, upon observing your vigorous essence and the latent true dragon within you, I surmise your body is no ordinary vessel. Thus, I plan to refine you into a grand elixir, perhaps extending my life by a few more years. The hunched elder candidly revealed his intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. This decrepit fiend was indeed a pervert, intending to use him for alchemy. But fret not, I shall not slay you just yet. Shortly, I will seal your cultivation and place you within the cauldron, allowing you to be slowly refined. Only then can the essence of your flesh be fully absorbed. The old man regarded Chen Feng as though he were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. You old coot, you wish to use me for alchemy? I shall not allow you to succeed, even in death. Chen Feng retorted furiously, his voice laced with wrath. The runes beneath his feet glimmered, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, fleeing into the distance. This secret technique is remarkable. It seems I must delve into your soul and uncover the secrets you possess. The hunched elder mused as he watched Chen Feng's disappearing figure. Suddenly, he summoned a magical artifact from the center of his brow, nailing it into the void. Instantly, an intricate web of runes intertwined, sealing off the expanse. This place had transformed into a cage, rendering Chen Feng unable to escape. It was not that the walking character secret was ineffective, but rather that his cultivation was too feeble. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape my grasp. Come along quietly, the hunched elder declared with a cheerful demeanor, reappearing not far from Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng triggered the all-character secret once more, his aura surging dramatically as he burst forth like a beam of golden light. What manner of secret art is this? How could it break through my confinement? The hunched elder exclaimed, astonished as he perceived Chen Feng's aura soaring exponentially, escaping the void's grasp. Extending his withered hand, he retrieved the magical artifact, and with runes enveloping his feet, he leaped hundreds of meters, pursuing Chen Feng. The formidable cultivation of the great perfection in the divine palace is unmistakable. This is the art of traversing distances in an instant. Chen Feng surged forward once more, his speed markedly greater than before. However, it was not long before the time trigger of the Jia character technique expired, and he was swiftly overtaken by the hunchbacked elder. This time, the elder offered no chance. A withered hand reached out, grasping towards Chen Feng. The skeletal hand emanated divine power, adorned with intricate Dao patterns, instantly shattering a vast expanse of the void with its astonishing might. Chen Feng rose to resist, his internal divine power surging forth, golden blood soaring to the heavens. The essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist surged like a tempest as he struck towards the hunchbacked elder's withered hand. A thunderous boom resonated across the wilderness, as Chen Feng was violently thrown back, spitting blood and crashing several dozen feet away, breaking ancient trees in his wake. His bones shattered in several places, rendering him a pitiful sight. Young man, why is your blood golden? At that moment, the hunchbacked elder exclaimed in astonishment, then fell into deep contemplation, as if searching his memory for an answer. After a few moments, he still could not recall such a physique, and thus, with a face full of excitement, he turned to Chen Feng and inquired, "What kind of physique do you possess?" Chen Feng, coughing blood, remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon the hunchbacked elder. "Very well. If you choose not to speak, I shall delve into your soul and uncover all your secrets." The hunchbacked elder, seeing Chun Feng's silence, felt no anger. Instead, his excitement grew. If this truly were a divine body, he would profit immensely. Refining medicine with divine blood could extend his life by at least 100 years. Such a ruckus from a stray dog without a leash. How dare it run here and bark? At that moment, a mocking voice drifted from the distance. The hunchbacked elder's expression immediately changed as he turned to look. Before him, a figure and a dog approached leisurely, quickly reaching Chun Feng's side. "Oh dear. What a tragic sight. It appears several of your bones have been broken. If I had arrived any later, would I have had to collect your corpse?" The plump Taoist teased with a gleeful expression. Chun Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Who are you?" the hunchbacked elder inquired, frowning at the plump Taoist. His eyes filled with wariness. He had not sensed this person's arrival with his divine consciousness, and that large yellow dog. Why did it regard him with such strange eyes? It seemed to convey the message. "You see only this fat man. Can you not see me, the esteemed dog? Such a blind old fool. Limitless heavenly venerable. I merely passed by, having heard an old dog barking here, demanding to take a person for alchemical purposes, so I came to investigate. I did not expect to find you, you mutt." Woof, woof. The large yellow dog glared at the plump Taoist, barking fiercely. Its message was clear. "Fat man. You had better not insult dogs, or I shall take offense." Ahem. The plump Taoist cleared his throat and replied, "I did not insult you. I was berating that old fool over there." Woof, woof. The large yellow dog opened its mouth and lunged towards the plump Taoist. "What the hell, you wretched dog? I was merely saying I was scolding that old man. Why are you biting me?" The corpulent Taoist, nursing his hand that had been bitten by the large yellow dog, cursed under his breath. "Enough." The stooped elder bellowed, his forehead creased with dark lines, his countenance ominously grim. This man and dog showed utter disregard for his status as a consummate master of the divine palace realm. "Old fool, why do you shout at me? Do you think I am easily intimidated?" The disgruntled Taoist, having suffered at the jaws of the large yellow dog, redirected his ire toward the stooped elder, nearly pointing a finger in his face to unleash a torrent of insults. "You seek death." The elder's voice thundered, a wave of overpowering magical energy emanating from him. The terrifying aura of a fully realized master of the divine palace pressing down upon the very heavens and earth. With a flicker of anger, he thrust out a massive hand towards the corpulent Taoist, intricate runes shimmering on the palm, suffused with overwhelming magical power, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The Taoist, infuriated by the elder's insults of dog and old fool, was nearly driven to the brink of madness. He lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at the sky-blocking hand, a mocking smile curving his lips, even taking a moment to clean his ears with his pinky. As the colossal hand descended upon him, he made no grand gestures. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swatted it away as one might swat a fly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the elder was sent hurtling back several dozen yards, the immense handprint dissipating into the void as though it had never existed. "What?" the elder gasped, clutching his swollen face, spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 dark teeth. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had struck. Just how terrifying was this corpulent Taoist's power? The Taoist paid no mind to the elder's astonishment. Instead, he turned his gaze to Chun Feng, speaking calmly. "Do you wish for me to eliminate him now, or shall we leave him for you to settle later?" Chun Feng, equally astonished by the Taoist's overwhelming strength, coldly glanced at the elder and replied, "Let him be. I shall take his life myself." "Good. Ambitious." The Taoist nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He had feared that Chun Feng might become overly reliant on them. Hearing Chun Feng's words eased his concerns. They could protect him, but they would not remove obstacles from his path, as that would hinder his growth. "Very well, let us return," the Taoist declared, turning towards the dilapidated temple, his strides covering vast distances in mere moments. Chun Feng wiped the remnants of golden blood from the corner of his mouth, his icy gaze piercing like a sword as it fixed upon the elder. "Old fool, go find yourself a fine coffin. I've already selected a burial site for you, right where you just spoke of." With that, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he swiftly pursued the man and dog, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. The elder's face flushed with anger. For a millennium, he had reigned over the eastern domain, never before having faced such humiliation. To be slapped in the face was one thing, but to be insulted so brazenly by a mere junior was an affront beyond measure. He longed to unleash a tirade, but recalling the unfathomable might of the corpulent Taoist, he ultimately swallowed his pride and bore this shame in silence. 3 days later, on Qingqing Mountain. Here, countless prodigies have gathered early on, with nearly 100,000 cultivators among them. Naturally, this assembly includes several seasoned practitioners as well as some young ones hoping to test their fortunes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. However, the central area is predominantly occupied by various formidable factions, such as the Wanshu Sacred Land, the Xinghan sect, the Lu family of the Ancient Wilderness clan, the Tianshui Sacred Land, the Lingyuan sect, and the Biluo sect, among others from the eastern region. Remarkably, even the Imperial family, the Yu clan, and the Yaowang Sacred Land have not graced this event, suggesting that the legacy of the Thunder Emperor does not capture the attention of those immortal lineages wielding supreme imperial weapons. Two elderly cultivators converse nearby, while the myriad factions engaged in their own discussions, largely oblivious to the words exchanged between the two. Someone even brought up the fierce battle that had transpired 3 days prior in Tianfu City. Have you heard? That day, Chen Feng impaled the fourth master of the Yang family against the city wall with a spear, causing quite a stir, even prompting an elder of the Yang family, who has attained the pinnacle of the divine palace realm, to intervene personally. Yet Chen Feng managed to escape. A voice murmured from the crowd. What you mentioned pales in comparison. I heard from a distant relative that the elder of the Yang family returned injured, with his lifespan waning perilously. He might not last 3 years before entering eternal rest. This time, the Yang family has dispatched disciples, hoping to enter the void tomb in search of a divine herb to extend his life. Another voice shared this alarming news, which left many in shock. Not far away, members of the Yang family wore grim expressions, feeling their dignity thoroughly tarnished by this incident, which only deepened their resentment towards Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the saint son of the Wanshu Sacred Land was engaged in conversation with young talents from various factions. It seems the saint son has broken through to the Nirvana realm. Truly a cause for celebration. Bai Yunhao, a true disciple of the Biluo sect, remarked with a respectful gesture. Not at all. Young Master Bai is indeed renowned throughout the eastern region. The saint son of Wanshu responded graciously. At that moment, the saintess of Tianshui Sacred Land, Chu Yulian, gracefully descended through the void, greeting the assembly with a courteous bow. Esteemed gentlemen, Chu Yu pays her respects. Upon her arrival, the crowd ceased their discussions and reciprocated her greeting. Might I inquire when the esteemed Chen Feng will arrive? It is nearly noon, and the time for the opening of the void tomb approaches. The assembly turned their gaze towards the saint son of Wanshu. With a slight twitch of his mouth, he replied, I believe Brother Chen should be arriving shortly, as we had agreed upon this time. I trust he will not be late. Humph. I suspect he is intentionally making us wait here, flaunting his importance. Lu Jie interjected, his tone laced with hostility, seemingly intent on inciting animosity towards Chen Feng. Did I compel you to wait? If you are unwilling to do so, you need not come. At that moment, a golden divine rainbow streaked through the void with astonishing speed, causing the air to crackle with a sharp explosion. Even before his arrival, a voice, cold and filled with fury, thundered in Lu Jie's ears. Who else could it be but Chen Feng? Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening as he said, Chen Feng, do not let a modicum of strength lead you to arrogance. My Lu family from the ancient era is not to be compared with those trifling clans of the Yang family. Not far away, the expressions of the Yang family disciples grew even darker, though they remained silent, harboring resentment as they cast malevolent glances at Chen Feng, believing that the disgrace of their family was brought upon them by him. Arrogance. You have targeted me repeatedly. I wish to know how I have offended you. Chen Feng, commanding the divine rainbow, approached the territories of several great forces, his expression somewhat grim as he regarded Lu Jie. Humph. The fact remains that you have made nearly 10,000 people wait for you here. Is that not arrogance? Lu Jie retorted, his face grimacing with displeasure. Our agreed time was noon. Has it not passed? Your early arrival is of no concern to me. If you are dissatisfied and wish to battle, I am always ready. Chen Feng responded without hesitation, his words dripping with disdain. You, Brother Chen, Brother Lu, let us temper our tempers. The time has come, and we should not delay the matter at hand. At this moment, the holy son of the Wanshu, Yang Zheng, interjected, urging the two to cease hostilities. The gaze of Chu Yu, the holy maiden of the heavenly water sacred land, sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Chen Feng, her large, watery eyes reflecting intrigue. She mused to herself, what an interesting individual, golden blood, golden divine power, a physical form capable of withstanding divine artifacts without harm. Could it be that this lineage has re-emerged after millions of years? Humph. Lu Jie snorted coldly, ceasing further words. Yet his eyes toward Chen Feng were filled with murderous intent. What are you snorting about? If you are unconvinced, then let us battle. Chen Feng shot a sidelong glance at Lu Jie upon hearing his cold snort. Lu Jie, incensed, felt his face flush with anger. Had he not been wary, he would have relished the opportunity to strike Chen Feng down. Enough. Let us engage. The holy son of Wan Chu said hurriedly, noticing the impending confrontation between the two. With that, the holy son of Wan Chu, Li Xingqian, and Lu Jie all produced their Lei Di Shen Wang Jade. Chen Feng also brandished his Lei Di Shen Wang Jade. At that moment, the 4 pieces of Lei Di Shen Wang Jade seemed to sense each other's presence, emanating brilliant white light that enveloped the entire Qingqing mountain in a radiant glow. The 4 jades flew from the hands of Chen Feng and the others, converging in the void and releasing dazzling celestial light. For drops of Lei Di essence, blood broke free from the jade, merging into a single purple true dragon that soared towards the heavens. Boom! At that instant, a tempest arose, and dark clouds obscured the sun. The thick calamity clouds towered high, shrouding the world in darkness, plunging the once clear sky into shadow. Everyone felt as if a colossal stone weighed upon their hearts. Their pulses constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, making it difficult to breathe. In the void, the sea of thunder surged, and the tidal waves of lightning roared, as countless thunder dragons surged through the tempest. The purple true dragon plunged into the sea of thunder, and the myriad lightning dragons, sensing their master, cowered in reverence. The purple dragon roared, continuing its ascent into the thunderous void above. Boom! A tremendous sound resounded once more from the expanse above the sea of thunder. The purple dragon erupted, transforming into countless bolts of thunder and rain that cascaded into the sea of thunder. Suddenly, the sea of thunder trembled violently, as if it were splitting apart. Above this tumultuous sea, a colossal palace, forged from the very essence of the thunderous tribulation, gradually emerged from the depths of the storm, seemingly poised to suppress the heavens. It was the tomb of the Thunder Emperor. The appearance of the Thunder Emperor's tomb sent ripples of excitement through the ranks of nearly 100,000 cultivators gathered at Qingqing Mountain. Countless practitioners lifted their gazes, their hearts ablaze with fervor as they beheld the magnificent palace in the void above. At that moment, Chen Feng too looked up, his heart racing with exhilaration. The thunderous tides roiled like a vast ocean, with hundreds of thunder dragons crashing down, as if countless cultivators were collectively facing tribulations, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Chen Feng understood that gaining entry to the Thunder Emperor's tomb would not be a simple endeavor. Charge! The legacy of the Thunder Emperor is mine. Just then, a multitude of figures soared into the sky, racing toward the grand palace in the void. With a leader at the forefront, countless practitioners followed suit, riding the divine rainbows toward the tomb of the Thunder Emperor. A resounding boom echoed through the void as several thunder dragons descended, striking at those daring souls. The crackling sound of explosions filled the air, and those figures were instantly reduced to ash by the thunderbolts. The onlooking cultivators were left in wide-eyed astonishment. Chen Feng gazed upward, his expression grave as he murmured, "Indeed, it is not so simple. To enter the palace, one must either evade these tribulations or endure them." The few disciples of the Wan initial Holy Sun shared similar solemn expressions. Thunder dragons continued to descend from the void, obliterating countless cultivators into ashes. Yet, throngs of practitioners, like moths drawn to a flame, charged toward the sea of thunder. Together we advance. Although these tribulations are fearsome, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we traverse the sea of thunder, we shall gain access to the great tomb. One cultivator analyzed amidst the crowd. Among nearly 100,000 cultivators, there were indeed many astute minds. As anticipated, a multitude of practitioners rode their divine rainbows toward the sea of thunder. Some summoned their magical artifacts in advance, hoping to withstand the tribulations, while others invoked various secret techniques to counter the onslaught. In an instant, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was illuminated by a myriad of divine lights, rendering the world resplendent. Some magical artifacts were shattered, splattering blood as cultivators fought through the tribulations. Others were cleaved in two, spilling their lifeblood into the void, while still more broke through the encirclement, leaping into the sea of thunder, only to face further calamities. With each step, cultivators fell victim to the tribulations, and countless bodies plummeted into the abyss. Yet, many valiantly fought their way out of the sea of thunder, reaching the palace's threshold. Esteemed colleagues, it is time for us to make our move. The Wan initial Holy Sun proclaimed, casting a glance at the towering palace before returning his gaze to the young prodigies of various factions. Nodding in agreement, the group took to the skies, transforming into divine rainbows as they soared toward the sea of thunder. Lu Jie cast a sinister glance at Chen Feng, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, before propelling himself forward on a divine rainbow. It would be best not to provoke me. Or else Chen Feng's eyes turned icy as he watched Lu Jie's retreating figure. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of golden light, surging toward the sea of thunder, quickly surpassing the throng ahead. Boom! In the vast expanse of the void, the sound of thunder reverberated incessantly. A colossal thunder dragon, its form exceeding 10 zhang in girth, descended upon Chen Feng, intent on reducing him to mere ashes. With unwavering resolve, Chen Feng unleashed the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist to counter the onslaught. Boom! The golden fist illuminated the void, its formidable intent shaking the heavens, causing the thunder dragon to sway under the impact. The dragon's roars echoed relentlessly, and the tempestuous thunder sea surged with increasing ferocity. Despite the numerous assaults that sent him crashing into the void, Chen Feng continued to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he resolutely retaliated, ultimately extinguishing the thunder dragon. Spectators around him were left in astonishment. This individual was undeniably ferocious, withstanding the thunder tribulation with mere flesh, emerging only singed. Not far away, Chu Yu, the saintess of the heavenly water's sacred land, observed in disbelief as Chen Feng withstood the thunder dragon without sustaining injury, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, Lu Jie, another figure, fixated intently on Chen Feng. Though his eyes harbored murderous intent, they also revealed a hint of wariness. He was engaged in a desperate struggle against the thunder dragon using various secret techniques and artifacts, currently in a pitiable state, half of his body ravaged. Yet, Chen Feng appeared less at ease than he seemed. His dark hair stood on end, emanating a fragrant aroma of roasted flesh. He had narrowly escaped being thoroughly scorched. Fortunately, he had surmounted this trial and now found himself amidst the thunder sea. Casting a glance across the expansive thunder sea, he noted that numerous cultivators were falling victim to the tribulations. Without lingering, he soared into the sky with astonishing speed, provoking the thunderous roars of the stormy sea. Arriving at the entrance of a grand palace, he observed countless individuals rushing inside. He raised his gaze, taking in the palace's towering height of approximately 100 zhang, far more magnificent than it appeared from below. Intricate and profound Tao patterns adorned the palace walls, the designs seemingly alive, writhing and pulsating. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be diminutive thunder dragons. Young Master Chun, daring to challenge the thunder dragon alone, truly unparalleled in physical prowess. Why do you hesitate to enter? A melodious voice rang out from behind. Turning, he found it was none other than Chu Yu, the saintess of the heavenly water's sacred land. With a courteous demeanor, he replied, "Fairy Yu, you flatter me. It was merely luck. How could I ever compare to you?" Who emerged unscathed. It was merely a stroke of fortune. With her enchanting eyes sparkling, Chu Yu smiled warmly. Her graceful figure, accentuated by her blue dress, gave her an ethereal presence, as if a celestial being from the Moon Palace. It was Chen Feng's first encounter with such beauty, compelling him to gaze a moment longer. However, his clear and innocent demeanor evoked no semblance of disdain from her. It seemed that the title of Moon Fairy was well-deserved. Have you feasted your eyes enough, young master? This tomb of the Thunder Emperor is fraught with peril. One must remain vigilant. Chu Yu's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of playful teasing. Cough, cough. Chen Feng cleared his throat, a smile gracing his lips. Fairy Yu, your elegance is truly unparalleled. I could not help but gaze a little longer. My apologies for my rudeness. Chapter 25. The Trial of the Thunder Emperor. Upon entering the palace, an overwhelming aura of imperial dominance enveloped Chen Feng, momentarily halting his breath. The entire palace was enveloped in a thick shroud of law's power, and Chen Feng felt his cultivation at the pinnacle of the divine spring realm being suppressed, rendering his internal divine energy inert. This was the suppression of the imperial law, a force that could subdue myriad paths. The Moon Fairy, walking ahead, furrowed her brow and glanced at Chen Feng, inquiring, "Do you feel your divine energy being stifled, unable to wield your powers?" Chen Feng nodded and asked, "To what extent is your cultivation suppressed, Fairy?" With a deep gaze, Chu Yu replied, "By 80%. Chen Feng frowned. If her words were true, it meant that each individual experienced varying degrees of suppression. His divine energy was entirely restrained, leaving him unable to summon even the slightest trace of it. In the great hall, the spectacle astonished them both. At the center stood a statue towering several meters high, seemingly lifelike. The figure depicted a man in his 20s, tall and majestic, adorned with a purple gold crown and clad in purple gold battle attire. With arms crossed behind his back, he gazed into the distance, as if piercing through the river of time. An overwhelming aura of invincibility, unparalleled in heaven and earth, bore down upon all present, shaking their very souls and compelling many to the brink of prostration. Within the magnificent hall, some individuals appeared ragged, their garments tattered and marked with scorch marks. Others had arms hanging limply, stained with blood, and some, pale and gasping, leaned against the walls. Those who reached this place were undoubtedly not weak, each possessing extraordinary capabilities. Now, the crowd hesitated before the 4 grand doors, seemingly deliberating which one to approach. Brother Chun, Fairy Moon, you have arrived. At that moment, the holy son of Wan Chu spotted Chun Feng and the Moon Fairy and approached them with a friendly greeting. The Moon Fairy offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before shifting her gaze to scrutinize the 4 grand doors. Chun Feng also nodded slightly, his curiosity piqued as he asked, Brother Yang, why does everyone linger without advancing? Brother Chun, you may not be aware that the imperial law here is thick and has suppressed the cultivation of all practitioners. Before we arrived, several individuals ventured inside, but we only heard a few screams before silence ensued. Hence, everyone is hesitant to proceed, explained the holy son of Wan Chu. Suppressing the sluggish sensation caused by the law's oppression within him, Chun Feng stepped forward to closely examine the 4 grand doors. Before him, a stone door bore an intricately carved azure dragon, its body coiled, claws poised, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity, appearing as if a true dragon surveyed the crowd. The other 3 doors depicted the vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, each equally awe-inspiring and lifelike. These were the 4 great beasts. It was said that the Thunder Emperor was also one of the ancient 10 great beasts, employing these formidable creatures to guard his domain. It seemed the Thunder Emperor possessed a strong desire to prove his supremacy over the other beasts. Chun Feng speculated as he gazed at the carvings of the 4 great beasts. Brother Chun, have you discerned anything? At that moment, Li Xingchen approached, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng. Chun Feng regarded Li Xingchen, sensing an unfathomable depth within him. Each time he drew near, an inexplicable tremor rippled through his soul. I have not discerned anything, he replied. I surmise that these 4 doors represent 4 distinct trials. Our current cultivation is constrained by the laws, which may indeed serve as a prerequisite for undergoing these tests. Chun Feng did not conceal his thoughts and articulated his conjecture. What you say holds merit, replied an elder cultivator nearby. Legend has it that the 4 divine beasts each govern a realm. The azure dragon presides over transformation, the white tiger over slaughter. The vermilion bird is associated with fire, and the black tortoise emphasizes defense. Whichever door we choose will undoubtedly pertain to matters of life and death. At this moment, Chun Feng exchanged a glance with Li Xingchen, both sensing a hint of gravity in one another's eyes. The elder's words undeniably confirmed the perilous nature of this place and the crucial importance of their choices. Li Xingchen's gaze flickered as he contemplated Chun Feng's earlier remarks, finding them quite astute. The inheritance of the Thunder Emperor was not easily attained, and it was only natural that various trials would be set in place. After a brief moment, Li Xingchen inquired, Brother Chun, which door do you intend to enter? Chun Feng lifted his gaze, resting it upon the carving of the azure dragon. The power of the thunder calamity emanating from its eyes seemed to resonate faintly with his own physique, prompting a sense of intrigue within him. I choose the Dragon Gate, he declared. Then I shall opt for the Tiger Gate. Li Xingchen affirmed his path. I will proceed through the Vermilion Bird Gate, announced Wan Chu, the Holy Son. With a glance at Chun Feng, then at Wan Chu and Li Xingchen, Chu Yu remarked, Then I shall take the Black Tortoise Gate. Once the 4 had confirmed their choices, they did not linger but directly approached their selected doors. Observing their determination, the other cultivators followed suit. Previously hesitant, they now felt emboldened by the presence of such formidable talents leading the way. As Chun Feng watched the crowd enter the doors, he cast a fleeting glance in a particular direction before retracting it and advancing toward the Dragon Gate. Strangely, he noticed that more cultivators followed him into the Dragon Gate than those entering the other 3 doors. It appeared he had been underestimated. A subtle, cold smile crept across Chun Feng's lips. Underestimation? Just as well. It saves him trouble. With his physical prowess, even under restricted cultivation, these individuals combined would hardly be his match. With that, he boldly forged ahead, leading the way. Just as Chun Feng stepped into the Dragon Gate, 2 sinister gazes lingered on his retreating figure before choosing to enter the Vermilion Bird Gate instead. These individuals were none other than Lu Jie, who had entered the Imperial Tomb slightly later. Upon arriving in a spacious corridor, Chun Feng found the walls adorned with intricate patterns, with boundless thunder calamities manifesting within, resembling a domain of lightning woven from the very fabric of these patterns. The ground bore the charred remains of over a dozen distorted corpses, still emitting wisps of smoke and a foul odor, evidently the aftermath of those cultivators who had rushed in earlier. The crowd that followed him turned pale upon witnessing this sight, their gazes shifting uneasily to Chun Feng, hesitating in their advance. Chen Feng merely cast a cold glance at them before stepping forward into the depths of the corridor. A torrent of golden vitality surged from within him, illuminating his form with a radiant brilliance, as if he were a golden sun. What kind of physique does he possess to wield such terrifying physical strength? One cultivator in the corridor could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chen Feng stepped boldly toward the realm of thunder. A resounding rumble reverberated through the air, as if the very domain possessed a sentience of its own, summoning countless bolts of lightning that converged like an ocean, emitting a cacophony reminiscent of innumerable thunderous dragons awakening from their slumber, brimming with boundless destructive power, intent on obliterating any intruder. Chapter 26. Thunder Calamity Liquid. Unprecedented surge in power. As soon as Chen Feng set foot in the thunder domain, he was instantly locked onto by the thunder dragon forged from the laws of the universe. With a thunderous crash, a colossal thunder dragon, several yards in girth, plummeted from the heavens. The dragon roared menacingly within the thunder domain. Chen Feng, fueled by a surge of vitality, launched a fierce punch upward. His golden fist seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of this realm. The ferocity of his power was unparalleled. With a resounding crack, the thunder dragon's scales, woven from the essence of the path, were shattered, and it let out a harrowing cry as it was hurled back towards the celestial dome. The force of the thunder calamity diminished considerably. The dragon howled defiantly, gathering strength for another descent. With a sudden burst, golden blood erupted from Chen Feng's shoulder, and he staggered backward. Yet, in that moment, the thunder dragon was utterly vanquished by his might. What? How could this be possible? In the passage, countless cultivators displayed expressions of disbelief. Undeterred, Chen Feng advanced once more, each step imbued with unwavering determination. With another powerful crash, two more thunder dragons soared towards him, their claws poised to rend him asunder. Chen Feng unleashed the power of his physical form, executing 6 reincarnation punches with ferocity, each strike resonating with the thunder dragons, inciting their furious roars. He too was drenched in blood, with countless wounds erupting like blossoms of crimson. His bones were shattered, and some injuries revealed jagged fragments, flesh charred and burnt. Yet he pressed onward, coughing blood, unwavering in his resolve. This was a trial, a crucible, as his golden vitality surged. A tremendous life force continuously mended his wounds. Where once charred flesh had been, new tissue sprouted forth, replacing the remnants of decay. The shattered bones began to regenerate, new structures forcing the broken remnants from his body, cascading to the ground. Through the thunderous passage, a path of blood was carved by his indomitable will. Time became irrelevant as he finally reached the end of the thunder realm, emerging on the other side of the passage. This relentless battle had not led to his demise. Instead, it had rendered him increasingly formidable. Every fiber of his being felt as though it had undergone a profound baptism, pulsating with vitality, his physique growing ever stronger. He had achieved a momentous transformation, a metamorphosis. Perhaps this was the trial set forth by the Thunder Emperor. On the other side of the passage, the onlookers were struck with awe. Among them were many prodigies and seasoned elders, individuals whose cultivation levels far surpassed Chen Feng's. Yet, witnessing his sheer physical prowess as he forged ahead, they felt a tremor in their hearts. Should this individual continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. In that moment, all disdain dissipated, replaced by a palpable apprehension of Chen Feng's combat prowess. Many prodigies wore complex expressions, their faces grave. However, Chen Feng paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, striding purposefully toward the end of the passage, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Traversing the lengthy corridor, he entered a side hall, where, at its center, stood a massive cauldron filled with an enigmatic liquid brimming with the formidable power of Thunder Calamity. This was the Thunder Calamity liquid. Chen Feng gasped in astonishment, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. So much Thunder Calamity liquid. If he manages to refine and absorb it, his power will surge to an unimaginable level. With a sudden leap, he charged directly towards the colossal cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above it. As soon as he stood atop the great vessel, a gasp escaped his lips. The Thunder Emperor has truly outdone himself. This cauldron is forged from principles of the Tao. No wonder it can contain such an immense quantity of Thunder Calamity liquid without decay. However, I cannot take this Thunder Calamity liquid away. What should I do? Chen Feng found himself in a predicament. Glancing towards the passage, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the cauldron. The Tao scripture within him surged with fervor, stirring the sea of suffering into tumultuous waves. The primordial Tao patterns began to spontaneously evolve into the ethereal shadows of the 4 fearsome beasts, the ancient glutton, the true dragon, the divine phoenix, and the Qilin. They roared skyward, all diving into the cauldron to voraciously devour the thunder calamity liquid within. As the liquid was continuously consumed and refined, his sea of suffering transformed. The divine spring gushed forth divine power like an eternal flame, intertwining with the turbulent sea below, as if undergoing a rebirth. Shortly thereafter, Chun Feng's aura began to ascend, his cultivation soaring with fervor. The first layer of the Tribulation crossing realm, then the second layer. Outside, after Chun Feng departed, countless cultivators ventured into the passage. Due to their suppressed cultivation, they were unable to wield divine power, relying solely on their artifacts and physical strength to withstand the thunder calamity. Initially, many held on to a sliver of hope, believing that if Chun Feng could traverse it, they surely could too. They were all prodigies of the Eastern Domain, proud in their belief that they were not inferior to others. However, as more individuals entered the Thunder Domain, the air was filled with the desperate cries of countless cultivators. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to attain the Tao. My future is still bright. Countless cultivators, filled with unwillingness and despair, were mercilessly struck down by the Thunder Dragons, reduced to mere wisps of calamity ash, becoming lost souls within the Thunder Emperor's great tomb. It was then that everyone sensed the true terror of the Thunder Domain. Originally, there were only a dozen charred corpses. Now, there were over 1,000, with artifacts shattered beyond recognition, resembling a hell on earth. The sight sent chills of fear into those who had yet to step into the Thunder Domain, leaving them with no courage to proceed. Nevertheless, over 40 individuals crossed this treacherous domain. Each of them bore blood at the corners of their mouths, their faces pale, with several cultivators even having their arms shattered. Despite having survived the Thunder Domain, there was no trace of excitement on their faces. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly grave. No one knew what dangers lay ahead. A palpable fear of the unknown. They could not afford to rest, and continued towards the end of the passage. Upon arriving at the side hall where Chun Feng was, they discovered the Thunder Calamity liquid within the colossal cauldron. My heavens, that is Thunder Calamity liquid. There is an astonishing amount here, a cultivator exclaimed. As these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. Quick, seize it, someone shouted, and a throng of cultivators erupted into chaos, racing toward the cauldron with fervor. Boom. The Thunder Calamity liquid within the cauldron exploded violently, and a tall figure soared out. It was Chun Feng. He was actually within the cauldron. Some cultivators gazed at Chun Feng's silhouette in astonishment. The gaze was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the liquid thunder tribulation within the colossal cauldron had diminished significantly, now reduced to merely 1/10 of its original quantity, with the remainder having been consumed and refined by Chun Feng. Even so, there was still a considerable amount left. If placed outside, it would undoubtedly incite countless sects to compete fiercely for it. At this juncture, Chun Feng's cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the Tribulation crossing realm. This Thunder Tribulation liquid not only facilitated his breakthrough, but also reforged his myriad tribulation body, allowing him to distinctly perceive the immense divine power contained within the sea of suffering. Chun Feng, what are you doing inside the cauldron? A young prodigy inquired at that moment. This Thunder Tribulation liquid cannot be contained by ordinary artifacts. I advise you to directly refine and absorb it within the cauldron, otherwise, you'll leave with not a single drop. Chun Feng did not conceal the truth and explained the situation. Are you suggesting we refine it here just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Retorted the young prodigy, his tone dripping with disdain for Chun Feng. He believed that Chun Feng had undoubtedly taken a greater share of the Thunder Tribulation liquid, leaving only a meager amount for them, thus harboring resentment and lashing out. It turned out to be a prodigy from the Tian family, a young individual whose cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Tribulation crossing realm. Receiving significant support from his family, it was unexpected that he would step forward to confront Chun Feng at this moment. Nearby, some cultivators recognized the identity of the speaker and felt an impending spectacle unfold. Having arrived earlier, the others naturally suspected Chun Feng of possessing more of the Thunder Tribulation liquid. Though they felt discontent, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, primarily out of respect for Chun Feng's formidable strength. Now that someone had taken the initiative, they felt the anticipation of a dramatic turn of events. Seeking death, Chun Feng's eyes turned cold, and those present felt a flash of golden light before they could even discern his movement. Crack! A bone-chilling thud echoed through the air. The boastful young prodigy, along with the defensive artifact he instinctively summoned, was instantly obliterated, resembling a watermelon crushed by an ancient divine mountain, erupting into a gruesome mist of blood and flesh. The fierce winds surged forth, rustling the garments of those nearby, leaving them splattered with warm, crimson droplets. What? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. unable to fathom that a young prodigy at the 8th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm could be so easily dispatched with a single strike, offering no resistance whatsoever. This deepened their apprehension of Chen Feng. Those who had harbored some mischievous thoughts earlier now retreated into silence, no longer daring to provoke Chen Feng. He cast a cold glance at the crowd before turning to walk down another passage leading to the side hall. Once Chen Feng departed, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the atmosphere quickly morphed into something peculiar. Gazes directed at the colossal cauldron began to shimmer with greed. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted toward the giant cauldron, swiftly producing artifacts to commence collecting the Thunder Tribulation liquid. The remaining individuals were not far behind, each scrambling into action, desperately vying for the precious liquid. Some even resorted to attacking one another. In an instant, the scene transformed into a riot of dazzling artifacts. Even without the infusion of divine power, the display was remarkably formidable, plunging the surroundings into chaos. This was humanity's greed exhibited at its zenith. Chen Feng ventured alone into a corridor devoid of thunderous domains. The walls of the passage were adorned with intricate engravings that depicted various scenes, seemingly chronicling the saga of the Thunder Emperor. Chen Feng observed intently. In the first engraving, a towering figure strode across the heavens, gazing down upon the cosmos. His face was shrouded in chaos, rendering his true visage indistinguishable. Yet an aura of invincibility emanated from him. This appeared to capture the moment the Thunder Emperor attained enlightenment. The second engraving portrayed the Thunder Emperor in fierce combat against an exceptionally formidable adversary, enveloped in an enigmatic energy that exuded a sinister aura capable of corroding the heavens. The surrounding stars and galaxies were consumed by this malevolent essence, obliterated in its wake. The two warriors shattered numerous cosmic systems, culminating in the Thunder Emperor wielding the divine judgment of heavenly retribution, severing his opponent's head and vanquishing him amidst the celestial expanse. As Chen Feng continued to behold these depictions, a profound resonance stirred within him, especially as he gazed upon the final engraving. It felt as though he traversed the endless river of time, witnessing the Thunder Emperor's final moments firsthand. In that scene, the Emperor valiantly confronted multiple powerful and bizarre entities, blood staining the heavens. Despite his overwhelming prowess in slaying several foes, he faced an insurmountable number of adversaries, each strike imbued with an extraordinary and peculiar power that dimmed the vast cosmos. The Thunder Emperor relentlessly employed secret techniques to counteract them, ultimately leading to the shattering of his very essence, compelling him to transcend directly. At this juncture, tears unexpectedly streamed down Chen Feng's face. What a cataclysmic battle it must have been, as the universe crumbled into chaos. What manner of bizarre foes were these, and who were they truly? Chen Feng's expression grew intricate as he composed himself, bowing deeply before the engravings. A sigh resonated in his mind, transcending time and space, echoing through the corridors of history. Chen Feng was taken aback, staring incredulously at the engravings on the wall. Too late. Another voice reverberated in his mind, sending chills down his spine. He stumbled backwards several paces, warily eyeing the engravings as he tremulously inquired, "Is it you, esteemed Thunder Emperor?" Following his question, the sigh ceased. Yet the corridors seemed to linger with a faint, poignant fragment of emotion, steeped in regret and urgency, crashing against his psyche, leaving Chen Feng in a state of agitation. This sentiment weighed heavily on his heart as he departed, as if this experience transcended mere illusion. Confirming the passage was devoid of others, he exited, laden with uncertainty. Upon leaving the corridor, he entered a smaller side hall, where a statue of the Thunder Emperor loomed majestically at its center. As he stepped into the hall, a tremor coursed through his soul, and an overwhelming sense of lethal intent pervaded the air, as if it could obliterate the very heavens. His face reflected astonishment, fixated on the statue in the hall's center, from which the fierce aura of slaughter emanated. The statue of the Thunder Emperor stood majestically, enveloped in the essence of imperial laws, resembling a divine entity. Its right hand emanated intricate patterns, poised as if to pierce through the void ahead. This singular gesture seemed capable of shattering the cosmos and obliterating the celestial rivers, exuding boundless power. Could this be the secret technique of the Thunder Emperor? Chen Feng was astonished. A surge of joy followed as he stepped forward, fixating his gaze. Alas! A cry of agony escaped Chen Feng's lips. The imperial laws and profound patterns swirling at the statue's fingertip pierced into his eyes like tangible bolts of divine thunder, penetrating straight into his consciousness. He endured the excruciating pain radiating from his eyes, resolutely focusing on the endless patterns at that fingertip. In that instant, Chen Feng perceived a fleeting silhouette before him, manifesting the secret technique. The figure appeared to stand at the heart of the universe, lifting its right hand to point forward, as if all the vast power of heavenly tribulations were being concentrated at its fingertip. With a single gesture, it pierced through the cosmic rivers. Chun Feng continued to immerse himself in observation, attempting to grasp the enigmatic patterns at the fingertip. When the pain became unbearable, he paused to rest, only to resume his intense scrutiny. Each attempt to memorize those profound patterns inflicted torment upon his spirit. A momentary lapse could result in being torn apart by the supreme will of destruction contained within. Uncertain of how many times he repeated this, he ultimately etched all the patterns into his consciousness and sat in silent meditation to comprehend them. At the moment he inscribed the final pattern, the imperial laws emanating from the Thunder Emperor's statue dissipated entirely, transforming it into an ordinary idol, yet an invincible aura lingered. Time passed, and finally, Chun Feng awoke from his contemplation, his eyes opening to reveal a fingertip seemingly piercing through the void. Thunderbolt finger, Chun Feng murmured, lightly tracing the air with his fingertip. Threads of thunderbolt energy coalesced at his fingertip, shimmering with golden and purple lightning, brimming with inexorable destructive power, capable of piercing through the very chamber. He was astounded. Such unparalleled might could shatter the heavens with a single touch or pierce the depths of the abyss. Truly worthy of the title of the Great Emperor's secret technique. Chapter 28. The primordial essence of all things. Let us refrain from internal conflict for now. We have invested considerable time in refining the Thunder Tribulation liquid, and our cultivation has significantly improved. Chun Feng has already ventured ahead to other realms. If we squander time here, the inheritance and treasures of the Thunder Emperor may fall solely into his hands. At that moment, a cacophony of voices emerged from a nearby corridor, creating a somewhat tumultuous atmosphere. Chun Feng cast a cold gaze towards the corridor, observing over 20 cultivators rushing forth. Upon seeing Chun Feng, they momentarily froze, their expressions shifting to one of embarrassment. Chun Feng, what are you doing here? A young cultivator queried in astonishment. Recognizing the voice as that of the individual who had spoken earlier in the corridor, Chun Feng chose to ignore him and instead surveyed the others. It seemed that a fierce battle had transpired in his absence, and those who had not made it here were likely. Such is the world of cultivators, where the weak are devoured by the strong. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. The young man, noticing Chun Feng's silence, wore an increasingly sullen expression. He turned his gaze towards the entire side hall, only to find that aside from a statue of the Thunder Emperor, there were no treasures to be seen. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Chun Feng, where are the treasures? Have you taken them all for yourself? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's gaze sharpened. Although he had no desire to engage with the individual, the latter seemed intent on provoking him, deepening the cold indifference on Chun Feng's face. And if I have, do you have a problem with that? His tone was frigid, imbued with an air of dominance. This momentarily stunned the young cultivator, leaving his expression somewhat unsightly. Chun Feng, do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of strength grants you the right to disregard us? Each individual who has arrived here is backed by formidable sects, unlike the likes of you, a rogue cultivator. Do you understand? Moreover, we ventured into this dragon gate together. Thus, the treasures within rightfully belong to us as well. The Thunder Emperor's tomb is a domain for all cultivators of the eastern region. You cannot face it alone. Agreed? The young cultivator directed his words towards Chun Feng. Having refined a significant amount of Thunder Tribulation liquid and reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing realm, his confidence surged. As a direct disciple of the Bailuo sect, he found Chun Feng's audacity intolerable and sought to rally the others to pressure him into relinquishing the treasures. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. What a farce. Why should I share the treasures I have obtained with you? Would you offer up your own spoils in return? You dare to use your sect to intimidate me, treating me as if I were easy prey? And let me ask you, if I had not entered this dragon gate, would you have dared to venture in at all? Chun Feng scoffed, his piercing gaze fixed on the young cultivator as he spoke with icy precision. Speak again, and I will end you. Do you believe I would hesitate? The young cultivator, taken aback by Chun Feng's chilling glare, instinctively recoiled a few steps. His face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to exert pressure and force Chun Feng into submission, yet he found himself threatened instead, deepening his resentment towards Chun Feng. His eyes glimmered with malice. The other cultivators also shifted uncomfortably, intimidated by Chun Feng's formidable presence, unable to voice their anger. They harbored similar thoughts. Yet they had witnessed Chun Feng's ruthless nature. Even with their improved cultivation, they dared not provoke him under the oppressive aura of the imperial laws. Humph! What a pathetic display. Chun Feng coldly scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the group before proceeding down another corridor, not sparing them a second glance. We cannot allow him to escape. He must surrender the treasures. The young cultivator who had spoken earlier shouted as he attempted to incite the others to stop Chen Feng from leaving. Are you courting death? Chen Feng suddenly turned, his voice a thunderous command, and with a mere gesture, he unleashed a fragment of thunder tribulation power from his fingertip, a force of destruction that pierced through the void. Before them stood a young cultivator, his expression one of sheer terror. Though he attempted to resist, it was far too late. His head burst open like a ripe watermelon, scattering crimson and ivory across the vicinity, staining the nearby cultivators. Some, stricken with fear, instinctively retreated, anxious to avoid being caught in Chen Feng's wrath, while others hastily reached for their magical artifacts, intent on launching an attack against him. These individuals were the very ones who had stood beside the young cultivator moments before, evidently belonging to the same sect. In the corners of the crowd, several elder cultivators maintained an impassive demeanor, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of dread and avarice. They were astonished by the secret technique Chen Feng had just employed, with a mere gesture devoid of any divine energy. He had effortlessly obliterated a perfected Tribulation realm practitioner from a distance. They suspected that this mystical art was something Chen Feng had acquired in this very place. Unperturbed by the astonishment surrounding him, Chen Feng turned and strode down the corridor. Have not our abilities been suppressed by the Emperor of Thunder's imperial laws? How can he still wield divine power? One cultivator inquired after Chen Feng's departure. No one answered. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, speculating about the extraordinary opportunity Chen Feng had encountered here. Their gazes swept over the entire side hall, which, aside from a statue of the Thunder Emperor, was utterly devoid of anything else. As Chen Feng traversed the lengthy corridor, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat. His expression sharpened, and he swiftly darted toward the end of the passage. The primal essence of all things belongs to the capable. Why do you, brotherly and brother Bai, press so hard? Exclaimed the saint of 10,000 beginnings, clad in a flowing white robe, as he stood atop a stone pillar facing Li Xingqian and the young master Bai, who were similarly positioned on their own pillars. Even in the presence of the two, he appeared utterly composed, an air of transcendence gracing his handsome features. In stark contrast, the expressions of Li Xingqian and the young master Bai were notably grave. Li Xingqian was enveloped in a radiant starlight, resembling a resplendent celestial body, exuding an aura of sanctity and strength. The young master Bai, while slightly less formidable, was shrouded in a ghastly yellow energy, as though he were submerged in the depths of the underworld. The trio was anything but ordinary. Just moments prior, they had all arrived at this palace simultaneously, initially taken aback to encounter one another in such an unexpected setting. However, they were soon captivated by the astonishing scene before them. In the center of the grand hall stood 81 coiling dragon pillars, each several feet in diameter and towering dozens of feet high, resembling magnificent pillars supporting the heavens. Each pillar was adorned with intricate runes that intertwined and evolved into chaos, forming an immense chaotic formation. Above these 81 pillars hovered an endless expanse of chaotic energy, reminiscent of a lifeless cosmic wilderness. Within this chaos, strands of yellow and mysterious energy cascaded downward, seemingly intent on collapsing the heavens. It is the primal essence of all things, the three exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with joy and fervor. This essence, a divine material exclusive to imperial-grade artifact refinement, could, with but a wisp, bring an entire realm of sun, moon, and mountains to ruin, an unparalleled divine material. Almost simultaneously, the trio surged toward the primal essence suspended in the hall's central void, igniting an imminent clash. Bang! Bang! The formidable power of the corporeal form collided violently, producing two muffled groans. The figures of Li Xingqian and young Master Biluo were sent reeling back several dozen feet, their expressions filled with shock and gravity. In stark contrast, Saint Wanchu merely retreated 4 or 5 paces before coming to a halt, having just faced two opponents single-handedly. And the disparity in strength was glaring. How could this be possible? Li Xingqian exclaimed incredulously. At this moment, young Master Biluo's countenance darkened ominously. He had always prided himself on being a peerless prodigy renowned throughout the Eastern domain. Yet today, he found himself outmatched by the typically unassuming Saint Wanchu. Brother Yang, you truly conceal your depths well. Are you aiming to captivate the world? Li Xingqian, now regaining his composure under the celestial radiance, turned to Saint Wanchu and spoke. Brotherly, you are too modest. If I am not mistaken, you must be the rare celestial body that appears once in several millennia. Saint Wanchu regarded Li Xingqian with a tranquil expression, revealing no hint of astonishment upon making this assertion. However, young Master Biluo's expression shifted dramatically. Surprise etched across his face as he realized that Li Xingqian was indeed the extraordinary celestial body. Brother Yang possesses remarkable insight. capable of stirring my celestial body into resonance. Your physique must be exceptional as well. If I am not mistaken, you must be a divine body. What? Young Master Biluo exclaimed, overwhelmed. The existence of one celestial body was already astonishing enough, but now a divine body emerged. His countenance darkened further, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloping him. Saint Wan Chu smiled faintly, offering no response, and turned to Li Xingqian and young Master Biluo. Brother Biluo, I must acquire the primordial essence of all things today. I hope you both can assist me. Preposterous. Who wouldn't desire the exclusive treasures of the Emperor? How could one relinquish them? Moreover, with the Golden Age approaching, my path is destined for conquest. How can I proceed without supreme imperial artifacts accompanying me? Before Li Xingqian could speak, young Master Biluo interjected confidently, undeterred by his earlier defeat. Despite realizing both opponents possessed formidable physiques, he felt no fear, a latent desire to prove himself simmering beneath the surface. Li Xingqian remained silent, yet the coldness in his gaze spoke volumes of his intent. Then let us engage in battle. Saint Wan Chu's previously amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. With that, the chaotic clash among the three erupted. Young Master Biluo struck first, determined to demonstrate that he was not the weakest among them. With immense physical strength, he conjured a river of Biluo Huangquan, its waters stretching for thousands of miles, shimmering with a radiant glow that illuminated the realms. This was a potent body-refining secret technique of the Biluo sect, wherein practitioners would wash their bodies with the waters of the Huangquan River to fortify their physiques, enhancing their combat prowess. When perfected, it could rival even that of a divine body, a truly formidable art. He surged forth like a dragon, his form akin to a bolt of lightning. As he raised his hands to unleash a torrent of the Yellow Springs River, hurtling towards the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings. The Yellow Springs River roared, seemingly capable of obliterating any obstacle in its path. The Saint of 10,000 Beginnings' expression tightened slightly, his body radiating a brilliant divine light, as an immensely pure and powerful essence surged from the crown of his head. Although his divine power was suppressed by the imperial laws within the Emperor's tomb, a potent force still surged within him at that moment. Cloaked in a celestial rainbow, his elongated figure was enveloped by two divine rings. And with a powerful stamp of his foot, he charged forward like a divine being, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill toward the young Master of Bailu. Boom! The vast expanse of the Yellow Springs River, spanning 3,000 miles, was nearly severed by a single punch from the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings. Resounding with a thunderous roar, blood spewed from the young Master of Bailu's mouth, his form sent flying nearly 100 paces. The Saint of 10,000 Beginnings also bore the brunt of the impact, hurtling over 30 paces, his white robes in disarray, with droplets of Yellow Springs River cascading down. What a formidable display from the young Master of Bailu. Indeed, he was remarkable. The Saint of 10,000 Beginnings' expression grew somewhat grave. Though the earlier clash had merely been a test of physical strength, resulting in the young Master of Bailu sustaining injuries, it must be acknowledged that he was truly formidable. The young Master of Bailu, however, let out a manic laugh, his demeanor frenzied. What of the divine body? What of the stellar physique? I, the young Master of Bailu, shall compete with you. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he shouted once more and charged toward Li Xingqian. The 3,000 miles of Yellow Springs River erupted again from his body, roaring forth with relentless intent to eradicate, aimed at overwhelming Li Xingqian. This was his defiance and fury. Today he would demonstrate to both men that even without a powerful physique, he could still contend for supremacy, forging an indomitable spirit for future conquests along the path of the Emperor. Li Xingqian's expression hardened. His body shimmered with starlight, as if an infinite river of stars swirled within him, radiating brilliance. He waved his hand to summon the stars, transforming them into a dazzling river of starlight, solidifying at the tip of his fist, and charged toward the young Master of Bailu. Boom! The star river quaked, 1,000 stars bursting forth. As Li Xingqian was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, staggering as he landed upon a coiled dragon pillar. Meanwhile, the 3,000 miles of Yellow Springs River was severed in two by Li Xingqian's stellar force, causing the young Master of Bailu to cough blood and be thrown onto another coiled dragon pillar, his form swaying unsteadily. Kill! As neither of the two regained their footing, the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings separated two divine rings from his divine body, radiant with divine light, launching a fierce assault toward both of them. Upon witnessing this, both Li Xingqian and the young Master of Bailu's pupils constricted. In a frantic moment, they conjured forth stars and the Yellow Springs River, propelling their immense divine power forward. Bang! Bang! The divine rings detonated, stars extinguished, and the Yellow Springs River flowed backward. Both men found themselves coughing blood, propelled backward several dozen paces, and staggered as they landed upon their respective coiled dragon pillars. At that moment, the expressions on both Li Xingqian and the young master of Bailu were filled with astonishment. Their gazes were fixed intently upon the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings. The Saint of 10,000 Beginnings was also sent flying several dozen paces, but he landed steadily upon a coiled dragon pillar, appearing far more composed than the other two. Just then, Chen Feng also arrived, having heard the commotion. As he stepped into the grand hall, he was immediately awestruck by the 81 coiling dragon pillars. Upon gazing at the strands of primal essence of all things cascading down from the void above the pillars, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The primal essence of all things. He could not help but exclaim. His astonishment promptly attracted the attention of 3 pairs of eyes. The saint's son of Wanchu glanced at Chen Feng, his brow furrowed. Until now, he had never regarded Chen Feng as a threat. During their encounter at Dushian Tower, with his Nirvana realm cultivation, he had discerned that Chun Feng's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the divine spring realm, hardly worth his concern. However, Chen Feng's display of combat prowess during his confrontation with the 4th master of the Yang family at the gates of Tianfu City had left him unsettled. This was a prodigy possessing forbidden combat strength, with formidable physical prowess. Most importantly, his origins remained shrouded in mystery, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Surviving the hands of a half-step great being from the Yang family, regardless of the means employed, was an extraordinary feat. Li Xingqian also recognized Chen Feng, yet his expression remained composed. He too was filled with curiosity about Chen Feng. However, he felt no surprise at Chen Feng's presence here. Yet, the competition for the primal essence of all things now seemed to have added a layer of uncertainty. On the other side, young Master Biluo regarded Chen Feng with intrigue. He had certainly heard of Chen Feng's name, as it had been the subject of much discussion in recent days. Nevertheless, he paid little heed, for to him, Chen Feng's cultivation was akin to that of an ant. He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to suppress him. Chen Feng, observing the 3, discerned from their demeanor that they had recently engaged in a fierce battle. He leaped onto one of the coiling dragon pillars, his gaze coldly fixed upon the trio. Brother Chen, do you intend to strike? Such a treasure as the primal essence of all things is desirable, yet one must possess the means to claim it, remarked the saint's son of Wanchu, his eyes icy and his tone laden with menace. Primal essence of all things. Such a supreme treasure must not be left unchallenged. Chen Feng's words, though succinct, resonated powerfully, declaring his stance with unwavering resolve. With your capabilities, do you truly believe you are worthy? Young Master Biluo sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain, completely dismissing Chen Feng. Humph, then I shall eliminate you first. Attack. Chen Feng retorted with a cold snort, followed by a commanding shout as he advanced towards young Master Biluo with lethal intent. Seeking death. Young Master Biluo's expression darkened, his voice grave. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng would dare to approach him, audaciously declaring his intention to slay him, and his fury surged uncontrollably. The golden vitality within Chen Feng erupted, surging towards the heavens. His form resembled that of a dragon as he unleashed a golden fist. The force of his strike reverberating through the void, collapsing the air itself as he attacked young Master Biluo with the true essence of the 6 Paths reincarnation fist. Young Master Biluo's countenance hardened. He trembled as the 3,000 miles of Yellow Spring River water, refined within him, surged forth explosively, creating a tumultuous wave akin to a divine rainbow spanning 3,000 miles. With both hands raised, he enveloped himself in the mysterious power of the Yellow Spring. Charging towards Chen Feng. Boom. The golden fist descended with a thunderous impact, causing the waters of the river of Yellow Springs to surge in reverse, rushing towards the young master of Biluo, as if intent on engulfing the void itself. With a splatter, the young master of Biluo spewed forth a mouthful of blood, the torrent of the river crashing against his chest and sending him hurtling 100 yards away. How could this be possible? His body struck heavily against a dragon coiling pillar, disrupting the intricate formations inscribed upon it, and he gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. At that moment, his Tao heart began to crumble. He could scarcely accept that this person he had deemed as insignificant could effortlessly crush him with a single blow. Beside him, the holy son of Wanchu and Li Xingqian also exhibited expressions of shock, despite having regarded Chen Feng with considerable respect in their hearts. Witnessing him repel the young master of Biluo with a mere punch filled them with awe. What manner of physique is this, that it rivals, or perhaps even surpasses their own? Their eyes met, each recognizing the weight of concern reflected in the other's gaze. I shall kill you. You are worthy. Chen Feng, standing tall upon the dragon-coiling pillar, regarded the young master of Biluo with an icy glare, his voice laced with murderous intent and dominance. Brother Chen, your physique is astonishing, and your divine power is remarkable. It must surely be a unique constitution. Might I inquire what type of physique you possess? The holy son of Wanchu gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. He was eager to uncover the nature of Chen Feng's exceptional confidence. Guess. Chen Feng replied slowly, uttering just those two words, indicating he had no desire for further discourse. The expression of the holy son of Wanchu darkened, his demeanor turning grim. Then I shall have to experience Brother Chun's prowess for myself. Upon finishing his words, a surge of vitality erupted from him like a volcano. Radiant divine light bursting forth, forming two resplendent halos that enveloped his body, resembling a deity walking among mortals. He stood upon the dragon-coiling pillar, stirring ripples in the air, and transformed into a swift sword, soaring towards Chen Feng. Come forth. Chen Feng bellowed. He unleashed his golden holy fist, executing the profound essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, charging towards the holy son of Wanchu. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a formidable and primal martial art, each strike capable of shattering the heavens, obliterating the abyss, and shaking the very fabric of reincarnation. If infused with divine power, its might would be even more terrifying. Boom! The divine halos in the void shattered, and the holy son of Wanchu staggered back several dozen yards, his arm now riddled with countless cracks, his right fingers broken, flesh and bone mangled, blood dripping profusely. Chen Feng, too, was forced back by the sheer force of his opponent, retreating a distance but remaining unharmed. This clash was one of physical bodies, a collision of strength. Clearly, in terms of physicality, Chen Feng surpassed him by a considerable margin, yet in pure force, they were nearly equal. The holy son of Wanchu steadied himself, his expression dark as he gazed incredulously at his right hand. The vivid crimson blood dripped slowly onto the dragon-coiling pillar, a sight so glaring. What? Exclaimed Li Xingchen from a short distance away. He had not anticipated such an outcome. When Chen Feng repelled the young master of Biluo with overwhelming strength, he had already elevated Chen Feng's status to that of an equal. Now, in their first clash, the divine body of the young master of Wanchu was unexpectedly suppressed by Chen Feng, who exhibited no inferiority in power. What a terrifying existence this was. It was only at this moment that he truly recognized the extraordinary nature of Chen Feng. With a cold demeanor, Chen Feng's gaze, frosty and piercing, locked onto the young master of Wanchu. Admittedly, the opponent was formidable. If not for the suppression of his cultivation, defeating him at the tribulation stage might prove quite challenging. However, in the same realm, he was confident he could crush him effortlessly. This individual was adept at concealment and possessed profound scheming. Should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant adversary in the future. At this moment, a murderous intent ignited within Chen Feng. He sought to slay him here and now. The young master of Wanchu seemed to sense Chen Feng's sharp killing intent, his originally cold gaze narrowing slightly. He already understood Chen Feng's thoughts. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed like blades, his blood surging as he unleashed the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Inside the grand hall, an atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the space, the intent of his punch resounding like thunder, stirring the very winds as if they would rend the chaotic air asunder. The primal essence of all things hung suspended in the void, utterly unmoving beneath the overwhelming intent of his fist. The young master of Wanchu's blood was likewise boiling. His injuries rapidly healed under the influence of his vitality, as he reformed the divine ring and charged at Chen Feng. Their figures collided in the void. Chen Feng's golden fist radiated with brilliance, striking the divine ring on the young master of Wanchu, causing it to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The young master showed no mercy. He knew that defeat would mean certain death at Chen Feng's hands. Thus, he fought with all his might. Kill! Chen Feng shouted once more, his voice resonating with the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation as he closed in on the young master of Wanchu. The golden vitality surged, threatening to burst forth from his crown like a radiant sun, its immense power tearing a rift in the chaotic air, causing the primal essence to quiver as if losing its anchor, on the verge of collapsing into the void. The young master of Wanchu's expression shifted dramatically. Blood erupted from his body, his divine blood seemingly drawn by some unseen force, cascading over the divine ring. Under this infusion, the divine ring became increasingly resplendent, and a third divine ring faintly emerged, causing his aura to surge dramatically, a powerful might sweeping across the heavens and colliding with Chen Feng. His divine body had yet to fully mature, and he was unable to condense the third divine ring. He was forced to employ secret arts, infusing his divine blood into the ring, extracting his latent potential, and forcibly elevating the realm of his divine body. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the void. The three divine rings on the young master of Wanshu once again exploded, sending him careening backward, blood spewing forth as he flew nearly 100 feet, crashing heavily against a coiling dragon pillar, shaking its array to the core, nearly shattering it. In this clash, he faced another crushing defeat. Chapter 31. Suppressing the prodigy, you are inadequate. Chun Feng's gaze was icy as he stepped forward, each stride feeling like a crushing weight on the heart of the young master of Wanshu, the overwhelming aura causing him to tremble, aiming to shatter his resolve. No, I shall ultimately be invincible. The holy son of Wanshu let out a desperate and hysterical roar, unwilling to acknowledge his crushing defeat. The disparity in physical strength meant little. He was constrained, unable to unleash his true prowess. If he could harness his full cultivation, even if Chun Feng's physique were unparalleled, he would not stand a chance against him. His crimson eyes glinted coldly as he turned to Li Xingqian and the young Master Biluo, declaring, "He merely possesses superior physical strength. If the three of us join forces, we shall slay him and share the essence of all creation among us. What say you? Ha! This is your so-called invincible will. Even if the three of you unite, what of it? I can suppress you all," Chen Feng retorted icily, casting a mocking glance at the holy son of Wanshu. He had to concede that this adversary was indeed formidable. He had aimed to shatter his unyielding spirit, but to his surprise, the holy son quickly regained his composure, dismissing their differences as mere physical disparities rather than true deficiencies in strength. Upon hearing this, the young Master Biluo trembled, his previously faltering resolve suddenly reinvigorated. A radiant light ignited in his eyes. "Indeed, I have not been defeated. I am merely restrained in my cultivation, my physical strength inferior to his. I have not lost." He burst into laughter, re-establishing his determination and banishing his despondency. Chen Feng cast a glance at the revitalized young Master Biluo, realizing that his scheme had faltered. Yet, he remained undeterred, having triumphed once. He was confident in his ability to do so repeatedly. He then turned his gaze to Li Xingqian, who emanated a peculiar aura, proud and self-assured, yet not ostentatious. Such a person either concealed profound depths or possessed an inherent nature that was inscrutable. "Brother Chun, I did not wish to take advantage of you, but I recognize that I cannot conquer you alone, so I must be impudent." Li Xingqian spoke slowly, openly admitting his inability to best Chen Feng. Without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of starlight from within, coalescing into a resplendent river of stars that enveloped him, as if he were the very center of the cosmos. His formidable celestial blood surged like an ocean, his terrifying physical strength capable of shattering stars. He raised his hands, lifting a brilliant river of stars, and charged towards Chen Feng. Seeing this, the holy son of Wanshu summoned two luminous divine rings, each radiating boundless light, wielding them as if they were world-destroying discs. With a powerful leap from the dragon pillar, he transformed into a divine rainbow, hurtling towards Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the young Master Biluo glanced at the essence of all creation cascading from the void, then turned to the battlefield, conjuring a vast river of the yellow springs from within, and surged towards Chen Feng. "Humph! Kill!" Chen Feng uttered a cold snort, the single word sending tremors throughout the grand hall. His blood surged like raging waves. Despite having battled two opponents before, he was unscathed. With a swift motion, he unleashed 6 reincarnation punches, meeting Li Xingqian's celestial assault head-on. Boom! The 6 reincarnation punches, like colossal halberds capable of annihilating the cosmos, shattered the starry river, causing countless stars to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Li Xingqian staggered backward for several dozen paces, each step causing the void beneath him to collapse, diminishing the brilliance of his formidable stellar body. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Crimson droplets mingled with strands of celestial power. His complexion turned pallid, and his expression grew grim. Such a grievous injury from a single strike was difficult for him to accept. Though he acknowledged Chun Feng's superior physical prowess, the disparity was disconcerting. His gaze flickered as he regarded Chen Feng, shrouded in a golden aura of blood, and a vague suspicion began to form within him. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and swiftly channeled his internal energy to mend his wounds. Just as Chen Feng repelled Li Xingqian, Saint Wanshu charged forth, wielding a divine ring. The resplendent ring sliced through the air like 2 cataclysmic wheels, emanating an overwhelming light of annihilation. Intent on cleaving Chen Feng in two with its might, Chen Feng countered with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, striking the 2 wheels of destruction. His golden fist reverberated through the heavens and shook the seas, a force both fierce and unyielding. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the void as the divine ring shattered. The fist's shadow dissipated, and both figures were violently thrown back several dozen paces. Saint Wanchu coughed up blood, crimson spots staining his white garments. The repeated destruction of the divine ring had injured his very essence, leaving him in a particularly dire state. Chen Feng's right arm trembled slightly. Feeling the reverberations of the clash, despite their lack of coordination, the relentless attack afforded him little respite. Die! At that moment, young Master Biluo surged forward, accompanied by the torrents of the Yellow Springs River, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to Chen Feng. The vast expanse of the river, brimming with boundless power, rushed toward Chen Feng, intent on engulfing him within its depths. The timing and assessment of this strike were impeccable, posing a greater threat than the previous collaboration of Wan Chu and Li Xingchen. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Chen Feng had long been prepared. His right index finger glided slightly, instantly condensing the power of the tribulations within the imperial tomb to its very tip. Slowly, he pointed his finger toward young Master Biluo, unleashing an unparalleled force of tribulation energy that transformed into a thunderous dragon, capable of piercing the fabric of the cosmos. Young Master Biluo felt an overwhelming aura of annihilation envelop him, instilling a sense of dread. The thunder dragon roared, reversing its flow, and wherever it passed. The Yellow Springs River erupted violently, the immense force shattering Biluo's right arm into a mist of blood, nearly obliterating his form entirely. Young Master Biluo let out a chilling scream, retreating hundreds of paces in terror. He cast a fearful glance at Chen Feng, realizing that had he not reacted swiftly, he could have been instantly slain by a mere flick of Chen Feng's finger. This single gesture left both Wan Chu and Li Xingchen profoundly shaken. Their combined efforts had been suppressed. Could this be the secret technique of the Thunder Emperor's legacy? Wan Chu marveled in astonishment. Though he had gained some benefits, he had not acquired the Thunder Emperor's secret art, and envy surged within him. Chen Feng remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. The young Master Biluo was gravely injured, evidently too weak to continue fighting. He cast a frigid gaze toward the holy son Wan Chu, a fierce intent to kill gleaming in his eyes, contemplating the immediate execution of this individual. At that very moment, a multitude of cultivators traversed the corridor, entering the grand hall, nearly 100 in number. Their arrival transformed the previously oppressive atmosphere of the hall into one of clamorous excitement, momentarily halting Chen Feng in his tracks as he furrowed his brow at the group gathered at the corridor's entrance. Among the crowd, he spotted Lu Jie. Dressed in a purple robe, Lu Jie stood amidst the throng, his cold eyes fixed upon Chen Feng, revealing a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng would arrive at the hall before him. Now that his cultivation had ascended to the Nirvana realm, he felt no fear of Chen Feng. Even if his powers were currently suppressed, he remained confident in his ability to contend with him. Look, it is the holy son Wan Chu, and young Master Biluo is also present. But Biluo has been injured. Where is his right arm? Exclaimed a young prodigy who recognized several figures atop the coiling dragon pillar. The sight of the severely injured young Master Biluo, missing an arm, elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This exclamation instantly drew the attention of all present. The holy son Wan Chu and Li Xingchen of the Xinghan sect seemed to bear injuries as well. What had transpired here? Had there been a fierce battle? Curious cultivators noted the bloodied lips and pale faces of Wan Chu and Xingchen, unable to contain their intrigue. Behold, there lies the essence of all things, the primal energy. An elder cultivator exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the essence of creation cascading through the void. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the hall. The expressions of dozens of cultivators shifted dramatically, their faces betraying greed. The essence of all things, a material of imperial grade for refining artifacts, stirred the hearts of all, and none could have anticipated the presence of such an abundance here. In that moment, the injuries of the holy son Wan Chu and young Master Biluo were forgotten, as all eyes and thoughts turned toward the essence of creation. Whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, some cultivators could no longer contain themselves, leaping forth with haste toward the primal energy. With the first to act, a second soon followed, and before long, countless cultivators surged toward the essence of all things. Chen Feng, too, found no desire to continue fighting, his focus now solely on seizing the primal energy. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden light, racing toward the essence suspended in the void. Seeing this, the holy son Wan Chu and Li Xingchen also moved swiftly toward the primal energy. In a heartbeat, weapons clashed, blood splattered, and within moments, several individuals were slain, their bodies tumbling into the abyss. Stand aside. The The essence of all things is mine. A cultivator roared, swinging his sword at an elder who had surged ahead. With a swift motion, a head flew high into the air as the elder, caught off guard, lost his life, his body succumbing to the void. Thus erupted a fierce melee. This was a bloodbath ignited by the lust for treasure. Every cultivator charging toward the essence of all things, be they youthful prodigies or seasoned elders, found themselves enmeshed in the chaos. In an instant, the great hall was engulfed in the radiant light of various magical artifacts, the aura of slaughter pervading the entire space. Although the powers of the gathered cultivators were suppressed, those who could enter this realm were far from ordinary mortals. Each possessed an array of secret techniques and offensive strategies. From time to time, individuals were struck down into the void. However, one figure stood apart, the noble son of Biluo, who had lost an arm. At that moment, he perched upon a coiling dragon pillar. Gazing at the primordial essence of all things, shrouded in chaotic energy, his eyes ablaze with fervor and yearning. The imperial-grade divine material appeared only once in hundreds of thousands of years, yet he glanced at his empty right arm, his expression shifting to one of resentment. Flames of hatred surged within him as he cast a venomous glare at the figure amidst the chaos of battle. Such a grievous injury could potentially be healed with a divine elixir, allowing for the rebirth of his severed limb. Yet, he had thus forfeited his chance to contend for the primordial essence of all things. Kill. At this juncture, Chun Feng surged forth towards the primordial essence, carving a bloody path with his 6 paths of reincarnation fist, drawing ever closer. The primordial essence hung like delicate strands in the void, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, not directed at any cultivator, but rather stemming from its own immense weight. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated through the great hall. The chaotic energy that bore the primordial essence trembled, and suddenly, several cultivators who had ventured near the essence erupted into a mist of blood. Chun Feng's expression hardened. He quickly halted his advance, wary of the danger. The chaotic energy in the void quivered violently, becoming significantly thinner, while the primordial essence, buoyed by this chaotic force, threatened to collapse the very fabric of this space. This is bad. The primordial essence is about to fall from the chaos. Boom. Another deafening roar echoed. The primordial essence trembled again, the weight of it fracturing the void inch by inch. It was he. He was destroying the grand formation, toppling the coiling dragon pillar. Chun Feng's expression turned icy as he discerned the cause. Biluo's son was intent on demolishing the pillar to shatter the formation. Ha! I let you all fight for the primordial essence. If I cannot have it, none of you shall. Ha ha ha! Biluo's son was in a frenzy, disregarding everything around him. He summoned the Yellow Springs River, a powerful assault aimed at the formations inscribed upon the coiling dragon pillar. The river surged with a tumultuous roar, battering the formations. With each impact, the inscriptions dimmed further, and under his relentless onslaught, they rapidly crumbled, leading to the collapse of the pillar. Seeking death, Chun Feng bellowed in fury, yet felt utterly helpless, for at that moment, the saint son of Wanshu had already summoned a secret artifact, preparing to collect the primordial essence. Kill! Chun Feng shouted, his form transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged towards the saint son of Wanshu. As he wielded the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, a formidable force dispersed the chaotic energy in the void, causing the primordial essence to sway once more. PFF, the saint son of Wanshu, spitting blood, was violently pushed back several paces, his attempt to collect the primordial essence forcibly interrupted. You seek death, he roared in rage, conjuring 2 divine rings for protection, brandishing a magical sword as he charged at Chun Feng. This is his fated divine weapon. In the earlier battle, he refrained from using it, but now he has chosen to summon it, revealing his true fury. Chun Feng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, and a golden spear materialized in his grasp. This was the very spear he wielded when he vanquished the 4th master of the Yang family in Tianfu City, now repurposed for combat. The golden spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, its tip slicing through the air, creating a rift in the void. With a thrust, it unleashed a formidable wave of murderous intent that pierced through the fabric of reality. With a resounding thud, the golden spear clashed against the sword of the holy son of Wanshu, penetrating his shoulder and threatening to subdue him. At this critical juncture, a mystical map erupted from the holy son's body, hovering above his head, manifesting a resplendent landscape that momentarily halted Chun Feng's lethal strike. This allowed the holy son of Wanshu to escape, retreating several dozen paces, his expression one of shock as he gazed upon Chun Feng. He had narrowly avoided being slain by Chun Feng, had he not summoned the treasured landscape of his sect in that perilous moment. He might have met his end at Chun Feng's hands. Chen Feng's gaze turned icily towards the landscape above the Holy Sun's head, feeling a pang of regret. At that moment, Lu Jie had also charged towards the area near the primordial essence of all things, hovering above a coiled dragon pillar. He had waited until the last moment to strike. Now, he was summoning a purple-gold gourd to absorb the primordial essence. Seeking death, Chen Feng bellowed upon witnessing this. Lu Jie had harbored murderous intent all along, and now he sought to snatch the primordial essence. How could Chen Feng not be enraged? His figure flickered. Arriving before Lu Jie in the blink of an eye, the golden spear enveloped in boundless murderous energy, sweeping towards Lu Jie. Startled and furious, Lu Jie hurriedly halted his actions, raising the purple-gold gourd to counter Chen Feng's assault. With a thunderous crash, the golden spear struck the gourd, sending it flying. Yet it was not shattered by Chen Feng's strike. However, it slipped from Lu Jie's control. "Ah!" Chen Feng exclaimed softly, recognizing it as a fine treasure. He delivered a powerful punch that sent Lu Jie hurtling back, blood spewing from his mouth, as he seized the purple-gold gourd into his possession. "My purple-gold gourd! Chen Feng, you seek your own demise!" Lu Jie cried out in horror and rage. He had never anticipated that after breaking through to the Nirvana realm, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow from Chen Feng. Chapter 33. The ancient bronze warship in the darkness. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the hall. The coiled dragon pillar had once again been toppled by young Master Biluo, destabilizing the great formation, causing the primordial essence to sway perilously, as though it were about to plummet. Seeing this, Li Xingqian and the Holy Son of Wanshu swiftly rushed forward, employing secret artifacts to gather the primordial essence. Chen Feng's expression turned frigid upon witnessing this. He had not expected the Holy Son of Wanshu to dare contend for the primordial essence. With a flash, he surged directly towards the chaotic void. His tall figure stood upon the chaos, his golden aura bursting forth, resembling a blazing sun. The blood coursing through his veins surged like a torrential river, as the suppressed sea of suffering beneath the imperial laws roared, threatening to break free from their constraints. What was he about to do? Upon witnessing the spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chen Feng sheathed his spear, extending his golden hand toward the primal essence of all things below, bellowing a thunderous command, "Arise." To their amazement, the primal essence was seized by his bare hands. "Ah!" Chen Feng's eyes burned crimson. The veins on his golden hand writhed like dragons, and the skin on his forearm began to crack. Golden blood trickling down onto the primal essence. "What?" The assembled cultivators gasped, their expressions shifting in response to Chen Feng's formidable physique. The Holy Son of Wanshu and Li Xingqian's pupils constricted in disbelief as they gazed at Chen Feng, astonished by the terrifying strength of his corporeal form. At the very moment the golden blood fell upon the primal essence, a tremendous tremor resonated from his sea of suffering. The once quiet primordial patterns flickered to life, erupting with boundless light, weaving and evolving in the void above his sea of suffering. The Tao scriptures operated autonomously, resonating like the celestial music of the Tao within the depths of his sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Chen Feng sensed the shift within him, his brow furrowing as he realized the weight of the primal essence he grasped was gradually lightening, no longer so burdensome, filling his heart with joy. He was unaware of how the primordial pattern in his sea of suffering had come to be. Regardless, he had been unable to summon it. From the moment he discovered the primordial pattern, he had made numerous attempts, each time witnessing its autonomous revival. None of it was connected to him. The current reaction of the primordial pattern seemed to indicate an interest in the primal essence. As the primordial pattern continued its evolution, the primal essence in his grasp appeared to be drawn towards it, willingly diving into Chen Feng's sea of suffering. This, Chen Feng stared in shock at his now empty golden hand, utterly bewildered. Within the golden sea of suffering, a mass of primal essence appeared beside the primordial pattern in the void, as if attempting to draw closer. The primordial pattern merely quivered slightly, and the primal essence, akin to a mischievous child chastised by an elder, tumbled from the void, obediently floating upon the surface of the sea, bobbing gently. Chen Feng observed the unfolding events with keen interest, his lips twitching involuntarily. What exactly is this primordial pattern? How astonishingly powerful. In the grand hall, the onlookers beheld the sudden disappearance of the primal essence, their eyes widening in disbelief as they fixed their gazes upon Chen Feng. In an instant, dozens of cultivators felt their eyes redden. The primal essence had fallen into Chen Feng's possession. He must not escape. An enraged cultivator shouted, filled with envy and resentment. The expressions of the Holy Son of Wanshu, Li Xingqian, Lu Jie, and young Master Biluo darkened to the utmost degree. How could they accept such an outcome? Boom. At that moment, The great formation shattered completely, the chaotic energy erupting as a vast black void manifested in the space, seemingly intent on devouring everything. Chun Feng stood directly above the gaping abyss, becoming its immediate target, and was promptly drawn into the black chasm. Time passed, and eventually, Chun Feng slowly opened his eyes, finding himself upon a void, greeted only by an endless darkness, as if he had arrived at the desolate edge of the universe. Where's this? He pondered, speaking to himself in confusion. In the depths of darkness, no one responded to him, as if the sound he emitted had been consumed by the void itself. This unsettling silence sent a chill through his heart, igniting a sense of unease within him. He paced restlessly in the pitch-black abyss, yearning to uncover even a glimmer of light amidst the overwhelming obscurity. Fortunately, at that moment, he was able to harness his inner power, conjuring a thread of divine fire. Though it illuminated a mere span of less than 10 feet ahead of him, time slipped away unnoticed until, suddenly, a flicker of light emerged from the depths of darkness, shaking him to his core. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he hurriedly advanced towards that glimmering beacon. Yet, just as he was about to draw near, the light erupted violently. A colossal shadow shattered the endless dark, steadily advancing towards Chun Feng from the void ahead. Peering intently, his countenance paled at the sight of a massive ancient bronze warship drifting forth. The ship was covered in a dark green patina, exuding an aura of antiquity and desolation, as if the mere presence of its copper decay could annihilate all existence and dominate the cosmos. It was unclear whence the ancient vessel had come or its destination, but upon its deck stood dozens of towering figures, each cloaked in an enigmatic mist, resembling formidable deities looming ominously, radiating an aura of unparalleled terror. As the ancient warship passed ominously close to him, an unsettling presence enveloped the universe, tightening around his heart as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendering him breathless. Fear gripped him as he beheld the dark bronze warship. Indeed, fear. In that moment, he experienced a primal reaction to the unknown terror that lay before him. The bronze warship continued to traverse the boundless void, its destination a mystery. The figures on the deck, shrouded in the strange mist, seemed oblivious to Chun Feng's presence, deepening his confusion. To his astonishment, he felt as though he was being drawn inexorably towards the bronze warship, trailing behind it to an unknown fate. He attempted to break free, but his efforts were futile as he remained ensnared. After an indeterminate period, the bronze warship arrived in a realm of the cosmos. In this celestial expanse, a towering figure stood resolutely amidst a tempest of thunder, resembling an eternal existence that obstructed the warship's path. The vessel came to a halt, confronting the magnificent figure. Suddenly, the dozens of enigmatic silhouettes on the deck opened their eyes, their cold, lifeless gazes fixating on the imposing figure ahead, brimming with an insatiable thirst for destruction. As Chun Feng maneuvered around the warship to approach the front, shock flooded his being upon recognizing the formidable figure. It was none other than the Thunder Emperor himself. Indeed, the monumental figure standing amidst the endless sea of lightning was the Thunder Emperor. In that surreal moment, Chun Feng felt as though the Emperor's gaze had crossed the vast expanse of time to meet his own, a smile gracing his face that transcended the ages. He was momentarily lost in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly seen correctly. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor was engaged in a conversation with the enigmatic entities aboard the ancient bronze warship. Suddenly, his countenance darkened, cold and indifferent, his eyes radiating a murderous intent as deep as an abyss, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the cosmos. On the ancient bronze warship, an astonishing killing intent also erupted. A peculiar figure emerged from the deck of the ship, exuding an unparalleled terror that caused the very heavens to shudder. It seemed as if this universe could be obliterated under the weight of his grand path at any moment. Just then, the Thunder Emperor, standing upon the boundless sea of lightning, sprang into action. An infinite torrent of thunderous power surged forth, charging towards that strange figure. Boom! The universe erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, countless chaotic energies swirling, and the violent force scattering, causing numerous stars to burst into oblivion. The enigmatic figure was struck by the Thunder Emperor, coughing blood and retreating through billions of star rivers, as if the very river of time had been affected. The Thunder Emperor once again unleashed the supreme thunderous calamity, approaching his adversary with a tempest of wild lightning crashing down upon the peculiar figure. The figure was obliterated, a deluge of eerie black blood scattering across the cosmos, corroding this universe. The Thunder Emperor stood resolutely upon the endless sea of lightning, summoning countless thunderous punishments to eradicate the dispersing black blood throughout the universe. The limitless thunderous punishments acted as the nemesis of this peculiar black blood, continuously dissolving it as it fell from the heavens. The Thunder Emperor, amidst the endless sea of lightning, observed it all with a cold indifference. In the distance, within the chaos, a drop of peculiar black blood emitted a dark glow, swiftly coalescing into that strange figure once more, the very one that had just been annihilated by the Thunder Emperor. He regarded his adversary with a chilling gaze, seemingly unperturbed. At that moment, two more figures, shrouded in enigmatic mist, emerged from the ancient bronze warship, exuding an equally astonishing aura. The Thunder Emperor merely watched, unfazed by the unfolding events. The two strange figures, one wielding a black-bone spear and the other a black-bone dagger, charged towards the Thunder Emperor. The potent aura of slaughter sliced through the heavens, radiating an unparalleled sharpness. Beneath the Thunder Emperor, the sea of lightning surged like tidal waves. He extended his index finger, condensing the boundless power of thunderous calamity at his fingertip, directing it towards the two peculiar figures. In an instant, the vast star rivers were pierced, obliterated, and dissolved, transforming into a realm of chaos. Puff, puff. The bodies of the two strange figures were mercilessly crushed by the laws of the lightning path, their blood and bones shattering into nothingness, ultimately erupting into two clouds of blood mist. This was the Thunder Calamity Finger. Chen Feng, standing at a distance, exclaimed in recognition of the secret technique employed by the Thunder Emperor. At that moment, Chen Feng resembled a mere spectator, witnessing the Thunder Emperor single-handedly wielding the supreme thunderous punishment against dozens of unknown enigmatic entities. The battle raged on, as over a dozen peculiar figures surged from the warship, attempting to encircle and eliminate the Thunder Emperor. Yet, he remained serene, his expression betraying no hint of fear, only composure and tranquility. The Thunder Emperor unleashed his treasured techniques, resembling a deity of divine punishment, rendering the final judgment upon this assembly of enigmatic beings. The thunderous punishment in his palm resembled a blade of judgment and a spear of adjudication, swiftly dispatching for enigmatic entities. Yet, the Thunder Emperor found himself coughing up blood, retreating rapidly with his battered imperial form. Despite the formidable power of his divine arts, the multitude of powerful and mysterious beings aboard the ancient bronze warship was overwhelming, each one a paragon of strength, rivaling the might of the emperors. Although the power of the Thunder Tribulation was the nemesis of all sinister and malevolent forces, it incessantly eroded the essence of these enigmatic beings during this fierce battle. However, the outcome seemed preordained. The Thunder Emperor, driven to madness, continued to struggle and bleed into the cosmic void, even as his imperial body lay shattered. Chen Feng, observing the Thunder Emperor's desperate fight, felt hot tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart ablaze with fervor. Why was he the sole combatant? What manner of adversaries were these? Where did these enigmatic beings hail from? He yearned to possess unparalleled strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Thunder Emperor in battle. Yet, he could only helplessly witness the Thunder Emperor's continuous bleeding, his imperial form unable to coalesce. This clash was steeped in tragedy and grandeur. As a mere spectator, he bore witness to the Thunder Emperor's endless brilliance and glory. Time stretched interminably for Chen Feng, each moment feeling like an eternity. As an observer, he witnessed the Thunder Emperor's splendor and the curtain falling on his saga. In this conflict, the Thunder Emperor vanquished 9 enigmatic entities, but his magnificent sword of judgment, forged from eternal blue gold, shattered amidst the turmoil. Ultimately, the Thunder Emperor perished within this cosmic expanse, leaving behind only the fractured sword, which, along with his broken imperial form, vanished into the abyss of the dark universe. The ancient bronze warship set sail once more, leaving behind 9 shattered enigmatic corpses in its wake. As Chen Feng gazed at the retreating bronze warship, he felt as though he could hear the anguished cries of countless souls, calling out the Thunder Emperor's name, hoping for his protection against the encroaching darkness. Yet, they remained unaware that the Thunder Emperor had already fallen, standing alone before the myriad of beings sacrificed in this distant universe. Time passed, and Chen Feng's figure faded into the darkness of the cosmos. When he next opened his eyes, he beheld an ancient bronze coffin, resting amidst an endless sea of thunder. Above it floated a broken sword, its hilt severed, emanating a gentle blue light. Initially taken aback, Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of shock as he recognized the broken sword. It was indeed the Thunder Emperor's imperial weapon. As he turned his gaze to the ancient bronze coffin, an understanding dawned upon him. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he murmured, "Could it be that the Thunder Emperor lies entombed within this coffin? Born of thunder and interred in thunder, perhaps this was his ultimate resting place." Chen Feng sighed inwardly. approaching the ancient bronze coffin with a complex expression, for he was a witness to the Thunder Emperor's downfall, filled with profound reverence for him. This is a tale of an unparalleled emperor who, in the face of dark turmoil, did not retreat a single step, even if it meant perishing at the edge of the universe. He bowed deeply before the ancient bronze coffin, expressing his profound respect. At that moment, the blue-golden broken sword floating above the coffin trembled slightly, sending ripples through the air as if responding to Chen Feng, or perhaps emitting a mournful wail. Suddenly, a boundless and overwhelming imperial might erupted from the broken sword, a force potent enough to shake the heavens. This was the revival of the supreme imperial weapon. Chen Feng gasped in astonishment, realizing that even in its fragmented state, the imperial sword could unleash such terrifying power, making the very cosmos quiver. In this void, the turbulent sea of thunder beneath him roiled like a tsunami, as if responding to the oppressive force that had lain dormant for millions of years. Feeling the immense imperial aura bearing down on him, Chen Feng envisioned a man wielding a sword of judgment, battling against numerous enigmatic entities at the edge of the universe. The sheer intensity of this imperial pressure caused his complexion to pale, as though his body might be crushed under its weight. With intricate patterns swirling beneath his feet, Chen Feng activated a secret technique to flee, yet found his feet immobilized, as if bound by this overwhelming force. Time passed, how long? He could not tell, until the oppressive imperial aura gradually dissipated, allowing him to move once more, eliciting a sigh of relief. At that moment, a thought suddenly entered his mind. Depart. It is all too late. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted, a chill running through him. He glanced uncertainly at the ancient bronze coffin and stammered. Predecessor, Thunder Emperor. Is that you? The master is already deceased. I am the spirit of the imperial weapon. Came another thought into Chen Feng's consciousness. The realization struck him. It was indeed the spirit of the half-broken imperial sword communicating with him. This revelation explained the vision he had just witnessed, attributed to the sword, as well as its sudden revival. Understanding dawned upon him quickly. He gazed at the broken sword and bowed slightly in reverence. Predecessor, what did you mean by it is too late? I do not fully comprehend. What is too late? Unable to contain his curiosity, he posed the question. He had faintly heard this phrase within the Thunder Emperor's tomb previously, and now the weapon spirit had reiterated it, prompting his desire for clarity on what was indeed too late. The spirit fell silent for a moment, deep in contemplation, perhaps wary of something. After a brief pause, another thought reached Chen Feng's mind. I cannot disclose it. The ramifications are far too great, and it may bring you calamity. You must remember this. Strive to grow stronger, powerful enough to alter fate. Only then may there be a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's confusion deepened. He could not discern the meaning behind the spirit's words, yet he sensed the urgency and caution in its tone. Predecessor, where is this place, and how might I escape? After a moment of deep contemplation, Chen Feng, filled with profound perplexity, finally spoke up. Since the other party could not divulge any information, he found himself at an impasse. His expedition to the imperial tomb was nearing its conclusion, and he intended to depart. However, upon gazing at the imperial sword hovering above the ancient bronze coffin, a bolder notion took root in his mind. He yearned to carry the sword away. Possessing this imperial sword would grant him a crucial safeguard for his life. He would not only navigate the northern Dipper star domain with audacity, but also establish a firm footing on the celestial pivot star. As this thought crossed his mind, he was momentarily taken aback by his own audacity. Goodness, when did I become so avaricious? Have I been influenced by that insufferable Taoist and that wretched dog? Indeed, it must be so, Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Far away, in the Sanqing temple, a man and a dog basked lazily in the sun, almost simultaneously sneezing. Curse it! That brat must be cursing the old dog behind my back. The big yellow dog, disturbed from its dreams by the sneeze, grumbled in annoyance. Heh! This kid has really stirred up a hornet's nest. When he emerges, I fear he will be hunted down by all the major factions, with nowhere to run. The plump Taoist chuckled maliciously, seemingly relishing the thought of Chen Feng being pursued. What is so surprising about that? After all, those few once faced the world as enemies, slaying their way to the pinnacle. The big yellow dog remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, let us see how this lad stirs the winds and clouds. I find myself rather intrigued. Though Chen Feng was inwardly cursing the duo, his lips remained honest. Senior, would you consider leaving with me? I shall surely find a way to procure materials to restore your sword body and revive your unparalleled grandeur. Chen Feng gazed sincerely at the imperial sword as he spoke. Chapter 36. The ominous imperial corpse. The weapon spirit fell silent, offering no reply, which rendered Chen Feng somewhat awkward. He quickly added, if the senior is unwilling, then forget it. Consider my words unspoken. Creak. At that moment, the ancient bronze coffin, silent for countless millennia, suddenly quaked, overflowing with a wisp of black blood that exuded an exceedingly unsettling and eerie aura, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Goodness, could it be that the Thunder Emperor has risen from the dead? Chen Feng, startled by the coffin's abrupt tremor, leapt back several paces, bowing repeatedly toward the ancient bronze coffin in horror. Thunder Emperor, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting with the weapon spirit. Do not take it to heart. The coffin remained still, but the imperial sword floating above it seemed to sense something, trembling once more and emitting a crisp sword cry. Then, the imperial sword slightly quivered, attempting to suppress the wisp of black blood that had seeped from the ancient bronze coffin. At that moment, the primordial Tao patterns within Chen Feng's sea of suffering seemed to resonate, awakening once again. The golden sea of suffering surged with mighty waves, unleashing a tremendous torrent of divine power. In the tumultuous sea of suffering, the primordial Tao patterns intertwine ceaselessly, giving rise to a Tao diagram that surges forth from Chen Feng's sea of anguish, hurtling towards the ancient bronze coffin. With a thunderous roar, the ancient coffin trembles violently, emitting a resounding clamor, as a peculiar strand of black blood is subdued back by the enigmatic Tao diagram. As the mysterious diagram continues to exert its suppression, the vibrations of the bronze coffin gradually diminish until it falls into complete silence. Young one, what is this mysterious Tao diagram? Why has it emerged from your sea of suffering? At that moment, a thought resonated within Chen Feng's consciousness, the voice tinged with tremors. Chen Feng, taken aback, found himself puzzled. He had witnessed the Tao diagram erupting from his sea of suffering, yet he was at a loss to explain its origins. He had merely sensed the tremors within the sea of anguish, where the primordial Tao patterns spontaneously revived, culminating in the emergence of this diagram. Senior, I too am uncertain about this, Chen Feng replied. However, what was that strand of black blood that seeped from the ancient coffin? Why did it exude such a terrifying and bizarre aura? Unable to elucidate the secrets of his sea of suffering, he refrained from elaborating further, instead opting to inquire. Alas, that is the imperial blood of the master, tainted by the bizarre. Under such contamination, an ominous presence was born. For millions of years, I have been here to suppress it, never anticipating such a sudden upheaval today. Fortunately, with your mysterious Tao diagram, we might avert disaster. The spirit of the artifact sighed, offering an explanation imbued with melancholy. At this revelation, Chen Feng's heart lurched in astonishment. He had not fathomed the terror of that bizarre contamination, capable of tainting an emperor's remains, giving rise to ominousness. Young one, what secrets lie within your sea of suffering that could yield such a mysterious and formidable Tao diagram? The artifact spirit inquired with curiosity, sensing the extraordinary power of the diagram, capable at the very least of suppressing an imperial corpse for 5 centuries. Senior, it is not that I do not wish to disclose this. Rather, I too am in the dark about its nature, Chen Feng lamented. Just then, the imperial sword quivered slightly, seemingly taking the initiative to soar from the ancient coffin toward Chen Feng with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. He cried out in alarm, turning to flee. Senior, I truly do not know. Please, do not act rashly. Ignoring his pleas, the imperial sword plunged directly into Chen Feng's sea of suffering, rendering him utterly bewildered, staring incredulously at his own sea of anguish. The moment the imperial sword entered the sea, it stirred up tumultuous waves, displacing the primordial essence that had been suspended above the sea. As the sword floated at the very center, rising and falling with the flowing golden divine power. What is that? The artifact spirit exclaimed, its consciousness resonating within the sea of suffering, as if it had witnessed something extraordinary. Above Chen Feng's sea of suffering, a primordial Tao pattern lay horizontally, radiating an ancient aura more profound than the very dawn of the universe itself. The imperial sword soared towards this primordial Tao pattern, eager to discern its true essence. As the imperial sword approached the primal Tao pattern, it seemed to sense something, causing the pattern to tremble ever so slightly. The imperial sword was then suppressed back above the sea of suffering. What? The spirit within the sword exclaimed in shock. That mere tremor from the Tao pattern nearly shattered the blade. Although it was an unparalleled imperial weapon, its power diminished in the aftermath of a great battle. It still remained an imperial artifact. It was astonishing that a single thread of Tao pattern could subdue it. This young man is truly enigmatic. Not only is his very existence a taboo, but even a thread of Tao pattern within the sea of suffering possesses such mystery. The spirit couldn't help but muse inwardly. Simultaneously, it felt as if it glimpsed a blurred fragment of the future. Perhaps there is still hope for this world. Ultimately, it made a decision. Chen Feng was oblivious to the events transpiring within the sea of suffering, anxiously waiting. He had previously attempted to immerse his consciousness into the sea of suffering, but it felt as though it was blocked. Young man, I can accompany you. However, you must agree to one condition. At that moment, a divine thought penetrated Chen Feng's consciousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was overjoyed. He hurriedly inquired, "What request do you have, senior?" "I will do my utmost to fulfill it. You must become an emperor within 500 years. After that, return here to help me suppress the emperor's corpse of my master or eliminate the malevolence within the coffin." The spirit articulated its condition. 500 years to become an emperor? Senior, isn't that a rather short time frame? Chen Feng asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It wasn't a lack of confidence, but the duration indeed seemed fleeting. In just 500 years, you must ascend to imperial status. Remember what I said before, you do not have much time. The spirit's tone brooked no disagreement, resonating with authority. Very well, senior, I promise you, within 500 years, I will certainly become an emperor. Chen Feng declared through clenched teeth, his voice imbued with determination. Chapter 37. Tremors in the Eastern Domain. At last, Chen Feng departed with the imperial sword. This expedition to the void tomb of the Thunder Emperor proved immensely fruitful. Not only did he acquire the Thunder Emperor's legacy, but he also obtained the essence of all things, and ultimately, he even brought forth the Thunder Emperor's unparalleled weapon, marking him as the greatest victor of this void tomb venture. Now, under the guidance of the spirit, he had exited the region where the Thunder Emperor was interred, traversing through a void before arriving at another expanse of thunderous seas. This realm was an endless domain of thunder, serving as a trial ground designated by the spirit. The spirit's requirement was simple. He must traverse through this 3,000 miles of thunder domain relying solely on his own strength, thus proving his worth to truly leave this place. This was indeed a test. Within the thunderous seas, countless thunder dragons surged and roared, relentlessly bombarding him, inflicting grave injuries. Initially, he engaged the thunder dragons with the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, battling fiercely, and he shattered an unknown number of thunder dragons with his golden fists. However, he too sustained severe injuries. Many of his bones were fractured, and his body was in a dire state. The most critical moment came when he was struck simultaneously by 9 thunder dragons, creating a massive wound in his chest, revealing the ghastly white bones beneath his flesh. Had it not been for his robust vitality, formidable physique, and astonishing recovery ability, he would surely have been obliterated by the thunder tribulation long ago. Thus, he fought his way forward, taking a full 10 days to traverse 500 miles, which was nearly the extent of his limits. Senior, is such a trial a bit too harsh for my current capabilities? Chen Feng inquired, his complexion pale and his body somewhat unsteady as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Harsh. It's merely your foolishness. The spirit of the artifact responded. Your martial skills are formidable, yet the thunder dragons here far surpass your cultivation level. No matter how strong your physique, attempting to carve a path through with various powerful secret techniques is nothing but a delusion. In the depths of despair, the artifact's spirit transmitted a thought. Could this young man truly be foolish? Having acquired the master's legacy, he should be cultivating the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques and refining his body, yet he insists on battling his way through 500 miles with sheer force. Has he been struck senseless by lightning? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of frustration. It was the first time someone had called him foolish. Senior, I was merely expressing a thought. Why resort to personal attacks? Must I remain silent? When faced with the thunder tribulation, his instinct was to shatter it or consume it. Yet the primordial Tao patterns showed no response this time. He found himself unable to devour it. You call yourself foolish, and yet you take offense. Since you have inherited the master's secret techniques, why not cultivate here? Why did I bring you to this place if not for you to reflect? The master is a being born from the Thunder Sea, one of the ancient 10 fiends. His techniques are not meant to teach you how to be struck by lightning, but to guide you in mastering the thunder tribulation. The artifact's spirit exclaimed with exasperation. Damn it, how could I have forgotten that? Have I truly been struck senseless by lightning? Chen Feng exclaimed, smiting his thigh in realization. Disregarding the surrounding thunder dragons, he seated himself amidst the Thunder Sea and began to cultivate the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques. As he channeled the techniques, countless bolts of lightning from the sea seemed to respond, converging towards him. The once ferocious thunder dragons ceased their attacks. Thus, Chen Feng continued to delve into the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques, entering a profound state of enlightenment. His body became enveloped in Tao patterns, forming a gigantic cocoon woven from these mystical designs. The infinite power of the thunder tribulation was drawn towards him. merging with his form through the intricate weaving of countless patterns. His body was refined by the boundless might of the thunder tribulation. Every morsel of flesh felt as if it were reawakened by this power, radiating vibrant life and enhancing his physique further. In the golden sea of bitterness, divine energy surged like a tsunami, resonating with the chants of the Tao scriptures, akin to the celestial sounds of the Great Path, leaving the artifact's spirit utterly astonished. The golden blood within him boiled, its vitality soaring to new heights, each drop brimming with vigor far beyond what it once was. Uncertain how much time had passed, a thunder pattern finally manifested on Chun Feng's body, each pattern forged from the terrifying force of the thunder tribulation, imbued with its formidable essence. As time continued to elapse, a significant portion of his elongated form became cloaked in these thunder patterns. The intricate patterns of lightning emitted a dual divine radiance, one embodying destruction and the other signifying rebirth. These two attributes, starkly contrasting, began to intertwine and evolve, ultimately converging at his brow into the enigmatic shape of a vertical eye, exuding an air of profound mystery. Once the lightning patterns adorned his entire form, his mastery of the Thunder Emperor's art was deemed to have reached a modest level of proficiency. At this stage, he could conjure tribulations from the lightning patterns to confront his adversaries, rivaling the formidable might of the Six Paths reincarnation fist. Meanwhile, as Chun Feng diligently cultivated the secret techniques of the Thunder Emperor within the expansive realm of lightning, the external world had descended into utter chaos. Following Chun Feng's entrapment within a black hole, the Grand Dragon array in the main hall shattered completely, triggering a monumental tremor within the Imperial Tomb, which was gradually closing. The multitude of cultivators within the Imperial Tomb were instantly alarmed and hastily surged towards its exit. As every cultivator departed, the vast tomb vanished from the void above Qingqing Mountain, along with Chun Feng. This event sent shockwaves through the prominent powers across the eastern domain. Simultaneously, the news of Chun Feng's triumph over the heirs of three major factions within the Imperial Tomb spread like wildfire, leaving the surrounding forces and cultivators utterly astounded. The young prodigies of the Eastern Domain were particularly taken aback. An even more sensational piece of information emerged from certain factions, revealing that Chun Feng had acquired the legacy of the Thunder Emperor. However, the revelation that he had obtained the primal essence of all things went unspoken among the factions, as if a silent consensus had been reached. The primary reason for this taciturnity among the factions was their collective desire to possess this emperor-level treasure. The fewer who were aware of its existence, the greater their chances of claiming it, prompting this unspoken agreement to conceal the truth. Nevertheless, the other two pieces of news were enough to send ripples throughout the Eastern Domain, prompting countless sect prodigies to converge upon Qingqing Mountain, their target being none other than Chun Feng. 10,000 Initiation, Sacred Land. Young one, make your decision swiftly. Should you cultivate this technique, all powerful physiques within this realm shall become your nourishment. Their essence will belong to you. If you transform your physique into the chaos body, this world shall no longer be your prison. Within a concealed chamber, a shadow entwined with chaotic energy resonated with a voice of decay, laden with insidious allure. Upon hearing this chilling sound, the holy son of 10,000 Initiation displayed a ferocious and twisted expression, his eyes filled with boundless resentment, as if a momentous decision had been made. Chun Feng, I shall ensure your eternal confinement within the nether realms. Chapter 38. The siege of 9 major powers. Time swiftly passed, and half a month later, a full month had elapsed since the tomb's disappearance. Chun Feng remained seated in the vast realm of lightning, immersed in comprehending the Thunder Emperor's secret art. During this time, the intertwining patterns of the Tao had dissipated, leaving behind countless golden lightning patterns, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. The thunder patterns were etched into every inch of his flesh, and at the center of his brow, a vertical eye, formed from the power of the thunder tribulation, was vividly apparent, as if it could open at any moment. This was a peerless secret art from the Thunder Emperor's repertoire, known as the Eye of Judgment. Similar to the martial Tao's heavenly eye, it possessed an even greater capacity for destruction. All of the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques were fundamentally about annihilation, their might astonishing. In the void, endless thunder roared and rolled, with bolts resembling colossal thunder dragons, each over 10 feet in diameter, striking towards Chun Feng as he tempered his corporeal form. At this moment, his body had become so formidable that when the thunder dragon struck him, it merely caused a slight tremor, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. As the thunder dragon dissipated, he opened his eyes. From his gaze emanated 2 brilliant beams of divine light, containing a formidable power of thunder tribulation. All the thunder patterns on his body retracted, and his skin returned to normal. In that instant, He felt an unprecedented strength surging within him. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tribulation crossing stage, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. It is time to leave. I imagine it is quite lively outside at this moment. Chun Feng mused, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He could surmise the situation outside. The news of him obtaining the primal essence of all things could not be concealed. As the saying goes, a common man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. He was indeed guilty, having trampled over the young prodigies of the eastern region's foremost powers. However, he felt little concern. Instead, a cold and murderous smile crept upon his lips. Come forth. I am eager to see how many forces will be unable to restrain themselves against me. The grand gift I have prepared for you awaits your acceptance. Chun Feng rose, stretching slightly, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from his body. He then strode directly towards the other side of the Thunder Domain. Crossing 3,000 miles of thunderous terrain, Chun Feng's figure finally appeared in the eastern region. He did not conceal his presence, but rather appeared brazenly in the void above Qingqing Mountain. At that moment, many disciples from various factions were present on Qingqing Mountain. Though several elders had already departed, unable to wait indefinitely for Chun Feng's arrival. Look, it is Chun Feng. He has appeared, a disciple from the Wanchu sacred land exclaimed, momentarily stunned before calling out in astonishment. In an instant, the entire Qingqing Mountain erupted in chaos, countless disciples hurriedly shattering their jade talismans to inform their sects. Those factions that had deliberately concealed Chun Feng's possession of the primal essence were particularly agitated. Almost immediately upon receiving the news, numerous divine rainbows shot skyward, racing towards Qingqing Mountain. Some even employed the mysterious jade platform capable of short-distance teleportation. After his appearance, Chun Feng did not linger but transformed into a streak of golden light, darting off into the distance. Quick! He intends to flee. We must not let him escape. Pursue him, shouted a cultivator upon witnessing the scene. Countless divine rainbows surged into the sky, chasing after Chun Feng. His speed was not exceedingly fast, allowing the cultivators from various sects to barely keep up. As he navigated the divine rainbow to a desolate land, he immediately sensed something amiss. A powerful entity had sealed off this region. Since he had arrived, why conceal their intentions? Is this how the esteemed sects operate? Chun Feng's gaze shifted towards a void not far away, where he detected several formidable auras. Ha! Young friend, you jest. We harbor no ill intent. We merely wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our sect. A voice, slightly aged, echoed from the nearby void, revealing a gaunt old man in a hemp robe, accompanied by 7 middle-aged cultivators who appeared before Chun Feng. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chun Feng's lips. Invite me as a guest? I don't believe I am acquainted with any of you. Old Ghost Ma. Chun Feng, my young friend, has declined your invitation. I suggest you and your companions take your leave. At that moment, another elderly voice resonated from a distance, mocking the man in the hemp robe. The newcomer, although appearing aged, was physically more robust than the first elder, clad in a starry robe, striding with an imposing presence. Behind him followed 5 middle-aged cultivators, also donned in similar starry robes, their auras equally formidable, all having reached the Nirvana realm. Before the elder in the hemp robe could respond, the other elder turned his gaze to Chun Feng. Chun Feng, my young friend, our sect leader wishes to personally take you as a disciple. Would you be willing? You of the Xinghan sect play a clever game, seeking to recruit him as your apprentice. The elder in the hemp robe sneered, his expression darkening. I suggest you summon the others. There is no need for this tedious probing, which only wastes time. Before the two could continue their banter, Chun Feng interjected, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The 2 elders' expressions tightened, taken aback by Chun Feng's forthrightness. They had indeed conspired in secret, agreeing that if any sect could invite Chun Feng in their own manner, he would belong to that faction, thus preserving their amicable relations while achieving their goals. Naturally, some factions contemplated simply eliminating Chun Feng to avoid complications. Just as Chun Feng finished speaking, 7 more groups materialized in the void, each led by an elder, with the smallest group comprising 7 individuals and the largest, 13. They encircled Chun Feng, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Seeing this, a cold smile emerged on Chun Feng's face. What a grand display. I never anticipated that Chun Feng, would one day be so sought after, attracting so many sects wishing to invite me as a guest. With a tone of derision, he addressed the gathered factions. Enough with the idle chatter, young one. Surrender the primordial essence or forfeit your cultivation. Perhaps we may spare your life. Otherwise, we will act decisively, suppress you, and claim the primordial essence. One elder, gripping a dragon-headed cane, glared at Chun Feng with a malevolent expression. His words, laden with murderous intent and dominance, were delivered without any pretense. Chapter 39. The Graveyard. A grand gift. Upon hearing the words, Chen Feng cast a cold, piercing gaze towards the elderly man wielding the dragon-headed staff, immediately recognizing his identity. He scoffed derisively, I was wondering which sect dared approach with intentions to subdue me and compel me to relinquish the primal essence of all things, while also forcing me to forfeit my own cultivation. It turns out to be a member of the Bailuo sect. Are you here to avenge the severed arm of young Master Bailuo? Impudent youth. Elder Bai Qi of the Bailuo sect, enraged by Chun Feng's public humiliation, felt his hair bristle and thrust his dragon-headed staff violently into the void. Boom. The air itself was pierced, creating a gaping black hole. His already sinister gaze now radiated a chilling venom. Did he truly believe that merely relying on brute strength to overpower a prodigy of the Eastern Domain in a restricted area made him invincible? Such arrogance and ignorance were astounding. Within the Thunder Emperor's tomb, the disgrace of young Master Bailuo's defeat and loss of his arm was a monumental humiliation for the Bailuo sect. Chun Feng's mention of this event was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Bailuo sect in front of all. Elder Bai Qi's words rang true. You are utterly deluded, young man. Had your cultivation not been suppressed, our holy son would crush you as easily as one squashes an ant. At this moment, the elderly man in tattered robes spoke, his voice now frigid, devoid of the previous mirthful demeanor. Now that the facade had been completely torn away, there was no need for pretense. A palpable murderous intent emerged. You must be from the Wanchu Holy Land. No wonder you are so hypocritical. Your deceitful nature is indeed inherited from your holy son. It's nauseating. Chen Feng remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with ice. You seek death. The elderly man in tattered robes erupted with rage upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Humph. I believe it is you who are courting death. Do you truly think I am an easy target to manipulate? Allow me to inform you. This is the grave I have chosen for you. With a cold snort, Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he replied in a chilling tone. Such audacity. Gentlemen, let us first subdue this child. We shall discuss the primal essence of all things later, shall we? The elderly man from the Wanchu Holy Land commanded. Turning to the other powerful figures present, the leaders of the various factions nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. Senior Qiling, please lift my seal. Chen Feng communicated to the Emperor's sword. Before emerging from the Thunder Domain, he had requested Qiling to seal his cultivation, otherwise, his mere presence in this realm would summon a heavenly tribulation. This was the grand gift he had prepared for the various factions, or perhaps more accurately, a delightful surprise. Chen Feng grinned coldly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As the seal imposed by Qiling was lifted, an overwhelming aura of perfection in the Transcendence realm erupted from Chen Feng. Humph. Merely a perfected Transcendence realm cultivator, yet you dare to boast so brazenly. The elderly man from the Wanchu Holy Land sneered upon sensing the aura emanating from Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng's smile widened, revealing a hint of madness. Is that so? Then do be sure to receive this grand gift well. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the heavens. Thick layers of tribulation clouds began to gather ominously in the sky above. In less than 2 breaths, the gathering calamity clouds in the firmament had amassed to an astonishing thickness of several tens of feet. A vast sea of thunder, as boundless as an ocean, coalesced in an instant, with countless thunder dragons surging and roaring within its depths, as if intent on annihilating the world. Young one, what have you done? Why has the tribulation emerged? Questioned Elder Biki of the Bailuo sect, astonishment etched on his face, his eyes reflecting sheer shock. He understood that the sudden appearance of this heavenly tribulation must be linked to Chen Feng. However, this was the end of the Dharma era. The Golden Age was still about 20 years away from commencing. It was inconceivable for a kingly realm cultivator to manifest in this world, let alone for a powerful being to transcend the Tao during the end of the Dharma era. Such an act would be akin to courting death. Yet, this heavenly tribulation had materialized out of thin air. The strong from other factions turned pale, their gazes fixed upon the roiling sea of thunder above, their scalps prickling with unease. The terrifying heavenly might instilled a primal sense of dread and fear deep within their souls. Are you surprised? I mentioned that this is a grand gift prepared for you. Chun Feng's voice echoed like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of the powerful from various factions. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens once more. A thunder dragon, measuring over 10 feet in girth, descended with a ferocious roar. The formidable thunder dragon, with its claws bared, bore an awe-inspiring power capable of obliterating everything as it crashed into Chen Feng, staggering his form. Yet, it inflicted not a single iota of harm upon him. What? This is impossible. The dozens of powerful figures from the 9 major factions exclaimed in unison, as if struck by lightning, rendered momentarily petrified. Not enough. Far from enough. Bring it on with greater ferocity. Chun Feng bellowed skyward, raising his fist and charging headlong into the sea of thunder. Is he mad? What does he intend to do? The strong from various factions cried out in alarm as they beheld Chun Feng defy the heavens and boldly assault the thunderous tempest. Boom. The sea of thunder trembled violently. Countless thunder dragons howling in fury as if provoked. They descended in a cataclysmic downpour, intent on obliterating this realm. This is disastrous. We must flee. This lad seeks to annihilate us with the heavenly tribulation, exclaimed an elder clad in coarse robes from the Wan Chu Holy Land. Watching hundreds of thunder dragons descend from the tempest with trepidation. Flee. Can you escape? Chun Feng's icy glare pierced through the scattering figures of the formidable beings from various factions as he mocked them. His feet danced upon the interwoven runes, activating the secret script, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing towards an 8th-stage Nirvana realm expert of the Bailuo sect. He had long since instructed the spirit of the artifact to act clandestinely, sealing off this expanse of void. Now, for these individuals to think they could escape was sheer folly. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng arrived near the Bailuo sect expert. Countless thunder dragons surged forth at his command. Do not come any closer. The Bailuo sect expert felt the thunder dragons locking onto him, and he screamed in terror at Chun Feng. Boom. A thunder dragon descended with a thunderous crash. The Nirvana realm expert hastily summoned 2 magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to resist, making his final stand. The thunder dragon, accompanied by boundless lightning, swept past, shattering the expert's 2 magical artifacts into innumerable fragments, and in an instant, the Nirvana realm expert was reduced to mere strands of tribulation ash. The old man in tattered robes from the sacred land of Wanchu, upon witnessing the thunder dragon charging towards him, hastily summoned a colossal cauldron artifact to defend himself. This was a high-level artifact of the divine palace realm, exuding an astonishing might. However, beneath the relentless onslaught of the endless lightning tribulation, it shattered into countless fragments within mere moments. The old man, struck by the divine force, coughed up blood and was sent hurtling through the void, crashing into the desolate ground below. Half of his body lay in ruins, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Nearby, an elder of the starry sect wielded a golden battle axe, valiantly resisting the lightning tribulation. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the divine palace realm, and his body radiated a stellar brilliance, showcasing immense strength. Yet, even he staggered under the ferocity of the lightning tribulation, sustaining a grievous wound in his chest from a lightning dragon strike. Accompanying him were several high-level Nirvana realm experts, desperately defending against the tribulation with their artifacts. Unfortunately, their powers proved insufficient, as they were mercilessly annihilated by the descending lightning dragons. In that moment, the air above the barren land echoed with the sounds of shattering artifacts and the anguished cries of powerful figures from various factions, sending chills down one's spine. In the midst of this chaos, Chun Feng stood resolute, his form shifting into a streak of golden lightning as he traversed the storm of tribulation. Like the harbinger of death, he maneuvered through the tempest, drawing the cataclysmic lightning towards him, transforming it into a colossal net of retribution that ensnared the fleeing powers of various factions. The cacophony of screams and the explosive sounds of artifacts being destroyed filled the air. Numerous strong individuals from different sects were instantaneously consumed by the amplified terror of the lightning tribulation that Chun Feng had summoned, leaving no trace behind, reduced entirely to ashes. At that moment, Chun Feng's icy gaze locked onto a hunched figure in the distance. It was Bai Qi, the elder of the Biluozong, clutching a dragon-headed cane. He was channeling a torrent of divine energy, the waters of the yellow springs swirling within him for 5,000 miles, amplifying his already formidable presence. Remarkably, he withstood the relentless barrage of lightning dragons. Though battered, he remained standing, with a surge of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chun Feng's footwork resembled blossoming golden lotuses as he tore through the lightning, darting towards Bai Qi with the swiftness of an arrow. At that moment, Elder Bai Qi was exerting every ounce of strength to wield his dragon-headed cane against another massive lightning dragon descending upon him. The collision of cane and dragon unleashed blinding divine light and a thunderous roar, propelling him nearly 100 feet back. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his soul, sending shivers down his spine. He turned abruptly, only to see the golden figure. enveloped in a tempest of destructive thunder, advancing towards him at an alarming speed. His murky old eyes filled with an overwhelming dread. With no time to think, driven purely by instinct, he frantically burned his essence, fleeing backward without regard for anything else. You young fool, you have slaughtered so many powerful members of my factions. This is your own grave you dig. There will be no place for you in the Eastern Domain. Elder Baichi shrieked, desperately escaping through the chaos of the lightning tribulation. His visage was contorted, eyes brimming with malice, wishing fervently to devour the relentless Chun Feng behind him. As the most powerful among the 9 great factions present, he had stepped into the threshold of the Four Symbols realm. Yet, the passage of time had eroded his vitality, much like a decaying dam, unable to support his aspirations for a higher plane. At this moment, confronted by the eerie and terrifying heavenly tribulation, as well as the madman Chun Feng, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Old fool, why do you run? Chun Feng's icy, mocking voice pierced through the tempest, resonating clearly in Baichi's ears like a death knell. Just a moment ago, had he not boasted of suppressing me and seizing my primal essence? Now that I have willingly come to him, why does he flee? Above the firmament, the sea of thunder seemed thoroughly incensed, roiling with even greater ferocity. Countless bolts of heavenly tribulation had already descended, and now more terrifying strikes were coalescing. Even Chun Feng felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. However, there was no escape. This was his own tribulation, and he found himself at the eye of the storm, enduring the most brutal onslaught. Even with his formidable body, far surpassing that of the ancient saints, he was struck, golden blood spraying forth, his form fracturing. Blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth. Yet his pursuit did not wane. Rather, it was infused with a madness. Boom! The thunderous sea above erupted, as a dark purple lightning bolt, many times thicker than before, descended like a spear of divine retribution, crashing directly onto Baichi. A wail, piercing and dissonant, echoed through the heavens and the earth. Half of Baichi's body was instantly obliterated. White bones mingled with charred flesh were exposed to the air, innards faintly visible. His body quivered violently, plummeting from the void like a severed kite, narrowly escaping catastrophe. Junior, are you truly intent on committing this annihilating act, ensuring a vendetta with the 9 great factions of the Eastern Domain? Baichi strained to stabilize his form, bloodied remnants of his body confronting Chun Feng with a roar of despair and venom. Were it not for his foundation in the Four Symbols realm, that strike alone would have obliterated his very essence. Unyielding to death? And so what? Chun Feng's gaze was as cold as eternal ice, his voice devoid of warmth. You 9 factions, united in your greed for treasure and thirst for blood. From that moment onward, you should have been prepared for your utter annihilation at my hands. Junior, you go too far. Observing the frigid killing intent in Chun Feng's eyes, and hearing those words devoid of any possibility for negotiation, the remnants of Elder Baichi's sanity were consumed by a tidal wave of fury and despair. His remaining half of a face twisted in ultimate rage, and a horrifying bloodlust blazed in his one remaining eye. Today, even if I perish, my spirit scattered, I shall ensure your downfall. Before his words faded, he did not flee. Instead, he abruptly reversed direction, like a burning meteorite, channeling all remaining divine power, blood essence, and the remnants of his life force. Heedless of the terrifying lightning striking from above, resolutely charging towards Chun Feng with a determination for mutual destruction, the dragon-headed staff erupted with unprecedented, ghastly brilliance. Aimed directly at Chun Feng's head, Chun Feng's indifferent gaze flickered slightly, a surge of thunderous power roiling within his eyes. At the center of his brow, a vertical eye, formed of intricate lightning patterns, materialized. With a thunderous roar, the heavens shattered, and several dark purple lightning pillars descended with a deafening crash. The violent force of the thunderous tribulation seemed intent on annihilating all life. Now was the moment. The eye of judgment. All the lightning patterns on Chun Feng's body radiated light, and an inexhaustible torrent of thunderous power surged forth, converging towards the open vertical eye. Once that eye absorbed the entirety of the thunderous force, it suddenly opened wide. As the eye opened and closed, a blinding beam of lightning erupted from it, transforming into a radiant light of judgment that shot towards Biki, illuminating the world. With a hiss, the 5,000 miles of yellow river water conjured by Biki was instantaneously vaporized by the light of judgment, and his shattered form abruptly exploded in the void, dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. With a crash, Chun Feng was similarly struck by the dark purple lightning pillar, staggering under the impact, his shoulder shattered, golden blood spilling into the void like blooming golden lotuses. With Biki's demise, all the formidable beings of the 9 great forces were utterly eradicated. Chen Feng raised his head, gazing at the boundless sea of thunder above, for his tribulation was far from over. Within the golden sea of suffering, divine powers surged like a tsunami, and the overwhelming vitality surged towards the heavens. The wounds on his body writhed, shattered bones regenerating and reconnecting. In but a few breaths, all injuries were restored. He forcefully stamped his feet in the void, shattering it like a spider web. His form soared into the sky, golden fists swinging in defiance against the heavens. He truly sought to challenge the thunderous tribulation. Chapter 41. The Holy Body Turmoil. Gathering of Prodigies. Half a month later. Tianfu City. At this moment, Tianfu City was bustling with activity, as numerous young cultivators flocked here from all corners. This city, once a remote outpost in the Eastern Domain, had transformed into the epicenter of the entire region, teeming with people. Countless prodigies from the Eastern Domain, as well as remarkable individuals from various locales, arrived riding fierce beasts and formidable birds. In addition to the human prodigies, several remarkable youths from the demon race also made their appearance, each boasting impressive reputations. Have you heard? Today, the Holy Son of Yaoguang is hosting a banquet at Daxian Tower, inviting the young talents of the Eastern Domain to enjoy tea and discuss profound matters. Do you think Chen Feng will attend? In a small tavern in Tianfu City, a young cultivator clad in purple addressed the 3 other young cultivators seated at his table. Who knows? Half a month ago, after Chen Feng attracted endless tribulations and slaughtered dozens of elders from the 9 great forces, he vanished. The high-ranking officials of the 9 sects were furious and even summoned the old master of the Heavenly Tao sect to personally deduce his whereabouts. Yet not a trace of him could be found. I doubt he would appear at such a gathering, considering all these forces are watching him. Do you really believe he is the long-lost ancient holy body, a rarity not seen in a million years? Moreover, a version capable of cultivation. This physique is said to be the strongest among the human race, nearly invincible at the same realm, and once fully realized, could directly challenge an emperor. As the young man spoke, the expressions of all 4 grew solemn. The revelation that Chen Feng is the ancient sacred body has left them utterly astounded, even more so than the news of his inheritance of the Thunder Emperor's legacy. While the Thunder Emperor's legacy is a rare and elusive treasure, the ancient sacred body stands as an insurmountable mountain before all cultivators, its sheer might rendering them breathless. A striking young cultivator, clad in white, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, raised his cup and took a sip of wine before casually remarking, "I believe this news to be true, for it has been confirmed by the Grand Master of the Celestial Path sect himself." Moreover, he single-handedly overpowered 3 figures of the Saint Sun level within the Imperial Tomb, relying solely on his physical strength. Among them were a divine body and a stellar body, both exceptional in their own right. Such combat prowess corroborates this news perfectly. Upon the utterance of these words, the tavern fell into a profound silence. The previous conversation among the 4 had not been conducted through mental transmission, allowing all present to overhear, which explains why cultivators, despite treading the path of cultivation, often mingle within the mundane world. Useful information tends to circulate in such spaces. Let us proceed to the Daxian Tower to join the festivities. I hear that the Saintess of the Celestial Path sect is in attendance. This Saintess is extraordinary, possessing celestial eyes capable of dispelling illusions and perceiving the essence of things. She is also the descendant of the former sect leader, inheriting his true teachings. And her abilities are terrifyingly formidable, rivaling the renowned Saint Sun of the Radiant Light. The 4 settled their bill and made their way out of the tavern. After their departure, a handsome young man at a corner table set down his cup and glanced at their retreating figures. His gaze sharpened as he whispered to himself, "The ancient sacred body, you say? This certainly alleviates many of my troubles. However, the Saint Sun of Radiant Light, the Saintess of the Celestial Path sect, and the prodigies of the demon race, concealing his myriad tribulation body beneath the guise of the ancient sacred body might indeed be the most prudent arrangement." Indeed, this young man was Chen Feng, though he concealed his true appearance with secret arts, rendering him unrecognizable to ordinary cultivators. After finishing his drink, he placed a silver ingot on the table and made his way toward the Daxian Tower. "Esteemed friends, I, the Saint Sun of Radiant Light, express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending this gathering. The Southwest region is truly a land of remarkable talents and natural beauty. However, I have been engrossed in diligent cultivation within the sect these past years, and thus regrettably missed the opening of the Thunder Emperor's tomb." The Saint Sun of Radiant Light rose from his seat and bowed respectfully to the gathered cultivators. Clad in resplendent white garments, tall and handsome, with 9 radiant halos encircling his head, He resembled an ethereal being descended to the mortal realm. He was the initiator of this gathering, and nearly all the prominent disciples from the major powers of the eastern region had responded to his call. The attendance of sects at this gathering surpassed that of the previous one organized by the Saint Son of Wanchu, primarily due to the immense stir caused by Qin Feng. Whether it be the Thunder Emperor's legacy, the calamity that led to the slaughter of dozens of powerful figures from the 9 great powers, or the Grand Master of the Celestial Path sect's divination confirming him as the ancient sacred body, each of these events has triggered considerable uproar, and the convergence of all 3 upon a single individual has compelled these sect prodigies to take heed, particularly regarding the latter, the legendary primordial sacred body. One of the most formidable physiques among the human race, can challenge even the great emperors once fully developed. The pressure it brings is beyond imagination. You humans are indeed troublesome, so verbose. Does that sacred body dare to appear today? I am eager to witness the extraordinary nature of the human sacred body. Can it withstand a single strike from my sword? At this moment, a young cultivator with flowing golden hair sat impatiently at a table, his words dripping with disdain. This individual was none other than the illustrious young Peacock King, a prodigy of the demon race, undefeated since his debut, cherished by the elders of the Peacock clan. Having been groomed for 3 years under their close mentorship, Brother Peacock, your people are so fond of convoluted words, unlike us demons, who are straightforward and direct. If there is a disagreement, let us settle it with a battle. Another demon prodigy, clad in a black feathered robe, chimed in. Above his head danced a strand of ethereal flames, flickering ominously, giving him an extraordinarily eerie appearance. Brother Firecrow, it has been 3 years since we last met. Has your ethereal flame reached new heights? Shall we engage in a friendly spar to warm up the atmosphere? The young Peacock King, intrigued by Firecrow's words, felt his own combat spirit ignite, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Firecrow's lips twitched at the thought of such a challenge. He knew he was inviting trouble. Who among the demon clan was unaware that the young Peacock King was a complete madman, seeking a fight with anyone who caught his fancy? Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also exceedingly arrogant. At that moment, the saintess of the Heavenly Tao sect, who had been quietly seated at a table, let out a soft gasp. A look of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes as she noticed a tall figure appearing in the nearby floating pavilion, causing a ripple in her celestial gaze, as if instinctively sensing a formidable presence. The saintess's eyes sparkled with intricate patterns as she scrutinized the figure in the distance. Inside the pavilion, Chun Feng felt the weight of her gaze, a chill running down his spine. He knew without a doubt that the saintess of the Heavenly Tao sect had discovered him and was attempting to pierce the veil of his essence with her divine sight. Chapter 42. The innate sword body, his expression darkened slightly, the runes of thunder upon his body shimmering as the eye of judgment on his forehead suddenly opened, shooting forth a bolt of lightning aimed at the saintess of the Heavenly Tao sect. The saintess was taken aback, her eyes stinging painfully, causing her to let out a soft groan as her delicate frame swayed slightly. This unexpected action startled all the prodigies present, their gazes turning toward the figure in the floating pavilion. Before anyone could speak, a light, airy voice emerged from the pavilion. My dear saintess, is it not rather impolite to stare at me so? I, a mere man, am not bothered. But I fear other companions might misunderstand and think the saintess of the Heavenly Tao sect has some peculiar inclinations. Chun Feng lifted his cup and took a shallow sip, internally astonished. Though he had only utilized a fraction of the power of his eye of judgment, it was still enough to blind an ordinary Nirvana realm expert. Yet the saintess appeared to be entirely unaffected. He cast a fleeting glance at the holy maiden of the celestial path. His previous remarks bore an air of frivolity. Yet to his surprise, the holy maiden did not retaliate directly. This unexpected restraint elevated her stature in his eyes. The ensuing clash between them left the assembled prodigies in utter astonishment, particularly Qin Feng's somewhat audacious comments, which reverberated with shock. Who is this individual daring to tease the holy maiden of the celestial path in public? It appeared he had no regard for his own life. The onlookers cast curious glances at Qin Feng, then shifted their attention to the holy maiden, whose countenance was flushed with indignation. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng, nearly grinding her silver teeth in fury. You scoundrel! Fellow cultivator, would you care to join me for a discussion? At that moment, the holy son of radiant light rose and extended an invitation to Qin Feng. No, thank you. I am quite comfortable here. You may converse among yourselves while I enjoy my drink, though I must express my gratitude for the holy son's exquisite wine. Qin Feng promptly declined. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, he felt the need to be wary of the holy maiden. He sensed that she was not as uncomplicated as she appeared. During his stay in Tianfu City, Qin Feng had managed to grasp certain matters. The 9 major factions had not disclosed his acquisition of the primordial essence, which was indeed a piece of good news. However, their intentions were transparent, and he had to remain vigilant. The most troublesome factor remained the Celestial Path sect. Akin to an unpredictable variable, perhaps he should seek an opportunity to eliminate the Holy Maiden. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward her. At that moment, the Holy Maiden was also observing Chen Feng from another floating pavilion, her eyes filled with malice. She harbored a deep-seated resentment against him, but refrained from probing further with her celestial gaze. Humph, scoundrel, just you wait. The Holy Son of Radiant Light, witnessing Chen Feng's refusal, remained unperturbed and merely smiled serenely. Radiant Light, I yearn for a duel with you. May I have my wish today? The young Peacock King, having noted that the Fire Crow King did not engage, shifted his focus to the Holy Son of Radiant Light, his eyes gleaming with fierce combativeness. Clad in a resplendent feathered attire, he exuded an overwhelming and commanding presence. Fear not, Brother Peacock, our battle is destined to transpire. Though it must await a more suitable day, the Holy Son of Radiant Light, adorned with 9 resplendent divine halos, gracefully declined the young Peacock King's challenge while assuring him of a future confrontation, embodying an air of composure. He subsequently redirected the discourse toward the ancient sacred body. My esteemed friends, the Golden Age will commence in approximately 2 decades, and the sudden emergence of the ancient sacred body presents us young prodigies with a formidable adversary. However, it is a privilege to coexist in the same era as such an opponent. It is merely regrettable that fellow cultivator Chen Feng could not attend this gathering today. If only we could all convene, engage in discourse, and refine our skills together, how delightful it would be. His remarks were not intended as a veiled attack, but rather acknowledged Chen Feng as a rival, imbued with a sense of camaraderie. Humph. The sacred body is nothing more than a mere jester. Today, he did not even dare to show up. So how could he obstruct my path to supremacy? If he were here, I could easily dispatch him. The young Peacock King scoffed disdainfully. With an air of arrogance, he spoke, his eyes brimming with disdain. Isn't it rather presumptuous for you, my peacock friend, to utter such words? The sacred body is among the mightiest of our human race's physiques. Having birthed countless illustrious figures in ancient times, suppressing numerous epochs of darkness and chaos, and rendering tremendous contributions to the myriad races of the universe. Moreover, in the post-ancient era, there emerged an emperor revered by all races. Such statements from you are rather inappropriate, don't you think? The speaker was a refined young man, slightly built, yet exuding an astonishing aura. At that moment, he gently caressed a black ancient sword with a seriousness that might suggest he was tenderly stroking a beloved woman. He was none other than Qin Ren, the prodigious sword body of the ancient Qin family. To everyone's surprise, he had arrived as well. A young cultivator recognized the scholarly youth's identity and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chen Feng, too, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would champion the ancient sacred body. This revelation caught him off guard. I now understand why the sword body would advocate for the ancient sacred body. It is said that the ancestors of the Qin family once followed that emperor of the sacred body lineage. It appears this rumor holds truth. An elder cultivator suddenly recalled an ancient secret, whispering softly. Gasp! The surrounding disciples of the elder gasped in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at the refined youth. However, the prominent figures such as the Holy Son of the Radiant Light and the Holy Maiden of the Taoist sect displayed no signs of surprise, implying they were already aware of this secret. You are the famed sword body of the Qin family. Dare you engage me in combat? The young Peacock King regarded the refined youth with his golden eyes, his gaze icy, clearly displeased by the earlier accusation of arrogance. Let there be battle. Who fears whom? The refined youth responded with equal defiance, his eyes radiating fierce sword intent, showing no sign of trepidation. Humph. Very well. Let us duel in the void. Upon hearing the youth accept the challenge, the young Peacock King snorted coldly, his form flickering as he ascended into the void. The refined youth, grasping his black ancient sword, followed closely behind. Yao Guang glanced at the two but did not intervene, instead shifting his gaze towards Chen Feng not far away, his right hand gently resting on his chest, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Chapter 43. The Sword Body's Defeat. Chen Feng takes action. The two stood in the void, unleashing their formidable powers, both being Nirvana realm experts. The aura emanating from the young Peacock King surpassed that of the refined youth, having reached the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. The refined youth was at the 3rd level, placing him 2 tiers below his opponent in cultivation. However, such a disparity posed no issue for true prodigies. Every exceptional talent possesses forbidden combat prowess, capable of surmounting 1 or 2 tiers with ease. At this moment, The refined youth radiated intense battle intent and momentum, akin to a razor-sharp, unparalleled sword. His very presence exuded a sense of brilliance, the chilling aura of slaughter rampant. Undeterred by his lower cultivation compared to the young Peacock King. Kill. The young Peacock King's eyes radiated a chilling coldness as he issued a fierce command. Initiating the assault. Behold, the resplendent brilliance of 7 colors surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter that swept across the heavens. This was an unparalleled secret technique exclusive to the Peacock clan, exuding an astonishing might. No one anticipated that the young Peacock King would unleash such a formidable art upon his emergence. A human prodigy recognized the technique employed by the young Peacock King and could not suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, the sword body of Qin Ren bore a grave expression. Slowly, he drew his ancient sword, awakening it like a slumbering blade of death, revealing its unparalleled intent to kill. It must be said, the young Peacock King's prowess was indeed remarkable. The physical strength of the demon race surpassed that of humanity. Yet the divine power wielded by his opponent was equally astonishing. Kill! Qin Ren shouted fiercely, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the young Peacock King. In the void, the sword light shimmered brilliantly, the aura of slaughter overwhelming, as Qin Ren unleashed a ferocious killing technique. On the other side, the 7-colored divine light dazzled and shone. The young Peacock King raised his fist high, his violent physique seemingly intent on tearing apart the void, shattering the firmament with his punch. His offensive was even more tyrannical, fearsome in its unparalleled ferocity. The two figures clashed violently in the void, their tremendous power causing the very fabric of space to tremble, with countless voids being obliterated by their strikes. After exchanging several blows, one figure was sent flying several dozen yards, and that individual was none other than Qin Ren. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Qin Ren's mouth. His expression grave. He had clearly suffered a significant setback in their physical contest. The young Peacock King, however, wore a cold smirk, his golden eyes filled with contempt. He gazed at Qin Ren and icily remarked, "A natural sword body is insufficient. Too weak." Upon hearing this, Qin Ren's expression darkened further. It was a blatant humiliation. "Kill!" he shouted, as if a sword of slaughter had burst forth from his lips. This was akin to a primordial essence birthed from the very source of his sword body. He unleashed his divine power like a tidal wave, an endless sword intent erupting like a cataclysmic avalanche, the formidable aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if the onlookers beheld an unparalleled divine sword materializing in the void, a blade capable of vanquishing all adversaries. With a sweeping arc, this sword, infused with boundless divine power, cleaved through the sky, its dazzling radiance severing through 19 states, causing the assembled prodigies below to turn pale. This was an exalted secret technique of the Qin family, unexpectedly mastered by Qin Ren. Moreover, as a natural sword body, he wielded this technique with his very being, amplifying its might to its utmost potential. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Qin family, in following the heavenly emperor, was granted this supreme secret technique, achieving perfection in its cultivation, capable of cleaving through 3,000 states with a single stroke. Some cultivators discerned the origin of Qin Ren's sword and could not help but exclaim, recounting the technique's lineage. The fierce aura of slaughter sent shivers down the young Peacock King's spine. He sensed a whiff of danger. Suddenly, the divine brilliance of his 7-colored feather robe surged dramatically, vibrating violently, as a myriad of 7-colored feathers detached, transforming into 1,000 resplendent beams of sword light, swiftly coalescing into a sword formation. Each beam of light seemed capable of shattering a realm or extinguishing a star, hurtling towards the radiant sword light that was cleaving through the air. This is a forbidden secret technique of the Peacock clan, possessing astonishing might, capable of refining one's divine feathers into a sword, thereby forming an unparalleled sword array that can annihilate all adversaries. This is merely the manifestation of his ritualistic feathered attire. If he were to employ his own divine feathers to execute this forbidden technique, the resulting power would be even more terrifying. Whoosh, 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 boom. The air resonated with countless sounds of rupturing space, followed by a tremendous roar. The brilliant sword light, which could cleave through 19 provinces, was shattered. Thud, thud. Qin Ren's figure was as if struck by lightning, nearly plummeting from the void. His body was pierced by numerous blood holes from the 7-colored divine sword, droplets of fresh blood cascading through the air, staining his emaciated frame, casting a shadow over the hearts of the human prodigies present. Qin Ren has been defeated, thoroughly vanquished. This was the unspoken sentiment among the countless prodigies present. It was not due to the inadequacy of the sword's essence, but rather the overwhelming strength of the young Peacock King. The outcome left the onlookers in a state of fervent disbelief. They had not anticipated the young Peacock King's formidable prowess. The young Peacock King stood in the void, gazing down upon the bloodied and retreating Qin Ren, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. It was evident that he harbored intentions of killing Qin Ren. The other prodigies below sensed the palpable aura of malice emanating from the young Peacock King, their expressions shifting in shock. They could not fathom the audacity of the young Peacock King to seek the other's demise in what was supposed to be a friendly spar. Yet, who was the young Peacock King but the leading figure among the younger generation of the demon race? Having decided to take a life, he showed no intention of holding back and had no fear of retaliation from the Qin family. Waves of seven-colored divine power surged from his body, his towering form transforming into a vibrant rainbow as he dove downward, intent on slaying Qin Ren in the void. Just when the assembly of prodigies believed Qin Ren was doomed, a figure from the suspended pavilion below stirred. Chen Feng transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring skyward. His golden fist ascended defiantly towards the young Peacock King. Boom! The void erupted with a thunderous sound. Onlookers beheld a figure sent reeling backward for several dozen yards before barely stabilizing itself. It was none other than the young Peacock King, who had just aimed to kill Qin Ren. The crowd gazed at this scene with incredulity. Who was this individual, capable of repelling the young Peacock King? The prodigies below, witnessing the figure standing amidst the void, were astounded. Chen Feng cast a glance at Qin Ren and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks to your timely intervention," Qin Ren replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his countenance pale. "You seek death. How dare you obstruct me?" The young Peacock King steadied himself, his golden hair standing on end, his gaze icy and furious as he rebuked Chen Feng. "How does it matter? It is merely a friendly spar. Yet you have resorted to lethal intent, attempting to extinguish the brilliance of my human prodigies. Today I shall represent humanity and slay you." Chen Feng's expression was devoid of warmth, his eyes glacial as he declared, "Ha! Excellent. Just you slay me?" The young Peacock King erupted in a maniacal laugh, a mocking expression adorning his face. However, in the blink of an eye, the smile on the little Peacock King's face vanished, replaced by a somber expression. His gaze turned icy, rife with murderous intent. Faced with the razor-sharp glare of the little Peacock King, Chen Feng exhibited no hint of fear. His aura surged wildly, the divine power within him turbulent as if it were a raging sea. "Kill!" he bellowed, launching forth with the Six Paths reincarnation fist aimed at the little Peacock King. The fist emanated an overwhelming aura, and as his golden fist struck, the void shattered around him. An invincible momentum swept across the 8 directions. Below, the sacred sun of shaking light felt the immense power radiating from Chen Feng and the unrivaled intent of the Six Paths reincarnation fist, his expression drastically shifting. The heat in his chest intensified, and a fierce light danced in his eyes, transforming his previously composed demeanor into one of grave seriousness. He sensed the terrifying strength of Chen Feng. The pulsation in his chest warned him of an ominous presence, a truth he understood all too well. Beside him, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Path and several other prodigies from elite factions were equally shaken. They gazed at the elongated silhouette in the void. Disbelief etched across their faces. In the void, the little Peacock King's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment. He too could sense the horror of Chen Feng's martial technique. Yet he showed no fear. His towering figure exuded a radiant brilliance, a potent surge of vitality seemingly ready to burst forth. As he raised his fist to confront Chen Feng, he intended to engage in a brutal physical clash, seeking to annihilate Chen Feng with the relentless might of the demon race. One could not deny that the little Peacock King was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed an air of supreme confidence. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng collided with the little Peacock King. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the void as Chen Feng's golden fist shattered the air, clashing fiercely against the little Peacock King's radiant fist. Thud! The little Peacock King's expression shifted as he was forced back several dozen yards. His right hand was shattered, bones splintering, while vibrant blood rained down, each droplet shimmering with a dazzling light. In stark contrast, Chen Feng merely swayed slightly, his feet firmly planted. The outcome of their physical confrontation was unmistakably clear. "What? This is impossible. How can your body be so formidable?" The little Peacock King exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing Chen Feng's godlike physique. "Nothing is impossible. Today, I shall slay you." Chen Feng's gaze hardened as he shouted. His form transformed into a streak of golden light, charging forward once more. Humph! The little peacock king sneered, his divine power rippling through his feathered attire. In an instant, 100,000 divine feathers fell away, morphing into 100,000 radiant swords. As each sword materialized, the peacock's phantom screeched, and the moment the array formed, 30% of the celestial essence of Tianfu City was siphoned away. Swish, swish, swish. With a flick of his finger, he directed the 100,000 radiant swords toward Chen Feng. A piercing aura of slaughter threatening to rend the heavens and cleave Chen Feng beneath the endless rain of divine feathered swords. At that moment, the little peacock king unleashed an immense and forbidden battle power. As Chen Feng beheld the 100,000 divine feathers transforming into radiant swords, his pupils constricted sharply. He once again evolved the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, as golden fists surged forth with divine power, their might exceeding that of before. Each strike carried tremendous force, collapsing the very fabric of the void, as if capable of shaking the realm of the underworld. Crack, crack, the endless divine feathers, transformed into a radiant 7-colored sword, were shattered by the golden fists, disintegrating into fragments that slowly drifted down like broken feathers. Countless structures below were obliterated. Chen Feng's figure resembled that of a true dragon, his divine power surging within, continuously unleashing his golden fists, striking forth amidst a forest of 180,000 swords. With every punch, countless 7-colored swords were destroyed, and the sword formation crumbled inch by inch. The sword array formed by 180,000 7-colored swords could only withstand 2 blows before it was instantaneously dismantled by Chen Feng. He surged forward, approaching the little peacock king. The little peacock king, taken aback, lost his previous composure. His eyes were filled with incredulity. The 7-colored divine feather robe he had painstakingly refined was utterly shattered by Chen Feng's golden fists. His heart bled. "Ah, you seek death," the little peacock king roared, shaking the heavens, consumed by rage. In a fit of fury, his form transformed instantly into his true body, a magnificent 7-colored peacock, hundreds of feet long, obscuring the sky. It seemed poised to engulf Chen Feng entirely beneath its colossal presence, forcing me to revert to my true form. Even in death, that is a source of pride. The little peacock king's cold voice reverberated through the heavens, imbued with boundless killing intent. It was not arrogance, rather. The true form of the demon race inherently surpassed that of the human physique, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. What a splendid large fowl. Roasting it would be delightful. Chen Feng gazed at the little peacock king's transformed body, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he salivated at the thought. "Ah!" The little peacock king roared in fury, shaking the void. Its massive wings spread wide, like 2 scythes of death tearing through the air. Each 7-colored divine feather, forged from vibrant divine metal, transformed into lethal blades, exuding an air of devastation that astonished the onlookers. With a powerful flap of its wings, the gargantuan form surged toward Chen Feng, its speed and might striking terror into the hearts of the assembled elites. Chen Feng's expression hardened. Within the ocean of suffering, divine power surged restlessly, as his elongated form suddenly expanded, resembling a colossal golden titan, swinging his golden fists forcefully against the little peacock king's 7-colored wings. Clang, clang. The golden fist struck the 7-colored wings, producing a resounding clang. Whoosh, whoosh. The 7-colored wings were battered, shedding numerous divine feathers, like swords of slaughter descending from the void. The overwhelming aura of destruction shook the entirety of Tianfu City. Fortunately, cultivators acted swiftly to relocate the mortals within the city. Otherwise, these divine feathers would have claimed countless lives. In the void, blood blossoms bloomed, and the 7-colored divine light shimmered brilliantly. The little peacock king's wings stained with blood. Its form was forced back. It felt indignant. Why was the opponent's physique so formidable that even its own powerful demon form could not prevail, leaving it bloodied and battered? With a tremor of its wings, the radiant brilliance of the 7-colored light swept through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a formidable gale. Chen Feng stood like a solitary boat amidst the tempest, his dark attire rustling under the force of the wind, yet untouched by harm. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, sending chills down his spine. In Chapter 45, the Saintess observes the radiance of threat. The little peacock king flapped its wings, shedding its resplendent feathers, which transformed into 18,000 magnificent swords of vibrant colors. This manifestation, derived from the divine feathers of its true form and summoned through secret arts, far surpassed the power it had exhibited moments before. The formation of the 18,000 radiant swords enveloped the entire realm in an atmosphere of impending doom, causing the assembled prodigies below to feel as if pricked by needles, their bodies aflame with pain. The overwhelming barrage of swords, carrying the might to obliterate all, surged toward Chen Feng, intent on eradicating him from existence. Chen Feng's gaze flickered momentarily. His golden divine power surged forth like a tsunami of wolves, unleashing myriad secret techniques. With his left hand, he lifted a grand seal of mountains and rivers, resembling a celestial monument, while his right hand channeled the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, seemingly capable of shattering the very heavens. The force of his attack collided with the onslaught of swords. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the void, followed by the shattering sound of divine swords. Chen Feng roared, using his golden fists to obliterate everything in his path. The little peacock king was struck as if by lightning, its massive form expelled violently, spewing blood and soaring over 100 feet away. Chen Feng did not grant his adversary a moment of respite. He seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to the fallen foe. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the little peacock king. Such speed astonished the prodigies below. In the suspended pavilion, the radiant sun's expression hardened as he recalled the rumors surrounding the saint body of Chen Feng, his suspicions solidifying further. It was said that Chen Feng possessed a terrifying secret technique, unmatched in speed by ordinary cultivators. His gaze shifted toward the saintess of the heavenly path, who was equally astounded by Chen Feng's displayed prowess and formidable physique. Upon noticing the radiant sun's intent gaze, she instantly understood his thoughts. She nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intricate patterns, radiant and captivating, capable of piercing through all illusions. She intended to act at this moment, using her celestial vision to discern Chen Feng's true essence. In the void, Chen Feng stood atop the little peacock king's back, seizing one of its divine wings. His golden vitality surged upward, a torrent of overwhelming power as he forcefully tugged. With a resounding rip, the little peacock king's divine wing was violently torn from its body, its vibrant blood raining down like a crimson storm, a sight both gruesome and brutal. The little peacock king let out a wretched cry, struggling desperately to break free, yet it remained ensnared under Chen Feng's immense divine might. His ruthlessness and brutality left the gathered prodigies below in shock, particularly among the several prodigies of the demon clan. Each was seized by a shiver at the sight of Chen Feng's cruel demeanor. What manner of monster is this man, that he exudes such terror? His ruthlessness surpasses even that of their own kind, and yet he has so easily defeated one of their leading figures. Chen Feng retracted his divine wings, a sinister smile playing upon his lips as he prepared to tear away the other divine wing from the little peacock king. However, at that moment, his gaze sharpened, sensing that someone was prying into his essence. With a fierce glare, he shot forth 2 bolts of lightning towards the Tribulation saintess, who was observing from the suspended pavilion. "You seek death," he bellowed, as the runes upon his body glowed, and boundless thunderous power surged towards his third eye, merging into it. Once the eye absorbed sufficient thunderous might, it opened and closed in an instant, unleashing a beam of judgmental lightning toward the Tribulation saintess. The powerful light of judgment pierced the void, illuminating the world. The saintess felt enveloped by a suffocating aura of death, causing her heart to tremble with fear. Below, the assembled prodigies raised their heads, equally shaken by the awe-inspiring display of lethal brilliance. They had yet to comprehend why Chen Feng suddenly attacked the saintess, and why his strike was so devastating, leaving no room for mercy. Yet, as they beheld the celestial light emanating from the saintess's eyes, realization dawned upon them. In that critical moment, the Yaoguang Holy Sun finally intervened. His expression grave, he flashed forward just as the judgment light tore through the void. Positioning himself in front of the saintess, 9 divine rings erupted forth, radiating immeasurable light, forming a barrier before him. With a resounding explosion, the 9 divine rings shattered, dispersing into a rain of divine power across the void. The Yaoguang Holy Sun staggered back several steps, the jade floor beneath him cracking into countless pieces. His eyes filled with astonishment. The entire suspended pavilion trembled under the shockwave of divine might, reduced to dust. The judgment light had been thwarted, causing Chen Feng's gaze to sharpen, visibly astonished by the Yaoguang Holy Sun's strength. His judgment light had once felled the formidable Bai Qi of the Bai Luo sect, a being on the cusp of the 4 symbols realm. Meanwhile, the Tribulation saintess was retreating into another expanse of the void, her exquisite features marred by concern, though a glimmer of apprehension lingered in her eyes. "Friend, your actions seem rather excessive," The Yaoguang Holy Sun reformed the 9 divine rings, stepping into the void as he approached Qinfeng. Excessive? If someone were to probe into your essence without cause, how would you respond? Or is it that her actions were at your behest? Qinfeng shot a frosty glance at the Tendeisong Saintess before turning his gaze back to the Yaoguang Holy Sun, his tone laced with challenge. The Yaoguang Holy Sun was rendered momentarily speechless. However, if he were to admit that the Saintess acted under his instruction, he would compromise his standing. Yet, if he remained silent, he would surely incur the Saintess's ire, leading to even greater losses. Thus, he chose to defend himself. Friend, I urge you to tread carefully in your words. I believe the Saintess did not act with malice. I kindly ask you, fellow cultivator, to let this matter pass. What say you? Qinfeng discerned the heavy undertones of warning in the words of the radiant sun. He scoffed, declaring, "What a farce! Am I so familiar with you that I should grant you leniency? You suggest that we let it go. How about I delve into your origins first? And then we can consider it settled. Does that suit you?" Chapter 46. The Fall of the Peacock. Bloodthirsty curse. Upon hearing this, the radiant sun's handsome visage darkened. He had not anticipated that Qinfeng would show him no deference at all, and now he sought to probe into his essence, an intrusion that was utterly intolerable. The assembly of Eastern Domain prodigies below now displayed expressions of astonishment. Is the fellow cultivator truly going to apply such pressure? The radiant sun remarked, his countenance grim. If you refuse to yield, then let us fight. Enough of this idle chatter. Qinfeng's words were succinct, affirming his stance. He had no intention of backing down. Who exactly is this formidable individual? Such audacity to confront the radiant sun and the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect. A youth among the onlookers, unperturbed by the brewing storm, commented, "Did you not observe the pitiful state of the little peacock king beneath him? Surely, a peerless being capable of trampling the proud of the demon race would not fear the radiant sun or the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect." Another prodigy retorted, almost stating a fact. This person's tyrannical demeanor strongly resembles that of someone else. One prodigy gazed skyward at Qinfeng, a tall figure emerging in his mind's eye. Who? The crowd's attention turned toward the speaker, their gazes intense. Saint Body Qinfeng. What? The gathered prodigies gasped in unison, their heads instinctively tilting upward toward the figure suspended in the void. Saint Body Qinfeng, you have concealed your true identity to create chaos. What is your intent? At that moment, the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect made a stunning revelation, unmasking Qinfeng's true identity. Her beautiful eyes glinted with malice, for within the sect, it was rumored that one of their ancestors had perished due to the coercion of that very emperor who had attained enlightenment through the saint body, forced to unravel dreadful taboos. This was also the reason their venerable master had descended to assist the 9 great powers in countering Qinfeng. The enmity between the heavenly Tao sect and the saint body lineage was well known. Upon hearing this, the prodigies below were instantly struck with shock. Many gazed at Qinfeng with expressions rife with greed and murderous intent. Some even took out jade talismans, shattering them to promptly inform their sects. The reappearance of Saint Body Qinfeng in Tianfu City would undoubtedly stir the winds of change in the Eastern Domain once more. Qinfeng's expression darkened upon hearing the saintess's words, his murderous intent intensifying. That wretched woman, he muttered under his breath, wishing nothing more than to strike the saintess down with a single blow. "Ah, so it is Qinfeng. My apologies for my earlier oversight," the radiant sun remarked, feigning surprise, though the authenticity of his astonishment was known only to himself. "You are the human race's Saint Body Qinfeng." The little peacock king beneath him cried out in terror. "Silence! If you dare utter another word, I shall end you right here." Qinfeng's countenance turned icy as he rebuked the little peacock king beneath his feet, like a parent educating a child. The little peacock king felt a tumult of shock and fury, accompanied by a profound sense of humiliation. He, a peerless prodigy of the demon race, had vanquished countless adversaries. Yet here he found himself subjugated, like a mere steed beneath the foot of a human. What a bitter irony and devastating blow. "Yaoguang, before me, cease your futile tricks. Today, I, the little peacock king, will take your life. As for the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect, I shall decide her fate based on my mood. Even if I choose not to kill her, she shall face punishment, at the very least serving me as a maid for 2 years." Qinfeng directly exposed Yaoguang's schemes. Sensing a striking resemblance between him and the saint son of Wanchu, both exuding extreme hypocrisy. In public, they donned the guise of refined gentlemen, yet behind closed doors, their hands were stained with darkness. Back in the tomb of the Thunder Emperor, the saint son of Wanchu had shamelessly revealed his duplicitous nature while vying for the primal essence of all things. Yaoguang, in this regard, was even more shameless. "You dare!" The saintess of the heavenly Tao sect, upon hearing these words, felt her chest heave with rage, her delicate face flushed with indignation. As the esteemed saintess, endowed with unparalleled celestial eyes, she was appalled to find herself so belittled by the saint body, Chen Feng, who sought to reduce her to the status of a maid. In that moment, she longed to rend Chen Feng asunder. Yao Guang, too, felt the blood vessels in his forehead throb with fury, indicating that he was seething with rage. Since Chen Feng had pressed him so relentlessly, Yao Guang felt compelled to showcase the might of the saint body. Despite his anger, he proclaimed with an air of righteous indignation, attempting to portray his actions as a response to Chen Feng's provocations, seeking justification for his retaliation. Chen Feng scoffed, forcefully stamping his feet, causing the little Peacock King's form to explode into a mist of blood. A rain of crimson cascaded through the void, leaving the assembly of heroes aghast. The little Peacock King had truly been slain. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers as they witnessed the sanguine downpour. You seek death. Upon witnessing the demise of the little Peacock King, Yao Guang was consumed with rage, feeling as if his face had been publicly struck. Yet, just as the assembly was plunged into shock and Yao Guang's fury reached its zenith, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After Chen Feng had crushed the little Peacock King with a single foot, the deluge of blood transformed into a sinister blood curse that enveloped Chen Feng's body. As the ominous blood curse approached, Chen Feng felt an unsettling sensation coursing through him. His golden vitality surged like divine flames, instinctively resisting the encroaching curse. Chen Feng realized he was in serious trouble. If he was not mistaken, this was the blood curse of the demon race, an ancient sorcery. This curse not only devoured the essence of the afflicted, severing their path, but it also lingered with them, detectable by any demon within a certain vicinity. The blood curse that clung to the little Peacock King must have been a hidden hand left by the elder Peacock King. Observers from the older generation gasped as they recognized the curse that was ensnaring Chen Feng. As the sinister force continued to draw closer, Chen Feng's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated such a development. At that moment, the curse had fully manifested, and he felt as if his vitality was on the brink of being restrained. A mere dark art dares to bind me? Break! Chen Feng let out a cold snort, followed by a thunderous roar. A torrent of blood essence surged into the heavens, akin to a true dragon's roar, breaking free from the constraints of the bloodthirsty curse. Chen Feng's entire being was infused with blood essence, flowing like a golden true dragon. As the immense power of his vitality relentlessly eroded the bloodthirsty curse, the curse could not confine him at all. However, the crimson phantom of the curse still lingered, not yet completely obliterated, primarily due to the superior cultivation of its caster. To fully eradicate it, Chen Feng would require some time. Chapter 47. The appearance of the supreme bone. The injury of the holy body. The holy son of Yao Guang felt the overwhelming blood energy emanating from Chen Feng, and a fierce brilliance ignited in his eyes. Upon learning of the emergence of the holy body, he had already regarded Chen Feng as an unparalleled adversary. Naturally wishing to prevent such a formidable foe from maturing and obstructing his path to enlightenment in the future. Kill! He bellowed. 9 resplendent divine rings surged with power, soaring into the void, enveloping Chen Feng as though 9 suns illuminated the world, showcasing boundless divine energy. The holy son of Yao Guang dared not show even a hint of carelessness. He immediately invoked a secret technique from the Yao Guang Holy Land. The 9 divine rings, embodying both offense and defense, represented an immensely powerful supreme secret art. With a change of hand seals, the brilliance of the 9 divine rings intensified, revolving around Chen Feng in a relentless dance. Go! Commanded the holy son of Yao Guang. 2 of the divine rings, guided by his incantation, sliced toward Chen Feng's head, emitting immeasurable light and a murderous aura that shook the heavens. Chen Feng's expression sharpened as he sensed the aura emanating from the holy son of Yao Guang. He discovered that the latter's cultivation had reached the 6th heaven of the Nirvana realm, one small tier above that of the little Peacock King. The Yao Guang indeed concealed its depth. As he beheld the 2 resplendent divine rings, imbued with boundless killing intent, descending upon him, Chen Feng's divine power surged within his golden sea of bitterness. Instantly, a tumultuous wave of divine strength erupted. The true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist manifested, unleashing a dominating intent that stirred a tempest. Kill! Chen Feng roared. His figure flashed like lightning, his fist intent shaking the 9 heavens, fracturing the void inch by inch. Boom! Boom! The 2 brilliant divine rings were instantaneously shattered by his golden fist, exploding like 2 suns, casting dazzling divine light in all directions, accompanied by 2 resounding booms. The expression of the holy son of Yao Guang shifted. He altered his hand seals, and a torrent of divine power surged like a tidal wave into the remaining 7 divine rings. The 7 rings exuded endless divine brilliance, devouring the essence of the universe, and came crashing down upon Chen Feng, like 7 stars descending from the outer realms. Chen Feng's countenance grew grave. He sensed the terrifying power released by the 7 divine rings, far surpassing that of their predecessors. His body radiated golden divine light, his vitality flowing like a true dragon, resembling a colossal golden giant. With formidable divine strength, he unleashed the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. In that moment, he embodied an indomitable and invincible aura. Boom, boom. The void resonated with 7 thunderous booms. Chen Feng shattered the 7 divine rings with his golden fist. The violent force surged like a hurricane, and both Chen Feng and the holy son of Yaoguang were propelled backward. The void beneath their feet was fractured like a spider's web, on the brink of collapse. The multitude of prodigies from the eastern domain gazed in astonishment, their expressions filled with dread. The combat prowess of these 2 far exceeded their own cultivation levels, both possessing forbidden strength. What astonished them most was Chen Feng's power. Facing the offensive secret techniques of the Radiant Prince with his perfected Tribulation crossing realm, he showed no signs of weakness. Was this the unparalleled might of the ancient sacred body? Nearly invincible among his peers, he seemed capable of overwhelming all adversaries. The assembly of prodigies raised their heads to behold the golden figure, relentlessly unleashing a domineering fist intent, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The Radiant Prince and other top-tier talents from the Eastern Domain had already pressed them to the brink of breathlessness, and now, another ancient sacred body emerged. This was yet another insurmountable mountain towering before them. Chen Feng swiftly stabilized his form. If their previous clash was merely a tentative exchange, the ensuing confrontation would see both combatants fully alert and prepared. The lightning patterns on Chen Feng's body glowed. An inexhaustible torrent of tribulation power surged forth like a tidal wave breaching a dam, intertwining with his divine golden might, evolving into golden thunderbolts poised to judge all beings. With a decisive shout, Chen Feng extended his golden hands, grasping the void, condensing boundless tribulation power into 2 colossal thunder dragons. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging once more towards the Radiant Prince. Was this the legacy of the Thunder Emperor? The Radiant Prince's expression turned grave as he beheld the 2 colossal thunder dragons hurtling towards him. He swiftly executed a series of incantations, as if unbinding some form of seal. Open! With a commanding shout, the Radiant Prince conjured a radiant celestial light that surged within him. Crack! A sound akin to bones shattering echoed from within him. His chest illuminated, resplendent divine radiance enveloping him, exuding a supreme aura. This was the Supreme Bone. The saintess of the heavenly Tao sect, observing from a short distance away, narrowed her eyes in disbelief before exclaiming in astonishment. What? The Supreme Bone. The Radiant Prince actually possesses the Supreme Bone. Her exclamation was unrestrained, and the surrounding prodigies from the Eastern Domain caught wind of the term Supreme Bone. They gazed upward at the striking figure cloaked in the aura of supremacy, their faces etched with shock. The Supreme Bone, indeed? Chen Feng mused within, realizing the Radiant Prince had concealed his true abilities well. Yet, he felt no trepidation. The thunder dragons in his grasp roared forth like true dragons, charging at the Radiant Prince. At that moment, the Radiant Prince stirred, the Supreme Bone aglow at his chest, its overwhelming aura coalescing into a beam of supreme, celestial light. He swung forth the divine light, and wherever it passed, the void was obliterated inch by inch. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens, causing even those of mere divine light realm to have their eardrums shattered by the sound. In the blink of an eye, the 2 thunder dragons dissipated, yet they managed to erode a fraction of the supreme, celestial light. Chen Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and the essence of the 6 paths reincarnation fist erupted like a tsunami. He swung forth his golden sacred fist, aiming to strike the undiminished supreme, celestial light. Boom! The golden fist struck the supreme, immortal light, unleashing a tremendous roar once more. The supreme immortal light shattered completely, and the void exploded like fragile glass, collapsing into a vast black hole. Chen Feng was violently propelled 100 zhang away by the overwhelming force. His knuckles turned slightly red, and a trickle of golden blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by that last blow. What a terrifying supreme, immortal light. Chen Feng's gaze was indifferent as he murmured softly. It was not that he was weak, but the current Son of Radiance was exceedingly formidable. In terms of cultivation, he far surpassed Chen Feng, possessing the unparalleled Supreme Bone as a hidden ace, along with formidable forbidden combat power. Chen Feng, I must admit, you are indeed strong, capable of forcing me to unseal the Supreme Bone. Even if you are an ancient sacred body, you have every reason to feel proud. The Son of Radiance, enveloped by the supreme immortal light, appeared calm and collected, gazing down at Chen Feng with the demeanor of a victor. With the Supreme Bone in his possession, he resembled a born sovereign, destined to achieve the path of an emperor as long as he did not perish prematurely. His gaze was frigid, like an unrivaled sovereign surveying Chen Feng. Chen Feng, submit to me, and once I ascend to become an emperor, I shall lead you to conquer the immortal path. This is your only chance for survival. Chapter 48. The Guardian. A frantic move. Are you so certain of your hold over me? Submit to you? You think you are worthy? Chen Feng's expression remained impassive, his icy gaze fixed on the Son of Radiance. Isn't it so? You could not withstand even one of my strikes. What right do you have to be arrogant before me? The era of the ancient sacred body is long gone. This age belongs to me, Radiance. It belongs to my Supreme Bone. The Son of Radiance spoke with unwavering conviction, and as his words echoed, the aura of supremacy surged, enveloping all directions. In that moment, Radiance exuded a frenzied and ostentatious demeanor, revealing a powerful presence that overshadowed everything, contrasting sharply with his previous image of a modest gentleman. Perhaps this version of Radiance was the truest, brimming with unparalleled confidence and an imposing aggressiveness. Chen Feng understood that it was not the inadequacy of his secret techniques, but rather the significant disparity in their cultivation levels. He had no choice but to resort to his hidden cards. Otherwise, with his current prowess, mere secret techniques would not suffice to defeat his opponent. At this moment, he activated one of the 9 secrets, the all-character secret, continuously triggering it. After several hundred attempts, he finally succeeded in activating the all-character secret. A violent aura erupted from him, and upon its activation, his combat power surged tenfold, elevating his essence to the 9th heaven of the Nirvana realm. The Son of Radiance, witnessing this, was taken aback, his previously confident demeanor shattered. I never anticipated you possessed such a hidden card. Nonetheless, today, you shall still face defeat. Kill. The Son of Radiance declared ominously, followed by a commanding shout. He charged toward Chen Feng with the intent to swiftly subdue him. The Supreme Bone was summoned forth, radiating brilliant immortal light that illuminated the entire void. 9 divine rings were once again condensed and hovered above his head. The aura of supremacy enveloped him, as if a sovereign were traversing the world, gazing down upon the heavens. The divine rings, propelled by the supreme immortal light, resembled 2 world-destroying wheels, descending toward Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng manifested the sacred body's extraordinary form, supported by the essence of myriad calamities. Before me stands a towering and indistinct silhouette of an immortal sovereign, seated high above in the celestial realm, gazing down upon the myriad worlds. The sovereign is enveloped in a haze of chaotic energy, seemingly existing since time immemorial. It is an extraordinary manifestation of a holy body. Below, the young prodigies lift their heads to behold the ethereal figure of the sovereign, exclaiming in awe, "Could that truly be the immortal sovereign? Why does this holy manifestation exude such terrifying power?" One young prodigy, gripped by fear at the sight of the holy figure, feels his resolve shatter and cries out in despair. At this moment, the Holy Son of Radiance hastens towards Chen Feng, yet he suddenly senses an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, dimming the supreme light emitted by his sacred bone. As he gazes up at the silhouette above, he feels his invincible conviction begin to crumble, shaking his once unyielding heart. No, this cannot be. I am invincible. Today, I shall sever your head and forge my indomitable spirit. The Holy Son of Radiance shouts, striving to break free from the sovereign's oppressive presence. With a mere wave of the sovereign's hand, an infinite expanse of chaotic energy spreads forth, swiftly shattering the defense of the supreme light. Blood spurts from the Holy Son's mouth as he is violently propelled hundreds of feet away by an overwhelming force. His body riddled with cracks and many bones shattered. This blow has gravely wounded him. Yet, Chen Feng has no intention of relenting. As the sovereign's silhouette dissipates, intricate runes weave beneath Chen Feng's feet, activating the secret technique of the character, transforming into a beam of golden light that hurtles towards the Holy Son of Radiance. Seeing this, the Holy Son's complexion pales as he attempts to summon his supreme bone for defense once more. However, a piercing pain radiates from his chest, causing him to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, a striking figure suddenly appears before him, none other than the Holy Maiden of the Tao sect, who, witnessing the Holy Son's imminent defeat, finally intervenes. She conjures a shell of a mystical tortoise, adorned with intricate runes, transforming it into a massive shield to protect herself from Chun Feng's fierce assault. This secret artifact of the Dao sect is utilized for divination and foretelling, and now it is decisively summoned for defense. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng stands before the Holy Maiden, unleashing a golden fist that shatters the void, causing it to crumble like a spider's web. The terrifying force engulfs the surrounding realm, surpassing even the realm of Nirvana. Even some concealed guardians of the Divine Palace are taken aback by this display. The golden fist crashes against the tortoise shell, causing it to splinter and explode outward. The Holy Maiden is sent sprawling, blood spilling from her lips. She is no match for Chun Feng. At this moment, Chun Feng's invincible aura reverberates across the heavens and earth. "Youngster, do not overreach." A venerable voice calls out from afar. In the blink of an eye, two elderly figures with hair as white as snow appear before the Holy Sun, shielding him from harm. Their forms are as dry as withered wood, yet the immense aura they exude is astonishingly powerful. Simply standing there, their overwhelming presence seems capable of collapsing the very heavens above. He is the protector of the Radiant Light Saint. Among the crowd below, several distinguished cultivators recognized the identities of the two elders. They were none other than the guardians of the Radiant Light Saint, masters at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm. However, the expressions of the young prodigies present were filled with bewilderment. The battle between the Saint Body Chun Feng and the Radiant Light Saint was a matter concerning the younger generation. The intervention of the guardians was rather unreasonable. Chun Feng gazed at the two elders, his demeanor heavy with gravity, for his secret technique had a time limitation, and against two masters at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm, he was utterly outmatched. "Youngster, your penchant for bloodshed is excessive. Today I, on behalf of the numerous forces of the Eastern Domain, shall personally eradicate you and restore peace to the realm," said an elder with a thin mustache and slightly graying brows, his gaze icy as he addressed Chun Feng. The audacity of his words caused the young prodigies of the Eastern Domain below to involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. They intended to take the field personally. Some youthful prodigies cast their eyes toward the Radiant Light Saint standing behind the two elders, their intentions unmistakable. At this moment, the Radiant Light Saint felt the weight of those gazes, his face flushed with embarrassment. Had they struck down the young, now the old could not remain idle? "Is this how shameless your Radiant Light Holy Land is?" Chun Feng regarded the two elders with a scornful expression. "Humph, youngster, by what right do you dare to disparage my Radiant Light Holy Land? Today, I shall act on behalf of the numerous forces of the Eastern Domain to suppress you for 500 years, so you may learn what it means to show reverence." The other elder, noticing the discontented expressions of the young prodigies below, hastily amended his words, changing the intention of eradicating Chun Feng to suppressing him for 500 years. Their initial action was already questionable. If they were to slay Chun Feng publicly, it would tarnish the reputation of the Radiant Light Holy Land. By suppressing him for 500 years, their saint could distance himself from Chun Feng during that time, ensuring that even if Chun Feng were a saint body, he would pose no threat to their saint. This maneuver not only stifled public dissent, but also dealt a potentially fatal blow to Chun Feng. Chapter 49. Suppressing the Radiant Light Saint. Suppress me? You think yourselves worthy? Chun Feng's gaze turned frigid, his expression dark as he rebuked. He was acutely aware of their motives. "Humph, that is not for you to decide. Suppress him." The elder with the thin mustache extended a gnarled hand, resembling a titan reaching for the heavens, as it aimed to strike down upon Chun Feng. The overwhelming power of the Divine Palace realm trembled the very heavens and earth. As the withered hand passed, the void shattered like fragile glass, revealing a vast spatial rift. Chaotic energy surged forth. Chun Feng beheld the colossal hand that blotted out the sky, his pupils constricting in horror. A chill coursed through his heart. The intricate patterns beneath his feet intertwined, and he activated his secret technique in an instant, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished from his position. In the blink of an eye, he burst forth over 100 miles away. Boom! The giant hand descended, causing the void to collapse with a thunderous roar, and half of the Tianfu city below was reduced to dust. Thousands of innocent civilians perished on the spot. At this moment, Chun Feng had emerged from the state of the Jie secret, narrowly escaping what could have been a dire fate had his speed been even a fraction slower. The guardian who had wrought such devastation did not even lift an eyelid. His murky, aged eyes were filled solely with boundless indifference. Just moments ago, he had accused Chun Feng of being bloodthirsty, yet with a mere wave of his hand, he had caused the tragic demise of thousands of innocents. What a poignant irony. His speed is commendable. The guardian, witnessing Chun Feng's retreat, let out a faint sound of surprise. He then took a stride, and it seemed as though the entire space was compressed beneath his feet. With just 2 steps, he appeared 100 miles away, pursuing Chun Feng with alarming swiftness. This was indeed the art of shrinking the earth to an inch. As Chun Feng turned to behold the ruins of half of Tianfu City, his eyes instantly turned a deep crimson. So many innocent lives had been lost in such a horrific manner. A sense of desolation washed over him. Their deaths bore some connection to him. Meanwhile, a throng of distinguished cultivators followed, their gaze fixed on Chun Feng's fate. Utterly indifferent to the tragedy that had unfolded within the city, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Such is the cruelty of this world. The Saint of Radiant Light, the Saintess of the Heavenly Tao sect, and the ever-watchful guardian followed at a distance, refraining from drawing closer. Chun Feng had no knowledge of how far he had fled when the GS secret he had triggered multiple times was finally reactivated, allowing his aura to soar once more to the pinnacle of nirvana. At this juncture, a bold thought sparked in his mind. Beneath his feet, intricate patterns intertwined as he executed the Xing secret to its utmost limit, his speed multiplying exponentially. He transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the direction of the Saint of Radiant Light. In the blink of an eye, he was perilously close to the Saint's position, seeking death. The guardian beside the Saint of Radiant Light bellowed in fury upon witnessing this. The aura of a perfected divine realm erupted forth, sending ripples through the void. The Saint of Radiant Light smirked ominously. His expression bore a hint of malevolence. In his eyes, Chun Feng's actions were tantamount to courting death. With a flourish, Chun Feng summoned a golden spear, launching it towards the Saint. Simultaneously, the lightning patterns upon him began to glow, gathering energy in preparation for his subsequent assault. The golden spear howled through the air like a dragon, piercing the void with an inexorable intent to shatter all barriers in its path. Overestimating oneself. The guardian beside the Saint of Radiant Light snorted coldly, his demeanor as frigid as ever. He stepped forward, shielding the Saint behind him. And with a sweep of his expansive sleeve, a tempestuous divine power surged forth, enveloping the golden spear. The sleeve seemed to expand to dozens, or even hundreds of feet, as if it sought to engulf the very heavens and the earth. The terrifying force astonished all present cultivators. Lightning Calamity Finger. At this moment, Chun Feng shouted with authority. He concentrated an overwhelming force of lightning calamity at the tip of his right index finger, transforming it into an endless array of intricate patterns. He pointed his index finger towards the direction of the radiant sun, and with that gesture, it seemed as though he possessed the power to pierce through the cosmic rivers and to obliterate a realm of existence. Suddenly, the guardian standing before the radiant sun gasped, his expression growing serious as he beheld the terrifying finger imbued with boundless thunderous might. The sheer force of this finger sent a chill through him. He felt the tremendous divine energy within him surge forth, transforming into a colossal hand, ancient like withered wood, reaching out to grasp the dreadful finger that threatened to annihilate all. The golden finger was swiftly being extinguished within this massive hand, as if it could barely stir a ripple. Yet, Chun Feng remained unfazed. He summoned a purple gold gourd, which expanded to a height of 100 zhang. Its mouth turned against the heavens. Chun Feng cast 2 seals, and it was as if the gourd had awakened some latent ability, instantly generating an immense suction force, attempting to draw the void where the radiant sun stood into its depths. The radiant sun, already gravely injured, was now utterly incapable of resisting the gourd's formidable power. "Lulao, save me," he cried out in desperation. At that moment, both he and the holy maiden of the Heavenly Tao sect were drawn into the purple gold gourd simultaneously. "You young wretch, you dare," roared the guardian who had just extinguished the thunderous finger, realizing with shock and fury that the radiant sun had been taken right from under his nose. In an instant, he surged forward with overwhelming might toward Chun Feng. Just then, the guardian who had pursued Chun Feng returned, his furious roar echoing across the vast emptiness. Chapter 50, Gravely Wounded. The mysterious figure Chun Feng swiftly stowed the purple gold gourd away. A radiant glow emanated from his brow, and a vertical eye, formed from lightning patterns, suddenly appeared. The eye snapped open, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the guardian who charged at him. In that moment, he embodied the wrath of the Thunder Emperor, wielding divine retribution and descending with judgmental light. The powerful judgment light, infused with inexhaustible thunderous energy, seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path, evaporating the void wherever it traversed. The guardian felt the piercing gaze of the eye of judgment upon him, sending a wave of dread coursing through him, a primal fear of divine punishment. He forced himself to stabilize, swiftly moving thousands of zhang to narrowly evade the destructive attack of the judgment eye. At that moment, Chun Feng sensed a shadow of death enveloping him. causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The runes beneath his feet interwove, and he activated the word's secret technique, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot towards the distant void. In the space where he had just stood, a massive hand, suffused with an aura of destruction, crashed down. The void collapsed over a vast expanse, and a terrifying wave of divine power surged forth, engulfing everything around. With a splatter, Chun Feng coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, his body hurled back hundreds of zhong by the overwhelming divine force, his shoulder blades shattered, spilling forth a torrent of golden blood, his left side a mangled ruin. The word's secret technique beneath his feet operated frantically as he fled at breakneck speed. "Ah, you young wretch, where do you think you're going?" The two guardians screamed in frustration at the sight of the gravely wounded Chun Feng retreating. With a swift motion, he dashed after Chun Feng, and in the blink of an eye, the three figures vanished into the void. The onlookers, a multitude of cultivators, erupted into fervent discussion. Countless jade talismans were shattered by the proud heirs of various factions, as astonishing news rapidly spread. The holy body had truly stirred the heavens. He had slain the little peacock king and captured the holy son of Yaoguang along with the saintess of the Taoist sect. Young prodigies, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggled to comprehend the events of the day. Simultaneously, the revelation of the holy son of Yaoguang possessing the supreme bone began to circulate. Could it be that this era of golden opportunity would witness a resurgence akin to the glories of 1,000,000 years past? Some elder cultivators murmured solemnly, reflecting on the merciless passage of time. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was drenched in blood, sprinting desperately. Behind him, the two protectors of the holy son of Yaoguang pursued relentlessly. At this moment, Chun Feng had emerged from the G character secret, his speed significantly diminished as the oppressive auras drew ever closer. He repeatedly attempted to trigger the G character secret, but to no avail. "You little beast, where do you think you can escape to? Release our holy son at once," came the cold voice of the holy son's protector from behind. Panic surged within Chun Feng as he realized he could not activate the G character secret again. At that instant, he sensed an overwhelming, murderous aura approaching from behind, sending chills down his spine. The protector with a handlebar mustache hurled a tribulation-level artifact, intending to ambush Chun Feng. Boom. The artifact detonated with a thunderous roar, its tremendous force propelling Chun Feng several dozen feet away. He coughed up blood, the flesh on his back torn open with numerous gashes, blood streaming profusely. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would have surely met his demise. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his frantic flight, preparing to invoke the tribulation of Nirvana. Initially, he had intended to delay facing the tribulation, as he felt his foundation in this realm was insufficient. He yearned to solidify the roots of each stage, yet the current circumstances offered him no choice. "Release our holy son, or I will leave you in pieces," the mustachioed protector taunted as he closed the distance. At that moment, Chun Feng's gaze turned icy, ready to unleash his aura to summon the tribulation. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, as if stepping out from a rift in space, blocking the two protectors of Yaoguang. "You two shall go no further." The newcomer, clad in a purple-gold robe and wearing a jade crown, was shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring his true visage. However, the powerful aura emanating from him was undeniable. Taken aback by the unexpected aid, Chun Feng felt a flicker of recognition, though the chaotic energy obscured the figure's identity. "Who are you to obstruct the holy land of Yaoguang?" demanded the protector, his voice laced with menace. Two guardians, upon seeing someone obstructing their path, immediately changed their expressions and reprimanded the intruder. The figure did not respond to the guardians, but instead communicated telepathically with Chun Feng, urging him to leave, revealing that he was sent by Miss Yunming. Realizing the significance of this, Chun Feng expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist, and, with a flicker of runes beneath his feet, transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly retreating into the distance. "You truly intend to oppose our sacred land of Yaoguang?" The elder with a distinctive mustache, witnessing Chun Feng's departure as a golden streak, felt his weathered face darken ominously. His voice dripped with cold menace. "Humph, how noisy." The mysterious figure let out a disdainful snort, causing the air to feel as though it had thickened. With a mere wave of his sleeve, an overwhelming force of terrifying laws struck the two guardians fiercely. Blood spewed from their mouths as they were sent flying over 100 feet, their expressions filled with horror. "A saint-level powerhouse," they exclaimed in unison, turning to flee. The intervention of a figure of such caliber was far beyond their capability to contend with. Observing the fleeing guardians, the mysterious individual had no intention of pursuit. Had he chosen to eliminate them, it would have been a mere act of flicking his wrist. His true aim was to stop them. Turning his gaze towards the direction in which Chun Feng had vanished, he softly murmured, "The primal essence of all things. Even I find myself somewhat tempted." With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 51. Oppression of the Weak. Chun Feng raced forward, unaware of how far he had fled before finally stopping. He found himself in a desolate, sweltering landscape, devoid of familiar landmarks. Seeking refuge, he carved out a rudimentary cave dwelling and commenced his healing process. His injuries were severe, his shoulder blade was shattered, and his internal organs had suffered significant trauma. Were it not for his extraordinary constitution and vigorous life force, he would have likely succumbed long ago. He retrieved all the essence he possessed, amounting to over 100,000 pounds, spoils from his previous slaughter of the 9 major factions, now solely to be used for recuperation. Elevating his cultivation was utterly out of reach, as the resources he required were far too vast. This amount of essence could not even afford him a minor breakthrough. As he circulated his Tao scripture, the golden sea of suffering began to boil in response. The celestial sounds of the great Tao resonated within the turbulent waters. The primordial Tao pattern suspended in the void above sensed this and instinctively revived, weaving and evolving as it began to absorb and refine the essence of the heavens and earth contained within the resources. In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed. Chun Feng ceased his cultivation, having completely refined the last fragment of essence. His injuries were fully healed, and his aura grew increasingly profound. He then took time to reflect on the lessons learned from the battle 3 days prior, seeking to understand his shortcomings. Overall, the issues were not insurmountable. The main concern lay in the rashness of the latter decision to employ the golden-purple gourd to capture the sacred son of Yaoguang, underestimating the terrifying capabilities of a fully realized saint-level practitioner. The fact that he could evade his judgment light in such circumstances was a matter that warranted serious consideration. The chasm created by the 2 major realms was an insurmountable divide. Henceforth, he resolved to exercise greater caution. Upon contemplating the situation, he retrieved the golden gourd, shaking it lightly in his grasp, a chilling smile gracing his face. "How does it feel to be suppressed, Yaoguang?" Chun Feng transmitted a strand of divine thought into the gourd. "Chun Feng, you had better release me, or the sacred land of Yaoguang will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." Soon, a flicker of divine thought from the sacred son of Yaoguang emerged, tinged with urgency yet laced with menace. Chun Feng's expression turned icy as he channeled 2 incantations into the gourd, sealing away both their powers. He then opened the gourd, releasing the 2. With a resounding slap, Yaoguang was sent flying the moment he was freed, utterly dazed by the force of Chun Feng's strike. The holy maiden of Tiandao sect was equally astonished. How dare Chun Feng strike the sacred son of Yaoguang, a paragon endowed with supreme bone? Chun Feng, with a sweeping motion of his hand, gathered all of Yaoguang's possessions, inspecting them with a smile of delight. Truly, the sacred son of a top-tier sect was extravagantly wealthy. "Ah, Chun Feng, I shall kill you," Yaoguang bellowed, lunging toward Chun Feng. However, with his divine power sealed, he appeared as nothing more than a fool before Chun Feng. With an expression of indifference, Chun Feng retaliated with another slap, sending Yaoguang crashing once more. Showing no mercy, the aftermath left Yaoguang's cheeks swollen, 2 teeth missing, a far cry from his previous demeanor of elegance and grace. After enduring 2 slaps, the sacred son finally learned his lesson, refraining from further provocation, yet his eyes remained filled with a chilling malice. Unperturbed, Chun Feng turned his icy gaze toward the holy maiden of Tiandao sect, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. He similarly confiscated her belongings, yet did not inspect them immediately. Instead, he leisurely commanded, "Come here, servant, and massage my legs and shoulders." The holy maiden, witnessing her possessions being taken, felt a rush of shock and fury. Her face flushed with indignation upon hearing Chun Feng address her as a servant and demanding her to massage him. "Chun Feng, you scoundrel! Enough chatter. I expect you to serve as my maid, or what purpose do I have in capturing you?" Chun Feng, embodying a tyrant, engaged in this blatant display of dominance yet felt no dissonance. Rather, a sense of satisfaction surged within him, especially given that his victims were the sacred son of Yaoguang and the holy maiden of Tiandao sect. "Chun Feng, I advise you to release us. Your actions yield no benefit to you. Should you free us, we assure you we shall never oppose you again. What say you?" The holy maiden, having witnessed Chun Feng's brutality, offered a conciliatory approach, aware of his merciless disposition. "Releasing you, perhaps, but only after you serve me as a maid for 2 years." Chun Feng replied, a playful smile curling his lips as he regarded the holy maiden. "Dream on." The saintess of the Heavenly Path sect, filled with indignation, spoke with an expression of both shame and anger. "It's fine. I have all the time in the world. We shall take our time. After Chen Feng uttered these words, he refrained from further discussion and produced a purple gold gourd, once again enclosing the two individuals within. With them secured, he fell into deep contemplation. For him, the saint son of the Radiant Light sect could not be allowed to remain alive. However, direct execution was not an option, at least not at this moment. To eliminate the saint son now would invite the wrath of the Radiant Light sect, a sect possessing an unparalleled imperial artifact, whose foundation was incomparable to ordinary sects. As for the saintess of the heavenly path, he regarded her with little concern. Nonetheless, her malicious intent afforded him the opportunity to torment her for his amusement. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Chen Feng recalled Nangong Yunming. He had not anticipated that she would send Lord Feng to assist him, which he deemed a fortunate gain. Finally, there was the matter of artifact crafting. He intended to utilize the primordial essence of all things to forge a personal magical artifact, one that would accompany him in his growth and attainment of enlightenment. What type of artifact would be most suitable for me? He fell into contemplation once more. Chapter 52, The Fire Domain. The demonic clan strikes. While Chen Feng pondered the nature of the artifact he wished to create, the entire eastern region quaked once again. News of Chen Feng's decisive slaying of the demonic small peacock king and his overwhelming defeat of the saint son of Radiant Light with the supreme bone spread like wildfire that very day. Particularly astonishing was the revelation that two of the saint son's protectors had intervened, only to find themselves outmaneuvered, resulting in the capture of both the saint son and the saintess of the heavenly path, an act that shattered the heavens. On the same day, the Saint Lord of Radiant Light was engulfed in fury. To restore the sect's dignity, he dispatched the 10 most esteemed disciples and 8 guardians of the sect to suppress the saint body, Chen Feng, and eradicate this malignant presence from the eastern region. The elder master of the Heavenly Path sect was also incensed, his countenance turning ashen, and it was proclaimed that should any prodigy intervene to subdue the saint body, he would grant them 3 glimpses into the secrets of the heavens. Meanwhile, the demonic clan remained relatively calm, as rumors circulated that the Dragon Peacock King was undergoing a critical trial, leading them to temporarily shelve this matter. Yet, everyone understood that should the old Peacock King emerge successfully, the demonic clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, Chen Feng remained oblivious to these developments, unaware that an even greater storm was brewing. 3 days later, in the Fire Domain. This was a peculiar realm enveloped in ceaseless flames. The Fire Domain was divided into 10 layers, each with varying temperatures from the lowest to the highest. Generally, those at the Tribulation and Nirvana stages could ascend only to the 3rd layer, while those at the Divine Palace stage might barely enter the 4th layer. The 9th and 10th layers required at least the Quasi-Emperor stage to dare to tread upon them. It was a natural crucible for artifact crafting. A renowned human emperor had once forged an imperial weapon in the 10th layer. Chen Feng learned this information after emerging from his seclusion. Having inquired in the Fire Domain city, situated 1,000 miles away, his previous retreat had been on the very edge of the Fire Domain. His purpose for venturing into the Fire Domain was to harness its rootless flames for his artifact crafting endeavors. He obtained the primordial essence of all things, an essence far denser than the very essence of creation itself. To thoroughly refine it, one must employ the rootless fire for smelting within the Fire Domain. Chen Feng arrived at the periphery of the Fire Domain, where a considerable number of cultivators had already gathered. Besides the human race, there were also some practitioners from the demon clans, yet only a select few dared to venture into the Fire Domain. Fellow cultivator, are there usually this many people in the Fire Domain? Observing the multitude of figures, numbering over 1,000, Chen Feng inquired of a young cultivator. At this moment, he concealed his true appearance with a secret technique, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to discern his identity unless they were of a special status. Like the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Path sect, you must be new here. Today marks the occasion when the Fire family's prodigy, Fireling is crafting artifacts, which is why everyone has come to observe. The young cultivator, seeing Chen Feng's inquiry, candidly shared the situation. You possess a bloodthirsty curse of the demon clan. I advise you to leave at once. There are demon cultivators present, and the Fire Crow from the Fire Crow clan is currently conducting its ritual in the 4th level of the Fire Domain. If it detects you, it will undoubtedly take action. After this warning, the young cultivator hastily distanced himself from Chen Feng, wary of attracting trouble. The Fire family, Fireling, Chen Feng's expression tightened. He had heard discussions of them while in Fire Domain City. The Fire family is a prominent clan within the Fire Domain, primarily focused on artifact crafting, with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years. It is rumored that the patriarch of the Fire family, Fire King, once acquired a fortuitous opportunity, obtaining a secret technique that allows one to delve into the fire domain far beyond their own realm to forge artifacts. He had crafted a sacred king-level artifact in the 7th level of the fire domain while at the king's realm, establishing the fire family's profound heritage. Thus, the fire family is a favored guest among various powerful factions. As for the elder of the Fire Crow clan, Chun Feng paid little heed. Having already slain a minor peacock king, he was indifferent to adding another fire crow to his list. Clang, clang. At that moment, resounding metallic sounds echoed from the 5th level of the fire domain, where countless fire dragons surged and roared, incessantly scorching a block of black divine iron. A striking red figure sat cross-legged in the void, continuously wielding incantations, striking the black divine iron, producing a rhythmic clang. What? Fireling is actually forging artifacts in the 5th level of the fire domain. Countless onlookers gasped in astonishment as the rhythmic sounds of artifact crafting resonated from the 5th level, with endless fire dragons soaring through the sky, igniting waves of flames. Chun Feng's gaze sharpened. He too did not expect Fireling to reach the 5th level of the fire domain. However, this was of little consequence to him. He too aimed to enter the fire domain to forge his own artifact. He stepped forward, heading towards the 1st level of the fire domain. Stop! Who are you to dare slay one of our demon kin? Kneel and submit. Just as Chun Feng was about to enter the 1st level of the fire domain, 3 demon cultivators suddenly obstructed his path. These 3 demon cultivators had assumed human forms, with the leader being a robust middle-aged man, towering in stature. Yet Chun Feng could not discern to which demon clan they belonged. The 3 individuals exuded formidable auras, with the leader a middle-aged cultivator, having attained the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. The other 2 youthful cultivators had just recently broken through into the Nirvana realm, their energies still unstable, indicating their recent advancement. As the middle-aged demon clan cultivator obstructed Chun Feng, he scrutinized the faint blood curse enveloping him, his gaze icy and piercing. That person has been afflicted with a blood curse, yet its potency seems feeble. It likely does not target a core member of the demon clan, remarked a human cultivator, noticing Chun Feng being halted at the 1st layer of the fire domain. However, his fate appeared sealed. For being targeted by a 7th level Nirvana realm expert from the Bloodwolf clan meant only one path: death. Another cultivator, upon recognizing the Bloodwolf clan's involvement, shook his head in resignation, convinced that Chun Feng's demise was inevitable. A group of human cultivators merely cast indifferent glances at Chun Feng, their expressions cold and detached, refraining from intervening simply because he shared their human lineage. You think you can make me kneel? You lack the qualifications, Chun Feng retorted with a frigid demeanor, his gaze unwavering towards the trio. The 7th level Nirvana cultivator was nothing to fear, merely a trivial Tribulation realm cultivator seeking death. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged demon cultivator's expression darkened as he bellowed in fury. His massive hand lunged forth like a gigantic wolf's claw, tearing through the void towards Chun Feng, the terrifying force seemingly intent on shredding him to pieces. Chapter 53. Identity Revealed. The infernal divine flame. Chun Feng's expression sharpened as his aura surged drastically, an overwhelming momentum erupting forth. His divine power surged like a tidal wave as he raised his golden fist, launching a fierce strike at the colossal wolf claw. Boom! The golden fist shattered the claw, dispersing the accumulated divine power into fragments. The demon cultivator grunted, staggering backward in shock. What? How is this possible? Nearby, several cultivators who had been observing gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Chun Feng repel the middle-aged demon. The demon's face mirrored their disbelief. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, as if recalling something, he pondered aloud. You talk too much. Perish. Chun Feng, sensing the potential revelation of his identity, surged forward, unwilling to grant his adversary a moment to speak. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, embodying inexorable slaughter, surged towards the demon cultivator. The golden fist cleaved through the void, the terrifying force fracturing reality itself. The demon cultivator was taken aback and immediately transformed into a massive blood-red wolf, its crimson fur glistening like sharp steel needles. Exuding a chilling, bloodthirsty aura, without a hint of hesitation, he metamorphosed into his true form, fully aware of Chun Feng's formidable prowess. A gigantic claw swiped towards Chun Feng with overwhelming might. Crack! A sound akin to bones shattering echoed as the blood-red wolf's enormous claw was severed by the golden fist, flesh and blood scattering. The blood-red giant wolf howled in anguish, its massive body crashing into the 1st layer of the fire domain. Uncle! 2 young cultivators from the Bloodwolf clan were taken aback, their cries echoing in astonishment. They had not anticipated such brutality from this individual. who effortlessly overpowered even their clan uncle, a 7th layer Nirvana Realm Master. Silence. I shall send you on your way, Chen Feng declared with an icy demeanor, his words chilling to the bone. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden fists surged forth with tremendous force. No. The young cultivators of the Blood Wolf clan screamed in despair, their spirits shaken by the overwhelming power. With a resounding crash, the golden fists tore through their bodies, reducing them to mere clouds of blood mist. The disparity in strength was incomprehensible. Who was this young man, and why did he possess such terrifying combat prowess? Countless human cultivators were left in shock, speculating on Chun Feng's identity. In the distance, several demon clan cultivators changed color but dared not approach. It was absurd. If even the strong of the Blood Wolf clan fell, they had no courage to advance. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, Chen Feng strode directly toward the first layer of the fire domain. The middle-aged Blood Wolf cultivator had not perished. He must have hidden within the fire domain. Upon stepping into the first layer, a wave of scorching heat assaulted him, causing a momentary shudder. He advanced deeper into the fire domain. Few cultivators occupied this first layer, but they were all engrossed in refining their artifacts, paying him no mind. After scanning with his divine sense, Chen Feng found no trace of the middle-aged Blood Wolf cultivator. However, he felt his divine sense singed by the crimson flames, instilling a newfound wariness toward this fire domain. Despite the intense heat, it posed no harm to him. He passed through the first layer and arrived at the second. The flames here were at least 10 times hotter than in the first layer, and the number of cultivators had increased. Yet still, he did not locate the Blood Wolf cultivator. It was only at the edge of the 3rd and 4th layers that he finally spotted him. Fire Crow Elder, save me. The middle-aged Blood Wolf cultivator cried out in terror upon seeing Chen Feng, his heart racing as he shouted toward the 4th layer. Chen Feng scoffed and advanced. The human saint body, you truly wish to oppose our demon clan? At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the 4th fire domain, laced with a tone of warning. Humph, you do not represent the demon clan, Chen Feng retorted coldly. With that, his golden hand descended like a divine monument, aiming to crush the middle-aged Blood Wolf cultivator. The revelation of his identity elicited little surprise from Chen Feng. In the 4th layer of the fire domain, a cloaked elder was meticulously refining a black feathered garment, reaching a critical juncture as he continuously inscribed seals, weaving intricate patterns toward the garment. The elder's fury flared at Chen Feng's words. To attempt to crush a demon clan powerhouse before his eyes was a blatant affront to his authority. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The middle-aged Blood Wolf cultivator roared defiantly, sensing the lack of intervention from the Fire Crow Elder. He wielded a blood-red wolf fawn club, several yards long, and struck towards Chen Feng's golden giant hand. With a resounding thud, the golden hand crushed the void of the 4th layer of the fire domain, creating a gaping black hole. The blood-red club in the hands of the Blood Wolf clan member was sent flying, while he himself was reduced to a mist of blood. Human saint body, you seek death, came the furious rebuke of the Fire Crow Taoist from within the 4th layer of the fire domain. Yet he was utterly powerless against Chen Feng. No need to rush. I shall come to escort you on your journey. At this moment, Chen Feng surmised that the opponent had reached a critical juncture and was unable to act. Just then, he sensed the gaze of more than a dozen eyes from the 3rd layer of the fire domain directed towards him. The earlier outburst from the Fire Crow Taoist had left no room for concealment. Evidently, these individuals had heard it and thus recognized his identity. However, these more than a dozen figures were currently engaged in refining their own magical artifacts and displayed no hostility towards him. With a cold glance, he surveyed the figures amidst the blazing flames, then strode towards the 4th layer of the fire domain. What? He has entered the 4th layer of the fire domain. The figures from the 3rd layer gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Chen Feng's audacity. Oh, I did not expect you to dare tread into the 4th layer, human saint body. Truly remarkable. With such a physique, no wonder you can subdue the prodigies of the Peacock clan. The Fire Crow Taoist exclaimed, taken aback by Chen Feng's boldness. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the black feathered garment enveloped in flames, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This black divine feather was extraordinary, intertwined with a wisp of the Fire Crow clan's innate Tao fire, netherworld divine flame. Suddenly, Chen Feng's aura surged once more. He actively unleashed the 6 Paths Rebirth Fist towards the Fire Crow Taoist. The Fire Crow Taoist, astonished and enraged by Chen Feng's audacity to strike first, exhaled a wisp of black divine flame, transforming it into a black fire dragon that lunged ferociously towards Chen Feng's fist. Feeling the chilling aura of the black fire dragon, Chen Feng's expression shifted. Boom! The golden fist collided with the black fire dragon, producing a thunderous roar. Chen Feng's figure was violently thrown back several dozen yards. The immense force caused his blood to surge, and a stream of golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his fist, his pupils contracting sharply. There, upon his knuckles, lay a barely perceptible black mark. Chapter 54, Profound Yellow Seal, the Fire Crow Taoist. Witnessing Chun Feng's ability to withstand a wisp of his innate divine flame attack revealed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. This human saint body was indeed extraordinary. Chun Feng understood that with his current strength, even employing the all-character secret would not suffice against this opponent, who was evidently a high-level cultivator of the Divine Palace realm. Thus, he decisively chose to retreat. He wiped the blood from his mouth and proceeded towards the 5th layer of the fire domain, unwilling to linger any longer. You dare venture into the 5th layer of the fire domain. Are you courting death? The Fire Crow Taoist exclaimed in shock as he saw Chun Feng heading towards the 5th layer. Chun Feng paid him no heed and stepped into the 5th layer of the fire domain, leaving the astonished Fire Crow Taoist frozen in place not far behind. As Chun Feng stepped into the 5th layer of the fire domain, his expression shifted dramatically. The temperature here was already exceedingly high, and under the relentless blaze of the flames, his skin turned a deep crimson. However, upon unleashing his divine power, his previously scorched skin rapidly returned to its normal hue, rendering him immune to the flame's harm. To his surprise, upon entering the 5th layer, he caught the attention of Huolinger, who was engrossed in her crafting. She gasped softly in astonishment. Chun Feng's gaze turned toward her, and he beheld a stunning figure. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, gracefully falling to her slender waist. Her crystalline eyes sparkled with an ethereal quality, enhancing her lively charm. Her delicate neck shone with a luminous sheen, and her curvaceous form was enveloped in a flowing red dress, resembling a sprite amidst the flames. Huolinger was equally intrigued, for she had never encountered anyone capable of reaching the 5th layer of the fire domain. To her surprise, the individual before her was so remarkably youthful. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the events that transpired in the 4th layer, mistaking Chun Feng for an ordinary cultivator with extraordinary means, oblivious to his identity as the sacred body. Without pausing, Chun Feng felt the surge of golden vitality coursing through him, his divine power naturally emanating from his body, enveloping him in a resplendent golden light that shielded him from the searing heat of the fire domain. He took another step forward, advancing toward the 6th layer. Are you out of your mind? That is the 6th layer. Huolinger exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed Chun Feng heading toward the 6th layer. I'm fine, thank you. Best of luck to you, Chun Feng replied, pausing momentarily to offer a radiant smile before continuing on his path toward the 6th layer. Huolinger was taken aback by his audacity, yet she found herself at a critical juncture and dared not be distracted, returning her focus to the crafting of her artifact. Chun Feng swiftly traversed the 6th layer of the fire domain, halting only upon reaching the 7th layer. He felt the intense flames scorching his body, and despite the protective barrier of golden divine power, his skin flushed red from the heat. This was the limit of what he could endure. Gradually, he drew the essence of all things from the sea of suffering, elevating it into the void with his supreme divine power. The essence, heavy as a mountain, sank amidst the relentless blaze, slowly succumbing to its fiery embrace, perhaps due to the comparatively weaker flames of the 7th layer. The process of melting this divine material was exceedingly slow. Days turned into weeks, and months slipped by. After 3 months had passed, the essence of all things was finally fully refined. Chun Feng was overjoyed at this development and immediately commenced the forging process. Clang, clang. With each strike fueled by his divine power, a thunderous sound echoed, causing the entire fire domain to tremble. Under his relentless hammering, the essence began to transform gradually. Outside the fire domain, a multitude of cultivators, upon hearing the resounding booms emanating from the 7th layer, displayed expressions of disbelief. It is the 7th layer. Who is forging in the 7th layer? One cultivator exclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement. The news of someone crafting within the 7th layer spread like wildfire, and soon, the entirety of the fire domain was aware of it. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of the individual, alongside an eager curiosity about the nature of the artifact being refined in the 7th layer of the fire domain. Countless cultivators began to flock toward the fire domain, seeking to partake in the excitement. Meanwhile, in the 5th layer of the fire domain, the enchanting fire spirit heard the resounding echoes from the 7th layer, her exquisite face betraying an expression of astonishment. Could it be him? A youthful figure quickly materialized in her mind, adorned with a pristine smile. Unperturbed by the happenings outside, Chun Feng was fully immersed in his exertions, perspiration streaming down as he tirelessly honed his divine power. Once the divine energy within him was depleted, he paused to recuperate. Throughout the refining process, he ceaselessly infused his essence blood, melding it into the concoction to enhance its spiritual resonance. Thus, for 3 months, he labored in the 7th layer. His bare torso exposed to the relentless flames, shedding layers of skin every 2 days due to the scorching heat. His once translucent skin, akin to warm jade, had transformed into a bronze hue, with every muscle radiating formidable strength. Despite appearing disheveled over the past 6 months, he sensed that his physique had more than doubled in strength. At that moment, he no longer needed to rely on divine power to withstand the searing flames, nor did he suffer as he once did. The essence of the profound yellow had been meticulously shaped into his desired form, a grand seal hovering in the void, exuding an aura that seemed capable of collapsing the heavens and earth, with the raging flames contorted beneath its power. The seal measured 4 inches in both height and width, adorned with a dragon tiger knob, representing its fundamental shape. Yet, it still fell short of Chen Feng's ideal vision, necessitating further refinement. Prior to this, Chen Feng had contemplated the intricate details of the seal he wished to forge. He considered crafting a cauldron, a vessel symbolizing power in ancient China, but deemed such significance too commonplace. Ultimately, he opted for a seal, one that represented supreme imperial authority and possessed unique attributes aligned with his innate constitution, capable of transcending myriad laws, eternally unparalleled, reflecting his invincible resolve. Naturally, he found it frivolous to inscribe phrases such as mandated by heaven or long live prosperity upon the profound yellow seal. Extending his right hand, the grand seal swiftly flew into his palm. Through the infusion of his essence blood, a connection was established between the profound yellow seal and himself, endowing it with a nascent sentience, a rare occurrence. Cradled in his hand, it felt significantly lighter than before, imbued with a sensation of merging with his soul. It emanated an air of ancient profundity, a natural elegance, and a resounding aura of Taoist significance. Pleased with his progress, Chen Feng stepped forward, determined to ascend to the 8th layer of the fire domain to complete the final refinement of the profound yellow seal. With his current physique, he believed he could withstand the searing fires of the 8th layer. At that very moment, the fire crow Taoist in the 4th layer of the fire domain completed the crafting of his black feathered garment. With a penetrating gaze fixed on the depths of the fire domain, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. As the fire crow Taoist emerged from the fire domain, Chen Feng's identity was irrevocably revealed. Soon, the news of the holy body Chen Feng appearing in the fire domain spread like wildfire. The tumult stirred countless sects, compelling them to dispatch formidable warriors to the fire domain, with those harboring enmity towards Chen Feng being the most zealous. As Chen Feng stepped into the 8th layer of the fire domain, a cataclysmic wave of flames surged towards him, reducing all his garments to ashes in an instant. His eyebrows and strands of hair were incinerated, unable to withstand the searing blaze of the 8th layer. Within this inferno, he felt as though his very body was on the verge of dissolution, instilling within him a profound fear. He hastily summoned divine energy to shield himself. Golden power surged forth like a tide, enveloping his form and mitigating the searing heat, granting him a modicum of relief. He forged ahead into the heart of the 8th layer, where the flames blazed even hotter, rendering the very void non-existent. This realm resembled a vacuum wholly dominated by fire, devoid of space, only an abyss consumed by insatiable flames. At that moment, his physique radiated light, divine radiance shimmering, as torrents of formidable vitality coursed through him. Ceaselessly resisting the inferno's onslaught, he cast the Xianhuang seal into the void, where it was promptly engulfed by the flames, initiating a process of refinement. Channeling his divine energy, he manifested the 4 fearsome beasts, the Taotai, true dragon, divine phoenix, and Shilin, imbuing them into one side of the Xianhuang seal. This was an instinctual evolution of the primordial Tao patterns, which would manifest phantom beasts when devouring tribulations. He found it remarkably extraordinary, as if imbued with boundless power, thus merging it into the Xianhuang seal. This endeavor proved arduous and protracted, taking 3 full days to complete the refinement of the 4 beasts, which emerged vividly, exuding an extraordinary aura. Once he restored his divine energy, he again employed it to evolve a vast landscape, a tribute to his homeland. Perhaps a land he would never return to. This endeavor was a homage to his roots. The process of this refinement consumed 7 days, during which he infused every conceivable aspect of his homeland's geography into the Xianhuang seal, including the majestic Mount Tai and the revered Kunlun, among other famous mountains and rivers. Subsequently, he dedicated another half-month to incorporating the 108 ancient characters from the Heavenly Emperor scripture and the Tao scripture into the seal. Each inscription resonated with the sounds of the great Tao, as if inviting one into profound enlightenment. Through the continuous evolution of these ancient characters with his divine energy, he experienced a unique epiphany. In that moment, he felt his soul purified and unblemished, deepening his comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture and the Tao Scripture. Various secret techniques began to operate autonomously, with the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the Battle Saint method, the Mountain and River Seal, the 9 secrets, and the Thunder Emperor's techniques, all manifesting in spontaneous evolution and transformation. Amidst this profound understanding, he sensed a significant enhancement in all his secret arts. With each refinement, he nourished them with his vital essence, amplifying their Tao resonance and divine nature. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months later, Chen Feng found his vital essence severely depleted. His complexion turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color, his physique emaciated, with sunken eyes and gaunt bones. Yet at that moment, he successfully completed the final character on the front of the Xianhuang Great Seal, Xianhuang Zhentian, Wan Dao Chen Fu. These were the 8 ancient characters he inscribed upon the Xianhuang seal. It is also his invincible will that bears the burden. He continues to sit cross-legged amidst the waves of blazing flames, commencing the circulation of the Tao Sutra and the Heavenly Emperor's Scripture to aid in his recovery. The Xianhuang seal hovers above his head, actively releasing wisps of the primordial essence of all things, enveloping him within, thus forming a unique domain that isolates him from the majority of the scorching flames. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and Chen Feng finally awakens from his cultivation, his divine power fully restored. Over these past 6 months of forging, his cultivation has not only stagnated but has instead ascended significantly, his foundation solidifying ever more firmly, ready to invoke the nirvana tribulation at any moment. However, he forcibly suppresses it with the Xianhuang seal. For now is not the time to break through. He intends to provide a tremendous surprise to certain individuals. A cold smile curves upon Chen Feng's lips. It seems he must indulge in something nourishing, for the loss of vital blood cannot be recovered in an instant. Oh, how could I almost forget the chicken wing of the little peacock king? Now it is the perfect opportunity to utilize it. Chen Feng gazes at his emaciated form, musing to himself, suddenly recalling the divine wing he had previously torn from the little peacock king. With a grand gesture, the Xianhuang seal materializes in his hand, and as his thoughts shift, the seal vanishes into the sea of suffering within him. Above the golden sea of suffering, the Thunder Emperor's sword, which had been floating above, suddenly trembles, displaced from its original position by the force of the Xianhuang seal. Remarkable. This young man has actually forged the essence of Xianhuang into a formidable seal. Xianhuang subdues the heavens, and all paths bow in submission. Such audacity. As the Thunder Emperor's sword is shaken aside, the spirit of the weapon, which had previously been dormant, awakens at once. However, upon seeing the Xianhuang seal hovering above the sea of suffering, it is taken aback. The 8 ancient characters melded within the seal exude a mighty aura, as if possessing an indomitable will capable of subduing all. This is beyond its wildest imagination. Regarding the contest between the Xianhuang seal and the Emperor's sword amidst the sea of suffering, Chen Feng pays no heed to the Thunder Emperor sword's astonishment. He embodies the first constitution born before the ancient era, the Xianhuang seal, refined with his essence blood, possesses a Tao rhythm and divinity that far surpasses that of other imperial weapons in their nascent forms. The Xianhuang seal resonates with his spirit belonging to him. Even if its current rank does not exceed that of the Emperor's sword, it nonetheless holds the initiative within him. Upon reaching the 5th layer of the fire domain, he finds that fire spirit has long departed. However, he lingers for a moment before making his exit, leaving no one aware of his activities within. Upon arriving at the 4th layer of the fire domain, he realizes that Taoist Fire Crow has also taken his leave. Yet, Chen Feng suspects that Taoist Fire Crow is likely waiting outside for his emergence, as their enmity ensures that he would not let this opportunity slip easily. Without pausing, Chen Feng strides forth towards the outer realms of the fire domain, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Chapter 56. Emergence, the saint-level artifact encased. Chen Feng is unaware that outside the fire domain, a throng of people has gathered, far exceeding his expectations. Since news of his presence in the fire domain has spread, nearly all major factions have dispatched spies to await his appearance, particularly those sacred sects with whom Chen Feng has formed adversarial ties, who have sent elder-level experts to lie in wait. Among them, there were no fewer than 18 elders and disciples from the sacred land of Yaoguang, making it the sect with the largest attendance. They had no choice. After all, their holy son was still in the hands of Chen Feng, compelling their presence. Were it not for the fact that supreme beings typically refrain from leaving their sects, the master of Yaoguang would likely have made an appearance himself. Moreover, there were undoubtedly some obscure forces lurking in the shadows, concealed from the public eye. As Chun Feng traversed the first layer of the fire domain and emerged, it was akin to a colossal stone plunging into a lake, stirring up tremendous waves. Suddenly, countless gazes converged upon him, their meanings unmistakable. It was indeed the holy body. Chun Feng. He had truly emerged. A cultivator shouted in astonishment, equally taken aback by Chun Feng's audacity. In this present moment, wherever Chun Feng went, he became the epicenter of a storm. Some cultivators from smaller factions were perplexed as to why his presence could incite such turmoil. Could it solely be due to his status as the holy body, or because he had vanquished the powers of the 9 major sects? Such explanations seemed rather far-fetched. Chun Feng, it is you. Surrender our holy son at once. At that moment, an elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang stepped forth from the crowd, fixing a cold gaze upon the composed Chun Feng. It truly is him. So he is the holy body, Chun Feng. Among the crowd, a young maiden clad in a crimson dress gazed intently at Chun Feng, her eyes reflecting surprise. This was Huolinger, who found it difficult to reconcile the tall, gaunt figure before her with the one she had witnessed in the fire domain. Child, what ails you? A burly elder beside Huolinger inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Grandfather, that Chun Feng is the one who forged weapons in the 7th layer of the fire domain. Huolinger did not hesitate to reveal Chun Feng's identity as the formidable figure she had seen previously. Oh, so it is him. I did not expect the so-called powerhouse to be the holy body, the elder exclaimed in surprise. He was of modest height, with a robust build and graying hair. Yet his tiger-like eyes shone brightly with vigor. He was the steadfast anchor of the Hua family and had mastered their ancestral secret technique, the fire avoidance art, to a profound level. Even in his current state, he could not claim to venture into the 7th layer of the fire domain like their ancestors had. Upon hearing this news, he hastened to witness the prowess of this young man in his 20s. Upon hearing the elder's words from the sacred land of Yaoguang, Chun Feng did not spare him a glance. Instead, he meticulously surveyed which sects were present, contemplating whether any bore ill will towards him. If so, he would not hesitate to unleash chaos. If you seek your holy son, you must first demonstrate the capability to do so. Chun Feng scoffed, his voice icy. With that, the intricate patterns beneath his feet intertwined, activating the secret technique of the word movement, transforming into a streak of golden light that surged toward the periphery of the fire domain. Stop him, the elder from Yaoguang exclaimed, his figure flashing as he pursued him in an instant. As Chun Feng departed, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. Individuals from various formidable factions hastened towards Chun Feng. Utilizing the secret technique of swift movement, he traversed towering mountains and vast rivers, swiftly covering a distance of over 1,000 miles. Behind him, countless divine rainbows surged skyward, fervently pursuing him. Some cultivators of lesser prowess fell behind, unable to keep pace, relegated to trailing from a distance. Others merely sought to witness the spectacle, for such grandeur is indeed a rare occurrence. As Chun Feng accelerated, he plunged into a continuous mountain range, only to burst forth from it an instant later, revealing a vast plain ahead. Upon reaching the center of the plain, he sensed ripples of Dao patterns emanating from the void, causing his expression to shift as he hastily came to a halt. In the emptiness, for formidable magical artifacts unleashed a potent force of law, sealing off the space and ensnaring it like a spider's web, isolating it from the outside world. Chun Feng, I wonder where you shall escape this time. A sinister voice echoed from the void ahead, belonging to one of the 2 guardians of the sacred son of Yaoguang, a figure adorned with a white mustache. Chun Feng surveyed his surroundings intently, yet saw no other figures. With such a grandiose display, surely you do not come alone? He retorted. Naturally. We are aware of your capabilities to summon heavenly tribulations, hence we have deployed 4 sovereign-grade artifacts to thoroughly seal this space, cutting off all external energies. Even if you wish to invoke a heavenly tribulation, it would be impossible. The guardian scoffed, exuding confidence in their preparations. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's countenance darkened. He sensed the complete isolation from the outside world. Triggering a heavenly tribulation was indeed impossible. The readiness of the 4 sovereign-grade sealing artifacts was commendable. He glanced at the 4 artifacts embedded in the void, his tone laced with derision. Why not summon all of your comrades? I am eager to see who else, apart from you of the Yaoguang sacred land, seeks to end my life. As his words fell, Chun Feng's gaze sharpened, his expression growing grave as he focused on the void ahead. Before him, intricate Dao patterns fluctuated, and silhouettes began to breach the barriers, entering from the outside. Simultaneously, several figures emerged behind him, crossing the space barrier and sealing off his retreat. In the blink of an eye, the confined space was filled with over 100 individuals. Chun Feng's gaze swept over the assembly, noting their attire which indicated affiliations with the Yaoguang Sacred Land, the Wanchu Sacred Land, the Xinghan Sect, the Biluo Sect, and several others he had previously vanquished. Even members of the Lingyuan Sect are present. Chen Feng exclaimed softly upon spotting two cultivators clad in the robes of the Lingyuan Sect. He had not encountered them before and was surprised that such a minor sect had also joined the fray. The cultivators present exhibited considerable prowess. Aside from a few in the Nirvana realm, the majority had nearly attained the Divine Palace realm. The sacred body Chen Feng. You have slain disciples of my sect's elder, desecrated the graves of the ancestors of Lingyuan's sect, and even sold the stolen artifacts for a pittance. We, the Lingyuan sect, will not rest until you are brought to justice. An elder of Lingyuan's sect glared at Chen Feng, instantly taking offense. However, as soon as his words fell, the gazes of various powerful factions shifted towards Chen Feng, becoming somewhat peculiar. Could it be that this sacred body Chen Feng truly excavated the ancestral tomb of Lingyuan's sect? On the other side, upon hearing this, Chun Feng's expression darkened. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I am not the one who robbed your ancestral graves. Do not tarnish my reputation here. How could he possibly admit to such an act? If word got out, he would be utterly ostracized in the eastern region. Although life was already challenging, at least he had yet to bear the stigma of a grave robber. Damn it, it's all the fault of that foul Taoist and that dead dog. Had it not been for them, how could I have found myself in this predicament? Chun Feng inwardly cursed, shamelessly shifting the blame onto the plump Taoist and the large yellow dog. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. The news originated from the Seven Stars Pavilion. The elder from Lingyuan's sect persisted relentlessly, his eyes filled with fury. Enough of your prattle. Just because I say it isn't true does not make it so. Yet Chen Feng obstinately refused to acknowledge it. Enough. Regardless of whether he is guilty or not, it is destined that he shall not escape death today. At this moment, an elder from the Radiant Light Sanctuary raised his hand, interrupting the elder from Lingyuan's sect. Chen Feng, hand over our holy son, and I shall grant you a swift end. The elder from the Radiant Light Sanctuary continued, his tone laced with a chilling intent. Although this elder was merely at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, his esteemed position among the powerful figures of the Radiant Light Sanctuary was evident. The other elders of higher cultivation levels stood obediently behind him, signifying that the entire Radiant Light Sanctuary regarded him as their leader. Chen Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he shook the purple gold gourd in his hand and stated, Our holy son is right here. If you wish to reclaim him, 100 million pounds of essence will suffice. Of course, divine essence will do as well, otherwise, this discussion is futile. Gasp. 100 million pounds of essence. The experts from various factions collectively inhaled sharply at the proclamation. Setting aside whether the Radiant Light Sanctuary possessed such a sum, even if they could produce it, they would never easily part with it for Chen Feng. All eyes turned toward the elder leading the Radiant Light Sanctuary, whose eyebrows twitched in agitation, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with ire. He spoke with a grim tone. 100 million pounds of essence. You truly dare to dream. Be wary, for you may find yourself with a head to claim, yet no life to spend. Such matters do not concern you. This is my condition. If you wish for me to release him, bring 100 million pounds of essence for redemption. Otherwise, this discussion is over. Chen Feng remained unyielding, displaying immense fortitude even in the face of nearly 100 formidable opponents. Old Hua, I suggest we directly subdue him and rescue the holy son of Radiant Light afterward. At that moment, an elder from the Wanchu Sanctuary spoke up, though a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the elder at the helm of the Radiant Light's sacred land, upon hearing those words, instantly wore a grim expression on his weathered face, marked by deep furrows. As a cunning fox of a millennium, he could not possibly miss the underlying meaning in the words of the elder from the primordial beginning sacred land. Should they push Chen Feng into a corner, compelling him to choose a path of mutual destruction, resulting in the demise of Radiant Light? Such an outcome would surely delight other top sects in the Eastern Domain. There is no need for my esteemed friend to worry. I possess my own resolutions. The elder of Radiant Light, sacred land, coldly snorted, his dissatisfaction unmistakable. Please, Elder Hua, expedite the process and do not waste our time, lest we delay our important matters. The elder leading the primordial beginning sacred land also let out a slight huff, his tone rigid as he spoke, casting a chilling glance at Chen Feng, with an unmistakable glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Elder Hua of Radiant Light, Sacred Land merely shot a cold glance back at him before turning to an elder beside him, saying, Elder Hua, I must trouble you to take action and suppress him. However, please ensure the safety of the young master. The elder named Huan nodded slightly, stepping forward, his formidable aura, perfected in the divine palace realm, bearing down upon Chen Feng. Chen Feng sensed this overwhelming pressure, his expression shifting as he hurriedly summoned his divine energy to resist. The sea of suffering trembled, waves surging, as terrifying divine power erupted, countering the crushing force that approached. Elder Hua of Radiant Light, Sacred Land paid no heed. His brow glowed as a sword of divine consciousness, forged from his intellect, surged forth, aimed directly at Chen Feng's head. This was a mental assault, and they intended to annihilate Chen Feng's soul in this manner, leaving him no chance whatsoever. To his astonishment, Elder Hua possessed such a secret technique. If Chen Feng were struck, survival would be utterly impossible. In that moment, Chen Feng's soul sensed an unprecedented threat, sending a shiver down his spine. As if his very essence were encased in ice, frozen by the blade of divine consciousness. It must be said, this form of mental attack far exceeded his imagination. Witnessing the resplendent and chilling sword of divine consciousness, the masters of various factions couldn't help but smirk coldly, their gazes sharp as blades, as if they had already foreseen the outcome of Chen Feng's demise. Qian Huang's seal. Suppress him. At that moment, Chen Feng let out a commanding shout. A grand Qian Huang seal surged forth from his sea of suffering, hovering above his head, tendrils of primal essence cascading down, each strand weighty as a mountain, encapsulating him securely while simultaneously safeguarding his soul. In an instant, the divine consciousness sword, imbued with fierce killing intent, descended upon Chen Feng, slashing at the descending primal essence, only to shatter upon impact, obliterated in an instant, failing to inflict even a scratch on Chen Feng. Ah! Gasp! Elder Hua emitted a wretched cry. Blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his expression contorted in agony. His sword of divine consciousness had shattered, extinguished by the primal essence, leaving his mind severely injured. What? That is the Qian Huang essence, forged from the very roots of primal essence. Upon witnessing the mystical yellow and black seal hovering above Chen Feng's head, the powerful figures from various factions gasped in astonishment. Their gazes transformed into fervent intensity, unmasked greed illuminating their expressions. Indeed, it was the primal essence of all things, and even rarer, the original root of this essence. Haha, this time, fortune smiles upon us. The elder from the Wan Chu's Sacred Land, gazing at the fantastical seal capable of suppressing the heavens, broke into a maniacal laughter. Suddenly, the smile vanished from his face, and with an impatient glint in his eyes, he turned towards the direction of the Yaoguang's Sacred Land, declaring, Elder Hua, as per our agreement, that mystical seal belongs to us. Since you have failed to slay his soul with the sword of divine consciousness, it is now our turn to act. Elder Hua of the Yaoguang's Sacred Land's countenance shifted at these words. His murky gaze settled upon the seal floating above Chen Feng, revealing a similar fervor within his eyes. He pondered, if the Holy Sun can obtain this mystical seal, it would become the second supreme imperial weapon of the Yaoguang's Sacred Land when he ascends to the throne as an emperor. At that time, our Yaoguang's Sacred Land shall undoubtedly look down upon all realms. The Wan Chu's Sacred Land did not grant the other party a chance to respond, but instead directed their attention back to Chen Feng, demanding, Chen Feng, surrender the mystical seal, and I shall spare your life. You must be delusional. If you desire my mystical seal, come and take it. Chen Feng retorted, his gaze icy, his voice laced with fury. Very well. I shall personally sever your head and seize the mystical seal. The elder from the Wan Chu's Sacred Land extended a gnarled hand, infused with terrifying divine power, reaching for the mystical seal above Chen Feng's head. The cultivators from various factions, witnessing this, immediately changed their expressions. Damn it, move. This old wretch is cunning. He is clearly aiming for the mystical seal. We cannot allow him to succeed. Kill. An elder from the Biluo sect's expression darkened as he scolded furiously. Without waiting for others, he was the first to charge forward. The other powerful figures, seeing this, hesitated not for a moment and swiftly joined the fray. Although they had reached an agreement, possessing the mystical seal would grant them significant leverage in the distribution of benefits. Elder Hua of the Yaoguang's Sacred Land wore a grim expression, raising his head towards the void, a glimmer of brilliance erupting from his murky, old eyes. Act. We must seize it too. At this crucial moment, he made his decision. The cultivators of the Yaoguang's Sacred Land, already eager, surged towards Chen Feng before Elder Hua's words had fully settled. In the blink of an eye, All factions launched their attacks nearly simultaneously. In this space, sealed by 4 sovereign-grade artifacts, runes flourished and divine light sparkled. Their intentions were clear: to kill and seize treasure. Humph, come at me. You shall all meet your demise. Chun Feng coldly scoffed at the approaching throng of powerful adversaries, a cruel smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he leapt into the void, opening the purple-golden gourd in his hand. A tidal wave of fierce flames erupted from the gourd, scorching the void and creating numerous blackened voids. Ah, my arms, my hands, why is this happening? What is this flame? The elder from the Wan Chu sacred land, who charged at Chun Feng first, was immediately engulfed by the relentless flames. In merely 2 breaths, his body was reduced to a pile of charred, blackened remains. With not even a trace of his consciousness escaping, Chun Feng raised the enlarged purple-gold gourd as the endless scorching flames surged forth like a monstrous tsunami, consuming countless cultivators and incinerating everything in their path. Ah, I refuse to accept this. Chun Feng, you shall not have an easy end. An elder of the Bai Luo sect summoned several magical artifacts, all of which were reduced to ashes by the searing flames. At that moment, his body too was ignited, the flames mercilessly devouring him as he let out a wretched cry of despair. Ah, I do not wish to die. Chun Feng, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. The elder known as Old Hua from the Yaoguang sacred land had his physical form incinerated, and a glimmer of consciousness escaped from the flames. Pleading with Chun Feng cast a cold glance at him. With a slight twist of the gourd's mouth, the endless flames surged towards the escaping consciousness. Ah, Chun Feng, you shall meet a grim fate. Old Hua's consciousness emitted a desperate scream, and amidst his vicious curse, both his form and spirit were annihilated. Countless cries of anguish tore through the very fabric of this space, echoing from the dense flames. The Fire Crow Taoist and those spectating from the Fire Domain felt a chilling dread upon hearing the piercing wails, and the Fire Spirit Girl, standing afar with her grandfather, could not suppress a shudder. Grandfather, what on earth is transpiring within? Unable to contain her curiosity, the Fire Spirit Girl inquired. The elder's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if he could penetrate the sealed barrier of space. Yet, moments later, his pupils abruptly constricted, and his expression transformed drastically. The Xianhuang seal, such a divine artifact. No wonder the major powers of the eastern region were stirred into action. They must have known all along that Chun Feng possessed the primordial essence of all things. This young man is extraordinary, with countless strategies at his disposal. What was presumed to be a fatal situation has unexpectedly turned into this. What? The Fire Spirit Girl gasped in astonishment. No wonder he sought the 7th layer of the Fire Domain, for it is only the divine flames there that can barely refine the essence of all things. The Fire Spirit Girl suddenly comprehended everything. Chun Feng stood amidst the void, gazing down at the various powerful factions struggling for survival in the flames, his eyes filled with an icy indifference. Chun Feng, do you not fear being besieged by the major powers of the eastern region for your actions? The elder Hua from the Yaoguang sacred land, with hands poised like blades, severed one of his legs and retreated, screaming at Chun Feng in the void. His words were laden with threats, yet trembled with fear. He had been at the rear of the group, thus spared from being engulfed by the flames. However, a strand of the scorching fire had tainted his thigh, clinging to him like a parasitic worm, and he was left with no choice but to sever his leg for survival. If I do not slay you today, do you think you can avoid hunting me down? Chun Feng's indifferent gaze pierced through the air like 2 sharp swords directed at Elder Hua. Before Elder Hua could respond, he continued, if the major forces of the eastern domain seek to encircle me, then how does it matter if I, Chun Feng, stand against the world? As he beheld the blazing flames below, Chun Feng's eyes remained cold, his expression devoid of compassion. Had he not been prepared in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even though he possessed the Thunder Emperor sword as his trump card, he was reluctant to reveal it so soon. He turned the purple gold gourd, unleashing an endless torrent of flames that surged towards Elder Hua of the Radiant Light sacred land. In an instant, Elder Hua was consumed by the flames, his essence and spirit obliterated. This time, all the masters sent by the major forces of the eastern domain perished in the inferno, with none escaping unscathed. Chapter 59. The Fiery Duck's Assault. Shaking the eastern domain moments later, Chun Feng secured the purple gold gourd, yet the flames in this space continued to rage fiercely. Showing no signs of abating, he raised his gaze towards the 4 saintly artifacts suspended in the void, now devoid of divine power, their sealing force gradually weakening. The intricate patterns that had once sparkled with resplendent divine radiance had dimmed, as if they could extinguish entirely at any moment. These 4 unique saintly artifacts comprised a scroll, a chessboard, a bronze mirror, and a divine lamp. Chun Feng channeled his divine energy, attempting to claim them, but the artifacts appeared to possess a will of their own, emitting strands of patterns that slipped into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the sealed space was fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers outside. Hiss, hiss, as the gathered cultivators witnessed the searing flames that burned through the void and the approaching waves of fire, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Particularly, upon seeing the solitary figure standing tall in the void, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. It was Chun Feng. He was alive. A cultivator could not suppress a startled exclamation. But what of the others? Why do we not see anyone else? Could it be? The words were abruptly swallowed back by the cultivator, as fear filled the eyes of the crowd directed at Chun Feng. No. Look, what is that above Chun Feng's head? One exclaimed. Heavens! It is a Xianhuang seal refined from the essence of Xianhuang. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. The essence of Xianhuang. Chun Feng possessed such a formidable treasure. Many gazed at him with incredulity, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Faced with such a divine artifact, none could remain indifferent. Suddenly, some cultivators made connections and understood why the major forces relentlessly pursued Chun Feng. Swish, swish. Chun Feng, you shall die. The Xianhuang seal belongs to me. At that moment, the fire-crowed Taoist, who had been concealed in the shadows, finally made his move. Dozens of black divine feathers detached from his robe, transforming into numerous divine blades that hurtled towards Chun Feng. The obsidian blade emanated a chilling, ethereal glow, piercing the void with countless gaping holes. Above the divine feathers, wisps of ghostly flames flickered unpredictably, scorching the emptiness and releasing tendrils of dark smoke, exuding a chilling and oppressive aura. Beware! Instinctively exclaimed the fire spirit in the distance, her cry immediately drawing countless gazes. While many were puzzled as to why she warned Chun Feng, a greater number of eyes were fixated on the void where he stood. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black divine feathers had approached Chun Feng. At this sight, his pupils constricted sharply. A surge of divine power erupted from within him, causing the Xianhuang seal hovering above his head to tremble slightly, as if a colossal ancient mountain were descending to suppress him. With a crack, the void shattered and collapsed in fragments, the Xianhuang energy enveloping Chun Feng securely. Clang, clang. The black divine feathers, laden with terrifying force, struck against the descending Xianhuang energy, producing a resounding clang, the overwhelming strength causing the Xianhuang to sway perilously. Yet, it remained steadfast, unyielding. The fire duck Taoist, having failed in his ambush, did not feel disheartened. Instead, his gaze towards the Xianhuang seal above Chun Feng intensified with fervor. Forged from the essence of Xianhuang, this seal was both offensive and defensive. A perfect amalgamation of strength. Should it fall into my hands, my power would undoubtedly surge. Recognizing the assailant as the fire duck Taoist, Chun Feng was not particularly surprised and had anticipated such an encounter. However, he was acutely aware that he was not his match at present. The divine flames within the purple-golden gourd were plentiful, yet the opponent was certainly prepared. He decisively chose to retreat, seeking a remote location to endure his tribulation of nirvana. Old fool, I shall claim your head, and when next we meet, I will surely slay you, Chun Feng declared, his footwork intertwining with runes as he activated the secret art, transforming into a streak of golden light that surged into the distance, not forgetting to hurl threats at the fire duck Taoist as he departed. Humph, do you think you can escape? The fire duck Taoist scoffed. In an instant, his form transformed into a massive black fire duck, blotting out the sky as it pursued Chun Feng, reverting to its true form to chase him down. As the onlookers witnessed Chun Feng and the fire duck depart, realization dawned upon them. Soon after, the saint-bodied Chun Feng once again defied the heavens, utilizing divine flames to annihilate hundreds of powerful figures from various factions. The news of Chun Feng possessing the Xianhuang seal, forged from the essence of Xianhuang, swiftly spread from the fire domain, igniting a fervor throughout the eastern region. The revelation that the saint-bodied Chun Feng possessed such a miraculous artifact was no surprise, explaining the relentless pursuit from various powers. Some factions that had not participated in besieging Chun Feng initially sighed in relief, only to feel a surge of excitement. Almost everyone grasped the reasons behind the repeated attempts to hunt Chun Feng, the answer becoming glaringly obvious. Those sects that had engaged in the assault were nearly driven to madness upon receiving this news. They had gained nothing and lost numerous formidable warriors. And now the secret of Chun Feng's Xianhuang essence was no longer a secret. They had indeed failed to catch the hen and lost the rice. However, the various factions remained unusually silent at this moment, taking no action whatsoever. Ultimately, it was the sacred land of Yaoguang that took the initiative to speak. demanding the release of their holy son, Chen Feng, and proclaiming that past grievances would be forgiven. This declaration from the sacred land of Yaoguang revealed their stance. As a sect with a lineage spanning millions of years, their magnanimity was unmatched by other factions. Upon hearing the attitude of Yaoguang, some cultivators could not help but express their admiration. Of course, there were also those who believed that Yaoguang merely feigned a desire for reconciliation, aiming to compel Chen Feng to surrender their holy son voluntarily. Yet, Chen Feng was unaware of these sentiments, and even if he were, he would surely remain indifferent. What a farce! Why would he release Yaoguang without any benefit? At that moment, he was racing through the vast mountains. Having been pursued by the fire duck Taoist for 5 consecutive days, nearly caught on several occasions, had he not plunged into the 10,000 Great Mountains, taking advantage of its cover, he would not have escaped. Chapter 60, Stone City, Liangshan Outlaw. 10 days later, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, lay Stone City. This locale boasted the richest mineral deposits in the entire eastern region, with nearly every major faction establishing their mines here. Furthermore, it housed the largest city in the eastern region, Stone City. Stone City was more than 100 times larger than Tianfu City, bustling with shops and stone markets owned by various factions, epitomizing prosperity. Moreover, it was under the protection of a figure of the Saint Lord's caliber. After hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains for 10 days, Chen Feng finally emerged, only to be obstructed by a formation at the outskirts of Stone City. The great array guarding Stone City prohibited all cultivators from flying and engaging in combat within its bounds. Any violation would provoke the joint enforcement of various factions, who would swiftly suppress the offenders. As Chen Feng approached the east gate of Stone City, he was halted by an enforcer clad in black armor. Halt! If you wish to enter the city, you must pay a fee. The enforcer's gaze was piercing, and his tone was devoid of warmth. How much must I pay? Chen Feng was taken aback by the demand, as it was his first visit to Stone City, and he was unaware of such regulations. To enter the city, one had to pay 100 pounds of essence. Moreover, one could only remain within the city for 3 days. After that, the enforcers would expel them. To stay longer, one would have to pay again. The enforcer maintained his indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's lips twitched. To enter the city required 100 pounds of essence. Yet he possessed not a single coin. Throughout his month-long escape, he had exhausted all his resources to replenish his spiritual energy. Someone! Quickly, someone! Just then, a hurried voice echoed from afar. A disheveled figure stumbled from the void, staggering towards the city gate. Chen Feng turned to look back. There stood a person, battered and bruised, with a pale complexion and a broken arm. Quickly! It is Elder Lin from the sacred land of Yaoguang. Before Chen Feng could react, the law enforcer who had obstructed him earlier, along with another enforcer, swiftly appeared before the injured cultivator. Elder Lin, what has transpired? How did you come to be in such a state? One of the enforcers inquired with a grave expression. Quick, inform Elder Qingfeng. The Liangshan bandits are plundering the source mines in the 10,000 mountains. Upon uttering these words, Elder Lin collapsed, unconscious. Yaoguang sacred land. Liangshan bandits. Plundering source mines. Chen Feng absorbed these 3 critical pieces of information and, propelled by urgency, soared towards the 10,000 mountains. Li Tai, are we ready? Their reinforcements will arrive shortly. Outside a source repository of Yaoguang sacred land, a handsome young man spoke anxiously to a bewildered young man with a dark complexion. The latter was deftly gathering sources from a cabinet, showcasing the skill of an experienced hand. Done. Let us go. The dark-faced youth replied to the young man outside. With that, they dashed out of the source mine. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 elders stood at various positions in the void, employing magical artifacts to seal the area. One elder frowned and remarked, "What is taking them so long?" However, before he could finish his sentence, 6 youths and a girl in a blue dress suddenly appeared below. The leading youth communicated telepathically with the elder who had just spoken. "Grandfather Li, it's time. You all should leave first. We'll separate and regroup at Liangshan." The elder nodded, retracting his magical artifact, and the 3 swiftly departed on their divine rainbows. Following the departure of the 3 elders, the 7 youths also took flight towards another direction. Just after they left, Chen Feng emerged from a distant mountain, watching the retreating figures of the 7 with a smile playing on his lips. I didn't anticipate that someone would act before me. It seems the Liangshan bandits are habitual offenders in these 10,000 mountains. Chen Feng mused, considering his next move. Those 3 elders were formidable, at least at the Divine Palace realm. However, since they chose to flee separately, it presents me with an opportunity. Haha, Brother Song. The total amount of sources we have seized this time is approximately 500,000 pounds. Along with 6 pieces of divine source weighing over 30 pounds combined, Truly a bountiful harvest this year. In a mountain range, Li Tai, having finished counting the sources, exclaimed excitedly to the leader of their group. The 7 of them had fled for several thousand miles before stopping to count their spoils in a cave within the mountains. The leader, named Song Yu, displayed joy as well, though he remained considerably more composed than the others, who were exuberantly celebrating their success. Let us express our gratitude to Elder Li and the others for their assistance. Had they not restrained those elders from Yaoguang's sacred land and sealed the void, we would not have succeeded so smoothly. Song Yu gestured for quiet, indicating to the group to settle down as he briefly analyzed the events of the day. Let us tidy up and return to Liangshan swiftly. I have no desire to return just yet. I yearn for adventure. Brother Song Yu, do take us out to play. I have heard that an ancient sacred body has emerged in the eastern domain, possessing formidable power, so much so that it has overwhelmed the talented disciples of various sects. Just half a month ago, it decimated over 100 formidable beings from these sects in the fire domain. Why not we go and explore? At that moment, the youngest among them, a girl in a blue dress, suddenly voiced her objection, recounting some recent occurrences in the eastern domain, her large, sparkling eyes fixed eagerly on Song Yu. Indeed, brother Yu, I too believe the little demoness is right. I am also eager to witness the prowess of the one who can trample those so-called holy sons and daughters underfoot. Li Tai, standing nearby, chimed in. Although he appeared somewhat dazed and had a dark complexion, he was a man of genuine sentiment. In the past year, the sacred body Qin Feng had emerged, decisively suppressing the talented individuals of the eastern domain, and had continuously eliminated nearly 200 powerful beings from various factions. Such actions stirred a surge of bloodlust among this group of descendants from the Liangshan bandits. Given their background, they were naturally looked down upon by the major powers of the eastern domain and had enmities with certain factions. Whenever they crossed paths, it would invariably lead to a deadly confrontation. Thus, hearing of Chun Feng's ability to bring these forces to their knees kindled a sense of admiration and a desire for camaraderie. Chapter 61. Robbing the Liangshan bandits unbeknownst to them. The sacred body Qin Feng, whom they yearned to befriend, was currently devising a plan to rob them, aiming to replenish his meager purse. Upon hearing the words of his companions, Song Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. He had to take into account everyone's safety. Should any mishap occur, the blame would rest heavily upon him. Brother Yu, just take us out to have fun. Do not worry. My grandfather has bestowed upon me means of protection, and nothing will go awry. The little demoness, prompted by Li Tai and the others, decisively employed her charm, playfully appealing to Song Yu. Very well. However, we can only remain outside for half a month. After that, we must return to Liangshan. Anyone who opposes this will not be permitted to join us in future outings. Ultimately, succumbing to the little demoness' coaxing, Song Yu relented, albeit with stipulations and warnings regarding the time frame. Upon hearing this, expressions of joy instantly illuminated the faces of the 7 companions. After securing their resources, they summoned their divine rainbow and set forth towards the nearest city. Stop! Robbery! This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass through this road, leave behind a toll. As the 7 soared through the skies, they were abruptly halted by a gaunt young man clad in black, who blocked their path. Qin Feng, with a black scarf covering his face, proclaimed a robbery declaration that he himself found somewhat cliché. The 7, exchanging glances of confusion, pondered their predicament. Are we being robbed? Li Tai looked at the gaunt figure hovering in the air, his dark face twitching at the corners of his mouth, uncertainly voicing his thoughts. Song Yu's expression darkened. He could not gauge Chun Feng's cultivation level, for he himself was the highest among them, having already broken through to the Nirvana realm. The figure clad in black exuded an aura as deep and unfathomable as the abyss, rendering him inscrutable. Stepping forward, he implored, esteemed friend. We are merely passing through this area. I kindly request your leniency. He sought to avoid conflict, thus opting for words of persuasion. I care not whether you are merely travelers. Having crossed my path, I shall rob you, he declared. Should you fail to surrender all your possessions, you shall face dire consequences. Qin Feng wasted no time, clearly stating that today he intended to rob them. You villain, how dare you rob us? Do you know who we are? The little demoness exclaimed, her hands on her hips, visibly incensed, eager to unveil their identities. At that moment, Song Yu swiftly covered her mouth and threw 10 pounds of essence toward Qin Feng. Friend, please accept this essence. I implore you to show mercy. Upon seeing the 10 pounds of essence in his pocket, Chun Feng's expression darkened beneath his mask. Is this your notion of alms? Without allowing Song Yu and the others to respond, he suddenly surged forward, transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards Song Yu. a wolf-toothed club inexplicably appearing in his hand. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Song Yu. This club was acquired from a middle-aged man of the Blood Wolf clan, a formidable artifact of the Nirvana realm. Song Yu, taken aback, attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Chun Feng struck the club against Song Yu's forehead. A large bump instantly formed, and he felt an excruciating pain radiate through his head, causing his vision to blacken as he fainted, plummeting into the void toward the ground. How dare you? Thud, thud, thud. Li Tai and the others, witnessing Chun Feng's sudden assault, were struck with both shock and fury. Just as they were about to speak, they were met with several more dull thuds. The five of them, along with the little demoness, felt darkness envelop them as one by one, they succumbed, each sporting a sizable bump on their foreheads as they fell. Chun Feng did not take their lives. He merely rendered them unconscious. After plundering their essence stones, he carelessly discarded them into a cave and departed. Who was the scoundrel behind this? Li Tai roared, his voice filled with rage, echoing through the dense forest half an hour later. Emerging from the cave, Song Yu and Li Tai each bore a glaring bump atop their heads. The little demoness, retrieving a copper mirror, gazed upon her own bump, her tiny fangs grinding in fury, clearly pushed to the brink of rage. Curse that scoundrel. I shall make him pay if I ever cross paths with him again. Let us return, Song Yu advised the group, cradling his swollen head. It is fortunate that he did not kill us, for his strength is far beyond ours. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, now thousands of miles away, was roasting a massive divine wing, plucked from the illustrious little peacock king. Even after being compressed by his divine power, it measured over 10 feet in length. The divine wing was now perfectly roasted, glistening with oil and emanating an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. Chun Feng tore off a generous piece of the divine wing and placed it in his mouth. The rich aroma dissolved in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds. He devoured the divine wing meat, a wave of potent essence enveloping his entire being, making him feel as though the vitality he had lost was being restored. Incredible. This is simply exquisite. Chun Feng could not help but exclaim, tearing off another generous chunk of divine wing meat to savor. Before long, the entire divine wing was consumed, leaving nothing but bones. At this moment, the essence within Chun Feng surged, igniting a fervent heat throughout his body. He quickly assumed a meditative posture, channeling his energy to regulate the rampant essence within him. The next morning, Chun Feng opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing momentarily. This peacock meat is extraordinarily nourishing. My cultivation is nearing a breakthrough. It is time to find a suitable place to ascend, he murmured to himself. After a night of refinement, he had absorbed all the essence from the divine wing, and his energy was now at its peak, his once gaunt form restored to normalcy. Rising to his feet, he selected a direction and, in a flash, soared into the sky. Half an hour later, amidst a vast wilderness, dark thunderclouds gathered, and the sea of thunder roiled. Countless thunder dragons roared towards the heavens, unleashing a terrifying tribulation. The heavenly tribulation raged for the better part of the day before finally abating. At this moment, Chun Feng sat cross-legged in the void, a golden figure cradling the Xianhuang seal, floating within the sea of his consciousness, continuously absorbing and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. This was the nascent spirit that Chun Feng had just birthed. Upon breaking through to the Nirvana realm, he shed his mortal coil, and his soul underwent a transformative rebirth to create the nascent spirit. His spiritual awareness was exceptionally potent, exuding boundless might, as the golden figure effortlessly inhaled the essence from all directions. During the tribulation, his nascent spirit and the Xianhuang seal underwent trials and refinements alongside him. Evolving through the thunderstorm, the Xianhuang seal being shattered countless times before being reconstituted by Chun Feng. A strand of thunderous law circled around the seal, enhancing its divine essence. At this moment, 9 heavenly shackles shattered from Chun Feng's body, solidifying his cultivation at the 5th level of nirvana. His rigorous suppression yielded immense benefits. Rising abruptly, an indomitable aura erupted from him, and feeling the profound divine power within the sea of suffering, he was confident that with his current cultivation, he could overpower all adversaries in the nirvana realm, invincible within the same realm. With a thought, he retracted the Xianhuang seal back into the sea of suffering and, in a flash, transformed into a divine rainbow, racing towards the horizon. 3 days later, in Luoyue City, Chun Feng leisurely sat in a tavern, sipping wine and listening to patrons discuss recent events. He overheard news circulating about him, particularly the call from the Radiant Light Sacred Land half a month prior, demanding the surrender of the Radiant Light Holy Sun. Yet, half a month had passed, and Chun Feng had seemingly vanished without a trace, offering no response. The old celestial master of the heavenly Tao sect had returned, intending to utilize a foundational sacred artifact to deduce Chun Feng's location. It appears that a lesson must be imparted to the Heavenly Path sect, particularly to that old fellow. Were it not for my imperial sword cloaking my presence, I might have been unable to escape his calculations. Chun Feng lifted his cup, savoring a sip of wine, and murmured to himself, Brother Song, since you brought us here to dine, will there be sufficient funds to settle the bill later? If we end up dining and dashing again, I shall no longer linger in the rear. Yesterday, I was pursued through 7 streets by the staff of that establishment. At that moment, Chin Feng spotted 6 young men and a peculiar young girl standing on the street below from the window of the 2nd floor. Could it be them? A smile graced his lips, for he had not anticipated encountering them in this Moonfall city. The one who had just spoken was none other than the stout and good-natured Li Tai. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Song Yu could not help but twitch his lips. As cultivators, they were not bound to consume earthly grains, yet the little demoness had an insatiable appetite. Day after day, she clamored for this and that, leaving him at a loss. After being robbed, without a single coin left to them, and now burdened with such a gluttonous little demoness, he found himself resorting to desperate measures. Brother Yu, I am so hungry, the little demoness exclaimed, clutching her belly with a look of utmost grievance. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's lips twitched once more. Were it not for the fact that he was a cultivator, impervious to hunger, he might have almost believed the little demoness' antics. Chun Feng overheard every word of their conversation, his mind filled with questions. Were these not the descendants of the Liangshan outlaws? Why did they not devise a plan to acquire some wealth? He mused silently to himself. Out of curiosity and a hint of pity, he resolved to treat them to a meal, albeit at their own expense. Thus, he called out to them from the window, esteemed friends. Might I have the honor of inviting you to join me for a drink? The group looked up at the 2nd floor window, where a young man clad in black was smiling warmly, extending an invitation. The little demoness beamed at the sight, her large eyes sparkling like crescent moons. The others also felt a flicker of excitement, surprised that someone would invite them to dine at such a time. However, the leader among them, Song Yu, displayed a wary expression. He scrutinized Chin Feng, pondering whether he recognized this individual, yet despite his efforts to recall, he found no memory of him. Brother Yu, someone has invited us to dine. Do you know them? The little demoness inquired, her admiration for Song Yu swelling, marveling that they had a friend in this Moonfall city who would treat them. Before Song Yu could respond, she joyfully bounded toward the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Song Yu hastily attempted to call her back, but the little demoness, as if possessed by a starving spirit, vanished up the staircase in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, he beckoned Li Tai and the others to follow him upstairs. Please, take a seat. I am Chinemo. I notice that your energies are well contained, and your vitality is as formidable as a mountain. Clearly, you are the elite of Moonfall City. I have traveled here these past few days and wish to engage in a conversation with you all. With a smile, Chun Feng extended an invitation, simultaneously concocting a pretext, for he discerned the wariness glimmering in the eyes of the young man at the forefront. Unperturbed, the little sorceress took her seat directly opposite Chin Feng, delicately lifting morsels from the platter to her lips. Delicious, truly delightful, she exclaimed, her words slightly garbled. Chun Feng merely smiled, refraining from admonishing her impudence. Yet he failed to notice the glint of cunning in her eyes. Seeing her behavior, Song Yu and the others opted to remain silent, finding their own places to sit. After they settled, Chun Feng summoned a servant to bring forth additional food and drink. Chapter 63, The Illusion in the Lake. The Moon Palace manifested. May I inquire how you esteemed friends are addressed? After everyone was seated, Chun Feng inquired about their identities. I am Song Yu. This is Li Tai, our sister Jiang Ting, and this is Yang Yu. Wu Jia. Song Yu introduced himself and the others to Chin Feng. Raising his cup, Chin Feng proclaimed, Our gathering is fated. I toast to you all. The others lifted their cups in response, drinking with him. As several cups of wine were consumed, the conversation flowed freely, and Chin Feng found himself enjoying their company immensely. Although they were descended from notorious bandits, they exhibited a carefree nature, genuine in their camaraderie. Engaging with them felt refreshing, unlike the duplicitous and calculating demeanor of the sacred son of the shaking light and the sacred son of the beginning. Brother Chinemo, it is a pity we met so late. I, Li Tai, hereby recognize you as my brother. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall brave fire and water, undeterred by peril. Li Tai, with an exuberant arm around Chun Feng's shoulder, spoke, his words slightly slurred but filled with bravado. Do you know the sacred body, brotherly? Chun Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Know him? Not at all. We set out to witness the grandeur of the sacred body, but encountered unforeseen obstacles along the way. Alas, let us not dwell on that. Let us drink. Li Tai lamented, his tone tinged with frustration. The group continued to drink until the sky darkened completely, at which point they took their leave. Chen Feng casually sought lodging at an inn within the modestly sized Falling Moon City. Although unpretentious, the city was renowned for its lake, Falling Moon Lake. The lake, shaped like a waning crescent moon, attracted numerous poets and scholars during the late autumn, as well as countless cultivators. During this season, the waters of Falling Moon Lake turned crimson for a full week, and when the autumn moon waned, the moonlight cast upon the lake's red surface would reveal an ethereal illusion of a moon palace, dreamlike in its beauty. Many had dared to venture into the lake in search of the real moon palace, yet none succeeded. The lake held no such palace. Having consumed a considerable amount of wine that evening, Chen Feng, as a cultivator, found all inebriation dissipated through the operation of his cultivation technique. He sat by the window, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, contemplating his future plans. He never forgot the promise made with the Thunder Emperor's sword, to attain enlightenment within 500 years. The life of a cultivator is long, and upon achieving the status of an emperor, one can live for a myriad of years. Yet, time is merciless. As one progresses in their cultivation, they often lose track of the passage of time, sometimes becoming so absorbed in profound understanding that years, decades, or even centuries seem to slip away like a fleeting thought. At this moment, it was the deep autumn season, with gentle autumn breezes stirring the tranquil surface of the lake into rippling waves. The waning moon hung in the sky like a crescent, casting its pure, silvery light upon the water, causing it to shimmer with an ethereal glow. In the distance, Chen Feng perceived a hazy and exquisite silhouette standing upon the moonlit lake, resembling a figure from a dream or a flower reflected in a mirror, evoking a sense of surreal beauty. What is that? Chen Feng gasped upon seeing the sudden apparition. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he confirmed that there indeed existed a faint and beautiful figure upon the lake's surface. This apparition seemed to hail from a time long past, enveloped in the pristine moonlight, akin to a celestial being from a dream. He swiftly moved, positioning himself on the lake's surface, within mere 5 zhang of the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. She could not hear him. If his guess was correct, this was an immortal. At that moment, the slumbering spirit of the Emperor's sword imparted a thought to Chen Feng. "What? An immortal? Senior, does this world truly harbor immortals?" Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The term immortal is nebulous and elusive. Earth is rife with tales of immortals. Yet now it seemed that those so-called immortals were akin to cultivators from the northern Dipperstar region. However, hearing the spirit of the Emperor's sword mention this term, coupled with the ethereal figure before him, who embodied the essence of the legendary immortal, left his heart unsettled. The existence of such a being, which had only been spoken of in legends, was now before his very eyes. Although it was merely a hazy silhouette, the experience was profoundly shocking. The apparition did not speak nor regard Chen Feng, but instead gazed into the distance, softly murmuring. In that ethereal moment, Chen Feng seemed to hear a distant voice transcending the eons, whispering, "Qing Yi is the Moon-chan, and Moon-chan is Qing Yi." In the grand dream of eternity, one comes to know their true heart. "But you, where are you?" As the words faded, the hazy figure gradually vanished, transforming into pure moonlight that merged into the still waters of the lake. Chen Feng was taken aback. He had been completely absorbed in the transcendent voice, and with the figure's disappearance, he had no time to react. He swiftly moved, appearing at the location where the figure had just stood, reaching out to grasp. The moonlight fell like water from his hands until it completely dissipated. At that moment, the previously clear waters of the lake began to turn a deep crimson, resembling thick, viscous blood. Chen Feng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this transformation. He swiftly departed the lake's surface, soaring into the cone to gaze down upon the entirety of Falling Moon Lake. At that moment, the lake, now awash in blood-red waters, spread rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire expanse of Falling Moon Lake had transformed into a crimson sea. From his vantage point in the Ong, he observed the scene unfolding below, and Falling Moon Lake took on an eerie appearance. "Ah, there is something amiss with this lake. Could it be the resting place of an immortal?" At that moment, the spirit of the imperial sword conveyed its thoughts once more, its voice tinged with astonishment. "The burial, immortal land." Chen Feng's mouth fell agape in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures soared through the divine rainbow, arriving in the void above the Falling Moon Lake. "Young friend, have you made any discoveries?" A middle-aged man clad in white, noticing Chen Feng who had arrived before them, inquired without hesitation. Chen Feng quickly composed his expression and shook his head, replying, "I have not discovered anything. I have only just arrived." The middle-aged man harbored no suspicions. This phenomenon at Falling Moon Lake occurred annually in the depths of autumn, a well-known occurrence. It was not surprising that Chen Feng claimed to have found nothing, as many powerful cultivators had previously come here only to return empty-handed. Look, the Moon Palace in the water has appeared. At that moment, a young cultivator in the nearby void exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the lake's surface. Swiftly, countless gazes turned downward. They beheld a hazy reflection of the Moon Palace emerging from the originally blood-red waters, dreamlike and ethereal, as if separated by eons. Chen Feng too saw the spectral image of the Moon Palace in the water, his eyes revealing a look of shock. What a magnificent Moon Palace! Could there be a connection between this palace and the indistinct figure from earlier? Chen Feng pondered. Suddenly, he recalled the murmured words of that fleeting figure. Qingyi is Yuechan. Yuechan is Qingyi. In the grand dream of eternity, one understands their true heart. But you, where are you? Chen Feng uttered this phrase aloud. Abruptly, he sensed a slight tremor emanating from the Moon Palace within the lake, as if it had grown considerably more solid. Look, the Moon Palace has undergone a transformation. The middle-aged man in white who had spoken earlier exclaimed. Chapter 64. Playing the elderly card at this moment, the commotion on the lake's surface had attracted countless cultivators, as well as many locals from Falling Moon City, though most were ordinary people who stood at the lake's edge, observing with trepidation, not daring to approach. Oh, Brother Chinimo, I didn't expect you to be here as well. A voice filled with surprise resonated from nearby. Chen Feng turned to see Li Tai and Song Yu approaching, with the lively little sorceress Jiang Ting among them. Brother Chen Feng, how are you? Have you made any discoveries? Song Yu, smiling as he floated closer, inquired. After their conversation earlier that afternoon, Song Yu held Chen Feng in high regard, sensing that he was vastly different from those other gifted cultivators, at least in his authenticity. Chen Feng greeted everyone before stating, I just arrived as well and have not found anything. It was not that he intended to conceal information. Rather, the multitude of people made it inconvenient to speak freely. At that moment, endless moonlight seemed to be drawn by the Moon Palace in the lake, enveloping the entire surface in a layer of luminous moonlight. The Moon Palace within the waters appeared to have solidified significantly compared to before. It seemed that this time, the Moon Palace in the lake might truly be on the verge of awakening. A cultivator gazed intently at the increasingly solid Moon Palace in the water and spoke aloud. Boom. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the lake erupted, spraying blood-red water into the sky. This unforeseen occurrence caused the expressions of the gathered cultivators to shift dramatically, compelling them to retreat hastily. At that moment, resplendent celestial light surged from the lake, enveloping the entire city of Luoyue in its ethereal glow, a spectacle of divine radiance. The ordinary citizens within Luoyue felt an extraordinary revitalization coursing through their weary bodies. Some ailing elders and children experienced miraculous recoveries, feeling an unexpected lightness within. Chen Feng felt this sensation as well, or perhaps it was even more profound for the cultivators present. Such celestial brilliance bore great benefits for them. Was it truly the Moon Palace? Had it truly manifested here? And with the celestial light swirling around, could there truly be immortals within? At that moment, a cultivator spotted the now solidifying Moon Palace within the celestial glow and exclaimed in astonishment. His voice captured the attention of all, pulling back those who were still immersed in their own transformations. The word immortal carried immense weight for everyone present. Their pursuit of cultivation was ultimately to achieve immortality and eternal life. Despite the longevity of cultivators, time is a relentless adversary, mercilessly cutting away at their existence. No matter their level of cultivation, they are destined to face mortality. It is indeed the Moon Palace. Quickly, now that it has stabilized, let us enter. An elderly cultivator spoke with fervor, feeling as if the withered years of his life had been rejuvenated beneath the celestial light, filling him with exhilaration. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death. Although the old cultivator was visibly excited, he refrained from recklessly entering the Moon Palace, hoping someone would take the initiative to scout the way for them. Yet, none among the gathered crowd were foolish enough to volunteer for such a task. At that moment, others began to set their sights on Chen Feng and his companions. Chen Feng concealed his true cultivation level using secret techniques, masking it to the pinnacle of the Tribulation stage. Among the seven, only Song Yu had reached the Nirvana stage, while the others remained at the Tribulation level. The weakest among them was Wu Jia, a visibly frail young man, whose cultivation was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation stage. Young friends, at such a tender age, you have already attained such cultivation levels. You truly belong to the ranks of young prodigies. Why not venture forth to investigate the Moon Palace for us? We shall remain behind to guard you, ensuring your safety. What do you say? An elderly cultivator stooped and with teeth as dark as the abyss, smiled at Chen Feng and his companions. However, this smile, reflected in the blood-red lake, appeared particularly sinister and eerie, reminiscent of a malevolent specter. "Oh, is that the ancestor of the Wang family from Luoyua City? I heard he had already passed away," a cultivator nearby gasped, recognizing the identity of the old man. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned icy. He was acutely aware of the old man's intentions. Meanwhile, the other cultivators cast meaningful glances at Chen Feng and his companions, evidently harboring similar thoughts. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, the petite sorceress Jiang Ting interjected. "You old man, despite your age, are still here, trying to amuse children. If you wish to go, do so by yourselves. We shall not accompany you." Upon hearing this, the elderly cultivator's expression darkened, and his tone turned frosty as he retorted, "Young one, is it not rather impudent to speak to an elder in such a manner? Has your guardian not instructed you to show respect to your elders?" With that, a terrifying aura emanated from his frail form, radiating the formidable presence of a perfected Nirvana realm cultivator. A powerful pressure surged towards the little sorceress, overwhelming her. Though he did not attack directly, the sheer force of his aura was beyond what Jiang Ting could withstand. At that moment, the expressions of Song Yu and his companions shifted dramatically. Just then, Chen Feng's figure flickered, appearing before the petite sorceress to shield her. It was as if an invisible force repelled the terrifying pressure, preventing it from advancing even a fraction beyond his form. "Ah, there is indeed some strength there," the old cultivator remarked, taken aback as his oppressive aura was thwarted, though his countenance grew increasingly grim. "Old fool, so you can bully the young, eh? It seems your upbringing leaves much to be desired. If you wish to explore the Moon Palace, do so on your own. There is no need to flaunt your age here." Chen Feng's gaze was cold as he regarded the elder, his tone equally frigid. At this juncture, Song Yu and the others had gathered beside Chen Feng, collectively shielding Jiang Ting, their expressions mirroring his icy demeanor as they directed their steely gazes toward the old cultivator. They understood that had it not been for Chen Feng's swift intervention, Jiang Ting might have been harmed. A wave of gratitude surged within them for Chen Feng. Having grown up together, their bond was profound, and Chen Feng's willingness to stand up for them in this moment elevated their admiration for him manifold. In their hearts, they silently acknowledged, "Chen Mo is indeed commendable. He is a worthy ally." Good, good. Today, it seems this old fool has underestimated the situation. Encountering a few who fear not death, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you in place of your guardians. With that, he extended a gnarled hand, exuding an aura of malevolence, reaching out toward Chen Feng and his companions. His long, dark nails bore an insidious power, rending the very fabric of space asunder. Chapter 65. A forceful strike. The mysterious Moon Palace. The aura within Chen Feng surged forth like a torrential flood, golden vitality billowing like waves as he extended a golden hand, striking directly at the old man's ominous grasp. With a resounding crack, amidst the thick darkness of the night, the sound of shattering bones echoed in the air, causing the onlookers to wince as they witnessed the sinister hand being obliterated by Chen Feng's golden hand. The elder from the Wang family was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as he was hurled back, crashing into the blood-red lake that housed the Moon Palace, and vanished from sight. What? The perfected Nirvana realm elder of the Wang family could not withstand even a single strike from that youth. The assembly of cultivators, who had previously harbored intentions of intervening, were now left in a state of shock. They were astounded, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Is it truly the case that the patriarch of the Wang family is drained of vitality and severely weakened, or does this young man possess extraordinary strength, wielding forbidden combat prowess? However, such remarkable talent is not often found in the Eastern domain, and many are speculating about Chen Feng's true identity. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's overwhelming might, Song Yu and his companions were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. "Brother Chen Mo, well done. This is indeed gratifying. How dare that old fool expect us to be mere cannon fodder, thinking us easy to bully? It's just a minor Wang family. Once I return, I shall certainly inform my grandfather and let him eradicate the Wang family." Though Li Tai usually appeared simple-minded, his already dark countenance seemed to grow even darker in this moment, his words lacking any semblance of courtesy. "Yes, annihilate the Wang family. I just didn't anticipate Brother Chen Mo's ferocity." With a single strike, he shattered the hand of a seasoned Nirvana realm practitioner. It's truly satisfying to behold. Bah! This old wretch believes we can be easily intimidated and dares to strike at the little demoness. If old Demon Jiang were to learn of this, the entire Falling Moon City would be reduced to ashes. Be it the Wang family or the Li family, let them all be wiped out. Wu Jie and the others echoed in agreement, clearly displeased by the patriarch's earlier display of dominance. Their words flowed freely, laced with unabashed contempt. Had the patriarch not been struck into the lake by Chen Feng, they might have dared to confront him directly. Their unrestrained expressions left the surrounding practitioners bewildered. Though lacking in strength, their bravado was astonishing. Threatening to obliterate the Wang family was something they merely pretended not to hear. Nonetheless, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, instead speculating on the identities of Chen Feng and his companions. The little demoness, Jiang Ting, gazed at the tall figure before her, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue, her long lashes fluttering animatedly. "Thank you." At that moment, Song Yu approached, about to express his gratitude with a fist salute, when his words were abruptly interrupted by an exclamation. "Look, the patriarch of the Wang family seems to have entered the Moon Palace." Someone shouted as they spotted the patriarch vanishing into the lake. Chen Feng was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the patriarch would fortuitously enter the Moon Palace in such a manner. Whoosh, whoosh. Observing this, several individuals wasted no time and plunged headfirst into the blood-red waters. These were elder practitioners whose lifespans were nearly extinguished. They had no choice but to seize this opportunity. To enter might grant them a glimmer of hope, while to remain behind would mean certain death. Moreover, since the patriarch had inadvertently entered, it indicated that there was no inherent danger within the Moon Palace. With an elder practitioner leading the way, the others naturally followed suit, plunging into the crimson waters. And in mere moments, only Chen Feng and his companions remained above the lake, while the rest had already surged into the Moon Palace. "Brother Song Yu, what are your intentions? Will you venture in to explore? Or, I want to go. Chinemo, take me with you. I wish to see what lies inside." Before Chen Feng could finish his words, the little witch Jiang Ting immediately interjected, her eyes brimming with excitement. Utterly devoid of any fear, Chen Feng found himself puzzled. How could these individuals exhibit no sense of reverence and dare to seek out every commotion? He chose to remain silent, directing his gaze towards Song Yu, conveying a simple message. As their leader, the decision lies with you. Meeting Chen Feng's gaze, Song Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet he rubbed his hands together and said, "Brother Chen, to be honest, I too wish to venture inside. The legends surrounding Falling Moon Lake have persisted for at least several million years, and with the Moon Palace opening today, I am eager to try my luck. But fret not for us. We possess means of self-preservation." Chen Feng surveyed the faces of the seven, each displaying an eager demeanor, completely dismissing the inherent dangers. "Very well. Should you choose to enter, exercise caution, and it would be prudent not to separate, lest peril befalls you." Chen Feng felt a sense of helplessness but still offered his admonitions. He too would enter, though perhaps not alongside them. "Understood," Song Yu replied. The group no longer hesitated, with Chen Feng leading the charge, plunging headlong into the crimson waters of the lake. Upon entering, Chen Feng sensed something amiss. The lake appeared devoid of water, as if he had traversed a boundary into a peculiar realm. He gazed upward, witnessing an endless expanse of starry sky, the moonlight radiating brilliantly. With a magnificent moon palace standing atop the moon, as if it had existed since time immemorial. What a breathtaking sight! Where exactly are we? Have we arrived in the void of outer space? At that moment, the little witch's astonished voice echoed from behind. Turning to see that the others had entered, Chen Feng addressed them. "This may well be a miniature world. As we approach the Moon Palace, we must proceed with utmost caution, especially those among us who are cultivators. We must remain vigilant." With that, he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the moon in the starry sky. Moments later, they arrived before the Moon Palace. A grand structure emanating a soft lunar glow, enveloped in resplendent, celestial radiance. As Chen Feng approached, the Tao scripture and Heavenly Emperor scripture began to operate autonomously, drawing forth immense torrents of celestial light and moonlight, which surged towards his sea of suffering. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Alchemical Cauldron. Immortal? Chen Feng felt a jolt surge through his body, as waves of turmoil erupted within his sea of suffering. At that moment, he sensed his cultivation ascending at a terrifying pace. Crack! What? Chen Feng exclaimed, for he had unexpectedly broken through a minor realm in but an instant. So sudden, yet so natural, without the slightest obstruction, everything falling into place effortlessly. "Brother Chen, what is happening?" Song Yu, noticing Chen Feng's unusual state, promptly inquired. Chen Feng suppressed the extraordinary phenomena within his sea of suffering and shook his head, responding, "Brother Song, I am fine. I merely experienced a sudden epiphany that led to my cultivation breakthrough. Let us proceed inside." "What? An epiphany? A cultivation breakthrough?" Upon hearing the words, Song Yu and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Jie, in particular, twitched his mouth in disbelief and lamented, "Is it merely a glimpse of a lunar palace? How can that lead to a breakthrough? I too have gazed upon it. Why am I not granted the same opportunity?" Wu Jie felt disheartened, as he possessed the weakest cultivation talent among the seven, and now with Chun Mo, an extraordinary talent, his prospects appeared bleak. The group stepped forward into the lunar palace. The vast lunar palace was desolate, yet the interior revealed a scene unlike what was perceived from the outside. To their surprise, within the lunar palace lay a quaint village. Chen Feng expressed his astonishment, for what was once a magnificently imposing lunar palace now housed a stone village. The stone houses were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, and despite the passage of countless years, a hint of warmth lingered in the air. The village was not extensive, featuring a modest square at its center, where a bronze medicinal cauldron stood. The cauldron was adorned with lifelike depictions of fantastical birds and beasts, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. What is this place? How can there be a stone village here? The little sorceress Jiang Ting questioned, bewildered by the scene within the lunar palace. Boom! The dilapidated wooden door of one of the stone houses shattered, revealing an elderly cultivator whose expression was grim and filled with fury. His face bore the marks of despair and resentment. Having spent over a decade in Falling Moon City, he sought to unravel the secrets of the lunar palace and obtain its blessings. Yet, upon finally entering, he found nothing but a stone village devoid of any treasures. Soon, more cultivators emerged from the stone houses, their faces reflecting discontent. Damn it! Where are the celestial fortunes? Where are the elixirs? This is nothing but a forsaken village. There's nothing here. The group of cultivators glanced at Chen Feng and his companions standing at the village entrance before rushing back into the chaotic surroundings, eager to uncover any hidden wonders. Chen Feng led his companions to the small square. In the distance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a hazy figure standing beneath a giant willow tree, reduced to a mere stump, gazing longingly at the chaotic starry river. The figure appeared forlorn and desolate, imbued with a sense of regret. Indeed, Chen Feng felt an uncanny connection to the figure's emotions. This was the same silhouette he had previously observed on the lake's surface, the one referred to as an immortal by the spirit of the Emperor's sword. As Chen Feng stepped closer, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a vibrant green willow branch to sway in the wind, and with it, the ethereal figure faded away. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The magnificent willow tree had vanished, and the enchanting silhouette had dissipated as if it had never existed at all. Did you see that? Just now, there was a figure in a willow stump that seemed struck by lightning. Chen Feng pointed to the spot where the beautiful figure had stood, his face marked by confusion as he inquired of Song Yu and the others. Upon hearing those words, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of Song Yu and the others. "Brother Chen, I assure you, I did not see anything just now. I am quite timid. Please, do not frighten me." At that moment, Wu Jie glanced in the direction pointed by Chen Feng, only to find an expanse of chaos, devoid of anything, causing him to recoil in fright. Among them, he was the most timid, possessing the least strength, and in such a strange and unfamiliar place, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "Did you truly not see anything?" Chen Feng, somewhat unconvinced, inquired of Song Yu and the others. "Brother Chen, we genuinely did not see anything." Song Yu spoke up at that moment. "Aside from this medicinal cauldron, there is nothing else here. I believe we should take this cauldron with us. After all, we cannot return empty-handed after making the effort to come here." Li Tai remarked as he approached the massive medicinal cauldron, attempting to lift it. However, to his astonishment, he found that he could not move it at all. After confirming that the others had not seen the shadow, Chen Feng's confusion deepened. Nevertheless, upon hearing Li Tai's words, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. Li Tai truly embodied the principle of not leaving empty-handed at that moment. Chen Feng then moved closer to the cauldron. Inspecting it closely, it appeared exceedingly ordinary, covered in greenish rust, resembling a mere commonplace medicinal cauldron. As Chen Feng gently stroked the cauldron, the imperial sword within him quivered slightly, stirring the once calm sea of bitterness into ripples. The spirit of the sword was awakened once more, and it beheld the external scene. Upon glimpsing the enormous medicinal cauldron, it exclaimed in surprise, immediately sensing its extraordinary nature. "Is this a celestial cauldron?" The spirit detected the ancient and transcendent aura emanating from the cauldron, its voice trembling with uncertainty. "Youngster, this cauldron is rather peculiar. See if you can draw it into the sea of bitterness. If you cannot, then you must carry it out." The spirit projected its thoughts. However, it refrained from revealing its suspicions to Chen Feng. Startled by this revelation, Chen Feng hesitated and asked, "Senior spirit, does this cauldron possess some extraordinary quality?" "Do not concern yourself with that. If I say to take it, then take it." The spirit replied impatiently. Chen Feng had no choice but to comply. Thus, he concentrated his thoughts, attempting to draw the cauldron into the sea of bitterness. Yet, despite his efforts, the cauldron remained utterly unmoved. I refused to believe it. He embraced the cauldron's legs with both arms and exerted all his strength to lift it. Suddenly, the massive cauldron quaked violently, gradually lifting off the ground as he hoisted it up. Chapter 67. The unyielding phoenix. Scripture Li Tai, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the cauldron's weight. Even with all his might, he could not budge it an inch. Yet here was Chen Feng, effortlessly raising it. Truly a marvel. Crack! Just as Chen Feng lifted the cauldron, the entire stone village was abruptly filled with a resounding tearing sound, as if something were splitting apart. Upon hearing this noise, Chen Feng and the others immediately turned their gazes towards their surroundings. Before him, the space was marred by a multitude of cracks, resembling a shattered mirror, as the laws of space permeated the air. The entire stone village appeared to have been folded into another dimension, vanishing from Chen Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. Along with its disappearance were the cultivators and Song Yu, who seemed to have been similarly enveloped into disparate realms. Ultimately, it was he who, along with the medicinal cauldron, was swept away. As Stone Village faded, the Moon Palace seemed to undergo a transformation, revealing a grand and magnificent palace before Chen Feng's eyes. On a jade-green wall ahead, intricate patterns spread forth, depicting a divine phoenix, so lifelike that it seemed poised to soar into the heavens. Chen Feng was undeniably astounded. He had not anticipated encountering such a breathtaking carving of the divine phoenix in this place. Suddenly, Chen Feng gasped softly, sensing something amiss. He set the medicinal cauldron aside and began to attune himself to the patterns on the carving, soon discovering that it contained a profound cultivation technique, the Divine Phoenix Immortal Sutra. This technique was devoid of any written characters, composed entirely of intricate patterns. One could only grasp its essence by immersing their consciousness within the patterns etched into the carving. Just as Chen Feng intended to delve deeper into the technique, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a familiar figure entering the palace. Her face etched with anxiety, Jiang Ting, the little demoness. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she gasped in surprise, her expression transforming into one of joy as she hastened towards him, her earlier tension dissipating. "What are you doing here? Are you alone? Where are the others?" Chen Feng questioned with a smile, finding the little demoness quite intriguing. Though often whimsical, she had not exhibited any outrageous behavior, leaving him curious as to why Song Yu and the others referred to her as the little demoness. "Moments ago, we were separated by a surge of power, and I found myself in a barren palace, which led me to this place," Jiang Ting recounted. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully and then encouraged her. "I have discovered a cultivation technique here. You should immerse yourself in it as well and see what you can gain." With a subtle gesture, he indicated the carving and returned his focus to the patterns, allowing his consciousness to meld with them. Jiang Ting, following his gaze, was captivated by the divine phoenix carving, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she began her own exploration. Time slipped away unnoticed until suddenly, Chen Feng's body trembled violently, enveloped in a terrifying divine flame. Endless patterns emerged, weaving and evolving around him. In that moment, his physical form was subjected to profound refinement, as his bones and flesh underwent a transformative metamorphosis beneath the protective embrace of the divine flame. Some remnants of bones were directly incinerated by the divine flame, transforming into ashes that were expelled from the body. New bones regenerated within the divine flames, becoming increasingly translucent, as indelible Tao patterns emerged throughout his skeletal structure and flesh. Above him, a colossal phantom of a divine phoenix materialized, resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. A resounding cry of the phoenix reverberated through the heavens. This was the rebirth power of the Divine Phoenix Immortal Sutra. If cultivated to perfection, one could attain rebirth through blood, achieving immortality. Meanwhile, the little sorceress entered a profound state of enlightenment, yet her insights diverged entirely from those of Chen Feng. Upon emerging from his cultivation, Chen Feng's aura intensified, becoming even more formidable, exuding terrifying power with every gesture, exponentially stronger than before. He then turned his gaze towards the little sorceress, Jiang Ting, who remained absorbed in her deep contemplation, prompting him to continue safeguarding her. In the outside world, as Chen Feng and his fellow cultivators entered the Moon Palace, news of the Moon Palace's opening spread through various channels. Elders from numerous sects, nearing the end of their lifespans, hastily set out to explore, seeking possible celestial opportunities to prolong their lives. This even attracted some young prodigies. Consequently, the small town became bustling with activity. The following day, countless cultivators arrived, riding on divine rainbows. Indeed, it was the Moon Palace, unexpectedly opening at this moment. Last year, I visited and waited for 7 days, only to find the Moon Palace not materializing. It's astonishing that it has manifested this year. Several elder cultivators arrived together, their murky eyes gazing at the blood-colored lake housing the Moon Palace, expressing their astonishment. Swish, swish. More cultivators soared in on divine rainbows, 3 young prodigies among them, radiating powerful auras. The arrival of these 3 young prodigies shifted the expressions of the elder cultivators. Without hesitation, the elders plunged into the lake. Following this, many more cultivators rushed in. On just the first day, hundreds had arrived to enter the Moon Palace. By noon of the second day, 10 overwhelming auras approached simultaneously, immediately instilling a sense of formidable pressure among the young prodigies. These 10 individuals were strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, their brows reflecting an unmistakable pride. Clad in purple golden garments, they rustled in the void. They were none other than the 10 direct disciples of the radiant light, sacred land. Were they not searching for the whereabouts of the sacred body, Qinfeng? How could they be here? Some young prodigies recognized their identities, expressing their confusion. The 10 true disciples of the radiant light, sacred land paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, instead charging directly into the lake, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 68. Moon Pool. The 7 elders of Tianshan. At this moment, the little sorceress awakened from her enlightenment. Yet her eyes now bore an expression of bewilderment. The once lively gleam in her eyes was tinged with sorrow. You have awakened. What insights have you gained? Qinfeng inquired, observing the little sorceress as she came to. At this moment, the little witch regained her senses and turned her gaze towards Qinfeng, her eyes reflecting an indescribable depth of emotion. I am fine. I have comprehended certain truths. Thank you for your protection, she spoke softly, her tone now imbued with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with her previous vivacity. Qinfeng was momentarily taken aback, sensing a shift in the little witch's demeanor. Are you truly unscathed? He inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. Yes, I am perfectly well. Let us proceed and seek our fortune elsewhere. Perhaps we might locate Brother Song Yu and the others, she replied, immediately striding towards another passageway within the palace. Observing her retreating figure, Qinfeng's gaze flickered with a trace of unease. Were it not for the absence of any discernible issue with her spirit, he might have suspected that the little witch had been possessed. The two traversed a corridor and entered a modest side hall. Upon entering, Qinfeng was enveloped by a wave of pure moonlight energy. Before him lay a small pool, its waters formed from the essence of countless laws, with the pristine moonlight swirling around like ethereal mist. What is that? The little witch gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the moonlit pool. Qinfeng's eyes gleamed with recognition. He understood the significance of the liquid contained within. He placed his alchemical cauldron upon the ground and addressed the little witch. This pool contains a spirit liquid formed from moonlight. If we can refine it, it will aid us in elevating our cultivation. Upon hearing this, her long eyelashes fluttered, and a look of joy illuminated her countenance. Having reached the 8th level of the Tribulation realm, she was no weakling among the 7. Not due to a lack of talent, but rather her insufficient dedication to cultivation. However, this outing had dealt her a severe blow. Especially as a descendant of the infamous Liangshan bandits, she could not tolerate being robbed, particularly after sustaining a painful bump on her forehead from a wolf-toothed club. With a graceful leap, she soared above the moon pool and dove directly into its depths. Ah, how delightful, she exclaimed, feeling the moonlight spirit liquid flowing into her body, involuntarily letting out a soft moan. Yet, recalling her surroundings and noticing Qinfeng standing below, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. How could I make such a sound? This is utterly mortifying, she murmured to herself, her cheeks aglow. The moonlight energy here is so rich, there must be treasures. Just as Qinfeng was about to leap into the moon pool himself, a voice and the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the distance. Both he and the little witch exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to alarm. Hurry and absorb the liquid. I will hold them off, he urged, swiftly moving to position himself at the entrance. Ah, there are indeed intruders, exclaimed one of the 4 aged cultivators who approached. An emaciated old woman shrouded in a black robe among them. Who are you, young man? Is there some treasure within? The aura emanating from the 4 was formidable, each having reached the divine palace realm. The old woman possessed formidable strength, having reached the 5th level of the divine palace realm. In her gnarled hand, she wielded a staff forged from divine bamboo, adorned with an intricate array of black runes that appeared eerily enchanting under the moonlight. The other 3 elders were formidable as well, each having attained the 4th level of the divine palace realm. Esteemed seniors, there are already individuals present here. I kindly request that you proceed to another hall. Chen Feng remarked with an impassive expression, his heart unwaveringly resolute. Who is this impudent youth? So brazen as to obstruct the path of the 7 elders of Tianshan? Step aside, or I shall strike you down with my staff. The old woman retorted with a cold snort, thrusting her staff forcefully into the ground. A surge of immense divine power erupted, sending ripples of energy cascading toward Chen Feng. Her sinister and aged visage bore a malevolent smile, rendering her appearance exceedingly ghastly, akin to a vengeful specter. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura approaching, Chen Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. Divine energy surged within him like a tumultuous tide, propelling him sharply backward to the vicinity of the medicinal cauldron. During their standoff, Chen Feng had already activated the secret art of the Jie character, and at this moment, the technique had been fully unleashed. With the combat prowess of a 6th-level Nirvana realm exponent amplified tenfold, his aura transformed to that of the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm. The leading elder, witnessing this, was taken aback, her previously malevolent expression shifting to one of alarm. He has concealed his strength. Quickly, make your move. Attack. Kill. Chen Feng bellowed, unleashing the secret technique of the mountain river seal with a mere gesture. The terrifying force trembled through the void, as if a vast landscape sought to crush the old woman. Sensing the dreadful impact of Chen Feng's strike, the old woman's countenance changed. She hurled her staff into the void, her withered hands forming seals, conjuring a colossal black 9-headed serpent imbued with overwhelming power that surged forth to collide with the mountain river seal. With a resounding clash, the divine serpent formed from her power was suppressed by the mountain river seal, its terrifying energy dissipating in all directions, sending the old woman and her 3 companions flying. Wu Laogo, this youth's strength is formidable. Quickly, establish the turtle snake formation. As she was propelled backward, the old woman summoned her staff back into her grasp and shouted to the 3 elders behind her. The 3 elders, their expressions grim, had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of the young man before them. Swiftly, upon landing, they formed a defensive formation. As the turtle snake formation was established, their collective aura surged dramatically. The old woman, resembling the head of a serpent, wielded her divine bamboo staff, which now appeared as a serpent's tongue, constantly flickering with a chilling intent to kill. The trio positioned themselves at strategic angles, creating a formidable barrier akin to a colossal turtle shell. This formation allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, showcasing the renowned technique of the 7 elders of Tianshan. Should all 7 unite in this formation, its power would increase exponentially. Even against a perfected expert of the Divine Palace realm, they would possess the capability to contend. Observing this, Chen Feng's demeanor remained unchanged. He unleashed the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, as golden holy fists seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of the void. He charged towards the 4 with fervor, unleashing golden divine fists that reverberated against the turtle snake formation, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Kill him, barked an elder. The old matron thrust her staff like a serpent, its speed akin to a bolt of black lightning. Chen Feng, undeterred, retaliated with a powerful punch, showing no intention of retreating. Crack! The staff in the old matron's hand shattered under his blow, the terrifying divine force sending her flying backward. Fortunately, the 3 elders swept in to cushion most of the impact, preventing the turtle snake formation from disintegrating. Chapter 69. The God-slaying needle. The old matron and the 3 elders retreated, their expressions darkening, faces etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that their formation would falter against a mere 4. Chen Feng stood resolutely at the entrance of the side hall, his cold gaze sweeping over the 4. He could not allow any of them to pass. If even one were to enter, the little demoness would be in peril. Leave now, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall remain here forever, he declared, his voice frigid and indifferent, clearly dismissing the 4. However, given his current strength, vanquishing a few of them would pose no challenge. Arrogant youth, unaware of your own insignificance. We, the 7 elders of Tianshan, have roamed the eastern domain for over 2 millennia. Even the sacred sects show us a measure of respect. Who do you think you are to threaten us? Retorted the old matron, her tone laced with frost. The 7 elders of Tianshan were indeed seasoned powerhouses of the eastern domain. Even the weakest among them had reached the 4th level of the Divine Palace realm, with their leader being a formidable figure of the 4 symbols realm. It was utterly unexpected to be so belittled by a junior. Resolute, she declared, then let us fight. Chen Feng extended a golden hand, lifting the immense medicinal cauldron and hurling it towards the old matron. The cauldron appeared both ancient and majestic, exuding an extraordinary weight. Chen Feng was curious to discover its unique qualities. As he infused his divine power, intricate patterns shimmered upon the verdigris-covered surface of the cauldron. Grasping one of its handles, he swung the cauldron horizontally towards the old matron and her companions, the air itself quaking under the pressure, creating fissures in the very fabric of space. The old matron's expression shifted alarmingly. In her hand appeared a white whisk, which she swept forth, transforming it into a divine whip of white. The force unleashed far beyond that of a mere divine palace artifact. Crack! The white whisk struck the cauldron's wall with a piercing sound, shattering upon impact. What? This cannot be. The old matron gasped, feeling as though the sky itself were collapsing upon her. The whisk, personally crafted for her by the leader of the Seven Elders, was a genuine artifact of the Four Symbols realm, yet it had shattered in that moment. In stark contrast, the medicinal cauldron remained unscathed. Her previous strike had merely pushed it back slightly. Chen Feng's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. He moved swiftly, confronting the drug cauldron that had been repelled, his golden hand reaching out to seize it, and then, with a mighty heave, he hurled the cauldron towards the elderly woman in a furious strike. You dare, young one! The old woman bellowed, her divine power surging forth, illuminating the tortoise snake formation, intricate runes intertwining and evolving, forming a colossal turtle shell created by 4 individuals to shield them from above. In this perilous moment, they held nothing back. The defense of the tortoise snake formation pushed to its utmost limit. The drug cauldron, cradled in Chen Feng's grasp, descended like a mountain. Crack! Thud! A sharp sound echoed. The phantom turtle shell shattered instantly, and the 4 were sent sprawling, blood pouring from their mouths. Kill! Chen Feng roared, lifting the cauldron once more, aiming it at an elder. Ah, no! The elder cried out, his eyes filled with profound terror. Thud! The cauldron fell, reducing the elder to a pulpy mass. Ah! 6th brother! Young one! You dare to slay 6th brother! I will fight you to the death! The old woman screamed, her gaze venomous with rage and malice. She unleashed a black divine needle from her mouth, shooting it towards Chen Feng with ferocity. This needle, nurtured by her divine consciousness, was a soul-extinguishing needle, designed to obliterate souls, a particularly sinister artifact. As the needle was released, a cruel smile crept across her lips, envisioning Chen Feng's consciousness being annihilated. Upon its emergence, Chen Feng felt an unsettling tremor within his consciousness, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, instilling deep discomfort. This was a primal warning from his consciousness, a feeling that resonated with familiarity. Not good, Chen Feng exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically. In an instant, he comprehended that the attack was aimed at his consciousness. He summoned the Xianhuang seal, positioning it at his brow. Clang! A metallic crash resounded. Chen Feng witnessed the black divine needle being deflected by the Xianhuang seal. What? That appears to be the Xianhuang seal. You are the holy body, Chen Feng. The old woman's expression altered upon realizing her lethal strike was thwarted by the ancient seal. However, upon observing the wisps of Xianhuang essence cascading down, she could not suppress her astonishment. The other 2 elders' expressions also shifted. Holy body Chen Feng. No wonder his combat prowess is so formidable. The name of Chen Feng had spread across the eastern domain after he had eliminated over 100 formidable warriors from various factions, and they were well aware of his terror. Flee! The 3 shouted in unison, choosing to escape without any intention of further combat. Humph! You think you can escape? He scoffed, hurling the Xianhuang seal and the drug cauldron towards the 2 elders, whose speed had faltered. Thud! Thud! The 2 elders were instantly struck by the Xianhuang seal and the cauldron, not even letting out a scream, reduced to mere blood mist. Alas, I could not eradicate them all, Chen Feng lamented, watching the old woman's retreating figure with a sense of regret. So you are indeed the holy body, Chen Feng? Why did you deceive us? At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind Chen Feng, imbued with a hint of incredulity and a touch of reproach. The speaker was none other than the little enchantress, Jiang Ting. At this juncture, her aura surged dramatically, her cultivation having ascended to the Nirvana realm. Chen Feng turned to face the enchanting figure, and upon sensing her cultivation level, his eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. He mused to himself, I never anticipated that this little enchantress possessed such terrifying talent, breaking through 2 realms in such a short span to reach the Nirvana realm. Although there was an abundance of spiritual liquid available, facilitating such rapid advancement was indeed remarkable. Her innate ability was truly extraordinary. Regarding the enchantress's reproach, Chen Feng was not overly concerned. However, he felt compelled to explain, You are aware that my identity is somewhat unique. If I were to carelessly expose it in front of others, it would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ting, considering Chun Feng's predicament, refrained from further admonishing him. Instead, she urged him, saying, "There is still plenty of spiritual liquid in the moon pool. I shall guard you while you absorb it swiftly." With a resolute affirmation, Chun Feng retracted the Xianyuan seal and, in a flash, arrived above the moon pool. At this point, more than half of the spiritual liquid remained, and he leapt directly into it. As the Tao scripture operated, the liquid within the moon pool was absorbed at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, the enchanting visage of the little enchantress below displayed a tender expression. 3 hours later, Chun Feng had completely absorbed and refined all the spiritual liquid from the moon pool. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his aura began to rise steadily. He ascended through the 7th and 8th levels of the Nirvana realm, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of perfect Nirvana. The swiftness of his breakthrough astonished the little enchantress, her delicate lips parting in awe. The holy body is indeed formidable. Such an aura could rival even those at the Divine Palace realm. After a moment, Chun Feng's aura gradually stabilized, securing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. He opened his eyes, and 2 beams of brilliance flickered and vanished. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. Even when faced with a perfected Divine Palace realm opponent, he believed he could contend, perhaps even slay them using various secret techniques. He rose gracefully, retracting all his aura, leaving not a trace behind. Nonetheless, even in this restraint, the little enchantress sensed an overwhelming, boundless might emanating from him, leaving her momentarily entranced. "I apologize for making you wait so long," Chun Feng said, offering the little enchantress a candid smile. "It is no trouble at all. To serve as the guardian for the holy body is a privilege beyond measure," Jiang Ting replied, her eyes curving into a crescent as a captivating smile graced her face. As Chun Feng beheld her enchanting smile, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He sensed an unnoticeable transformation in her expression, where once her smile had exuded a quirky charm. It now radiated tranquility and otherworldliness. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Chun Feng, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. He grasped the medicinal cauldron firmly in his hand and departed the secluded hall alongside the little sorceress. Meanwhile, within a colossal palace, various factions were embroiled in fierce combat. The terrifying divine power reverberating throughout the grand hall, accompanied by the incessant sounds of magical artifacts clashing. This was the very heart of the Moon Palace, its most sacred location. However, not all cultivators were permitted entry here. Within the hall, dozens of individuals were locked in chaotic conflict, punctuated by the occasional cries of agony and muffled groans from the wounded. The ground was strewn with the blood-soaked remains of several corpses. Song Yuli Tai and their companions were also drawn into this tumultuous struggle. It was a grand melee, where apart from allies, everyone else was deemed an adversary. The catalyst for this fierce contention lay at the center of the hall, where a jade coffin rested upon an elevated jade platform. This coffin had lain there for countless ages, shrouded in the ethereal power of the moonlight, radiating a blinding celestial glow. "Do you truly wish to oppose the sacred land of Yaoguang?" A young man clad in a purple-gold robe staggered as he stood upon the jade steps, his expression dark and foreboding. Moments earlier, he had been forced back several paces by the combined might of 2 perfected Nirvana realm elders, causing turmoil within his very essence. Lin Huang, the foremost disciple of the sacred land of Yaoguang, held a status second only to the sacred son, who possessed the supreme bone. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, placing him above the current sacred son in terms of prowess. Such talent solidified his position among the elite prodigies of the eastern region. What of being adversaries? We 2 old codgers have no family, no power. We are solitary beings, driven solely by the pursuit of longevity. To attempt to seize the jade coffin from under our noses is a fool's errand. Whoever dares to snatch my celestial fortune and impede my quest for immortality shall face annihilation of their entire lineage." One of the elder cultivators declared coldly. His frail form was draped in a black robe, his vitality withered like dead wood, a strand of dark, deathly aura spreading across his surface, his countenance twisted and ghastly, with frenzied crimson eyes that hinted at madness. "You are incapable of stopping me," Lin Huang retorted with a scoff, his expression darkening. He surveyed the other 9 true disciples of the sacred land of Yaoguang engaged in battle within the hall, noting that they were all entangled with formidable adversaries. Unable to extricate themselves, realizing there was no path of retreat, he understood he must confront the 2 elders head-on, a grim expression settling upon his features. "Kill!" he bellowed, charging towards the 2 elders. He unleashed a fearsome secret technique aimed at them, his aura of murderous intent intensifying significantly compared to before, his assault becoming increasingly fierce. The two elders exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Their auras surged dramatically, and terrifying divine power erupted forth, directed at the young man in the purple-gold robe. The secret technique they employed was astonishing, infused with a strand of deathly aura stripped from their primordial spirits. This deathly aura, once it tainted anything, would lead to decay and corruption, let alone that of the primordial spirit itself. The arcane technique was unleashed with the evident intent to annihilate the opponent. A thunderous roar echoed as the void shattered, sending three figures staggering backward, the air cracking like a spider's web. Within Lin Huang, blood surged violently, and he managed to suppress a mouthful of reversing blood. However, his countenance was grim. During the earlier confrontation, the two elders had attempted to deceive him. Fortunately, he possessed a means of survival, which allowed him to withstand the lethal aura. At that moment, an ancient mirror, the size of a palm, appeared at his brow, radiating divine light as a wisp of deathly energy was incinerated. Meanwhile, the two elders found blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Even in their combined efforts, they had gained no advantage in the recent clash. Upon seeing the ancient mirror on the young man's brow, their expressions darkened further. They had come so close to success, only to have their fatal strike thwarted by this relic. Truly, he was a prodigy of the sacred grounds, capable not only of withstanding their combined might with his 5th-level Nirvana realm cultivation, but also wielding such a protective artifact for his soul. Remarkable indeed. One elder wiped the blood from his mouth, reflecting on their undeniable aging. Though they were both at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, their vitality was waning, and they could only muster 70% of their true strength. Initially, they had harbored a glimmer of hope to corrode the opponent's soul with their deathly energy, only to see it dissipated. Now, it seemed they were left with no choice but to fight desperately. Exchanging glances, they recognized the resolve in each other's eyes. At that moment, two terrifying auras of full Nirvana realm mastery erupted from the elders, shaking the entire hall. They were squeezing the last remnants of their vitality, forcibly invoking their complete Nirvana realm prowess. This battle might very well be their last. Chapter 71. The Radiant Slaughter Array. Chun Feng arrives. Lin Huang felt the overwhelming aura bearing down on him, and his expression shifted dramatically. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. His adversaries were prepared to fight to the death. Brothers, form the array with me. Let us slay the enemy. Lin Huang bellowed to the other true disciples of the Radiant Sacred Ground. The imminent desperation of the two perfected Nirvana realm cultivators instilled fear within him. If it were only one opponent, he would not be intimidated, but facing two posed a perilous risk. On the battlefield, the 9 true disciples of the Radiant Sacred Ground turned grave at his words. Were they truly prepared to fight desperately? Yet, without hesitation, they swiftly repelled their foes and rallied beside Lin Huang. Excellent. Today, my brother and I shall experience the legendary slaughter array of the top 10 true disciples of the Radiant Sacred Ground, they declared in unison, charging towards the 10 true disciples of the Radiant Sacred Ground. Legend has it that the top 10 true disciples ventured into an ancient site filled with unparalleled slaughter arrays to secure more resources for their sacred ground. There, they studied and refined a fragment of the array, evolving it into a formidable technique executed by all 10 of them. A fierce aura of slaughter erupted within the grand hall, signaling the imminent onset of a monumental battle. Form the formation, Lin Huang commanded with a resounding voice. 10 individuals moved in unison, establishing a formidable offensive array. At the moment this formation solidified, the air within the hall seemed to freeze, enveloped by a pervasive, blood-red aura of murderous intent. Even those at a distance could feel the terrifying presence of death. The killing formation continuously evolved, each breath infused with unimaginable power. Kill! Echoed a commanding shout from within the array. The formation surged forward, akin to a razor-sharp sword thrusting toward the hearts of all present. In the blink of an eye, the opposing forces collided. With a sickening sound, 2 heads soared high, blood gushing like a crimson fountain. 2 powerful practitioners at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm were slain in an instant by 2 piercing beams of lethal energy. A collective gasp of horror resonated through the crowd. Such a terrifying killing formation. Fear gripped the hearts of many, with some contemplating retreat. Yet, a greater number surged toward the Jade platform, intent on seizing the Jade coffin in this very moment. Seek death. A voice bellowed from within the blood-red array. The killing formation activated instantly, advancing toward the Jade platform. The horrifying array functioned like a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtering the cultivators within the hall. Anyone within its path was drawn into the killing vortex, reduced to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. Damn it. If you want to fight for the Jade coffin, go ahead. I have no intention of contesting with you. Just don't come after me. Li Tai, struck by a wave of the array's energy from a distance, coughed up blood and was sent reeling, crashing heavily onto the jade steps leading to the platform. Unable to contain his curses, however, his response was met with a terrifying flash of a blade. Not far from him, a middle-aged cultivator unleashed a long blade of divine power aimed directly at his head. The fearsome blade aura cleaved through the air, creating a massive rift, showcasing immense might. The middle-aged cultivator, acting on instinct, assumed Li Tai was attempting to thwart him from claiming the jade coffin, thus he acted decisively. Seeing this, Li Tai's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly retrieved a jade talisman from his robe and shattered it. At the moment the talisman broke, a shimmering barrier appeared before him. The divine blade struck the barrier with tremendous force, causing it to shudder slightly, yet the blade shattered upon impact. The middle-aged man's countenance stiffened as he was propelled back by the formidable force emitted from the barrier, unwittingly drawn into the killing formation, where he was instantly struck down by two blinding beams of lethal light, perishing on the spot. Damn, that was close. If it weren't for my grandfather's jade talisman, I would have been cleaved in two. Li Tai's face paled at the sheer terror emanating from the earlier strike. At this moment, aside from a few resolute cultivators retreating, nearly everyone else surged toward the high platform, eager to contest the jade coffin. Seizing this opportunity, Li Tai quickly made his escape from the battlefield, rushing toward Song Yu and his companions, who were equally beleaguered and bearing significant injuries. Among them, Wu Jie bore the most severe injury. A deep gash on his chest that exposed bone, a sight both gruesome and harrowing. Of the group, he possessed the weakest cultivation, and had it not been for Song Yu and the others shielding him from the brunt of the onslaught, he might have already succumbed to his fate. They had intended to retreat moments ago, yet found no opportunity, and thus remained ensnared amidst the throng near the high platform. At that moment, Chun Feng sensed that the little demoness ahead had increased her speed, her charming face betraying a hint of urgency. This caused his gaze to sharpen. As he felt something was amiss with the little demoness, he inquired, "Little demoness, why do you appear so anxious, and where are you intending to take me?" "I'm fine. I sense that Brother Song Yu and the others are in danger." The little demoness, taken aback by Chun Feng's sudden inquiry, quickly offered an explanation. Though her evasive eyes hinted at something unspoken, Chun Feng noticed her discomfort, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he grasped her delicate hand and, with a swift motion, vanished from their current location. Initially startled by Chun Feng's sudden hold, the little demoness instinctively wished to struggle. Yet the strength in his grip rendered her powerless to resist. She could only acquiesce to his lead, her gaze towards him trembling slightly. "Wu Jie, how are you faring?" Li Tai approached Wu Jie, supporting him as he inquired. "I'm not dead yet," Wu Jie replied with a grim smile, though blood continued to seep from his lips. "Brother Song, we should retreat. If this continues, we may all perish here," Li Tai shouted to Song Yu, who was still engaged in combat. After forcing back his adversary, Song Yu moved to Wu Jie's side. A glance at Wu Jie confirmed the gravity of his condition. However, escaping the Grand Hall was far from simple, as the 10 true disciples of the Radiant Light Sacred Land had nearly closed in with their deadly formation. Yet, Song Yu, undeterred, boldly declared to Li Tai and the others, "You all take Wu Jie and withdraw. I will cover your retreat." Understood. Li Tai and the others had no objections, swiftly summoning their magical artifacts as they charged towards the Grand Hall's entrance. Moments later, they finally reached the threshold, albeit at a cost. Yang Yu had lost an arm, his bloodied hand trembling as he clutched his weapon. Both Song Yu and Li Tai were gravely injured, their faces pale as death. Just as they believed escape was imminent, Song Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a terrifying surge of murderous intent approaching from behind. At that instant, a figure materialized behind Song Yu, a golden fist striking forth like a gilded spear piercing the void, aimed directly at the deadly formation. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of divine power surged forth, shattering the air in an explosion that reverberated like thunder. The formation trembled under the weight of this overwhelming force. Its lethal glow significantly diminished. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy figure staggered back, ripples of divine energy emanating from him. Fortunately, the Moon Palace, crafted from special materials, was able to withstand such terrifying power. The newcomer was none other than Qin Feng. Chapter 72. The Holy Body. Qin Feng. Pressing the formation, "You are the Holy Body." "Qin Feng," exclaimed Lin Huang, astonished as he gazed at the figure that had suddenly materialized before him. At this moment, Qin Feng had revealed his true form, unmasking his genuine identity. Consequently, when the disciples of the Radiant Light Sacred Land beheld him, they instantly recognized who he was. "What? He is indeed the Holy Body." "Qin Feng, After his prolonged disappearance, he has unexpectedly reappeared in Falling Moon City. A cultivator gasped upon hearing the radiant light, sacred land acknowledge Chun Feng's identity. Chun Feng steadied himself, choosing silence as he turned his gaze towards the little demon girl and instructed, "Take them outside. I shall handle matters here." The little demon girl, after a moment's hesitation, nodded and approached Song Yu and the others. "Brother Song, let us exit first." Song Yu glanced back at Chun Feng, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He found himself intrigued by how the little demon girl was acquainted with Chun Feng, and the figure seemed vaguely familiar. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. He offered a slight nod to Chun Feng before assisting Wu Jie and the others as they made their way toward the hall's exit. Yet, as they departed, the little demon girl stole a profound glance at the jade coffin upon the high platform, though none took notice. Once the little demon girl and the others had vacated the premises, Chun Feng redirected his attention to the grand hall. At present, fewer than 20 cultivators remained within, yet their prowess was formidable, including 5 who had reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Finally, his gaze settled upon the killing formation conjured by the 10 foremost disciples of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. "So, you are the 10 true disciples of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. This killing formation is indeed impressive. It appears the rumors hold truth." He continued, "With the combined strength of the 10 true disciples, you can contend with the Radiant Light's supreme bone." Recently, he had heard whispers of this tale, how, prior to the Radiant Light Saint Sun's return to the Sacred Land, these 10 true disciples had been the focus of cultivation, hailed as the foremost young prodigies. However, 9 years prior, the Supreme Master of Radiant Light had personally brought back the Saint Sun from the outside world, taking him as a disciple and nurturing him. Soon, the Saint Sun's terrifying talent began to surface, overshadowing the 10 true disciples. It was then that the 10 true disciples, desperate to break free from the Saint Sun's dominance, had ventured into the secret realm, extracting insights from an imperial-level killing formation to devise their own assault formation, thus achieving a balance against the radiant light. Chun Feng could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of these 10 true disciples, who, in their quest to escape the Saint Sun's shadow, had conceived such a strategy. On that day, when the radiant light Saint Sun had suffered defeat and capture, the 10 true disciples had emerged to subdue Chun Feng, aiming to demonstrate that even without the supreme bone, they could reign supreme over the eastern domain and perpetuate the Radiant Light Sacred Land's illustrious legacy. Holy Body Chun Feng, we have been searching for you since leaving the sect, and little did we expect you to walk into our trap today. Very well, we shall slay you here, and with your holy blood, cleanse the shame of Radiant Light. Lin Huang declared from within the killing formation, his cold gaze fixed upon Chun Feng, brimming with fervent resolve. Should they succeed in vanquishing the Holy Body Chun Feng, they would undoubtedly become the greatest benefactors of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, while the Saint Sun would forever be ensnared in the annals of the sect's disgrace. What does possessing the supreme bone signify if one faces utter defeat and is captured by the adversary? This is a disgrace that the Holy Son of Yaoguang shall never erase. Contemplating this, Lin Huang's handsome visage revealed a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of his lips. "Huh, you dare to kill me? With just 10 of you? How absurd." Chun Feng's gaze was icy as he directed a derisive smile towards the 10 individuals. The formidable aura of the perfected Nirvana realm suddenly erupted from within him, astonishing all present. What? This is the aura of the perfected Nirvana realm. How can this be possible? How could his cultivation progress so swiftly? Such a level of mastery surely surpasses that of his peers in the eastern region. Is the holy body defying the heavens? To possess such prowess at such a young age, combined with the terrifying forbidden combat strength of the Holy Land, it seems only the older generation of cultivators could hope to restrain him. All within the grand hall felt the terrifying aura emanating from Chun Feng, and almost simultaneously, they gasped in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this is a fearsome reality. The growth rate of the holy body is nothing short of alarming. Some elder cultivators present wore solemn expressions, clearly feeling the pressure. The expressions of the 10 direct disciples also shifted dramatically. How long has it been? How could you possess such cultivation? The leading young man in white exclaimed in shock. There is nothing impossible. Today, let me witness the legendary killing formation that can suppress the brilliance of the supreme bone of Yaoguang. Kill. With that, Chun Feng issued a commanding shout and charged directly toward the killing formation. He swung his golden hand, seizing the immense medicinal cauldron, and hurled it towards the formation. The 10 true disciples' expressions shifted slightly, though they remained composed, confident in their killing formation. One by one, they unleashed their divine power, as crimson lights of slaughter surged forth, seeking to annihilate everything, tearing the void with countless rifts. Boom. The medicinal cauldron struck the formation with a thunderous crash, resonating through the hall and ringing painfully in everyone's ears. Crack! The overwhelming force caused the formation to tremble violently, shattering the endless light of slaughter. Blood gushed from the mouths of the 10 as their expressions changed dramatically. They were struck by the backlash of their own formation. Yet, this was merely a single strike from Chen Feng, and it nearly obliterated their prideful killing formation. What's your combat strength? At that moment, Chen Feng offered them no respite and swung the cauldron towards the formation once more. Boom, boom, crack. Under the relentless assault of the cauldron, the formation held out for only 5 strikes before shattering with a cacophony of breaking sounds. The 10 direct disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land were flung backwards by the terrifying force, blood spurting from their mouths as they crashed against the jade walls of the Grand Hall. Witnessing such a scene, all present were left in stunned silence. Chen Feng had merely struck the formation 5 times with that broken cauldron, yet it caused the killing formation of the 10 true disciples to collapse, leaving them grievously injured and utterly defeated. The gathered cultivators momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. This killing formation is nothing of significance, Chen Feng remarked with a cold smile, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Chapter 73. The strong ones of the 4 symbols. With a resolute step, Chen Feng advanced, a single hand gripping the cauldron, each footfall resonating within the grand hall like the heartbeat of those present. The indomitable aura exuding from him instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. Chen Feng harbored no intention of sparing them. Since the sacred land of Yaoguang had sent them forth, it was a matter of life and death. Thus, his intent to slay them served as his answer to the sacred land. Moreover, he possessed a trump card, the sacred son of Yaoguang, who bore the supreme bone, perhaps the most treasured asset of the sacred land. What do you intend to do, Chen Feng? You cannot kill us. We are the direct disciples of the sacred land, held in high esteem. Slaying us would surely provoke the wrath of the sacred land. One among the 10, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, threatened with a hint of terror in his voice. Each of them appeared weakened, their vitality sapped by the backlash of the killing formation, rendering them no match for Chen Feng. Do you truly believe I would care? You have chosen to descend into the fray, boldly proclaiming your intent to eradicate me and cleanse the shame of Yaoguang with my blood. Thus, should you meet your demise at my hands, it is merely your own folly. Chen Feng continued to stride forward, his gaze fixating coldly on the speaker. Chen Feng, are you truly determined? If you let us go, I can assure you we will never oppose you again. At that moment, Lin Huang interjected, though his eyes betrayed his unwillingness. From a young age, he had exhibited extraordinary talent and received focused training from the sacred land. His lofty aspirations had driven him to consider utilizing the understanding of the killing formation to counter the rise of Yaoguang and vie for greater resources. He had succeeded, earning the admiration of his fellow disciples. Yet, upon learning of the sacred son's defeat at the hands of Chen Feng, a desire to usurp his position had ignited within him. He had thus sought the favor of the sacred master of Yaoguang, leading the 10 elite disciples into battle to avenge their sect, only to find themselves utterly vanquished. Abruptly halting, Chen Feng's icy gaze swept over the 10, his voice cold as ice. You are not worthy to stand against me. He swung the cauldron in his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the void as it descended upon Lin Huang. Chen Feng, you will regret this. Lin Huang screamed in panic. Stop this, Chen Feng. Otherwise, I shall slay several of them. A voice thundered from beyond the hall. At this, Chen Feng's figure froze, the cauldron mere inches from the head of the white-clad youth. Seeing the enormous cauldron hovering above him, Lin Huang's face turned pale, a warm rush flooding his trousers as he collapsed to the ground in terror. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It is Elder Xianfeng. Elder Xianfeng is here. Come to my aid. Lin Huang, clutching at his last shred of hope, laughed maniacally, his voice tinged with hysteria as he called out toward the entrance of the hall. He then shot a venomous glare at Chen Feng and declared, Chen Feng, Elder Xianfeng is a formidable warrior of the 4 symbols realm. Let us see how you meet your end. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, his sword-like brows arched slightly, and he cast a frigid glance at Lin Huang. The chilling intensity of Chen Feng's gaze sent a shiver down Lin Huang's spine. Incompetent fool, Chen Feng rebuked before turning away, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the entrance. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and his expression transformed dramatically. A robust man in his 40s entered through the grand hall's doors, one hand gripping the neck of another individual. 2 older companions followed closely behind, each wielding immense power, ensnaring several others in their grasp. Among them were the diminutive sorceress and Song Yu, who had just departed moments earlier. At that moment, The petite sorceress and Li Tai were being held by the neck by the brawny man, their faces flushed and struggling in vain against the iron grip akin to a vice. Are you all right? The robust man directed a cold gaze at Chen Feng before turning to address Lin Huang and his entourage of 10. Release them. Before Lin Huang could respond, Chen Feng's icy voice reverberated throughout the hall. His countenance was dark as stormy waters, his gaze locking onto the formidable man with an unparalleled chill. The brawny man was strikingly handsome, clad in a violet robe, exuding an ethereal aura. His eyes were frigid, enveloped by a dense force of law, instilling in Chen Feng a sense of terrifying oppression. This was his first encounter with a four-symbol realm powerhouse. Despite his considerable strength, an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered within him. The four-symbol realm represented a significant threshold, capable of manipulating the laws of heaven and earth. Each attack was imbued with the essence of these laws, far beyond the reach of ordinary divine palace cultivators. You, Chen Feng, did not expect to associate with the progeny of these bandits. If you wish for me to release them, it is not impossible. Simply kneel and plead, Chen Feng sneered, his piercing gaze laced with mockery. How dare you presume to command me? Chen Feng retorted, his voice laden with provocation. As his words fell, he extended a hand and, right under Xian Feng's watchful eyes, seized Lin Huang, twisting his neck as if handling a mere chick. Chen Feng, I will kill you. Release me. Lin Huang cried out, his voice tremulous and frantic. Silence. With a sharp reprimand, Chen Feng placed the tripod on the ground and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Huang's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. The surrounding onlookers were equally stunned. Although the slap landed on Lin Huang, it also served as a blow to Elder Xian Feng's dignity. Chen Feng, you seek death. Indeed. Elder Xian Feng's previously composed and handsome visage darkened, his voice dripping with cold malice. Enough with the idle chatter. Release them. Chen Feng's expression hardened, his tone resolute. He had no desire for idle conversation and harbored no fear of threats. What did it matter that he faced a four-symbol realm powerhouse? If provoked, he would not hesitate to unleash the Thunder Emperor sword in a rampage. Chapter 74. A ferocious battle against the four-symbol realm, dual artifacts conquer for a millennium. I have traversed the Eastern domain, witnessing countless extraordinary talents. Yet the audacity to speak to me in such a manner seems to reside solely with you. And what of the holy body? Without its growth, it remains merely an ant before me. In response to Chen Feng's provocation, Xian Feng, in a fit of rage, laughed ominously. He carelessly discarded the little sorceress and Li Tai to the side, unleashing a terrifying and domineering aura that surged forth from his being, instantly enveloping the entire grand hall with an overwhelming pressure. Chen Feng, today I shall personally strike you down, so you may comprehend that in my eyes, you are but an insignificant insect. With that declaration, Elder Xian Feng extended his massive hand, resembling a colossal blue monument that blotted out the sun as it descended upon Chen Feng's head. The terrifying force of the laws encompassed the heavens and the earth, causing all present to change countenance. Is this the might of a four-symbol realm expert? Indeed, it is utterly fearsome. The assembled cultivators gasped in awe, hastily retreating, too intimidated to approach. At this moment, atop the high platform, the jade coffin lay abandoned, seemingly forgotten. This illustrates that a single four-symbol realm powerhouse can suppress all. Sensing the dreadful power of the laws, Chen Feng's expression grew grave. He cast aside Lin Huang and grasped the medicinal cauldron, cultivating the first layer of the divine phoenix indestructible sutra, which surged within him, igniting every drop of his blood and every sinew in a blaze, exuding an indomitable aura. A torrent of divine power erupted forth, and the immense medicinal cauldron radiated a brilliant light as it soared toward the azure giant hand in defiance. Boom. Crack. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air as the blue hand trembled, revealing an intricate web of cracks that threatened to shatter at any moment. Chen Feng let out a muffled groan, a trickle of golden blood escaping his lips, while his right arm bore numerous fissures, golden blood splattering forth, his elongated form trembling slightly under the weight of the azure hand. Yet the cauldron in his grasp remained unaffected, glowing with a resplendent black gold light under his divine power, illuminating the entire hall. It was as if an ancient essence was gradually awakening. Xian Feng, witnessing this, let out a soft exclamation, astonished by Chen Feng's strength. Although this strike was not his full power, it still contained the might of the laws, and he was taken aback that Chen Feng could withstand it. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Feng's body. He had successfully triggered the Jizi secret, amplifying his battle prowess tenfold. His essence surged from the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm toward the zenith of the Divine Palace realm. Break from me. Qianfeng bellowed, his right hand shaking the cauldron with fervor. A wave of divine power rippled outward from the cauldron. Crack! The azure giant hand emitted a shattering sound, followed by a thunderous roar. The hand, capable of collapsing a realm, crumbled into countless fragments. The power of the laws surged forth, shaking all directions. Elder Qianfeng stumbled back 6 or 7 paces before regaining his balance. What? How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Qianfeng exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qianfeng, who had reached the pinnacle of the divine palace realm. He was no longer met with any trace of disdain in his eyes. Nothing was impossible, merely the four symbols realm. Today, I, Qianfeng, shall obliterate it without fail. With an icy demeanor, Qianfeng fixed his cold gaze upon Qianfeng, his formidable presence astonishing all who were present. Humph, such bravado. Do you truly believe that your strength can compare to that of a four symbols realm expert? A jest indeed. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true might of a four symbols realm master. Elder Qianfeng scoffed in response, his voice dripping with contempt. The terrifying power of the laws swirled around him, as if the very forces of heaven and earth could be summoned at his will. Unfazed by this, Qianfeng summoned the Xianhuang seal, which hovered above his head, exuding strands of Xianhuang energy that enveloped his form. Aside from the G character secret technique, he refrained from employing any other offensive arts, primarily to ascertain the current level of his physical prowess. Today, he intended to suppress everything with sheer strength. It is the Xianhuang seal. Excellent. Truly worthy of an emperor-level divine material. If this Xianhuang seal continues to be refined, it is but a matter of time before it transforms into an unparalleled emperor weapon. Upon seeing the Xianhuang seal above Qianfeng's head, Qianfeng gasped in astonishment, quickly followed by a manic laughter that revealed his unabashed greed. Splendid. Today, I shall claim this Xianhuang seal for myself. Before Elder Qianfeng could finish, Qianfeng interrupted him, declaring, if you desire my Xianhuang seal, you must first possess the strength to take it. Kill. As soon as the words left his lips, Qianfeng bellowed, seizing the medicinal cauldron and charging towards Elder Qianfeng. The golden waves of the bitter sea roared ceaselessly, as terrifying divine power surged forth like a great river, causing the black golden divine radiance atop the cauldron to intensify, while green patina began to flake away. In the blink of an eye, Qianfeng was upon Elder Qianfeng, his golden vitality seemingly ablaze, as a golden beam of energy shot skyward. He struck the cauldron downwards, causing the void beneath it to shatter like glass with each impact. The overwhelming might left the audience in shock once more. Well met. Sensing the dreadful power of the cauldron, Elder Qianfeng's expression hardened, and he roared in response. A thunder-patterned divine hammer appeared in his grasp, the power of the laws surging violently as it was hurled towards the cauldron. The hammer, enveloped in boundless law power, flickered with lightning patterns, radiating divine light. This strike contained the terrifying strength of the four symbols realm. With a resounding clash, the cauldron collided with the thunder-patterned hammer, producing a thunderous boom that rang in the ears of all present, creating a massive black hole in the void from the explosive force. Both Qianfeng and Elder Qianfeng were jolted back, each retreating a dozen steps before regaining their footing. Hiss! They are evenly matched. A voice in the hall exclaimed in astonishment. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, as everyone held their breath, gazing in disbelief at the slender figure before them, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Qianfeng's expression was grave, his right hand gripping the ding trembled slightly. On the other side, Elder Qianfeng was equally astonished, as he too sensed the terrifying power emanating from Qianfeng. Crack! Crack! At that moment, a series of shattering sounds echoed, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. They beheld the lightning-patterned divine hammer in Elder Qianfeng's hand, now riddled with countless fissures, before it shattered into innumerable fragments, cascading to the ground. What? My divine hammer has shattered. Kill. Seeing Elder Qianfeng's artifact break, Qianfeng seized the opportunity amidst his opponent's shock and bellowed once more. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged towards Elder Qianfeng once again. He swung the medicinal ding, crashing it down with force. Above him, the Xianhuang seal radiated boundless light, expanding in an instant to several zhang in size. Ancient and heavy, it shot forth from his head, directly aiming to suppress Elder Qianfeng. The terrifying force of the Xianhuang seal created a vacuum in the void. The immense power of the medicinal ding seemed capable of piercing through the entire moon palace. This was an attempt to annihilate him. Chapter 75. The Four Symbols Defeat. Realm Suppression. Elder Qianfeng felt enveloped by an aura of death, leaving him horrified. He dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly conjured a cyan bell using the power of the laws, shielding himself beneath it. He believed that this bell of laws could surely withstand Chen Feng's assault. The Four Symbols realm was not something a divine palace realm expert could compare to. It communicated with heaven and earth, drawing upon the laws of the universe and wielding the forces of nature. At that moment, Chen Feng's attack descended ferociously. Bang! The Xianhuang seal crashed down violently, the cyan bell emitting a tremendous clang. The ensuing tempest of energy sent everyone nearby flying. Their expressions filled with dread as they gazed upon Chen Feng and Elder Xianfeng. Crack! Immediately afterward, the crowd heard the ominous sound of shattering. They watched in shock as the cyan bell, forged from the power of the laws, shattered with a resounding crack. Gasp! The law bell has broken. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The atmosphere turned chilling as a terrifying scene unfolded. At that moment, Chen Feng, wielding the medicinal ding, brought it crashing down upon the remnants of the shattered bell. The overwhelming force penetrated the fragments of the laws and brutally struck Elder Xuanfeng's body. Splatter! One side of Elder Xuanfeng's body exploded, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Elder Xianfeng let out a heart-wrenching scream, hastily employing a secret technique to retreat violently while dragging his mangled form. At this juncture, he was in a state of utter disarray. He had been defeated. Although his injuries were not fatal, they had wounded his very essence. This outcome left him both astonished and enraged. Alas, so close. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing he had failed to utterly annihilate Elder Xianfeng. His secret technique's duration was nearing its end. One could not deny that a Four Symbols realm expert was indeed difficult to kill. Their life essence had evolved to a new pinnacle. Unless one could directly obliterate their primordial spirit and destroy their essence, they were nearly impossible to slay. Meanwhile, the other cultivators present were left in a daze. Did I just witness that correctly? The Elder Xianfeng was nearly crushed to death by the sacred body. Indeed, the sacred body is truly terrifying, with his current combat prowess. It seems there is no rival among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. However, it remains uncertain whether the sacred body will directly annihilate all those from the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Brother Chen Feng, well done. Eliminate these scoundrels. Just as the crowd speculated whether Chen Feng would show mercy to the people of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, the slightly coarse voice of Li Tai suddenly resonated from behind the crowd. At that moment, they had just managed to escape the bindings due to the recent surge of energy and had retreated to a safe distance. Excitement was evident on their faces. Even Wu Jia, who had seemed on the brink of death moments ago, now wore a smile on his pale visage. Earlier, as they ventured out, the little demoness had already revealed Chen Feng's identity to them. Unfortunately, just as they fled the Moon Palace, they were captured by Elder Xianfeng. They were simply unfortunate. The past few days had seen the Radiant Light Sacred Land's source mine plundered by the Liangshan bandits, and they had learned of their identities from Elder Qin Feng upon their return. Chen Feng summoned the Xianhuang seal, hovering above his head, with strands of Xianhuang energy cascading down to envelop him. At this moment, his aura had diminished, clearly having emerged from the state of the Jieji secret. Nevertheless, he immediately attempted to trigger it again. Standing tall with the medicinal cauldron in hand, his cold gaze was fixed upon Elder Xianfeng. At this time, Elder Xianfeng was shielded behind two elderly figures who were glaring at Chen Feng with malice. Having consumed 2,000-year-old medicinal herbs, the flesh of his shattered half-body visibly writhed, rapidly regenerating his mangled form. The two elders, however, regarded Chen Feng with vigilant eyes. Their cultivation levels were at the peak of the Divine Palace realm, yet they dared not move an inch. Seeing this, Chen Feng naturally would not afford them the time to recover. Even though he had yet to successfully activate the Jieji secret, he charged towards the three with the medicinal cauldron. Kill! He roared. A chilling intent to kill erupted like thunder. The oppressive aura of slaughter enveloped the entire hall. Although he no longer possessed the same combat strength as before, his presence remained extraordinarily fierce. He transformed into a streak of golden light, arriving before the three in the blink of an eye. The medicinal cauldron in his hand radiated a black golden divine light, striking forth with an ancient rhythm that intensified, unleashing a terrifying force capable of shattering the very fabric of space. The three immediately paled at the sight. Quick! Stop him! Elder Xianfeng shouted in terror. The two elders trembled, an immense divine power surging within them, and in an instant, they forged a divine power ancient shield together. Runes covered the divine shield, which swiftly expanded, resembling a heavy ancient wall, standing firm before the trio. Boom! The medicinal cauldron crashed against the divine shield with a thunderous roar. The shield shattered, unable to withstand the impact of the cauldron. However, Chen Feng was violently knocked back, nearly losing his grip on the medicinal cauldron. In stark contrast, the two elderly figures remained utterly unmoved. Only the divine power ancient shield had shattered under the earlier force. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Chen Feng breached their defenses? Why was he the one being pushed back? It was indeed due to the medicinal cauldron. The defense of the divine power ancient shield had been compromised, but it was the cauldron's influence at play. Chen Feng's retreat stemmed from his still insufficient cultivation level. There existed a significant disparity in realms between them, especially when facing two individuals at the pinnacle of the divine palace realm. His ability to reach this point was already commendable. An elderly cultivator discerned the underlying truth at a glance. Although he was merely at the peak of the nirvana realm, his insight was extraordinary. Meanwhile, the two old men, witnessing Chen Feng being forced back by their combined might, exchanged glances filled with a flicker of brilliance. Without hesitation, they summoned their respective life-bound artifacts, their figures flashing as they simultaneously charged towards Chen Feng. Their intention was clear. They aimed to collaborate, seeking to suppress Chen Feng through their superior realms, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Stop! Elder Chen Feng gasped in shock at this sight, but in a heartbeat, he grasped their intentions. He swallowed the words he had prepared, his eyes now radiating a fierce cold light. In that moment, he too seemed to straighten up, realizing that Chen Feng's previous victory had merely relied on a secret technique that temporarily elevated his cultivation. He believed such a terrifying secret technique would undoubtedly exact a hefty toll from Chen Feng, and he was skeptical that Chen Feng could wield it again. Chapter 76. The manifestation of the sacred body, the law body of the Holy Master. The two elders brandished a black long knife and a silver longsword, their auras surging violently, the terrifying presence of the divine palace realm bearing down on Chen Feng. The artifacts in their hands pulsed with divine energy, unleashing two formidable offensive secret techniques. The law sword, enveloped in unparalleled killing intent, sliced towards Chen Feng's form. The black long knife resembled a streak of dark lightning cleaving through the air, its dreadful blade energy carving a black fissure in the void. Aimed directly at Chen Feng's head, the silver longsword transformed into a beam of unparalleled lethal light, the terrifying sword energy piercing directly towards Chen Feng's heart. The rapidity of these two assaults was such that their trajectories were nearly indistinguishable, underscoring the astonishing nature of their techniques. Upon witnessing this, Chen Feng's pupils constricted in sudden alarm, a chill coursing through him. He let out a furious roar. As the divine energy within the golden sea of bitterness surged like a tempest, the unfading divine phoenix scripture was in frantic operation. The terrifying vitality akin to a true dragon awakening, surging towards the crown of his head. The Xianhuang seal above him, fueled by the immense divine power, radiated boundless light, its aura swelling exponentially in mere moments. The bronze medicinal cauldron he held before his chest also began to glow, the verdant patina having mostly flaked away, revealing remnants of dried blood still clinging to its walls. Having repeatedly failed to activate the secret technique, he now had no choice but to defend in this manner. In the blink of an eye, the two razor-sharp attacks had approached Chen Feng. Clang! Clash! The black long knife and the silver longsword collided with Chen Feng's Xianhuang seal and the medicinal cauldron, producing two resounding metallic impacts. Crack! Crack! Immediately, two shattering sounds echoed through the air. The black long knife and the silver long sword, upon clashing with the Xianhuang seal and the medicinal cauldron, instantly shattered into countless fragments of scrap metal. In a mere exchange, the two elders' fated artifacts were obliterated, unable to shake the Xianhuang cauldron and the medicinal cauldron even slightly. The terrifying force sent Chen Feng staggering back, causing numerous cracks to appear on his arms. With a sudden gasp, he could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of golden blood onto the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, the golden blood vanished, as if devoured by the cauldron itself. At that moment, the cauldron trembled slightly, and Chen Feng felt a newfound connection to it. The two elders, witnessing the destruction of their artifacts, displayed expressions of anguish. However, upon seeing the medicinal cauldron in Chen Feng's grasp and the Xianhuang seal hovering above his head, their eyes gleamed with fervent desire. What are you two still dawdling for? Hurry and eliminate him. At that moment, Elder Xuanfeng's voice erupted from behind them, filled with venomous rage. The pain coursing through him made him long to flay Chen Feng alive. Kill! In obedience to Elder Xuanfeng's command, both elders showed no hesitation, simultaneously roaring as they unleashed their divine powers to attack Chen Feng. The terrifying might they wielded was even more formidable than before. In that instant, Chen Feng's secret technique, the Jie character, was successfully activated once more. His combat strength multiplied tenfold, and his aura surged to the pinnacle of the divine palace realm. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Chun Feng was genuinely enraged, directly manifesting the holy body's phenomenon through the essence of the myriad calamities. As the bright moon rose over the boundless golden sea, an expansive ocean appeared behind Chun Feng, and a luminous moon gradually ascended from its depths. Suspended between the heavens and the sea, radiating a serene and sacred light. Not good. It's the holy body phenomenon. The two elders were taken aback upon witnessing the manifestation behind Chun Feng. Yet it was too late. The emergence of the holy body phenomenon. The bright moon rising over the sea suppressed the entire grand hall with its terrifying presence, rendering all magical treasures and even space itself seemingly frozen, unable to escape. With the medicinal cauldron in hand, Chun Feng stepped forward, as though traversing an endless galaxy. He appeared as the sovereign of this realm, effortlessly closing the distance to the two elders. He swung the cauldron with ease. With a whoosh, both elders were instantly transformed into two clouds of blood mist. Two cultivators at the peak of the divine palace realm, obliterated before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Now it's your turn. Chun Feng's cold gaze fell upon Elder Xian Feng as he strode forward, directly confronting him. Chun Feng, how dare you? Do you know who my father is? If you dare to kill me, my father will surely not spare you. Elder Xuanfeng's expression shifted dramatically, fear replacing his previous malice as he threatened Chun Feng. He had attempted to break free from the bindings of the holy body phenomenon earlier, but due to the severe damage to his essence, he could not unleash his full power at this moment. I care not who he is. If he dares provoke me, he shall be slain. Chun Feng's words were succinct yet chilling, exuding an air of absolute confidence that left all present at the sacred land of Yangwang in stunned silence. While others may have been oblivious to the identity of Elder Xuanfeng's father, the top 10 direct disciples of Yangwang's sacred land were acutely aware. Elder Xuanfeng's father was Xianming, the grand elder of Yangwang's sacred land, possessing the terrifying strength of a holy master, an existence that stood one step below the Almighty and above all others. Chun Feng had just proclaimed that such a formidable being could be easily dispatched. What audacity! Elder Xian Feng could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The notion of slaying a holy master was uttered from the lips of a mere Nirvana realm cultivator. Should this boastful declaration reach the ears of others, it was certain that even the most formidable holy masters would be stirred from their seclusion, eager to silence this arrogant sacred body with a single strike. Without further ado, Chun Feng raised the medicinal cauldron and hurled it toward Xian Feng, devoid of any hesitation. Delaying even a moment would be an insult to himself. No, Chun Feng, spare me. My father is. Sensing the impending aura of death, Elder Xian Feng cried out, desperate to reveal his father's identity. Yet, the colossal cauldron came crashing down. At that moment, a fearsome pressure erupted from Elder Xian Feng, coalescing into a divine mental avatar. This figure, a middle-aged man appearing significantly younger than Xian Feng, donned a purple gilded crown and a black gold robe, exuding an aura of authority and majesty. His eyes flickered with a terrifying intensity. It was none other than Xianming, the Grand Elder of Yangwang's sacred land. Could it be that Elder Xian Feng was a descendant of Grand Elder Xianming? Some in the crowd recognized the divine avatar and gasped in astonishment. Who dares to threaten my descendant? The avatar radiated a holy master's overwhelming aura, suffocating the onlookers with its oppressive presence. With a cold, indifferent gaze, it surveyed the crowd. The emergence of this avatar instantly shattered the sacred manifestation that Chun Feng had conjured, restoring freedom to those within the hall as the suppressive force dissipated. When his frigid gaze fell upon Chun Feng, who stood resolutely with the cauldron, he could not help but exclaim, "It is you, the sacred body, Chun Feng." Chapter 77, The Annihilation of the Holy Master's Avatar. Chun Feng's fearsome reputation had long since spread across the eastern domain, with tales of his exploits reaching even other realms. This was a name forged through blood and battle. Naturally, Xianming recognized Chun Feng. Having orchestrated the mission for the top 10 direct disciples, including Elder Xian Feng, to hunt him down. This was a strategic maneuver in his ongoing power struggle with the Holy Master lineage. However, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Not only had his 10 direct disciples suffered a crushing defeat, but even his own son was now in peril. Father, quickly save me. Elder Jean and the others have already fallen to Chun Feng. Please, come to my aid. In that moment, Elder Xian Feng, who had narrowly escaped disaster, urgently called out to the divine avatar hovering in the void. His half-repaired body bore the scars of a grievous battle. One arm was ensnared by tattered strips of flesh, nearly severed, presenting a woeful sight. The once imperious figure was now reduced to a pitiful state. Xianming stood with arms crossed in the void of the grand hall, casting a cold, indifferent glance at Qianfeng, his eyes briefly flickering with disdain. Nevertheless, he directed his gaze toward Qianfeng and declared, "Qianfeng, release them. I shall overlook this transgression. Otherwise, I will personally strike you down and make you aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath." His words dripped with an air of superiority, the threat unmistakable. Merely a manifestation of divine thought, yet you dare to assume such an exalted stance. Even if your true form were present, should I wish to slay him, what could you possibly do to stop me? Qianfeng scoffed, though the chill in his gaze intensified. A collective gasp escaped the assembled crowd as they realized the audacity of Qianfeng's defiance against a being of such formidable power as a Saint Lord. I believe this is quintessentially Qianfeng. He alone can stir the winds of change in the Eastern domain, having outsmarted countless powerful figures from the sacred lands. They continue to thrive, growing ever stronger. Yet this is the grand elder Xianming we speak of, far from an ordinary individual. Does he not fear that Xianming may truly descend upon him with lethal intent? Have you all forgotten the Sacred Land Covenant? Until the arrival of the Age of Gold, saint-level figures must not emerge or directly contend with the younger generation. Otherwise, they will face the united wrath of other sects and sacred lands. At that moment, the once combative cultivators, who had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, now gathered to deliberate. Yet, Qianfeng remained oblivious to the Sacred Land Covenant. The notion that Xianming could pressure him was nothing but a delusion. If they dared to come, he would summon the imperial weapon and annihilate them without hesitation. That was his conviction. Arrogant child, you seek your own demise. Xuanming's expression darkened as he coldly rebuked Qianfeng. Undeterred by Xuanming's ire, Qianfeng merely snorted disdainfully, seizing the medicinal cauldron in his hands and hurling it forth. You dare! With a sickening thud, Xuanfeng's body disintegrated upon impact, reduced to a gruesome puddle of flesh. Qianfeng responded in the most direct manner, forcefully rubbing Xianming's face into the ground. Qianfeng, I shall see you dead. Xianming, witnessing the brutal demise of Qianfeng before him, was filled with shock and fury. Despite his lack of affection for this son, Qianfeng's blatant disregard for his warning and the execution of Qianfeng was a profound affront to him. Yet, as a mere manifestation of divine thought, he wielded no power here. To eliminate Qianfeng, his true self must be present. Not to worry, I shall send you on your way now. Qianfeng, facing Xuanming's wrath, coldly dismissed him, his demeanor unyielding. What does he intend to do? Does he truly mean to slay the Grand Elder's divine manifestation? Lin Huang felt his mind faltering at the audacity of Qianfeng. How could he dare? This was the manifestation of a saint-level powerhouse. Lin Huang was utterly astounded, believing Qianfeng had truly lost his mind. The others were equally dumbfounded. Was the sacred body truly this audacious? Only Li Tai and Song Yu wore expressions of exhilaration and admiration as they gazed at Qianfeng. How remarkably domineering. That is my brother. Li Tai was on the verge of tearing his voice out in a roar. What do you mean? What do you intend to do? Xianming looked at Qianfeng in disbelief and inquired. To kill you. The chilling two words were the only response. With that, Qianfeng's figure flickered, brandishing the medicinal cauldron as he charged toward Xuanming's ethereal form. He had yet to withdraw from the secret of the all-character, his aura overwhelmingly oppressive. Xuanming's ethereal body possessed no magical power. Even without Qianfeng's intervention, it would soon dissolve on its own. Yet, Qianfeng chose an unconventional approach, aiming to eradicate this divine consciousness manifestation, thereby preparing to grind Xianming beneath his heel once again. Qianfeng, you are exceedingly tyrannical. Xianming cried out in a mix of astonishment and fury. The enormous medicinal cauldron descended with a thunderous crash, shattering vast expanses of void with its terrifying force. With a resounding thud, Xuanming's divine consciousness was obliterated by Qianfeng's cauldron, dissipating into the emptiness. Far away, within a magnificent palace in the radiant light sacred land, Xuanming's true form suddenly opened its eyes, cold light bursting forth, piercing the void and creating two great holes. A chilling murderous intent erupted from within him, enveloping the entire palace in a layer of frost. Sacred body Qianfeng, I vow you shall not die a peaceful death. Seeing the divine consciousness manifestation shattered by Qianfeng, the crowd was rendered speechless. Yet, Qianfeng paid no heed, striding directly toward Lin Huang and the others. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmasked. Feeling the icy malevolence radiating from Qianfeng, Lin Huang and the others' expressions shifted drastically. Qianfeng, you cannot kill us. We are the true disciples of the radiant light sacred land. Should you take our lives, there will be no turning back. If you spare us, we can persuade Elder Xianming to refrain from seeking vengeance against you. Lin Huang pleaded with desperation etched across his face. The others turned their gazes toward Lin Huang, their expressions revealing a complex array of emotions. In that moment, he realized Lin Huang's resolve had utterly crumbled. Even if Chen Feng spared him, he would pose no threat whatsoever. Chen Feng remained silent, summoning the Xianhuang seal, which instantaneously expanded to over 10 zhang in size. The Xianhuang seal descended from the void, intent on annihilating completely. Chen Feng's ruthless determination transformed the countenances of all present. He was indeed a formidable adversary. Ah, Chen Feng, I curse you to an undesirable demise. Lin Huang bellowed, casting a curse upon Chen Feng. No, I do not wish to die. Several terrified, yet vengeful voices echoed throughout the grand hall. As the Xianhuang seal descended, all 10 of the Radiant Light Sacred Land's most esteemed disciples were obliterated into mere pulp. Chapter 78. The sacred bell's 7 chimes with a mere wave of his hand. Chen Feng had slain another 10 individuals, yet the murderous intent upon his face remained undiminished. Instead, he fixed his gaze filled with malice upon the remaining few cultivators. Chen Feng, we harbor no desire to be your adversaries. We do not wish to contest the celestial fortune present here. Please, I implore you to show mercy and allow us to depart. Is that agreeable? A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward among the group, expressing their intent. They had not directly clashed with Chen Feng previously, and now, by opting for retreat, he felt confident that Chen Feng would acquiesce. Although they were few in number, the 4 possessed formidable cultivation at the perfected nirvana stage. If Chen Feng chose to detain them, he might not reap significant benefits. You possess no authority to negotiate with me. Chen Feng cast a cold glance at the middle-aged cultivator, snorting disdainfully. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly made his decision. He resolved to retain all of them, as their identities were unknown to him. Allowing them to leave could potentially result in information about this encounter being disclosed, which would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Kill! Chen Feng commanded, wielding the medicinal cauldron as the Xianhuang seal soared from above him, charging towards the cultivators. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, was struck with shock and fury. Chen Feng, are you truly intent on exterminating us all? The response to his outcry was the massive medicinal cauldron hurtling towards him. With a thud, the middle-aged cultivator was crushed by the cauldron, instantly transforming into a mist of blood. Within the confines of the divine forbidden realm, Chen Feng was capable of slaying even those at the 4-symbol stage, let alone these individuals. Mere moments later, the grand hall was left with only Chen Feng and Li Tai, having completely eradicated all others. Gulping nervously, Li Tai and the others beheld the figure suspended in the void with astonishment plastered across their faces. After concluding his actions, Chen Feng stowed the Xianhuang seal within the sea of suffering. Gazing at the massive medicinal cauldron in his hand, he concentrated, attempting once more to absorb it. This time, the cauldron responded, transforming into a dark golden beam and plunging into his sea of suffering. Ah! Chen Feng exclaimed softly, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected success. After entering the sea of suffering, the cauldron surged towards the divine spring at its center, as if attempting to displace the Xianhuang seal. The seal trembled slightly, exuding a pervasive aura, yet remained unmoved. The cauldron then aimed for the position of the imperial sword, seeking to dislodge it as well. Begone! A divine thought resounded from the imperial sword. The medicinal cauldron trembled violently, seemingly in defiance. At that moment, the primordial pattern in the void above the sea of suffering quivered slightly. Struck by an unseen force, the cauldron was hurled far away, finally settling back down in the void, hovering near the Xianhuang seal. In an instant, tumultuous waves roiled within Chen Feng's sea of suffering, and the divine spring flowed abundantly. At the radiant light sacred ground, a middle-aged man sat in the main seat of the grand hall, his expression grim. To his right sat an elderly man with white hair, whose aged face now bore an expression of anxiety. Lord Qin, the elder implored. The radiant light, sacred sun, and my granddaughter have been captured by that sacred body for far too long. I am uncertain how the Lord intends to handle this matter. If this continues, I fear for their safety. The elder's face was etched with concern as he spoke. The venerable white-haired elder is none other than the Grand Master of the Celestial Path sect, Zhuge Chunqiu. Recently, he returned to the sect with the intention of summoning the sacred artifact to deduce Chen Feng's whereabouts. However, despite successfully manifesting the sacred object, he was unable to pinpoint Chen Feng's location, which left him in a state of astonishment. Thus, he hastily made his way to the sacred land of Yaoguang. Grandmaster, our sacred land of Yaoguang has dispatched 10 of our most esteemed disciples along with several elders. I am confident that news will arrive shortly. The Lord of Yaoguang spoke courteously to the Grand Master, acknowledging that while the Grand Master's cultivation was inferior to his own, being merely at the completion of the four symbols realm, the Grand Master's ability to deduce the heavens was formidable, warranting his respect. After all, one could never predict when he might require assistance from this extraordinary individual. Alas, my lord, the life tokens of Lin Huang and the others have shattered. An elder responsible for guarding the life token hall rushed into the chamber to report to the Lord of Yaoguang. What? The Lord of Yaoguang, known as Qin Zhendong, immediately rose from his seat, his expression shifting dramatically as he spoke in a chilling tone. Known for his stoic demeanor, this sudden display of shock indicated the gravity of the situation. His countenance darkened ominously, nearly dripping with foreboding. The capture of the Yaoguang Saint's son had already brought disgrace upon the sacred land, and he was acutely aware of the mounting pressures from the elder faction that had long been at odds with him. The decision to deploy the 10 esteemed disciples, while instigated by the elder, was ultimately sanctioned by him. Now, with the demise of these 10 disciples, the foundation of the sacred land was severely compromised, and he bore substantial responsibility. Moreover, he had just asserted in front of the Grand Master that news would arrive imminently, only to discover that the news was of the 10 esteemed disciples being slain. Sound the sacred bell. Summon all elders to the council chamber. As the Lord of Yaoguang, he deliberated briefly before making a resolute decision. The elder's expression shifted at his command, yet he responded, "Yes, my lord. However, how many times shall the bell be struck?" The number of strikes would signify the severity of the situation. 9 strikes represent the utmost urgency, reserved for moments when the sacred land faces annihilation. And given that the sacred bell had not been rung in centuries, he felt compelled to clarify. 7 strikes. Qin Zhendong's gaze sharpened, his expression grave. What? 7 strikes? The elder's countenance paled at this revelation. However, upon witnessing the Lord of Yaoguang's grim face, he dared not utter another word, and swiftly made his way towards the location of the sacred bell. 7 strikes. The Grand Master Zhuge Chuanxiu also paled upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the Lord of Yaoguang to be so decisive. He understood all too well what 7 strikes signified. Soon, the sacred bell of the Yaoguang sacred land resonated through the air, leaving all disciples astonished. Particularly the newer disciples, who had never before heard the sacred bell toll, turned their gazes toward the sacred cliff. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As the resounding toll of the sacred bell echoed 7 times, the countenance of all the elders within the sacred land of shaking light shifted dramatically. In an instant, countless figures surged forth from the various halls, harnessing divine rainbows as they raced towards the assembly hall. Brothers, please lend your support. The data is not favorable. We lack sufficient volume. Chapter 79. A tale of opening the coffin. Meanwhile, after Chen Feng carefully secured the medicinal cauldron, he stepped forward to join Song Yu and Li Tai, who appeared quite disheveled. He inquired with concern, "How are you all faring? Are you unharmed?" "We're fine. It's just that Wu Jie and Yang Yu have sustained more serious injuries. I just administered healing elixirs to them for Yang Yu's arm to recover. He must return to Liangshan." Song Yu replied, casting a glance at Wu Jie and Yang Yu before turning to Chen Feng. Chen Feng assessed their wounds with a slight nod. Yang Yu had lost an arm, and for him to heal, he would indeed require divine medicine. However, given Liangshan's resources, acquiring 1 or 2 divine herbs should pose no challenge. "Brother Chen Feng, you have deceived us most thoroughly. I never imagined you were the one who struck down the holy son of Wanshu, defeated the little peacock king, and captured both the sacred body of the holy son of shaking light and the holy maiden of the heavenly Tao sect." Li Tai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Li Tai, my apologies. I did not intend to conceal the truth. But what purpose would it serve to speak of such matters? We understand each other, and besides, we never revealed our true identities either, so we are even." Chen Feng attempted to clarify, but was promptly interrupted by Song Yu. "Little Demoness, where are you headed?" At that moment, Li Tai suddenly called out to the little Demoness, who was making her way alone towards the high platform. Chen Feng and the others turned their gazes towards her, their expressions tinged with confusion. The little Demoness, however, did not pause in her strides, advancing towards the jade steps of the platform. Noticing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. After exchanging a glance with Song Yu, he swiftly darted towards the high platform. "What are you planning to do?" Chen Feng was the first to intercept the little Demoness, questioning her. "She instructed me to take her away from here." The little Demoness pointed towards the jade coffin atop the platform. "What? Is the person within the jade coffin still alive?" Song Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, unable to comprehend the revelation. Chen Feng's expression grew grave. He had sensed something amiss with the little Demoness from the outset, and now her claim that the individual in the coffin needed to be taken away only intensified his unease. "Who permitted you to take her out?" What purpose do you serve in this? Chun Feng pressed, posing the two most critical questions without hesitation. Qingyi is Yueban's, and Yueban's is Qingyi. Only through the grand dream of eternity can one comprehend the true heart. But you, where do you stand? The little demoness did not respond directly, instead uttering a cryptic phrase. Stunned, Chun Feng's expression changed dramatically, and he staggered back several steps. That phrase was precisely what he had heard from the mysterious apparition on the lake. How could this little demoness possibly know those words? With a solemn gaze, he fixed his stare upon her and demanded, "Where did you hear that? And who exactly are you?" At Chun Feng's inquiry, Song Yu and the others turned pale. Disbelief etched across their faces as they regarded the little demoness. Little demoness, what is wrong with you? Please do not frighten us. Yes, little demoness, what's the matter? Please do not scare your elder brother. Li Tai and several others expressed their concern. Just moments ago, in that grand hall, when you contemplated the divine phoenix carving, did you uncover something? Chun Feng directly inquired, for the transformation of the little demoness began at that very moment. As I gazed upon the divine phoenix carving, I did not perceive any techniques. Rather, I witnessed the entirety of her life. She is truly pitiable. At this moment, the little demoness finally spoke, her eyes glistening with tears, revealing a myriad of complex emotions. Who is she? Chun Feng asked gravely, instinctively directing his gaze towards the jade coffin upon the high platform. A sudden realization dawning upon him. The little demoness did not respond immediately. Instead, she ascended the jade steps towards the high platform, step by step. Her name is Yu Chan, a figure from eons past, also a soul burdened by misfortune. During a tumultuous upheaval in ancient times, she forsook her beloved for the sake of her sect, leading to a complete schism with her other self, who unflinchingly chose to pursue her love. Facing the enigmatic existence together, ultimately reaching the immortal realm, while she, left alone, bore witness to his rise and the downfall of the sect, ultimately interring herself here. A dream spanning eons. How she laments. The gentle voice of the little demoness resonated within the hall, narrating a tale from antiquity to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback. So that is how it is. He finally comprehended the reason behind the little demoness transformation. He too stepped towards the high platform. When they arrived before the jade coffin, they finally beheld its complete form. A divine phoenix was intricately carved upon the coffin, appearing almost lifelike. In a hazy vision, Chun Feng seemed to see an exceptionally stunning woman lying within the coffin, adorned with a bronze mask, as if her eyes had just opened, gazing intently at him. Yet, when he focused again, there was nothing to be seen. Should we open the coffin and take a look? Li Tai boldly suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. They had just been engrossed in the story narrated by the little demoness and had not yet returned to their senses. Li Tai's words abruptly pulled them back to reality. Whether to open the coffin was indeed a pressing question. The group fell silent, their eyes turning towards Chun Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the anchor for the others, who now awaited his decision. Chun Feng looked towards the little demoness, eager to hear her opinion. To his surprise, she was also gazing at him, her large, watery eyes and long, fluttering lashes conveying an unspoken message. Then let us proceed. If we are to take her out, we must ascertain whether any dangers lurk within. Chun Feng replied, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his awareness that everyone desired to open the coffin. Yet no one dared to voice it, waiting for him to make that decision. Damn it, do they all know I have done this before? Chun Feng mused inwardly. Seeing Chun Feng acquiesce to opening the coffin, expressions of delight spread across their faces. They then retrieved their tools, preparing to pry open the jade coffin. What are you all planning to do? Chun Feng questioned as he watched Li Tai pick up a long spear from the ground, and Song Yu hurriedly grasp a sword. We are opening the coffin. A bunch of simpletons, you all stay back. I will handle this. Chun Feng immediately intervened to halt the two, then approached the jade coffin himself. He examined it closely, probing here and there, until he found the mechanism to open the coffin. Indeed, it was right there. He moved to the side of the jade coffin and, upon discovering a slight indentation, began to explore it. With a creak, the jade coffin actually opened a crack. It was truly opening. The others, witnessing the coffin's unveiling, were instantly filled with joy. Brother Chun Feng, you're amazing. Who would have thought you possessed such knowledge? Li Tai exclaimed, giving Chun Feng a thumbs up. While this was a compliment, Chun Feng could only muster an awkward expression in response. Chapter 80. The mysterious jade coffin and the collapse of the Moon Palace. At the very moment the jade coffin was opened, a dense, colorful celestial light emanated from within. This vibrant light was infused with a powerful essence of life. The radiant glow quickly enveloped the group, and in an instant, the injuries of Yang Yu and Wu Jie improved significantly. Particularly, The flesh at Yang Yu's severed arm was visibly writhing, as if it were regenerating itself. Everyone stepped back. Chen Feng instructed the group. After steadying the coffin lid with his hand, he forcefully lifted it. With a dull creak, the lid was raised halfway, revealing the scene inside the coffin. Upon seeing what lay within, Chen Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. How could it be her? The little witch and her companions gathered around. What? It's Mother! The little witch exclaimed in shock. Unbelievable. How is my deceased father lying in there? Li Tai gasped, leaping back in astonishment, cursing under his breath. Wait. Chen Feng, noticing the reactions of his companions, quickly turned his attention to Song Yu and the others. What did you all see? There is nothing inside. It's clearly an empty coffin. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed that each person perceived something different. This coffin was indeed peculiar. Creak, crack. Just as the group was still in confusion, the jade coffin emitted another creak, followed by a gentle tremor, and the lid inexplicably closed on its own. All the celestial light that had spilled out moments before was drawn back into the coffin the instant the lid shut. In a daze, Chen Feng thought he saw a pair of icy eyes suddenly open within the coffin, fixated intently upon him. Damn it, this coffin is truly sinister. I think we should leave it behind. Li Tai had indeed been startled. His father had been dead for over 20 years, and seeing him lying there had nearly convinced him he was witnessing a ghost. Chen Feng remained silent, directing his gaze toward the little witch, silently urging her to make the decision. The little witch, too, appeared conflicted. She had been taken aback upon realizing that the figure in the coffin was her mother. However, if they were to take this jade coffin outside and something went awry, she would be at a loss for how to handle it. At that moment, the medicinal cauldron in the sea of suffering quivered slightly. As if sensing this, the jade coffin also trembled gently. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all, it rose aloft, plunging directly into the depths of Chun Feng's sea of suffering. Upon witnessing the jade coffin plunge into his sea of torment, Chun Feng's expression swiftly shifted, and he hastily delved his consciousness into the abyss. Upon observing the jade coffin lying horizontally atop his sea of suffering, alongside the medicinal cauldron that seemed to guard it, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in disbelief. By heavens, what is this madness? The cauldron is one thing, but a coffin intruding into my sea of suffering? What an audacity! Surely, a discussion with me, the rightful master, would have been in order. Chun Feng lamented as he gazed at the jade coffin in his sea of suffering. Creak. At that moment, the entire moon palace trembled, emitting a series of creaking sounds, as numerous fissures appeared on the dome of the grand hall, threatening imminent collapse. Chen Feng's countenance changed dramatically. He let out a thunderous shout. Quickly! The moon palace is about to fall. The few rushed towards the exit of the moon palace in haste. Meanwhile, the other cultivators within the palace also sensed the impending collapse and swiftly made their way towards the exit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Look! More people are emerging. Outside, a multitude of cultivators had gathered around the falling moon lake, gasping in astonishment as figures burst forth from its depths. Countless individuals surged out of the lake, opting for immediate departure without any intention of lingering. These individuals were exceedingly cautious, likely having gained substantial benefits within the moon palace, fearful of attracting attention. Of course, there were also those who departed silently, their intentions unknown to anyone. Boom! The falling moon lake suddenly erupted, sending countless splashes of water flying. Not good. The moon palace beneath the water is collapsing. A cultivator suspended in the void observed the unfolding crisis. Among the crowd, an old woman glared with venomous resentment at the collapsing moon palace beneath the water, muttering, "Holy body brat, dying in there would be too lenient for you." If Chen Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the old woman among the 7 elders of Tianshan who had escaped from the moon palace. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she planned to enter the lake once the moon palace had completely collapsed, hoping to find Chun Feng's profound yellow seal. Many others remained for the same purpose, though they were unaware that Chen Feng was already within the lake. After escaping, the old woman did not disclose Chun Feng's presence in the moon palace to anyone. Boom! The falling moon lake trembled violently once more, as a colossal whirlpool formed on its surface. This signified the total collapse of the moon palace beneath the water. Damn it! Fortunately, I fled swiftly, otherwise, this time it would truly have been the end. Just as the crowd on the shore believed no one else could possibly escape, a string of curses erupted from the lake. 8 figures, somewhat disheveled, surged forth from the immense whirlpool, each appearing rather battered. Oh, they survived! The old woman exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chun Feng emerge from the water, her face contorting with even greater malice. She retrieved a jade talisman from her bosom and crushed it, declaring, "I recognize them. They are descendants of the Liangshan bandits. Previously, they emerged from the Moon Palace, only to encounter Elder Xianfeng from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, who subsequently captured them and brought them inside. Now that they had reappeared, a cultivator recognized the identities of Song Yu and his companions. Upon mentioning the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, the crowd seemed to awaken to a certain realization. Indeed, it appeared that none of the people from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground had come out. Could it be? Someone had already deduced something. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they contemplated the implications. Let us depart. We cannot linger here. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke up, sensing many malevolent gazes directed towards them. Moreover, several individuals exuded exceptionally formidable auras. At this juncture, he had already employed secret techniques to conceal his true appearance, reverting to his prior guise. However, one individual had managed to escape from him earlier. Should she reveal his identity, it would spell considerable trouble. Among the crowd, he spotted several individuals affiliated with sects that harbored enmity towards him. Yet, these people seemed oblivious to his presence, indicating that his identity remained undisclosed. He felt fortunate for his earlier decision. Without hesitation, the group commanded the divine rainbow and surged forth into the distance. The little demonist directly produced a jade talisman and shattered it. Just as Chen Feng and his companions were departing, dozens of figures riding the divine rainbow pursued them, their intentions unmistakable. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered in Moonlight City, yet none dared to venture inside, for the Moon Palace was on the verge of vanishing. Many cultivators had already emerged from the Moon Palace, their faces adorned with smiles, suggesting significant gains during their time within. Suddenly, the Moon Palace trembled, as if it were about to collapse. Chapter 81. Ambushed and severely wounded. The auras emanating from Chen Feng and his companions were not particularly strong. Chen Feng had already concealed his cultivation using secret methods, revealing only a first-level Nirvana realm. The strongest among them was Song Yu, at the third-level Nirvana realm. This expedition to the Moon Palace had bestowed great benefits upon each of them, enhancing their powers. However, due to their relatively weaker strengths, even though others were aware of their lineage as descendants of the Liangshan bandits, there were still those who sought to act against them in the shadows, particularly factions opposed to the Liangshan bandits. After Chen Feng and his companions had traveled several hundred miles, he noticed a considerable number of pursuers trailing behind them, causing his expression to shift. If he were alone, he could employ the walking secret technique to escape effortlessly. But with Song Yu and the others injured to varying degrees, their chances of fleeing were slim. You all go ahead. I will stay back to hold them off. Chen Feng instructed his companions. How can that be? Li Tai interjected. You take them back, and I will remain here with brother Chen Feng to confront them. At this, Song Yu spoke up, unwilling to let Chen Feng face the danger alone, for these pursuers were indeed after them. Big brother Song, what are you saying? If we are to leave, we leave together. If we stay together. At worst, we shall confront them head-on. Upon hearing this, Li Tai was instantly incensed and retorted vehemently. His forthright nature would never allow him to abandon Chen Feng and the others. I have already shattered the jade talisman given to me by my grandfather. I believe he will arrive shortly. We must endure a little longer. At that moment, the little sorceress addressed the group. This is nothing to worry about. If Elder Jiang personally comes, I shall relish witnessing the demise of these individuals. Li Tai's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. The expressions of Song Yu and the others also eased somewhat. Noticing their reaction, Chen Feng displayed a look of bewilderment. Perceptive as he was, Song Yu quickly discerned Chen Feng's confusion and offered an explanation. Brother Chen Feng, Jiang Ting's grandfather is the most notorious bandit of Liangshan, his renown echoing throughout the eastern domain. He possesses not only the strength of a Saint Lord, but also wields half of an imperial weapon, the Hongyu Cauldron. What? An imperial weapon? Chen Feng exclaimed, utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the notorious bandit of Liangshan would possess such a formidable artifact. Even half of it represented a terrifying foundation. If my grandfather were not in seclusion, striving to break through to the Saint Lord realm, I would have sent him a message to bring the devouring magic jar. Let us see who would dare to target us. At this moment, Wu Jie scoffed, his words striking with audacity. Goodness, just how terrifying is Liangshan? Or is it that imperial weapons are as common as dirt? A mere Liangshan possesses two such artifacts. Even Chen Feng, with his resilient disposition, felt a jolt of shock upon receiving this news. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He regretted robbing these individuals and hesitated over whether to accompany them to Liangshan. Liangshan was undoubtedly a hornet's nest. Anyone who provoked it would face the wrath of two imperial weapons simultaneously, capable of obliterating even a sacred land. Yet here he was, taking a swing at them. As their conversation continued, they surged forward for hundreds of miles. We are almost there. Ahead lies the vast expanse of the 8,000-mile water marsh, beyond which is Liangshan's territory. Song Yu declared, Brother Song, why don't I part ways with you here? As an outsider, it may be inconvenient for me to venture into Liangshan, Chen Feng suggested. Inconvenient? You are our brother. The gates of Liangshan will always be open to you. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I, Li Tai, shall be the first to confront them. Indeed, we are brothers. Li Tai interjected, his face darkened. Not waiting for Song Yu to respond, Wu Jie and Yang Yu echoed his sentiment, demonstrating their genuine camaraderie with Chen Feng, devoid of any pretense. Song Yu remained silent, a warm smile gracing his face. Observing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of gratitude. In this unfamiliar world, apart from the plump Taoist and the big yellow dog, these individuals had shown him true kindness. Yet, the more they cared for him, the more guilt he felt. At that moment, Chen Feng sensed a terrifying surge of law-infused power enveloping the area, accompanied by a tremor in the space around them. Alarmed, he shouted, Get down. The Xianyuan seal soared from the depths of his torment, instantly expanding to hundreds of zhong, shielding him from above. With a powerful tremor of his arms, a terrifying force propelled Song Yu and the others away. In that fleeting moment, a colossal hand, wrought from the very essence of cosmic laws, descended with formidable might upon their vicinity. This dread appendage obscured the heavens and crushed the sky itself. Within the turbulent sea of suffering, Chun Feng's divine powers surged, his golden blood igniting in a blaze of fury, a terrifying vitality soaring towards the heavens. He was prepared to risk everything. The merciless hand descended, colliding with the towering Xianyuan seal. A deafening roar erupted from the firmament, shaking the cosmos as the force of impact sent the Xianyuan seal crashing down. Chun Feng's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He coughed violently, spewing forth several mouthfuls of blood, his arms and thighs shattering under the tremendous force. He plummeted into the void, hurtling towards the vast expanse of water below. Chen Feng, brother! Chen Feng! Song Yu and the little demoness cried out in alarm upon witnessing the calamity. Had it not been for Chen Feng pushing them to safety moments earlier, they would surely have perished. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards the falling figure of Chen Feng. At that instant, the void trembled, and from a ripple of cosmic laws emerged two aged figures, a man and a woman. The elder radiated an overwhelming aura of law, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the descending Chen Feng, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Brother, that is him, the holy body, Chen Feng. It was his hand that claimed the lives of Lao Lu and Lao Qi, exclaimed the old woman beside him, pointing at Chen Feng's plummeting form, her eyes brimming with malice. These two were the 7 elders of Tianshan, and the elder man among them possessed the highest cultivation, having reached the 3rd level of the Forshanging. As Chen Feng crashed heavily into the waters below, the violent impact forced him to cough up even more blood. The strike had inflicted grievous injuries upon him, numerous bones shattered and his internal organs violently shaken. Had it not been for the Xianyuan seal shielding him from the brunt of the attack, combined with his formidable physique, he might have met a dire fate. The treachery of his opponent was appalling, a dignified Forshanging powerhouse launching a sneak attack. Now, within Chen Feng, various secret techniques were fervently operating to mend his wounds. The Divine Phoenix Immortality Sutra playing a significant role in his recovery. Simultaneously, he continuously activated the Jia character secret. His body seemed like a massive fireball, every drop of blood ablaze, as if undergoing a phoenix-like rebirth. Chapter 82. Battle against the Forshanging. The Divine Phoenix Immortality Sutra, cultivated to its zenith, purportedly grants immortality. Chen Feng was yet unaware of the veracity of this claim, but he undeniably felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His flesh began to mend itself, shattered bones regrowing at a visible pace. After Chen Feng plunged into the expansive waters, the surface gradually returned to calm, yet he remained conspicuously absent. At that moment, the little witch and her companions rushed to the surface of the water where Chen Feng had vanished, calling out desperately, Chen Feng, brother Chen Feng. Yet, their cries were met with silence, and their hearts began to sink. No, brother Chen Feng cannot possibly be dead. He is the ancient sacred body. How could he perish so easily? Li Tai shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. He refused to believe Chen Feng had met his end. I must dive down to find him. The little witch, tears brimming in her eyes, leaped into the water with a splash. As she witnessed Chen Feng being struck down into the void by that enormous hand, she felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible force, stifling her breath. Elder brother, is that wretched creature truly dead? Why can I not sense his aura? The elderly woman inquired of the old man beside her. The elder unleashed a terrifying divine sense into the depths of the water, but he too could detect no trace of Chun Feng's presence. At that moment, Chun Feng was enveloped in a sphere of divine flames, which concealed all traces of his aura. The little witch continued her descent into the depths, soon discovering the divine flames, her face lighting up with joy. At this juncture, Chun Feng's injuries had nearly healed, and his shattered bones had fully mended. What a formidable technique, the Divine Phoenix Immortal Sutra. He drew all the divine flames back into his body. Just then, the secret of the character Jia was successfully activated, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. With a swift motion, he grasped the little witch's hand and shot into the sky. Ah, he is alive. The elder, standing in the void, felt the overwhelming aura from the water, and his expression sharpened. With a tremendous splash, two figures soared into the air. When Song Yu and the others saw the two ascending, joy erupted among them. Haha, Brother Chen Feng is not dead. Haha. Li Tai laughed heartily, tears glistening in his eyes, overwhelmed with elation. You should retreat with them. Chen Feng instructed the little witch, nodding at her. The little witch, her tears still fresh, felt a flush of warmth on her exquisite face as Chen Feng held her delicate hand. Be careful. My grandfather should be arriving soon, she whispered to Chen Feng before swiftly joining Song Yu and the others. Wretched creature, I underestimated you. I didn't expect my elder brother to personally intervene, and yet you still remain unharmed. The elderly woman glared at Chen Feng with venomous resentment upon seeing him emerge unscathed. She then turned her gaze to the elder behind her, saying, Brother, you must kill this wretched creature and seize the Xianhuang seal from him. Your power will surely surge, and the name of the 7 elders of Tianshan will echo throughout the eastern domain. Indeed, you old hag. I never anticipated you would summon a strong being from the Four Symbols realm. Is this ancient figure your paramour? Chun Feng's expression darkened upon hearing the elderly woman's words, and he pointed at her, cursing angrily. Then, shifting his tone, he regarded her with a peculiar gaze and declared, You, wretched creature, dare to speak again, and I shall end your life. Upon hearing these words, the old woman was instantly consumed by a mixture of humiliation and rage. Her bony finger trembling as she pointed at Chen Feng, speechless, her wrinkled visage flushed with an indeterminate shade of crimson. Whether from shame or fury remained unclear. It was primarily the sharpness of Chun Feng's words that had stung her deeply. And you, old wretch, a dignified powerhouse of the Four Symbols realm, daring to ambush me from behind. Now that you see I have survived, are you not immensely disappointed? In response to the old woman's ire, Chen Feng did not spare her a glance. Instead, he directed his scorn towards the elder behind her, launching into another round of mockery. The elder's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, Impudent child, how dare you insult me so? Today, I shall personally ensure your demise. Humph. If you wish to kill me, you must first prove you possess the capability. Chun Feng's gaze hardened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, chilling light. With a sudden jolt, his body trembled, and the Xianhuang seal surged forth from his sea of bitterness, hovering majestically above his head, strands of Xianhuang energy cascading down to envelop him. In his hand, he wielded a bronze medicinal cauldron, its terrifying aura reverberating through the heavens. Come forth, old cur. Today, I shall slay you, Chen Feng declared, standing resolute with the cauldron, pointing derisively at the elder. Indeed, truly deserving of the title of the rare and ancient sacred body, you are audacious. The elder replied, laughter tinged with fury. His murky gaze shot forth icy glimmers as he observed the Xianhuang seal above Chen Feng's head, setting his heart ablaze with desire. This Xianhuang seal appeared to be a peerless divine artifact, exuding an essence of profound Tao. In that moment, the greed in his eyes was unmistakable, his gaze dark and menacing, as the terrifying power of laws enveloped the space around them. The oppressive aura of the 3 heavens of the Four Symbols realm erupted like a volcano, causing the very fabric of reality to shatter in an instant. Little beast, surrender the Xianhuang seal, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Humph, old fool, not only are you ugly, but your aspirations are equally unrealistic. Chen Feng retorted, a cold snort escaping his lips. You seek death. The elder seethed, his fury igniting. With a thunderous command, a withered hand, resembling a gnarled branch, extended from beneath his expansive black robe, transforming instantaneously into a colossal appendage aimed at Chen Feng. The terrifying power of laws surged forth from this giant hand, divine energy billowing as it descended upon him like an overwhelming tide. Chen Feng's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated such formidable terror. The Xianfeng elder from the radiant light sacred land was but a mere trifle in comparison to this being. He dared not underestimate the situation. Unleashing a torrent of secret techniques as waves of divine might surge from his sea of bitterness, akin to a tempest. Golden blood boiled within him, erupting like a tsunami. In the next instant, he vanished, charging directly at the elder. One hand wielded the medicinal cauldron against the towering hand, while the other prepared to unleash the true essence of the Six Paths reincarnation fist upon the elder. Boom! The collision of the cauldron and the giant hand of laws resounded like thunder, shattering the void and evaporating the clouds in an instant. The terrifying force reverberated through the cosmos, and the colossal hand was sent reeling back, nearly shattering into pieces. What? How is this possible? The old woman, upon witnessing this scene, let out a piercing scream. Chun Feng and the elderly man both retreated several dozen yards in alarm. The elder gazed at the dissipating hand of the law, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chun Feng could withstand his strike. He was a formidable presence in the Four Symbols realm, while Chun Feng had merely attained the perfection of the Nirvana realm. Although it was unclear how he had employed some secret method to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm, the disparity between them was still monumental. With a sudden cough, Chun Feng staggered, blood erupting from his mouth, his internal organs shaken. At that moment, his countenance was gravely serious. Strong. Indeed, overwhelmingly strong. This individual's cultivation was certainly not that of a mere novice in the Four Symbols realm. The mastery he exhibited over the laws and his comprehension of the heavenly principles were far beyond what the likes of Xianfeng from the Radiant Light's sacred land could compare to. What he did not know was that Xianfeng had relied on the influence of his father, Xianming, within the sect to acquire a wealth of resources, allowing him to forcibly amass his cultivation to the Four Symbols realm. Yet even so, he was still leagues apart from a true Four Symbols powerhouse. In contrast, the elder before him had ascended to this level through sheer perseverance, rendering any comparison between them futile. The holy body was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it possess forbidden combat prowess, but its physical form was equally terrifying. Should you continue to grow, it is conceivable that you might even shatter the celestial curse, ultimately becoming a fully realized holy body. The elder, observing Chun Feng with a grave expression, conceded that the ancient holy body was truly defiant against the heavens. Should Chun Feng attain the Divine Palace realm, he might even hesitate to provoke him. However, upon noticing the Xianhuang seal above Chun Feng's head, any residual trepidation within him vanished, replaced by an overwhelming greed. Without waiting for Chun Feng to speak, he exclaimed, "Alas! Today, I shall not grant you any chances. You are destined to die, and your Xianhuang seal shall surely belong to me." With that, he bellowed once more, "Die." A sweeping motion of his hand summoned a terrifying force of law, swirling at his fingertips. Radiant beams of law illuminating the air as they lunged toward the space where Chun Feng stood. With a ripping sound, the space shattered inch by inch as his hand passed. Chun Feng, his feet entwined with intricate patterns, activated the word secret at once. In a flash of golden light, he vanished from his original position just as the massive hand reached out. At that moment, Chun Feng had withdrawn from the state of the word secret, for he dared not confront this power head-on. Nevertheless, he continued to trigger the word secret, albeit unsuccessfully. The elder, witnessing his failure, darkened his expression slightly. "Flee. Let us see where you can escape to." In a flash, he appeared mere paces from Chun Feng, his 5 fingers extending to conjure a celestial law steel that descended upon Chun Feng with crushing intent. Boom! The steel trembled, resonating like the booming voice of the Tao. Its terrifying might seemed capable of subduing the vast expanse of the 8,000-li waterway. Cackling, "You little beast. This time, I shall see how you evade me." The old woman sneered ominously, as if envisioning Chun Feng being directly crushed by the celestial law steel. However, upon spotting Song Yu and his 6 companions in the distance, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. What would happen if I were to slay his friends right before the holy body? With this thought, her mind became agile. She glanced at Chun Feng, who was being ruthlessly pursued by her elder brother, and then, with a swift motion, she charged towards Song Yu and his companions. "You shall meet your demise." "Not good. That old crone is coming for us." Upon hearing this, Li Tai and the others turned pale and promptly fled. They knew well that, combined, their strength paled in comparison to that of the old witch. "Where do you think you're running?" she bellowed, immediately giving chase. On the other side, Chun Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The terror of the Four Symbols realm had already transcended the realm of divine power. With every gesture capable of communing with the principles of heaven and earth, unleashing countless formidable attacks, the heavenly tablet descended with an overwhelming celestial might, filling the void with terrifying laws that made him feel as though he were ensnared in a quagmire. Chun Feng had perfected the movement technique, executing it with such finesse that he darted through the realm of laws like a flash of golden lightning, his speed unaffected in the slightest. How is this possible? The elder gazed in astonishment at Chen Feng, who was eluding the heavenly tablet, his pupils narrowing slightly. Such velocity could only be attributed to the legendary movement technique. Yes, it must be the movement technique. Only such a secret art could disregard the confines of laws and space, traversing through any array with ease. At this realization, even the venerable elder, who had roamed the eastern domain for over 2 millennia, was profoundly shaken by Chen Feng's depth. This young man was a veritable treasure trove, possessing not only the divine artifact, the Xianyuan seal, but also the long-lost 9 secrets. Yet, if I kill him today, all of this shall be mine. With a fierce shout, he unleashed an onslaught towards Chen Feng, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar. Chen Feng, employing the movement technique, continued his flight as the two became embroiled in a brief pursuit. Time and again, he narrowly evaded the elder's terrifying attacks. At that moment, seeing Song Yu and his companions being hunted by the old crone, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, racing toward the direction of the old witch. "You seek death," Chen Feng exclaimed as he swiftly appeared behind her, brandishing a medicinal cauldron to strike. The old witch sensed the impending danger and was gripped by terror. Having been haunted by Chun Feng's previous assault in the Moon Palace, she could muster no fighting spirit, her only desire being to escape. "Ah, brother, save me," she cried out as she hastily summoned several magical artifacts to defend herself. "You dare, holy body brat." The elder roared in a fit of rage upon witnessing this. He extended his hand from a considerable distance, unleashing a torrent of terrifying law power that cleaved the heavens in an attempt to force Chen Feng back and rescue the old crone. Feeling the monstrous hand approaching from behind, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault. He was resolute in his determination to eliminate this treacherous old witch, regardless of the cost. However, he had thoroughly prepared his defenses. A mystical seal hovered above his head as he operated the Divine Emperor's Eternal Sutra to its utmost potential, causing every inch of his flesh to radiate with light, a manifestation of divine power igniting within his very being. With a resounding crash, he brought down the medicinal cauldron. Boom, boom. The void reverberated with several colossal sounds. The artifacts summoned by the old woman were shattered into fragments beneath the might of Chun Feng's cauldron. The immense assault of the cauldron showed no sign of waning, as it barreled directly towards the old woman's form. Thud! One side of her body was utterly obliterated, and her primordial spirit immediately fled in a desperate attempt to escape. Naturally, Chen Feng would not grant her any opportunity for flight, capturing her within the cauldron without hesitation. At that moment, he sensed a surge of laws emanating from behind him, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloping the surroundings. The Xianhuang seal trembled violently. The Divine Phoenix's Eternal Sutra spun wildly. The secret script beneath his feet activated instantaneously, propelling his figure forward in an explosive rush. Rumbling, a colossal hand of law descended upon the Xianhuang seal. The seal, along with Chen Feng, was forcefully thrust from the void into the depths of the 8,000-mile water expanse. Splutter! As he plunged into the water, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. His body was battered and broken, covered in a myriad of cracks, resembling a porcelain vessel on the brink of shattering. Chapter 84. A forceful counterattack within the cauldron. The old woman's consciousness flickered as it made a final struggle to break free. "Humph, you shall perish," Chun Feng scoffed, giving the cauldron a slight tremor, which instantly obliterated the old woman's essence. "Ah, you wretched child of the holy body, you seek death." In the void, the elder sensed the annihilation of the old woman's spirit through his divine will, unleashing a furious roar. His withered hand came crashing down upon the 8,000-mile water expanse, the horrific power of law seemingly intent on piercing through the depths. Chen Feng, gravely injured, dared not underestimate the situation. He summoned the divine rainbow to soar into the sky. The Divine Emperor's Eternal Sutra was in frantic motion, rapidly mending his wounds. At that moment, the Thunder Sovereign's treasure technique was also activated, as intricate patterns of lightning materialized upon his body, radiating with dazzling flashes of thunderous brilliance. "Holy body, today I shall personally end your life, flaying your skin and tearing your flesh, forever imprisoning you in the abyss of the underworld." The elder bellowed in a fit of rage upon witnessing Chun Feng's retreating figure. "To kill me? You lack the qualifications," Chen Feng retorted defiantly while swiftly employing the secret script for rapid escape. Just then, he successfully triggered the secret script once more. This filled him with elation. The enhancement of tenfold strength propelled his vitality to an astonishing level, accelerating the healing of his injuries. The lightning patterns on his body continued to glow, and the eye of judgment at his brow rapidly coalesced, preparing to catch his opponent off guard. Holy body child, if you possess courage, do not flee. Let us battle for 300 rounds. The elder, seeing Chun Feng's speed increase, urged him on provocatively. You old fool, if you have the ability, do not pursue. Had I not been injured, I would slay you like a mere dog. Chun Feng sprinted fiercely, leaving the elder far behind. Yet he remained poised for a counterattack at any moment. Very well. Since you wish to flee, I shall pursue those wretched children. Let us see how they can evade my relentless chase. Upon realizing that provoking him was futile, the elder abruptly turned to threaten Chun Feng by intending to hunt down Song Yu and his companions. Surprised by the depths of the other's unscrupulousness, Chun Feng halted in his tracks. How shameless of you, old man, despite your years. Such childishness. As cultivators, we must resort to any means necessary to defy the heavens. The elder spoke with a chilling indifference. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward, swiftly closing the distance. Now is the moment. Chun Feng suddenly pivoted, unleashing a furious roar, then perish alongside me. From the center of his brow, the eye of judgment erupted with an unending torrent of thunderous light, hurtling towards the elder. Wherever the judgment light traversed, all was obliterated beneath its searing radiance. Reduced to nothingness, the elder's weathered face contorted in horror as he felt a trace of peril. Yet, it was too late to evade. Chun Feng's strike was executed with impeccable timing and speed. Nevertheless, drawing upon his vast combat experience, he summoned a nativized artifact from the Four Symbols realm, positioning it before him to deflect Chun Feng's assault. It manifested as a black token, inscribed with intricate patterns, exuding an oppressive aura, and in an instant, it expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal black steel against the heavens. Boom! The dreadful judgment light collided with the steel, producing a thunderous roar that shattered the clouds above. Creating a vacuum in the sky, the black token trembled violently under the impact, emitting creaking sounds as the patterns dimmed, the power of the laws disintegrating. With a final gasp, the elder could no longer sustain himself and spewed forth blood, his form, along with the black token, sent hurtling backward for dozens of feet, leaving cracks in the void beneath him. Yet, Chun Feng's onslaught was far from over. His divine power surged like a volcanic eruption, golden vitality soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, he materialized the Thunder Calamity Finger, channeling boundless thunderous energy into his fingertip, an embodiment of terror, capable of transcending boundaries and commanding the very laws of thunder. He pointed towards the elder. That fearsome finger bore the weight of apocalyptic might, as if it could pierce through the very fabric of the cosmos. The elder, still reeling from Chun Feng's previous strike, found himself confronted by a new wave of dread. His eyes widened in horror as the finger loomed larger, radiating a destructive aura that seemed to transcend the universe itself. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down his spine, and he hastily drew forth a black long knife. Channeling his energy, and with a fierce swing, he slashed at the impending finger of doom. A blade of darkness cleaved the void, the terrifying force of law emanating from its edge. As if the very heavens and earth were destined to be severed in twain by this strike, the thunderous roar resonated as the blade struck the finger, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble in horror, echoing with a cacophony reminiscent of thunder. The laws of thunder upon that finger began to dissipate. The fearsome radiance of the blade dimmed, ultimately sending the black longsword careening hundreds of feet away. Without affording his opponent a moment's respite, Chun Feng activated the movement technique and charged towards the elder. The Xianhuang seal hovered above him, providing protection, while he hurled the bronze medicinal cauldron forward, striking the void. In quick succession, the intent of his fists surged forth, as he manifested the true essence of the Six Paths reincarnation fist with overwhelming divine strength. His golden fists vibrated through the heavens, shaking the six realms as if they could dominate the cycle of reincarnation with their terrifying might. Chun Feng's form radiated light, each sinew bursting forth with formidable power. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the elder, engaging him in a flurry of strikes. Each blow resonated like thunder in the void. Every punch that landed upon the elder sent tremors through his form. The elder's formidable physique, honed in the Four Symbols realm, provided no advantage against Chun Feng, who instead exerted complete dominance. At that moment, however, Chun Feng too was not without his struggles. For the elder's comprehension of the laws was profound, enveloping him in a shroud of power that quickened his strikes, especially that black longsword in the elder's grasp, its terrifying aura slicing through the air. Were it not for the formidable defense of the Xianhuang seal and the cauldron's resilience, it seemed capable of piercing through the vast waters of the 8,000 li. The elder roared, staggering backward for several dozen feet, blood spilling into the void. He had unwittingly suffered a grave loss, having been struck by a wisp of primal energy released from the Xianhuang seal, reducing half of his body to a mist of blood. In that instant, he finally grasped the terror that was Chen Feng. The sheer multitude of Chun Feng's aggressive techniques was staggering. Each was an embodiment of imperial might, and despite being significantly weaker in strength, he held no disadvantage in offensive prowess. The elder's physique in the Four Symbols realm was utterly suppressed by the divine body of Chen Feng. In this close-quarters combat, the more they fought, the more alarmed he became. The more he fought, the more fear gripped him. Chapter 85. Shakyamuni. Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixed upon the elder. I must admit, Chen Feng, you are truly formidable, powerful enough to instill fear within me. Given a little more time, should I encounter you again, I would have no choice but to flee. Yet today you must die. No matter how many means you possess, they cannot alter your fate. The elder, dragging his battered form, stood at a distance, watching Chen Feng with palpable trepidation. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly sensed a dreadful crisis. He beheld a half-foot-tall ancient bronze lamp held in the elder's hand. The lamp was rusted and weathered, featuring a Buddha figure as its pillar, with the wick reverently upheld by the Buddha, yet lacking a flame. Nevertheless, it exuded an air of antiquity and profound Taoist essence. Upon the lamp, laws intertwined, golden Buddhist light illuminated the world, emanating a terrifyingly oppressive aura. This was indeed a kingly artifact of the Buddhist sect. Sensing the aura emanating from the ancient bronze lamp, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is a weapon of kings and my greatest trump card. Today, you shall perish beneath this ancient lamp, thus upholding the illustrious reputation of your saintly form. The elder gazed at the bronze lamp with a smug expression, reveling in Chun Feng's astonishment. Chun Feng's demeanor was indeed somewhat grave, a weapon of the kingly realm. I wonder if my Xianhuang seal can withstand it. Should I resort to the imperial sword directly? Chen Feng found himself in a quandary, not out of fear, but rather conflicted over which artifact to wield. However, the elder misinterpreted Chun Feng's expression as one of dread towards his kingly weapon. Ha! Are you frightened? Today, I shall personally extinguish this talent and seize everything from you. The elder cackled wickedly, his eyes brimming with delight and arrogance. Just as the elder reveled in his laughter, a fleeting figure silently materialized in the void beyond the 8,000 miles of water. Upon witnessing the kingly artifact, the figure furrowed its brow and took a step forward, intending to deal with the elder, but a voice filled with disdain abruptly halted his advance. The ancient sacred body, after 1,000,000 years, has that lineage reemerged? Fascinating. TSK. It is merely a broken lamp. Do you truly believe this secures your victory over me? Chen Feng scoffed, his face betraying a look of contempt. Arrogant youth. Do you even comprehend what a kingly artifact is? The golden age has yet to arrive. Even the masters of the great sacred lands are merely at the pinnacle of the divine connection realm. In this era, where kings remain hidden and saints are absent, possessing a kingly artifact grants one unparalleled dominance on the celestial pivot ancient star, elevating one to an extraordinary existence. Have you finished? Simpleton, if you are done, then hasten to silence. Chen Feng interrupted the elder with an air of impatience, digging into his ear with a finger as he spoke. Sacred body, you seek death. The elder, upon witnessing this, was instantly consumed with rage, his body trembling with fury. Grasping the bronze lamp, he surged forth into the void, channeling his immense power to ignite the lamp with a strand of divine fire. With a crackle, the moment the lamp was ignited, it awakened as the flames roared, scorching the very heavens and earth. The void warped under the searing flames, and a terrifying kingly pressure swept across the land, vaporizing the 8,000 miles of water into verdant oases. Die! The elder bellowed, wielding the bronze lamp towards Chen Feng. Instantly, the power of the laws surged forth, and the divine flames within the lamp cascaded down like a celestial waterfall, intent on incinerating all in existence. Feeling the overwhelming kingly pressure bearing down upon him, Chen Feng stowed away his medicinal cauldron, and the divine power surged forth from the abyss like a volcano, while he grasped the Xianhuang seal in his hand. With a thought, it expanded to hundreds of feet in size. With a mighty roar, Chen Feng declared, "Submit to my will." He wielded the Xianhuang seal, descending from the heavens to suppress the elder. The ancient words of Xianhuang suppress heaven, 10,000 paths prostrate, resounded vividly in that moment, as the Xianhuang seal unveiled its prowess, aimed at suppressing a kingly artifact. Boom! At this moment, the heavens roared like a thunderclap, and the void enveloped by the laws of the divine lamp shattered like fragile glass. the Xianhuang seal descended with overwhelming force, compelling even the laws of kingship to bow in submission. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a fissure appeared on the divine lamp, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, seeming on the verge of collapse. "What? How is this possible?" exclaimed the elder, his murky eyes widening in shock, filled with dread. As he remained in stunned disbelief, the bronze divine lamp emitted a tortured crack. With a thunderous explosion, the lamp erupted, and the divine flame waterfall was instantly obliterated, scattering countless sparks across the expanse of 8,000 miles of water. The waters were seared by the divine flames, producing a hissing sound as vast sections evaporated in an instant. "No, my divine lamp, my royal artifact," the elder howled in desperation. "You shall perish as well," Chun Feng commanded, wielding the Xianhuang seal to continue its descent. His handsome visage was marked by an expression of icy indifference. "No, I refuse to accept this. I am a powerful figure of the Four Symbols realm. How can I be defeated? I will not be vanquished," the elder roared defiantly, ignoring his injuries as he concentrated his essence to forge a law, summoning the heavens. The black divine knife was enveloped in a radiant aura of law, emanating an increasingly oppressive presence, hinting at a might surpassing that of a Four Symbols realm artifact. Gripping the black divine knife as if it were a celestial blade, he struck upwards against the Xianhuang seal descending from the heavens. The terrifying force of the law surged like a tsunami, attempting to cleave the Xianhuang seal asunder. Yet, all was in vain. In this moment, Chun Feng, enveloped in the state of the GZ secret, was overwhelmingly powerful, dominating the elder in every aspect, especially given the latter's grievous injuries, rendering him incapable of resisting the seal's suppression. "Xianhuang suppresses the heavens, all shall prostrate." This was not merely the essence of the Xianhuang seal, but also Chun Feng's proclamation of invincibility. In an instant, the celestial blade shattered, unable to withstand the force. Feeling the encroaching dread, the elder sought to flee, but it was as if this realm was shackled by the laws of the Xianhuang seal, leaving him with no means of escape. He could only cry out to Chun Feng, "No, Chun Feng, do not kill me. I have a secret to share." "Humph. Do you think I would believe you?" Chun Feng replied coldly. "No, you must trust me. I speak of a secret realm, a small world refined by a Buddha, his burial ground. I discovered my bronze divine lamp at the entrance of that secret realm. It is too mysterious. I dare not explore it." The elder, fearing that Chun Feng might dismiss his words, hastily divulged this confidential information. "I remain uninterested. Begone," Chun Feng retorted icily. "Wait. This secret realm may pertain to a significant mystery of the Buddhist sect, connected to the Shakyamuni who appeared in the Big Dipper star domain 1,000,000 years ago." The elder, witnessing the murderous intent in Chun Feng's eyes, grew frantic and again invoked the name of Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's heart trembled violently. Chapter 86. The elder demon as Chun Feng, who journeyed from Earth to this realm, was well acquainted with the figure of Shakyamuni. Yet, the revelation that such a mythical being had graced this world over 1,000,000 years ago left him utterly astonished. Recalling his thoughts, Chun Feng summoned the Xianhuang seal, which hovered ominously above the elder's head. With but a mere thought, he could unleash its power to obliterate the elder in an instant. "Speak. How do you know Shakyamuni? Reveal everything you know to me, and should you dare to conceal even a fraction, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." "I am willing to speak, but you must swear that you will not kill me." The elder, cunning as he was, immediately proposed this condition. "Humph. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Speak or perish, your choice," Chun Feng retorted coldly, remaining unfazed by the elder's demands. "I have but this one request. If you refuse, we shall both meet our doom. You will never uncover this secret." The elder's resolve was unwavering. He insisted on Chun Feng's promise of mercy before divulging any information. A moment of contemplation sparked a strategy in Chun Feng's mind. He needed to ascertain how Shakyamuni had arrived in this world, for perhaps it held the key to his return home. With this thought, his spirit surged, but he swiftly quelled the tumultuous emotions within him. "Very well. I shall spare your life. Now speak." "No. I require a celestial oath from you first. Only then will I reveal what I know." "Curse it. This old fool is not easily deceived." Chun Feng silently chastised him, resigning himself to swear the celestial oath. Then, the elder recounted all that he knew. In truth, his grasp of the matter was limited, much of it mere hearsay. However, several points resonated with authenticity for Chun Feng. 1,000,000 years ago, Shakyamuni traversed the starry realms, spreading the teachings of Buddhism across the ancient life planets of the Northern Dipper. This soon came to the attention of Mount Shumi, which dispatched several ancient Buddhas to cross the starry expanse and locate the preaching Shakyamuni on the ancient planet of Tianshu. Moved by Shakyamuni's profound teachings, several ancient Buddhas extended an invitation for him to enter Mount Shumi. Not long after, an unprecedented upheaval shook the mountain. Shakyamuni wounded several ancient Buddhas as he attempted to depart with 500 golden-bodied arhats. This act reverberated throughout Mount Shumi, prompting ancient Buddhas sealed within the divine source to break free in a bid to suppress Shakyamuni. Ultimately, it was the revival of the imperial weapon of Mount Shumi that quelled this historic disturbance within the Buddhist realm. In the end, Shakyamuni succeeded in departing Mount Shumi with a multitude of formidable experts. Subsequently, Mount Shumi proclaimed that Shakyamuni was a demon, and his teachings bore no connection to them. Furthermore, there were tales that Shakyamuni achieved enlightenment and ascended to become a great emperor, following the unparalleled heavenly emperor into the immortal realm, thus becoming the first in the Buddhist order to attain immortality. As for whether Shakyamuni truly ascended, Chen Feng remained indifferent. His sole concern was uncovering the means by which Shakyamuni had entered this world. The elder did not conceal the location of the ruins. He directly revealed that it was an ancient site known as Qianfuan, located in the northwestern part of the eastern domain, rumored to be the place where Shakyamuni shed his demonic form. It is said that within lies the remains of Shakyamuni's demonic body. After obtaining this coveted secret, Chen Feng immediately sealed the elder's suffering. However, Chen Feng did not personally end the elder's life. It was Li Tai who executed him. Although Chen Feng was indifferent to the so-called heavenly oaths, his very existence defied the heavens, yet he could not disregard the concerns of the little demoness and the others. Ah, how decisive! A touch of darkness, possessing traits common to those of the ancient sacred body lineage. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated in everyone's ears. The presence was felt before the figure arrived. A wave of energy rippled through the void as a man clad in a green robe appeared before them, as if traversing an endless expanse. This individual was none other than the mysterious figure who had previously manifested beyond the 8,000 miles of water. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression changed. He hastily retrieved his medicinal cauldron, eyeing the elder warily from a distance. "Who are you?" "Humph, you old fool. Why did you arrive now? You nearly caused my lady to be slain by an old witch." As Chen Feng was about to inquire about the identity of the newcomer, he was interrupted by a haughty voice. The little demoness, with her enchanting figure, suddenly flashed forward, seizing the green-robed elder's sparse beard with a defiant expression. "Ouch, that hurts. My lady, I was wrong. Please spare me." The elder, caught by the little demoness, quickly pleaded for mercy, his face, although slightly aged, contorted in pain. "What is happening?" Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected scene, casting a puzzled glance at Song Yu and Li Tai. Li Tai simply turned away, a strange expression on his face, as if he had seen nothing. Cough, cough. At this moment, Song Yu awkwardly cleared his throat and bowed respectfully to the elder. "Greetings. Grandpa Jiang. Child, release your grip. There are others present." The green-robed elder waved dismissively at Song Yu, then turned to the little demoness still clutching his beard. "Ah." Upon hearing this, the little demoness suddenly recalled something, letting out a startled cry. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently yanked away a tuft of the elder's beard. The elder cried out in pain, casting a resentful gaze at the little demoness. "My dear, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" The little demoness' face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she shyly hid behind the elder, too mortified to show herself, wishing she could vanish into the ground at that moment. The earlier scene had been utterly humiliating. Seeing his precious granddaughter in such an adorable state of shame, the elder could not help but twitch his lips. His gaze then fell upon Chen Feng, who possessed a tall stature, striking looks, and an extraordinary demeanor, and in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. His expression shifted instantly to one of vigilance as he regarded Chen Feng with newfound caution. "The young man is clearly no good. It seems I must keep a close watch on that girl to prevent him from whisking her away." At this moment, the old man in the blue robe regarded Chen Feng with palpable disdain, his mood shifting more rapidly than the turning of a page. Chen Feng, discerning the elder's identity, concluded that this blue-robed figure must be the legendary Jiang Laoma, the grandfather of the Little Witch and the notorious leader of the 13 bandits of Liangshan. Junior Chen Feng pays his respects to Senior Jiang. Chen Feng responded with courtesy. "You are the ancient sacred body, are you? Your lineage is truly made up of scoundrels." The blue-robed elder suddenly exclaimed. Chen Feng could not help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. "I bow to you, yet you still insult me." Chapter 87. The fate of eternal blue gold. Jiang Laoma's words left Chen Feng speechless, and his companions, including Song Yu, gaped in astonishment. This old man was extraordinarily bold. Who else would dare to insult a sacred body? They silently worried for Jiang Laoma. Senior Jiang, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Or you might be confusing me with another ancient sacred body. Although Chen Feng held the elder in high regard, being insulted without cause ignited a flicker of anger within him, prompting him to speak up. What? Are you disputing my words? Are you unaware of the misdeeds your lineage has committed? Even the emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, before attaining enlightenment and entering the immortal domain, engaged in numerous nefarious deeds, employing truly sinister methods. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Could you possibly be a descendant sealed by him? Jiang Laoma discerned the dissatisfaction in Chen Feng's tone and unleashed this bombshell. Chen Feng was taken aback by the elder's words. Senior Jiang, please do not speak carelessly. I have no connection to that emperor, nor am I his descendant. Do not spread such rumors. What was this nonsense? When had he become a descendant of that emperor? Grandfather, Chen Feng is a good person. He has been protecting us all along. Without him, you would not have seen me. You cannot speak of him like that. At that moment, the little witch defended Chen Feng, her tone and demeanor drastically different from before. Jiang Laoma, perplexed, wondered if he was imagining things. His granddaughter, known as the little witch outside Liangshan, could drive even him, the old demon, to trepidation when she was enraged. When had she become so gentle and amiable? Good. I misspoke earlier. My granddaughter is so charming. Whatever you say is right. Grandfather will heed your words. Truly, a girl transforms remarkably as she matures. This must be a sign from our ancestors, allowing my granddaughter to change her temperament. Jiang Laoma felt a surge of relief upon witnessing Jiang Ting's current demeanor, internally exclaiming that the ancestors had manifested. However, he failed to notice that Jiang Ting's previously gentle expression darkened slightly upon hearing his words. Observing the grandfather and granddaughter, Song Yu and the others averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. What splendid weather today. The moon is so large and round, brother Chen Feng. Let us return to Liangshan. And we shall not return until we are inebriated, Li Tai exclaimed, pulling Chen Feng aside and gesturing towards the sun in the sky. Indeed, we must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, echoed Song Yu and the others who had joined in agreement. Old Jiang, are you implying that I was not gentle and amiable before? Indeed, after a few had walked away, the voice of Jiang Ting, transformed into a little enchantress, emerged from behind. Oh dear, be gentle, my dear, I have hardly any whiskers left. Do not pluck them all away. He cursed, realizing his oversight. Liangshan. The crescent moon hung low. Chen Feng sat alone beneath a peach tree, gazing at the starry sky, hoping to discern that elusive blue star among the constellations. As the moon waxes and wanes through autumn's chill, its glow like water evokes feelings of homesickness. The path to immortality traverses the vast seas. When shall I return to the mundane world? What a beautiful poem. Who occupies your thoughts? At that moment, a gentle voice approached from a distance. It was the little enchantress. Jiang Ting, the old sorceress, Jiang, undoubtedly a formidable figure, used her immense powers to return with the others to Liangshan in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon their return, each of them visited home briefly to ensure their well-being. Yang Yu, however, was directly confined by his grandfather in a cave, where he was to recover his severed arm with divine herbs. That evening, the group reconvened at the residence of old Jiang to indulge in libations. Initially, Chen Feng intended to accept Li Tai's invitation to his home, yet old Jiang intervened, claiming he had matters to discuss with him. Jiang Ting also persuaded Chen Feng to stay at her house. Thus he settled in with them. Liangshan harbored many inhabitants, all branches of the 13 bandits, resembling a quaint town. Only the main families of the 13 bandits were entitled to reside atop the peaks. Merely a spontaneous sentiment. Have they all been sent back? Chen Feng remarked with a subtle smile, his expression illuminated by the moonlight, appearing exceptionally pure. Jiang Ting could not help but be captivated. Her charming face flushed a shade of crimson, uncertain whether it was from the wine or the bashfulness of gazing intently at someone. The autumn breeze wafted gently, causing numerous peach blossoms to fall, swaying gracefully to the ground as the two beneath the tree created a picturesque tableau. The following morning, Chen Feng awakened from his cultivation. A knock resounded at his door. Chen Feng, there's trouble. He rose and opened the door to find Song Yu and the others waiting outside. What has happened? Chen Feng inquired, his expression laced with concern, inviting them inside. Once they entered, Song Yu and the others promptly divulged the two pieces of news they had just received. It turned out that the previous day, two announcements reverberated throughout the eastern domain. First, the sacred land of Yaoguang had unexpectedly released a statement. The holy body, Chen Feng, has unjustly slain the young prodigies of the eastern domain, employing despicable means to trap nearly 200 formidable individuals from various factions. He is the greatest menace disrupting the Eastern Domain. Therefore, a decree is issued to the world, intending to convene a demon-slaying conference in Shurchang of the Eastern Domain in half a month, inviting all major sects to discuss how to capture the holy body, Qinfeng. Upon the release of this news, it instantly sent shockwaves across the entire Eastern Domain. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng's expression instantly darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold light. The Radiant Light Holy Land has certainly felt your sting. It is said that they rang the sacred bell 7 times yesterday, alarming all the high-ranking members of various sects. Following their deliberations, they have decided to convene this demon extermination conference, uniting the great powers of the Eastern Domain against you. Song Yu analyzed gravely from the sidelines. Whatever this demon extermination conference is, I will simply have Grandfather Jiang and Grandfather Wu intervene, using 2 supreme imperial weapons to obliterate them all, Li Tai remarked darkly. His thoughts straightforward. He intended to stand up for Qinfeng, his fury unabashedly displayed on his face. There's another piece of news, Qinfeng inquired. 3 days from now, at the Yudum Mountain, an ancient tomb of a great sage will be opened. It is rumored that this sage once possessed the imperial-grade divine material, eternal blue gold, which may well be interred within this ancient tomb. Song Yu revealed the second piece of news. Eternal blue gold. Qinfeng's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. He had not forgotten his promise to the Emperor's sword to reconstruct its body. Thus, he must venture into this tomb. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Song and Li. Brothers, I need your assistance. What assistance? We are brothers. Just speak your mind. We will brave any danger without hesitation. They replied. Qinfeng then shared his plan, and the room filled with their mischievous laughter. You are all a bunch of rascals, Jiang Ting exclaimed, blushing with indignation as she fled from Qinfeng's room. Qinfeng, too, wore an embarrassed expression. I have no choice. I am merely ensuring my own safety. Shortly thereafter, astonishing news spread from Liang Mountain, shaking all the major powers of the Eastern Domain to their core. At this moment, Qinfeng was enjoying tea with Song Yu at the residence of the old demon Jiang, though the one serving was rather unwilling. The cold glare from the servant felt like a blade, causing Song Yu to wince. Qinfeng, how dare you humiliate me so, forcing this holy sun to serve you tea? The radiant sun's face was half swollen, a bright red handprint still visible. Filled with rage as he glared at the composed Qinfeng, his fierce eyes seemed to wish to rend Qinfeng to pieces, for he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, he found his powers sealed, unable to muster even a hint of divine strength. Let's talk. Quickly refill the tea for old Jiang. What kind of holy son are you, lacking such basic discernment? Qinfeng reprimanded impatiently, showing no regard for the radiant sun, intent on humiliating him to shatter his resolve psychologically. Hearing this, old demon Jiang could not help but twitch his lips. Having traversed the Eastern Domain for a millennium, he had seen much, but never had he witnessed a holy son of a major sect serving tea. This young man's style of conduct bears a remarkable resemblance to that one, he thought, his gaze toward Qinfeng complex, no longer filled with the vigilance he had exhibited the previous day. He was well aware of the actions of the Radiant Light Sacred Land and was intrigued by how Qinfeng would respond to the current situation. However, upon learning that Qinfeng intended to counterattack in such a manner, even he, seasoned by numerous trials, was taken aback by Qinfeng's audacity. Was he truly aiming to shatter the heart of the Supreme Bone and obliterate the future of the Radiant Light? Such a retort was undeniably striking. The Radiant Light Sacred Land faced a critical choice, either to reconsider their approach towards Qinfeng or to sever all ties, leading to a complete rupture in their relations. Observing the humiliation etched on Radiant Light's face as he poured tea for him, with that crimson glare and the blood seeping from his bitten lip, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Radiant Light. We've done it. We've done it. At that moment, Li Tai and a few others rushed in with great enthusiasm. Li Tai seized the teapot from Radiant Light's hands, drinking deeply with gusto. This tea is delightful. Grandpa Jiang, do give me some to take back. After speaking, he carelessly returned the teapot to Radiant Light's embrace. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Elder Zhang's face darkened in displeasure. Damn it, such a waste of fine tea. Radiant Light, seeing the teapot treated so casually, felt his face flush with rage, rendering him speechless. Oh, who are you? You look somewhat familiar, Li Tai remarked, observing Radiant Light's furious expression. Be careful. This is Brother Radiant from the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Do not be rude. Song Yu interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Ah, so you are the Supreme Bone of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. No wonder you look so familiar. I saw your portrait just recently at the brothels in Luoyue City and Songhai City. Li Tai exclaimed, astonished. What are you still standing there for? Can't you see the teapot is empty? Hurry up and refill it. Song Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He realized it would have been better had he kept silent. This fellow, with his carefree demeanor, would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to humiliate Radiant Light. Indeed, Radiant Light was on the verge of gnashing his teeth in fury, his grip on the teapot tightening to the point his knuckles turned white. Li Jie and his companions exchanged glances filled with a mixture of amusement and disbelief at Radiant Light's plight. Brotherly, how did it go? Chen Feng finally inquired. Quite smoothly, Li Tai replied with a grin. We took the items you provided and traveled to the 3 closest cities to Liangshan, seeking out the largest brothels, where we delivered the goods. The owners were thrilled and promised to host an auction tonight, ensuring those items would be sold. The news of the auction has already spread. Those items are remarkable, crafted from premium dragon silk gold, impervious to fire and water, and they enhance certain functions. They will surely fetch a high price. Radiant Light's heart sank at these words, an ominous premonition washing over him. What do you mean impervious to fire and water? What are the largest brothels? Chen Feng, what on earth have you done? The Saint of Radiance could no longer contain himself and directly inquired. What else can be done? Isn't it merely to present your few pairs of dragon silk undergarments to a few establishments? In gratitude, they even plan to host an auction for your precious garments. Before Chen Feng could respond, Li Tai, with a grim expression, interjected in a tone reminiscent of a wealthy landlord reprimanding a disobedient servant. Wu Jie and the others were taken aback by his words. Upon hearing this, the Saint of Radiance's countenance shifted dramatically, Yu with a sudden rush of blood. He could not suppress a mouthful of reverse blood, which he expelled violently. His trembling finger pointed at Chen Feng and the others, before he fainted from sheer indignation. On the side, Elder Jiang could no longer bear the scene and rose to leave the room. Damn it, these youngsters are too ruthless. Soon, the news of the Saint of Radiance's personal garments being sent for auction spread like wildfire. In the holy land of Radiance, the Holy Master sat in his chair, listening to the elders report the incident. Enraged, he slammed his hand down, shattering the table before him into splinters. The Saint body, how dare they? He bellowed in fury within the grand hall. The humiliation faced by his disciple, the Saint of Radiance, was an affront to the entire Holy Land. Other sects were equally astonished by the news. How could the Saint body dare to act in such a manner? This was the Saint body's retaliation. As the Demon Extermination Conference approached, no one could predict what turmoil would ensue. The Saint body's actions were increasingly brazen, and if provoked, the consequences could be dire. Some elder cultivators from various sects displayed concern, having lived countless years and possessing a deeper understanding of the legends surrounding the ancient Saint body. This lineage had not manifested for over 1,000,000 years, yet the formidable reputation of the ancient Saint body lingered profoundly. Certain sects cautioned their prodigies not to offend Chen Feng, the Saint body, until the conclusion of the Demon Extermination Conference. Although some young talents were reluctant to heed this warning, many chose to refrain from further provocations and began making preparations to head to the ghostly capital mountain. In an instant, throughout the eastern domain, various mystical beasts surged forward, all en route to the ghostly capital mountain. Chapter 89, Secrets of the Jiang Family at Liangshan. Chen Feng was also preparing to depart for ghostly capital mountain. With news of the eternal blue gold, he certainly would not miss the opportunity. Furthermore, he viewed this journey as a form of training, as many factions in the eastern domain would dispatch their talented disciples. It was possible he might encounter some holy sons and daughters, potentially capturing a few to prepare for the so-called Demon Extermination Conference. Before leaving, Elder Jiang called out to Chen Feng, requesting that he accompany him to a certain location. Elder Jiang, where are you taking me? Chen Feng inquired curiously. Observing Elder Jiang's silhouette as they traversed the peak where the main lineage of the Jiang family resided, Elder Jiang remained silent, his expression solemn as he led the way. Soon, he brought Chen Feng to a stone door. Here we are. This is the place. Young man, within lies my Liangshan, as well as the greatest secret of the Jiang family. Regardless of what you witness inside, you must not divulge a single word. Do you understand? Jiang Laoma spoke gravely while standing before the stone door. In the past few days, he had secretly investigated all of Chun Feng's actions over the years. Coupled with Chun Feng's identity as the ancient sacred body and the Jiang family's deep ties with it, he resolved to share certain secrets with him. Furthermore, there was a task he needed Chen Feng to undertake, necessitating this revelation. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Jiang Laoma, assuring him, "Rest assured, Elder Jiang, I shall not disclose anything." Jiang Laoma nodded and slowly pushed open the stone door. As the door creaked open, a terrifying pressure emanating from the imperial Dao laws surged forth. Chen Feng's countenance shifted, and he staggered backward several steps, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. What is this? He looked at Jiang Laoma in astonishment, confusion etched on his face. However, upon seeing the smile on Jiang Laoma's face, he understood that the elder had intentionally sought to test him, relishing in his moment of discomfort. With a wry smile, he followed Jiang Laoma inside. Aware that the elder wielded the supreme imperial weapon, the Hengyu furnace, he surmised that the overwhelming imperial pressure was indeed emanating from it. Yet, upon entering the chamber, he was taken aback by the sight before him. 6 portraits adorned the walls, each radiating distinct Tao rhythms and embodying profound principles, enveloped in a terrifying imperial pressure. Particularly striking was the portrait at the top of the stone wall, depicting a young man shrouded in chaotic energy. Despite this, his magnificent stature was evident, exuding an overwhelming pressure powerful enough to collapse the heavens with a mere breath. The imperial aura from the other 4 portraits paled in comparison to that of this figure. Elder Jiang, what is this? Chen Feng asked, astonished as he turned to the elder. Take a seat. I shall slowly explain, Jiang Laoma gestured. And 2 cushions appeared on the ground as he settled into a cross-legged position. Chen Feng followed suit, eager to hear the elder's narrative. 3 of the individuals in these portraits are ancestors of my Jiang family, Jiang Laoma revealed, disclosing this secret. What? Your Jiang family had 3 emperors? Chen Feng was astounded. The existence of 3 emperors within a single family denoted an unfathomable legacy. Chen Feng was aware of the Jiang family's history of emperors. The remaining half of the Hengyu furnace was a relic from one such emperor. Though it lay in ruins, its imperial might lingered. Seeing the shock on Chen Feng's face, Jiang Laoma wore a proud smile. Indeed, the emergence of 3 emperor-level figures from a single family is a notion beyond imagination, yet it is a reality for us. In fact, we might consider that 5 emperors have graced the Jiang family. Jiang Laoma added with gravitation. 5 emperors. Chen Feng's mouth hung agape, utterly astonished by the lineage he belonged to. 5 great emperors. Could this possibly be true? Were it not for the imposing aura emanating from the 6 portraits carved into the stone wall, which undeniably bore the weight of imperial might, he might have suspected that Elder Jiang was merely spinning tales. That is the first great emperor born of our Jiang family, Emperor Hengyu. The Hengyu furnace is his imperial weapon, but during a confrontation against a treacherous force, he perished, and the furnace was severely damaged, leaving only this fragment in my possession. Elder Jiang remarked, gesturing towards a portrait on the stone wall. Chen Feng gazed upon the image of a young man, standing tall and resplendent, wielding the Hengyu furnace as though he were the sovereign of heaven and earth. That woman is the second great emperor of our lineage, the Empress of the Dark Moon. She possessed the body of the Dark Moon but endured a tumultuous fate, nearly not surviving past 20. Eventually, she realized the great Tao and ascended as a peerless empress. Elder Jiang continued, pointing to a portrait of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the terrifying power of the Dark Moon seemingly eternal. That is my ancestor, the Empress of the Dark Moon's husband, the Sun Saint Emperor. He is also a member of our Jiang family. Chen Feng beheld a man radiating brilliance akin to the sun, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The formidable principles of the sun illuminated the ages, resembling an unparalleled sovereign. The child of this illustrious couple was a primordial chaotic body. Elder Jiang's expression grew animated as he regarded the portrait. What? A chaotic body? Chen Feng's pupils constricted at the revelation. If there were a physique stronger than his myriad calamity body, it would undoubtedly be the chaotic body, a constitution unshackled by the great Tao, capable of astonishingly rapid cultivation. He could hardly believe that the Jiang family had once produced a chaotic body. Who, in this world, could don white robes but the divine King Jiang Taishu? Elder Jiang exclaimed, looking at the portrait of a middle-aged man. The divine King Jiang Taishu was yet another great emperor of their Jiang family. Elder Jiang. Who is the man depicted in the portrait at the very top, shrouded in chaotic energy? Chen Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards the uppermost image on the stone wall. Elder Jiang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence as he regarded that portrait, bowing deeply before all the images on the wall before replying. The Heavenly Emperor. The only great emperor of our ancestral saint body lineage to break free from shackles and attain the Tao, who also led our ancestors into the celestial domain. At this proclamation, Chen Feng was struck with profound astonishment, gazing incredulously at the portrait enveloped in chaotic energy. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture surged within him, as if it sensed something profound in the ether. Do you know why I brought you here? Elder Jiang posed the most perplexing question to Chen Feng at that moment. This is the connection between our Jiang family and the Heavenly Emperor. When the Heavenly Emperor was still young and vulnerable, the Divine King safeguarded him and imparted one of the 9 secrets, the fighting character secret, effectively becoming the Heavenly Emperor's half-master. The Sun Saint Emperor is the Heavenly Emperor's eldest disciple, while our Jiang family's Empress of the Dark Moon is the Heavenly Emperor's sister. So, what do you think is the relation between our Jiang family and your ancestral saint body lineage? Understanding dawned upon Chen Feng, and he finally grasped the immense significance of their shared heritage. Chapter 90. The Graveyard of Gods and the Path Guardian. There is yet another matter for which I require your assistance. Should you agree, I shall willingly guard your path, regardless of the outcome. At this moment, the elder demon Jiang spoke once more. Oh, to guard my path. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart. Indeed, to guard your path, just as the ancestral God King safeguarded the Heavenly Emperor, today I, Jiang Hong, am also willing to guard your path. I shall assist you in reaching the pinnacle and achieving a grand and complete sacred body, the elder demon Jiang proclaimed, his words imbued with sincerity. As it turns out, the elder demon Jiang's true name is Jiang Hong. He has attained the pinnacle of the divine connection realm, and his bloodline is exceptionally vigorous. With the impending arrival of the Golden Era and the subsequent transformations within the heavens and earth, it should be no challenge for him to sever the Tao. Having such a powerful guardian is undoubtedly a boon. With this in mind, Chen Feng promptly inquired, "What is it that you wish for me to do?" "Rest assured, I shall not hesitate to fulfill my duty." The elder demon Jiang, seeing Chen Feng's agreement, smiled and explained, "The situation is as follows. Jiang Ting has completely inherited the Yin Emperor's Yin body. However, this Yin body undergoes a bloodline ancestral transformation at the age of 20. When Jiang Ting's mother was pregnant with her, she was subjected to a malicious scheme, resulting in Jiang Ting being born with innate deficiencies. To ensure absolute safety, it is imperative to locate a divine herb known as the Renyuan fruit. This fruit is capable of mending Dao injuries, enhancing vitality, and prolonging life. I wish for you, Chen Feng, to assist in the search for this fruit. Is there any lead on the whereabouts of the Renyuan fruit?" Chen Feng could not help but ask. "The Sea of Reincarnation, the Graveyard of Gods." The elder demon Jiang replied gravely. "The Sea of Reincarnation, the Graveyard of Gods. What places are these? I have never heard of them." Chen Feng pondered for a moment before asking, as he had no knowledge of such locations within the celestial axis ancient star. The Sea of Reincarnation does not reside within the celestial axis ancient star, nor on any life-bearing ancient star. It is a shattered battlefield, over 1,000,000 years ago. When the Heavenly Emperor quelled the dark turmoil, the Sea of Reincarnation was shattered and now drifts through the cosmic expanse. Later, the Heavenly Emperor intervened, utilizing his immense power to establish it as a battlefield, unaligned with any faction, yet serving as an excellent trial ground. It attracts life-bearing ancient stars from various star domains, as well as prodigious talents from different races to hone their skills in battle. The elder demon Jiang divulged this secret once more. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. How might I gain entry to this battlefield? No sooner had Chen Feng finished speaking than the elder demon Jiang produced a piece of azure jade pendant from his robe. This is the Sushin jade. Simply infuse your divine consciousness into it, and it will transport you to that battlefield. This Sushin jade has been preserved by my Jiang family. Regrettably, my lineage has not produced any exceptional talents, hence it has remained in my possession. Now, I bestow this Sushin jade upon you. You shall use it to enter when the time comes." The elder demon Jiang gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, his expression somewhat complex. Chen Feng departed, accompanied by Li Tai, who wished to accompany him to explore the Yudum mountain, with the consent of his grandfather, Li Heishan. "Come, my faithful maid. Assist me in relieving my weary shoulders. If you serve me well, I shall speak favorably of you before the madman, ensuring that when it comes time to sell you, I will find you a worthy household. What say you?" A colossal, fearsome bird soared towards the distant Mount Yudu, its wings casting an ominous shadow. Upon its back sat Chen Feng, seated in meditation, surrounded by a mountain of material continuously refined into ash, dissipating into the atmosphere. Nearby, Li Tai engaged in playful banter with the saintess of Tiandao sect. "Silence, you charcoal-faced fool," the saintess retorted angrily. At this moment, her powers were sealed, and were it not for Chen Feng creating a domain to shield her from the relentless winds, she feared she would not be able to stand. Her release by Chen Feng was ostensibly to allow her some fresh air. In truth, she was merely a servant, subjected to humiliation. If her powers were not suppressed, she would have relished the opportunity to strike Li Tai down with a single blow. "Ah, now you dare to act tough? Who do you think has been serving the madman tea and attending to his needs? You clearly need to be put in your place. I might just suggest to him that he keep you for himself. Only he can truly keep you in check. Perhaps then you could bear him a little ancient sacred body, and then you could simply relax," Li Tai said with a mischievous grin. "You, charcoal-faced fool. Speak again. and I shall end you," the saintess exclaimed, her face a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Serving Chen Feng was her utmost disgrace. And now this fool dared to mock her. The thought of being bound to Chen Feng, of bearing him a child, filled her with indignation. Simultaneously, she cursed Chen Feng in her heart. "You scoundrel, I shall surely kill you. I will suppress you and make you my servant." At that moment, Chen Feng awakened from his meditation. He had refined 200,000 pounds of source energy, reaching the pinnacle of his nirvana realm, his foundation extraordinarily solid. Should he choose to break through, he could summon the heavenly tribulation of the divine palace realm, yet he held himself back, desiring to accumulate more within his current state. When he departed from Liangshan, the old demon Jiang had bestowed upon him 800,000 pounds of source energy and over 100 pounds of divine source, a staggering amount of resources that even a major sect might struggle to provide. Of course, this was not solely Jiang's contribution. It was a collective effort from the 13 outlaws of Liangshan. Jiang had offered such a vast sum without a flicker of hesitation, genuinely committed to being his protector. Regardless, I must find the human origin fruit. To ensure Jiang Ting successfully undergoes her bloodline transformation, Chen Feng mused. At that moment, a tremendous shriek from the fearsome bird echoed from the distance, its wings beating towards their void. This creature, immense in stature, flapped its wings, resembling two colossal steel blades tearing through the air. Chen Feng turned to observe as the beast extended its lethal claws, seemingly intent on seizing them with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. The bird beneath them sensed the looming threat and trembled, as if it might plunge into the abyss at any moment. Chen Feng's expression was exceedingly grim. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he summoned the holy maiden of the Tiandao sect into the medicinal cauldron, preparing to vanquish the ferocious beast. At that moment, the beast unexpectedly changed direction, brushing past them. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred a terrifying gale that swept toward Chen Feng and his companions. The immense body of the beast trembled under the force of the wind, frightened to the point of plummeting from the void, seemingly surrendering to its fate. Chen Feng and Li Tai hastily maneuvered the divine rainbow to escape from the creature's back. Chapter 91. The Seven Sons of Qingyang. Ha. I told you. That ferocious beast would surely be terrified by my mouth. Now do you believe me? At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed from the back of the rushing beast, the arrogant guffaws reverberating far and wide. Chen Feng and Li Tai stood in the void, watching the receding beast, their faces dark with discontent. On the beast's back stood 7 young men, all laughing unabashedly. Damn it, those wretched scoundrels. I truly wish to rob them right now. Let us see if they dare to be so brazen. Li Tai's face was grim, his expression seething with anger. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Chen Feng's thoughts stirred. Surely, those individuals were also prodigies heading to Yuta Mountain. Since they had openly challenged him, he would respond with equal courtesy. Let us go, brotherly. We shall intercept them ahead. Through the time spent together, Chen Feng's relationship with Song Yu and the others had grown increasingly solid. Li Tai and the others affectionately referred to Chen Feng as a madman, and their camaraderie had deepened significantly. Chen Feng seized Li Tai's arm, intertwining the runes beneath their feet, activating the walking word secret in an instant, and the two transformed into a beam of golden light, racing toward the direction of the beast. Senior Brother Ren, do you think those individuals will pursue us for revenge? The sect master did warn us not to cause trouble. At that moment, a blue-clad youth on the back of the earlier beast glanced back at the void, questioning the leading white-clad youth, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Humph, what is there to fear? The beast they ride is merely at the Nirvana realm, so weak. I suspect they are not disciples of any formidable sect. What do we have to fear from them? Furthermore, they are but 3 in number, their cultivation around the first level of Nirvana realm. We have 7 members, and my own cultivation has already reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm. If they dare come seeking revenge, we shall not be afraid. The leading white-clad youth snorted coldly. Disdain etched on his face. Brother Zhang, could you refrain from being so timid? Following Senior Brother Run, nothing will go awry. Indeed, Brother Luo speaks the truth. You are simply too cowardly, nearly frightened to death by that holy body. With our cultivation, even if we cannot dominate the eastern region, we are not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. The blue-clad youth found himself at a loss for words, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Stop. Robbery. This road is mine, this tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. At that moment, 2 masked figures clad in black obstructed their path. What? A robbery? The 7 individuals upon the fierce avian were taken aback upon hearing the announcement of a robbery. Their expressions shifting dramatically, they exchanged glances, bewildered. Meanwhile, Li Tai, upon hearing the somewhat familiar slogan, displayed a curious expression. Why did this robbery cry seem so familiar? It felt as though he had encountered it before. At that moment, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the peculiar look on Li Tai's face. Instead, gazing with a brazen demeanor at the 7 figures standing atop the fierce avian. In broad daylight, how dare you two obstruct our path and attempt to rob us? Do you seek death? Do you realize who we are? We are the 7 sons of Qingyang's sect. Kneel and bow in repentance, and perhaps I may spare your lives. The leader of the avian, a young man clad in white, stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor exuding arrogance. I do not care who you claim to be, whether the 7 sons or 8 sons of Qingyang. Hand over everything you possess, or none of you shall leave here alive. At this moment, Li Tai regained his composure, exuding a commanding presence as he addressed the assailants. Humph, you seek death. Brothers, eliminate them. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, the white-clad youth's previously arrogant demeanor darkened instantly, a cold snort escaping him. The 6 individuals behind him showed no hesitation. Their inner divine power surging forth, a formidable aura erupting as they charged towards Chen Feng and Li Tai. Step back. Chen Feng instructed Li Tai, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, wielding his golden sacred fist as he advanced to meet the oncoming threat. Bang! Bang! Several muffled groans echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the battle concluded, the 6 assailants subdued by Chen Feng. What? This is impossible. The white-clad youth, standing atop the avian's back, was taken aback to see his 6 companions defeated in mere moments by the individual in black. His expression transformed dramatically. Who are you? We are the true disciples of Qingyang's sect. Do you not fear retribution from our sect for daring to lay hands on us? Enough with the idle chatter. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now it is your turn. Chen Feng replied coldly, extending a golden hand that struck the white-clad youth's face with a resounding slap. The youth was sent reeling, his vision blurred, as he flew off the back of the fierce avian. The avian, witnessing Chen Feng, revealed a look of fear, its substantial body trembling in trepidation. So, it is a 7-layered tiger-headed eagle of the Tribulation realm. It could indeed provide a satisfying meal. Chen Feng gazed at the tiger-headed eagle in the void, a smile gracing his lips. The eagle, sensing the danger, was immediately struck with terror. Chen Feng's golden hand reached out, grasping the eagle's neck as if it were a mere chick, before drawing out a medicinal cauldron to seal it within. He stepped forward, directly approaching the white-clad youth. I beg you, spare me. I will give you everything I possess. Please, grant me mercy. The youth's face was swollen from the earlier slap, and he pleaded with Chen Feng, realizing he was no match for him, now too intimidated to boast. Weren't you just so arrogant? You toyed with us, and now you cower in fear. Chen Feng cast a frigid gaze towards the young man in white and spoke. You are the one who was atop that ferocious beast earlier. Upon hearing this, the expression on the young man's face shifted once more. What he had deemed a casual act had inadvertently provoked such a formidable opponent. Without further ado, Chen Feng struck, shattering the young man's skull with a single blow. Such individuals were best eliminated without hesitation. Chapter 92. The ghostly mount in a secluded valley. A medicinal cauldron hovered above the flames, enveloped in divine energy. Inside, the wings and legs of a tiger-headed sculpture simmered, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted throughout the valley, attracting numerous creatures. I have yet to taste the flesh of a tiger-headed sculpture at the Tribulation stage, Li Tai exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant air, feeling invigorated. This is nothing. The divine wings of the roasted little peacock king are the true delicacy. Chen Feng replied, continually adding various seasonings to the cauldron. Each ingredient was meticulously sourced, comprising herbs and spices aged for hundreds of years. The culinary creations produced through such methods were nothing short of exquisite. Before long, both men had each taken up a jar of wine, relishing the combination of aged liquor and succulent sculpture meat, their mouths glistening with grease. At this moment, the saintess of the heavenly Tao sect had also been released, her eyes gleaming with indignation as she kneaded Chen Feng's shoulders. As she beheld the bubbling, aromatic sculpture meat, she could not help but swallow hard. However, Chen Feng made no invitation for her to partake, and she found herself too proud to ask. Instead, she channeled her anger into strength, squeezing Chen Feng's shoulders with vigor, cursing inwardly, that insufferable scoundrel. Why won't he let me have even a morsel? Li Tai, witnessing this, felt a pang of envy. Damn it. When will I have a saintess to massage my shoulders and legs? Crazy one, if you capture another saintess next time, perhaps you could have her serve me as a maid for a few days? He suggested, gnawing on a sculpted leg. Absolutely. I shall ensure it. Chen Feng readily agreed. By the way, why does your robbery slogan seem so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, yet I can't quite recall, Li Tai remarked, shifting the topic abruptly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart sank. How had he forgotten that detail? When he had robbed those individuals earlier, he had indeed used that very phrase. If Li Tai were to discover that he was the one who had ambushed them, it would surely complicate matters. With a somewhat awkward demeanor, he replied, "You wouldn't believe it. I once encountered a rotund Taoist and a rather astute golden retriever. At that time, I had yet to cultivate my powers and was merely wandering through a small town when they robbed me using that very slogan." Chun Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke, inwardly thinking, let them bear the blame for now. Meanwhile, far away in an ancient land, a man and a dog were stealthily navigating through a colossal tomb complex. Each emergence from the tomb brought forth a different expression, either disdain or delight. They had just crawled out from a time-worn grand tomb, gasping for breath. A man and his dog simultaneously sneezed. Damn it! It must be that rascal cursing us from behind. This is bad. There are ancient ruins nearby. Unbeknownst to them, their sneezes reverberated far and wide, alarming the guardians of these ancient grounds. Oh no, they have been discovered. The man and his dog, upon hearing the commotion outside the ruins, immediately changed their expressions and made a hasty retreat. Before long, the sacred bell of the Radiant Light Sanctuary echoed once more. Soon, an astonishing piece of news spread from the sanctuary. The ancestral tomb within the ancient site had been plundered. It was said that it was the work of a man and his dog, who were adept in the art of formations, traversing the void with ease. Even the Radiant Light Lord himself could not apprehend them. This news spread like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings. Investigate. I must uncover the origins of this man and his dog. I will have them torn to shreds, the Radiant Light Lord declared furiously, shattering the table before him with a furious slap. Just moments ago, upon his arrival at the ancient site with a group of elders, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. The tomb housed revered seniors of the sanctuary, and the burial treasures were plentiful, yet they had been completely ransacked. Fortunately, the intruders had not ventured into the deepest recesses of the ruins. Otherwise, the very foundation of the Radiant Light Sanctuary would have been laid bare. Damn it! I can no longer consume this roasted meat. I feel as if my body might explode. Li Tai exclaimed, drenched in sweat, his essence boiling, his face flushed. After speaking, he promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate his cultivation technique to refine the surging essence within him. You should partake as well. It will benefit you. Chun Feng urged the holy maiden of the heavenly Tao sect behind him, finishing the roasted meat in his hand before also commencing the circulation of his Tao scriptures to refine the essence within. He had consumed a fair amount, but due to his unique constitution, this essence posed no strain on him. I shall not partake. You only offer what is left for me. There is no sincerity in that. The holy maiden of the heavenly Tao sect scoffed, her tone unappreciative. Chun Feng paid her no mind and delved into his cultivation. Mount Yudu. With its peculiar geography, it is a convergence of 9 colossal mountain ranges, resembling 9 dragons gathering to exhale a singular pearl. With Mount Yudu being that precious orb, renowned in the region, this mountain has been recognized for its hidden treasures for thousands of years. Many seekers of dragons have attempted to unveil the secrets of this sacred tomb through geomancy, though all have met with failure. The surrounding 9 dragons form a natural barrier, ensuring that anyone entering Mount Yudu would face calamity. Thus, it has been preserved in its entirety. Now, as the Golden Age approaches, this realm begins to undergo subtle transformations. As the saying goes, what flourishes must eventually decline. The power of the barrier has reached its zenith, and currently, it is in a weakened state, allowing many the opportunity to access the sacred tomb. A considerable number of cultivators have gathered here, comprising both the younger generation of prodigies and numerous seasoned practitioners. While sacred tombs are not uncommon in the Golden Age, this presents a significant opportunity in this era of declining spiritual potency. Moreover, within this realm, there may reside divine materials such as the Emperor's sacred essence and eternal blue gold, possessing an allure for cultivators that rivals even that of the Emperor's tomb. At that moment, a ferocious beast descended from the void, its colossal frame towering at 100 feet, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. It was none other than a rare lineage of the 9-headed lion, a prodigy of that formidable faction, who had chosen such a powerful beast as its mount. I recognized the faction. It was the Lu family of the ancient era, and the young man leading them was none other than Lu Jie, a remarkable talent of the Lu clan. He had been absent for over a year since the void tomb of the Thunder Emperor, yet unexpectedly made his appearance now. So it is him. The strength he emanates now is formidable. Surely, his cultivation has reached an extraordinary level. I have also heard rumors of his past grievances with the holy body, Chun Feng. I wonder if there is any truth to it, and to what extent his cultivation has progressed. Upon mentioning Chun Feng, a hush fell over the crowd. The holy body was akin to a monumental weight pressing down upon them. Fortunately, the ancient holy body is afflicted by the curse of the heavenly Tao, likely unable to attain divinity in this lifetime, which afforded the crowd a slight sense of relief. What does it matter if the holy body, Chen Feng, defies the heavens? It is destined that he shall never transcend to divinity. Given sufficient time, he will merely serve as a stepping stone for us. A cold snort echoed from the crowd, articulating this sentiment, startling everyone into silence. Although many harbored similar thoughts, none dared to voice them. The current Chen Feng was fearsomely powerful. Who would dare provoke him? This individual must harbor a grudge against the holy body, or else they would not speak so recklessly. Someone speculated. Damn it, which scoundrel dares to curse you so? On a nearby peak, two figures stood amidst the throng. A dark-faced youth glared fiercely, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for the one who had spoken. These two were none other than Chen Feng and Li Tai. Chen Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at the distant crowd. Soon, the nine-headed lion landed atop a nearby peak, where Lu Jie and several members of his family were gathered. Chen Feng regarded them with indifference. At that moment, a melodious cry resonated from the distance. A radiant seven-colored phoenix soared through the sky, its wings stirring the winds and clouds as it approached from afar. Chapter 93. The Opening of the Sacred Tomb Heavens. What is that? It appears to be a seven-colored divine phoenix. No, wait, it is not a seven-colored phoenix. It seems to possess a trace of divine phoenix blood. Who are these individuals that ride such an extraordinary creature? The aura emanating from this phoenix is formidable. It is a beast of the Nirvana realm, undoubtedly of astonishing origin. Look, there is a grand banner upon the phoenix, emblazoned with the character for Zhou. With such grandeur, could it be that the illustrious Zhou dynasty of the Immortal Empire has arrived? The great Zhou Phoenix dynasty. Hiss! The gathered cultivators gasped in awe. That is the Immortal Empire. With a heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, the great Zhou dynasty's emperor was once revered as the martial king before attaining the Tao, becoming a peerless emperor whose name, GFA, resounded through an entire era. To everyone's astonishment, the tomb of a saint on the mystical Yudu mountain has been opened today, prompting the great Zhou dynasty to dispatch a representative. One wonders which prince has arrived. Soon, a magnificent phoenix soared into the ethereal expanse surrounding Yudu mountain. Upon witnessing this majestic creature, Chun Feng's expression became solemn. Perched upon the phoenix's back were 5 individuals. Leading the group was an unparalleled beauty, her exquisite visage captivating enough to rival the celestial maidens of the heavens. Clad in a flowing red phoenix gown that billowed like resplendent clouds, she enveloped her delicate figure, radiating an air of opulence and grace. The autumn breeze flirted with her gown, revealing her long, elegant legs that glimmered like translucent jade under the sunlight. Behind her stood 2 handmaidens in yellow dresses, equally stunning, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding mountains and the crowd below. At the rear were 2 elderly men in purple robes, their hair silvered, and their penetrating eyes emanating a subtle yet formidable aura of power, suggesting a mastery of profound laws. Princess, perhaps we should seek another location. There are too many eyes here. It may inadvertently offend you, whispered one of the yellow-robed handmaidens to the phoenix-gowned maiden. Indeed, the maiden nodded gracefully. Then, with a commanding presence, she and her companions stepped forward, releasing an imperial aura that caused ripples in the air. In the blink of an eye, they arrived atop a nearby peak where Chen Feng stood. Princess, there are people over there. I shall drive them away, one of the purple-robed elders addressed the maiden. Li Lao, it is unnecessary to chase them away. As long as they remain respectful, she replied gently, her voice as melodious as a lark, warm and enchanting. Understood, Princess. The elder known as Li Lao inclined his head, positioning himself behind her, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings with an air of vigilance. Madman, could that woman possibly be the princess of the great Zhou dynasty? She is extraordinarily beautiful. Why not subdue her as well? The great Zhou is an immortal dynasty in our eastern domain, with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. If she were to serve you, it would surpass even the saintess of the Tiandao sect, Li Tai remarked to Chen Feng, his face alight with amusement as he gazed at the maiden on the peak. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly covered Li Tai's mouth, fearful of their words reaching her ears. Ah, indeed. The 2 elderly men turned their indifferent gazes toward Chen Feng and his companion, one of them furrowing his brow and uttering a soft exclamation. What troubles you, Li Lao? Inquired the other elder. Those 2 individuals have concealed their true appearances with secretive methods, making them inscrutable. The young man with the dark complexion has just spoken impertinently toward the princess. Li Lao responded. The phoenix-gowned maiden, upon hearing this, turned her head to scrutinize Chen Feng and his companion, her enchanting eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, devoid of discernible emotion. Sensing their scrutiny, Chen Feng could only muster the courage to nod slightly in acknowledgement, as a gesture of greeting. Speak less, Chen Feng cautioned through his spiritual sense to Li Tai. The two elder figures in purple robes emanate an aura as profound as the abyss. They likely possess the strength of the four-symbol realm. The two maidens accompanying them are no ordinary beings either. They must possess advanced nirvana realm cultivation. As for the woman in palace attire, her essence is shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly concealing some treasure that obscures her presence. We must avoid provoking trouble. Li Tai gasped upon hearing this, hastily covering his mouth to refrain from speaking further. As time swiftly passed, 2 hours had elapsed, and the sky had darkened. During this interval, many cultivators from various factions had arrived. Among the throng, Chen Feng spotted several familiar figures. Li Xingqian from the Starry Han sect, the Moon Fairy Chuyu from the Heavenly Water Sacred Ground, the young Fire Crow King of the demonic Fire Crow clan, and several celestial prodigies he had encountered previously at the Dishian Tower. The blood curse that once plagued Chen Feng had long been eradicated, rendering him undetectable to the demon race, who could not discern the curse he had previously suffered. However, Chuyu from the Heavenly Water Sacred Ground had vanished since the incident at the Void Tomb of the Thunder Emperor, remaining out of sight for an extended period. It was unclear what fortune she had encountered within that tomb, but her cultivation now matched Chen Feng's, having attained the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, an astonishing achievement, even beyond that of Li Xingqian from the Starry Han sect. At this moment, nearly 100,000 cultivators had gathered at the periphery of the mountain range surrounding the Yudu Mountain, a veritable sea of people. Many had taken to the peak where Chen Feng stood, while others attempted to approach the mountain where the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty resided, only to be thwarted by the two elder figures. Chen Feng also noticed Lu Jie from the ancient Lu family attempting to ascend the mountain to pay his respects to the princess. But he was similarly barred from nearing the summit. Suddenly, a tremor resonated beneath their feet, as if the dragon energy below was stirring. The underground dragon energy, spanning miles around Yudu Mountain, began to converge towards it. With a resounding boom, a colossal column of golden light erupted from the depths of Yudu Mountain, causing the entire mountain to appear as though it were splitting apart under its brilliance. The resplendent golden radiance surged skyward, painting the heavens. Is the tomb of the saints opening? A cultivator exclaimed, and instantly, countless gazes converged upon the radiant crimson clouds enveloping Yudu Mountain. With another thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion emanated from within the golden radiance. It seemed as if something had detonated at the mountain's base, sending dozens of beams of divine light spiraling outwards, scattering into the surrounding mountains. Sharp-eyed cultivators recognized the anomaly and swiftly pursued the source. There are treasures, they called out, realizing that the earlier explosion had unveiled valuable artifacts. In an instant, the crowd of cultivators became frenzied, rushing towards the vanishing beams of divine light. Yet, some remained composed, choosing not to engage in the scramble. Their eyes fixed intently on the distant Yudu Mountain. They believed that the most exquisite treasures remained hidden within the tomb. Another resounding explosion echoed, with dozens more beams of divine light erupting forth, cascading into the mountain range. Heavens! I have stumbled upon a divine artifact of the divine palace realm. Not far from the mountain where Chen Feng and his companions resided, a cultivator, brimming with excitement, shouted aloud, instantly attracting the avaricious gazes of countless others. Indeed, mere moments later, the surrounding mountains echoed with the sounds of conflict, as cultivators began to fiercely contest for treasures, resulting in some being ruthlessly slain amidst the fray. Observing the embroiled cultivators, Chen Feng could only shake his head slightly, lamenting the nature of humanity. Subsequently, within the depths of the Yudu Mountain, several explosive sounds resonated, unveiling numerous treasures and drawing an ever-increasing crowd of seekers. Such explosions occurred a total of 9 times before ceasing. Chen Feng noted that with each detonation, the golden crimson haze within Yudu Mountain flared more brilliantly, as if something beneath the earth was being unleashed by the dragon aura below. Look, the golden crimson haze is being wholly devoured by Yudu Mountain. Could it be that the true tomb of the sage is about to be unveiled? As anticipated, onlookers beheld Yudu Mountain consuming all the golden crimson haze as a dragon would drink, and the earth trembled once again. The tomb of the sage has opened. Today, 2 updates. Chapter 94, The Sage's Law, Emergence of the Killing Array Now. This is the moment. Some cultivators, who had refrained from earlier conflicts, sensed the opportune time had arrived. With a commanding shout, they propelled themselves towards Yudu Mountain upon divine rainbows. In an instant, Tens of thousands of divine rainbows soared into the sky, rushing forth. Yet, among them were many who hesitated, believing this was not the most auspicious moment. These individuals belonged to various grand sects, such as the Xinghan sect, the Tianshui Sacred Land, the primordial ancient clan, and the formidable Zhou dynasty across the way. Madmen, let us enter. Otherwise, the treasures will be snatched away. Li Tai, beside Qin Feng, felt a surge of urgency as the majority of cultivators surged towards Yuta Mountain. Patience. This sage's tomb has remained sealed for so long before revealing itself. It must harbor complexities. Let us observe first. Alas, within the tomb, the laws of the sage pervade, suppressing our cultivation. An elderly cultivator of the Divine Palace realm exclaimed in alarm upon entering Yuta Mountain, immediately sensing something amiss. The suppression of the sage's laws is not something mere Divine Palace cultivators can withstand. Do these individuals lack such basic understanding? The indifferent elder, known as Li Lao, regarded Yuta Mountain with a cold gaze, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Certainly, the insights of a Four Symbols realm expert are extraordinary. Fortunately, the laws of the sage only suppressed the cultivation of all who entered the grand tomb to the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, providing a sigh of relief for the younger generation of prodigies. Without such a suppression, they would have to contend with the elder cultivators, most of whom were experts of the Divine Palace realm, with several being of the Four Symbols realm. Competing against them would yield no opportunity whatsoever. Now, with everyone's cultivation restrained, at least within the grand tomb, their levels of power would be relatively comparable, allowing them a chance to vie for opportunities. Of course, those with weaker cultivation levels were far less optimistic, for they would have to risk their lives to obtain any chance at fortune. At this moment, more cultivators, unable to contain their excitement, surged towards Yuta Mountain, their impatience evident. Qin Feng discovered that many of these individuals were disciples of formidable sects, belonging to the realms of Divine Palace and Four Symbols. Among them, the Lu family from the ancient wilderness and Li Xingqian from the Xinghan sect were present, accompanied by their family and sect elders, all of whom possessed considerable strength, each boasting a formidable Four Symbols expert. However, what struck Qin Feng as peculiar was that after tens of thousands of cultivators plunged into the depths of the Yuta Mountain, they vanished into the gaping fissure at its summit, as if their presence had been entirely severed, leaving not a whisper behind. Princess, shall we enter now? A maid clad in yellow inquired of the woman in the flowing dress. The woman, her eyes sparkling, held a map made from the hide of an unknown mystical beast, seemingly deep in contemplation. Upon hearing the maid's prompt, she glanced at Yuta Mountain and declared, "Let us proceed. We shall enter as well." With that, the five transformed into 5 radiant rainbows, soaring towards the mountain. Let us also venture inside. Exercise utmost caution within the great tomb. We must act according to our capabilities, as our lives are paramount, understood? Qin Feng advised Li Tai, sensing the moment was ripe. Yes, rest assured, my life is precious, Li Tai replied, and together they charged towards Yuta Mountain. Upon reaching the summit and gazing into the jagged opening, they gasped in unison. Beneath the vast chasm lay countless corpses, a veritable mountain of bones towering several hundred zhang high, clearly remnants of many years, with many having perished moments prior. The remains included not just humans, but also beasts, and even colossal skeletal forms Qin Feng had never encountered. The entrance to this sacred tomb resembled an unfathomable abyss, seemingly intent on devouring one's very soul. Most terrifying of all was the faint visibility of a massive blood pool at the mountain's base, into which the blood of all those who had perished here was converging. The liquid surged like tumultuous waves, emitting a gurgling sound. Is this not the tomb of the saints? How could there be such a vast blood pool? Li Tai inquired. We must descend and investigate. Given the multitude of deaths here without a single sound reaching the surface, it is evident that the laws of the saints have completely isolated this place. There must be something amiss below, so we must tread carefully, Qin Feng cautioned, eyeing the towering heap of bones. The two slowly descended into the enormous chasm. Had Qin Feng been more observant, he would have realized they were entering the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. After descending merely a few dozen meters, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming force of law, as if it sought to bind his divine power. However, this sensation quickly subsided, likely due to him not exceeding the threshold of the saintly laws. Suddenly, in the pitch-black depths of the abyss, a chilling light flashed. Several blades of murderous intent surged towards them, wielding a terrifying power capable of effortlessly cleaving a Nirvana realm expert in two. Not good. There is indeed a killing formation here. Qin Feng's expression shifted as he exclaimed in alarm upon sensing the imminent threat of the lethal light. He swiftly shielded Li Tai behind him, wielding the golden sacred fist to shatter all incoming rays of murderous light. Chen Feng promptly enveloped Li Tai within the medicinal cauldron, then executed the secret technique, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged towards the depths below. He finally comprehended the reason behind the multitude of corpses strewn about. This was all due to the deadly formation. Below, 5 individuals from the Great Zhou dynasty were enveloped by a mysterious artifact, traversing the deadly array unaffected, as if all traces of their presence were completely obscured by this object. The divine brilliance emanating from the artifact resembled a solitary flame devoured by endless darkness. Who was that person? Such swiftness. At that moment, a streak of golden light darted past them like a flash of lightning, eliciting expressions of astonishment from all 5. With one maiden in a yellow dress unable to restrain a gasp, the Great Zhou princess, witnessing this, felt her pupils constrict suddenly. Thinking to herself, the speed of this individual is truly terrifying. They are disregarding the deadly formation here. Chen Feng swiftly navigated through the deadly array, arriving directly in the void above the immense blood pool. His eyes shone like 2 golden divine lanterns, sweeping across the depths below, finally discerning the situation beneath. Chapter 95. The mysterious tomb of the saint. He observed the blood within the pool, from which surged a vast energy essence. It dawned on him that this immense energy was utilized to sustain the deadly formation within the abyss, though he remained uncertain if there was more to it. Furthermore, he noticed other peculiarities. Beneath this ground, 9 veins of dragon energy converged here, resembling 9 colossal dragon heads with gaping maws exhaling and inhaling dragon essence, seemingly nourishing everything in this vicinity. As Chen Feng scrutinized the layout, his brow furrowed. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. Having accompanied the rotund Taoist through several grand tombs, he had absorbed some knowledge regarding burial sites from him. However, he could not discern anything significant at present. That should be the entrance to the grand tomb, he thought, gazing at the 2 towering bronze gates, each several dozen feet high, standing like celestial monuments in the abyss. At this juncture, numerous cultivators stood before the bronze gates, seemingly hesitant to venture within. Just then, 5 figures emerged not far from Chen Feng, unmistakably the Great Zhou princess and her companions. Upon reaching the bottom of the abyss, the princess's beautiful eyes scrutinized Chen Feng with a hint of perplexity. Chen Feng's earlier swiftness had indeed startled her. Such rapid techniques were rare in this world, and she speculated about Chen Feng's identity. The other 3 also regarded Chen Feng with expressions of curiosity, their gazes revealing varied meanings. Chen Feng exchanged a glance with them before releasing Li Tai, and the 2 proceeded towards the bronze gates. At that moment, those standing before the gates noticed Chen Feng and Li Tai approaching, their gazes bypassing the 2 to focus on the 5 individuals from the Great Zhou princess, each face illuminated with excitement. They are from the Great Zhou dynasty. We can follow them inside, ensuring our safety. Indeed, the chilling screams that echoed from within were truly disconcerting, and one could only wonder what terrifying entity lay within the tomb. Chen Feng, overhearing a hushed murmur among the crowd, began to comprehend the reasons behind their reluctance to enter. At that moment, several figures, including the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou, approached the colossal bronze door. An elder clad in purple led the group, nodding respectfully to the Grand Princess before boldly stepping across the threshold of the bronze door. Witnessing this, the remaining cultivators followed closely behind, and Chen Feng found himself amidst a throng of hundreds, all surging into the tomb. What do you think lies within that could instill such fear? Li Tai, closely trailing Chen Feng, inquired softly. I cannot say for certain, but this tomb exudes an air of the uncanny. We must remain vigilant. We should find an opportunity to separate ourselves from the others, Chen Feng replied quietly. The procession advanced into the tomb, revealing a broad corridor leading deep underground. Scattered along the passage were numerous corpses, many having long since turned to skeletal remains, presumably those who had met their demise within these confines. Others appeared to have perished more recently, their causes of death indiscernible, as their flesh and essence had been entirely drained away. Had it not been for the vibrant colors of their garments, which showed no signs of dust, one might mistake them for the ancient bones. Your Highness, this place feels rather eerie. Once we reach the main hall, we must ensure to separate ourselves from the others. The elder, referred to as Li, advised the Grand Princess. She offered no verbal response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, they traversed the corridor and arrived in the main hall. This chamber was nothing short of magnificent, surpassing even many royal palaces. A dazzling array of gemstones adorned the dome, illuminating the grand hall like a constellation of stars. 9 true dragons were intricately carved, entwining around colossal dragon pillars that soared towards the vaulted ceiling, seemingly striving to pierce the celestial expanse crafted from myriad gems. In the hall stood 9 towering bronze cauldrons, each positioned at different points, though their purpose remained a mystery. 9 bronze doors, considerably smaller than the main entrance, led to what seemed to be 9 distinct paths, each promising unique opportunities. Indeed, this is the tomb of a sage. Even in death, it boasts such an expansive underground palace. One cultivator remarked, "Truly, only a sage could possess such celestial prowess." Another added, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this grand tomb bears a striking resemblance to an imperial mausoleum," a cultivator observed as they gazed in awe at the resplendent hall. Fellow cultivators, as we stand in this main hall, we find ourselves before 9 passageways, each likely holding its own potential. Let us part ways here. Many have already ventured forth, so let us not squander time, but seek our own fortunes, the Grand Princess proclaimed suddenly. Her voice, gentle and captivating, evokes a sense of intimacy, yet the sight of her stunning figure adorned in a phoenix gown instills a feeling of distance. When the Princess of the Great Zhou made her pronouncement, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such a bold suggestion from her. Some among them undoubtedly wished to follow the princess, seeking her protection, even if it meant merely picking up the scraps. Others aspired to forge a connection with her, knowing that to gain her favor and secure a place under her banner would be a most desirable fate. However, the princess's decision to separate herself from the group engendered a sense of discontent among some. "Your Highness, with so many of us here and 9 passageways available, surely you do not intend to monopolize one," exclaimed a voice. "That would be rather tyrannical." "Yes, what this fellow says is true. You 5 cannot claim a passageway for yourselves. We shall not acquiesce. It is unjust," echoed another. "I harbor no intention of monopolizing anything," the princess replied, her brow furrowing slightly. "Many cultivators have already entered, and I trust each passageway has its occupants. We merely wish to part ways." Upon hearing this, the princess's expression shifted, her demeanor taking on a formidable air as a terrifying imperial aura emanated from her. Her exquisite visage now bore an imposing authority, causing the onlookers to blanch. The brash individuals who had spoken out now broke into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing the gravity of their misstep. The Princess of the Great Zhou was not someone they could afford to offend, setting aside the fact that she was flanked by powerful guardians at the 4 symbols level. They understood that to incur her wrath would inevitably invite the scrutiny of the Great Zhou dynasty. "Dare to defy the princess, and you court your own demise," boomed Elderly, his voice laced with fury, as he too emanated a fearsome presence. Though his 4 symbols cultivation was suppressed to the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, his aura remained undiminished, lending weight to his words. Chapter 96. The Quest for Divine Herbs. The Princess of the Great Zhou chose not to engage further with the crowd, instead striding toward one of the passageways, followed closely by her 2 handmaidens and the 2 elderly figures clad in purple. As they departed, the 2 elders cast a warning glance over the assembly, their eyes filled with a palpable sense of foreboding. The gathered crowd, though seething with indignation, remained silent. Observing the retreating figures, Chun Feng felt a pang of confusion. It seemed the princess was quite familiar with this place. "Let us proceed as well," Chun Feng said to Li Tai. With that, he casually selected a passageway and ventured inside, having arrived later than others. They were aware that each passageway likely already harbored occupants, rendering their choice inconsequential. It was merely a matter of fortune. As Chun Feng and Li Tai entered the passage, a considerable number of cultivators followed suit, totaling around 70 or 80 individuals. Their motives were straightforward, with someone ahead to lead the charge. It was far preferable to facing danger themselves, especially since both Chun Feng and Li Tai were of modest cultivation, merely at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. Should peril arise, they could readily push these 2 forward to absorb the brunt of any threats. In response, Chun Feng paid little heed. "Madman, someone is following us," Li Tai remarked to Chun Feng. "No worries. Let them be." After traversing a distance through the corridor, they stumbled upon a modest chamber. Upon entering, they discovered a gruesome scene. A dozen corpses lay strewn across the floor, each met with a tragic end. Some had their heads severed, others bore multiple gaping wounds, and many were dismembered, their bones shattered. It appeared that a fierce struggle had unfolded here among those who had entered moments prior, as evidenced by several empty jade boxes, clearly looted. Strangely, the flesh and vitality had been drained from the corpses, leaving behind only desiccated remains. Following closely behind Chun Feng, a throng of cultivators rushed in, their expressions shifting dramatically upon witnessing the lifeless bodies. Chun Feng, undeterred, quickened his pace, for the corridor was now littered with an increasing number of withered corpses. Just then, he heard the distant sounds of combat. Exchanging a glance with Li Tai, they swiftly transformed into two streaks of light, racing deeper into the corridor. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they were astonished to find an expansive medicinal garden, where hundreds of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle for the precious herbs within. The air crackled with terrifying divine power, and the brilliance of magical artifacts illuminated the sky, a veritable tempest of violence born from the lust for treasure. Humph! The divine herbs here are destined for our star-picking pavilion. Brothers, let us vanquish these rabble, proclaimed a burly youth wielding a halberd, effortlessly cutting down several cultivators. The aura emanating from him was astounding. He was indeed a formidable figure at the 6th level of nirvana. With each swing of his halberd, he ruthlessly reaped the lives of numerous cultivators. Behind him stood 9 others, all clad in the dark robes of the star-picking pavilion, among whom were 2 elderly figures, presumably sect elders. Humph! You think your star-picking pavilion can contend for the divine herbs against us? Declared a senior elder from the Tai Su Palace with disdain. Indeed, our Xian Yi sect will not allow it either, echoed another. Nor will our Yu Su Palace. The burly youth's expression darkened further upon hearing their words. His sect had been the first to arrive at this medicinal garden, discovering not only 4 divine herbs, but also numerous spiritual ones. To his astonishment, these powerful factions had allied to seize the pills from the chamber and now sought to contest the divine herbs with them. I never anticipated that you formidable sects would unite to vie for more resources within this tomb. Yet, do not underestimate us. The youth brandished his halberd, blood splattering from its blade as he positioned himself defiantly before them. Enough of this chatter. The 3 of us are joined at the root. No divine herbs shall be claimed by anyone outside our 3 sects, a stern elder from the Tai Su Palace declared. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Feng and Li Tai entered the garden, prompting a swift change in the elder's aged countenance. More have arrived. Let us eliminate them first. The disciples and elders of the Taishu Palace, along with the cultivators from the Xianyi sect, wielded their magical artifacts that shimmered with divine radiance as they charged towards the star-picking pavilion. Once again, an astonishing battle erupted. Madman, look over there. It seems to be a divine herb, Li Tai exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he spotted a plant in the medicinal garden radiating with 7-colored divine light. Chen Feng raised his gaze, his heart suddenly jolted with astonishment. Indeed, it was a divine herb. No wonder the crowd was fighting fiercely, resulting in so many casualties. Wait here, I shall procure the herb, he declared, and with a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing towards the divine herb with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Not far from the divine herb, a disciple of the Xian Yi sect noticed Chen Feng, and his expression changed dramatically. A mere 1st-level Nirvana realm cultivator dares to compete for the divine herb? Seeking death, he repelled an opponent with a palm strike and, shifting his form, swung his sword imbued with terrifying intent towards Chen Feng's back, aiming to slay him in a single stroke. Confronted with the imminent threat, Chen Feng's countenance darkened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as the terrifying divine power surged forth like a torrential river. The young man's face changed instantly. He attempted to retract his sword and retreat, but it was too late. With a mere flick of his hand, Chen Feng unleashed a beam of golden divine power that struck the young man. He was instantly engulfed as if struck by lightning, his body exploding into a mist of blood. The blood mist seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, dissolving into the ground without drawing any attention. Junior Su Long. Upon noticing the commotion, several disciples and elders from the Xian Yi sect were filled with rage, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never expected to lose a personal disciple so swiftly. Kill him. Do not let him seize the divine herb, shouted an elder from the Xian Yi sect, charging towards Chen Feng with his magical artifact in hand. At this moment, Chen Feng had reached the divine herb and, in front of everyone, plucked it without hesitation, stowing it away. His audacious act transformed the expressions of all present. Brat, hand over the divine herb, or you shall find no refuge in the entire eastern region as you stand against the Taishu Palace. An elder from the Taishu Palace declared, wielding a whisk-like magical artifact, his tone both fierce and cowardly. They were not only frustrated that a mere youth had plucked the divine herb they fought so desperately for, but also lamented the loss of a personal disciple. Although the fallen disciple was not from the Taishu Palace, their 3 sects were interconnected. The loss of even one person was a significant blow to their expedition to the saint's tomb. You vile creature! You dare to kill a personal disciple of the Xian Yi sect before my eyes and seize the divine herb. You shall not live to leave here today. The elder from the Xian Yi sect glared with murderous intent, brandishing a half-zhong long magical blade, positioning himself before Chen Feng. The two elders speaking were originally perfected realm cultivators of the divine palace. However, their powers had been suppressed to the perfected nirvana realm by the saints' laws present here. Yet, as seasoned cultivators, they possessed numerous techniques and could still unleash the combat strength of the divine palace realm through secret arts. They were confident they could detain the individual before them. The divine elixir here is indeed a possession without a master, if you are able to seize it. I too can contend for it. Everyone relies on their own abilities. If you wish to retain me, it will depend on whether you possess the necessary skill. Qin Feng's gaze was icy, his tone indifferent. He faced two formidable factions, yet remained composed and unperturbed. Little beast, do not be so arrogant. Today I shall slay you to avenge my disciple Su Long. The elder from Xian Yi sect exclaimed, his beard trembling with fury. A torrent of terrifying divine energy surged within him as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Qin Feng from afar. The suppressed power of his perfected nirvana realm unexpectedly contained a hint of Allah's strength. The appalling energy surged forth, engulfing the entire medicinal garden, causing even those of lesser cultivation to change countenance. Sensing the overwhelming aura approaching, Qin Feng's expression tightened. He had not anticipated that this individual had grasped a sliver of Law's power, indicating that the opponent was on the verge of breaking through to the Four Symbols realm. Nevertheless, the adversary could only wield the strength of a perfected nirvana realm, which posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Kill! Qin Feng bellowed, his golden sacred fist swinging forth like a golden spear, piercing the void to strike at the colossal palm descending from above. With a thud, the golden fist collided with the giant palm, producing a muffled grunt. The massive hand was utterly shattered by Qin Feng's punch. Onlookers beheld a mangled hand crushed by Qin Feng, blood streaming profusely. Ah, my hand! The elder from Xian Yi sect cried out in agony, retreating several dozen yards while cradling his shattered hand, his face a picture of horror as he gazed at Qin Feng. The representatives of the various factions looked on, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were astonished by the terrifying combat prowess displayed by Qin Feng. Who is this person? With such formidable strength that even Elder Zhou from Xian Yi sect could not withstand a single blow from him? After repelling the elder from Xian Yi sect with a single punch, Qin Feng's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged once more towards his opponent. The golden sacred fist was unleashed, reverberating through the air with thunderous explosions, shaking the very space of the medicinal garden. Ah, you brazen youth, you overstep your bounds. I shall fight you with all I have. The elder from Xian Yi sect exclaimed, his countenance shifting as he shouted in alarm. With a flick of his wrist, the law knife in his hand slashed towards Qin Feng with furious intent. Spectators beheld a brilliant flash of knife light as the void of the medicinal garden was cleaved open, creating a massive gash hundreds of feet long. The terrifying blade aiming to sever Qin Feng's head. Unfazed, Qin Feng unleashed his golden sacred fist, shattering the fearsome blade light. He then took another step forward, the ground trembling beneath him as if he had stepped upon the hearts of the onlookers, causing their spirits to quiver. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was before the elder of Xian Yi sect once more, swinging his sacred fist again. The golden fist surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, shaking the heavens and earth as it struck the elder's chest, causing it to cave in and sending him hurtling back 100 feet. Uft, uft. The elder from Xian Yi sect spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his aura waning, clearly grievously injured. What? How is this possible? With a single strike, Elder Zhou has suffered such severe injury. Quickly, stop him. We cannot allow him to kill Elder Zhou. A frail voice resonated through the crowd, prompting several figures to rush towards Qin Feng. Damn it, you wretches think you can bully me with your numbers? I'll fight you all. Li Tai, witnessing the onslaught against Qin Feng, could no longer remain idle. With a darkened expression, he cursed and joined the fray. Qin Feng's expression shifted at this sight. He was deeply touched by Li Tai's willingness to act at such a moment, but he feared for Li Tai's safety, knowing his cultivation was merely at the Nirvana realm. While their adversaries were formidable, kill! Qin Feng bellowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his medicinal cauldron and unleashed his power. In an instant, a golden aura erupted like a volcano, churning with terrifying divine strength, creating a tumultuous wave of golden energy. The cauldron in his grasp felt as heavy as a mountain, and with each swing, blood and bones splattered. The assailants were left mangled, their bodies flying in all directions. Within mere moments, dozens had been annihilated, including several high-level Nirvana realm cultivators. He carved a bloody path through them, resembling a vengeful deity. Are you all right? Qin Feng reached Li Tai's side, blocking several attacks aimed at him. I'm fine. These scoundrels are no match for me, Li Tai retorted defiantly. Yet, Seeing Li Tai's tattered clothes and blood at the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng felt a pang of helplessness. Understanding Li Tai's stubbornness, he refrained from further comments. To ensure safety, however, Chen Feng decided to envelop Li Tai within the cauldron. Golden aura, golden divine strength. With such terrifying combat prowess, could he be the sacred body Chen Feng? Some cultivators speculated boldly about Chen Feng's identity. What? The sacred body Chen Feng? Is it truly him? Chapter 98. Now, it is my turn. No wonder his combat power is so formidable, his actions so unrestrained, and his resolve so decisive. He is indeed Chen Feng, a veritable harbinger of death. Gasp. The cultivator's expressions shifted dramatically, followed by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Those who had previously attacked Chen Feng now hesitated, their faces etched with fear as they dreaded the impending retribution. Are you truly the sacred body Chen Feng? One elder from the Tai Su Palace asked gravely. Though inwardly he scrutinized Chen Feng's overwhelming Nirvana realm prowess, realizing that such strength was unparalleled in the Eastern domain. So what if I am? If memory serves. Your Tai Su Palace was also involved in the hunt against me, correct? With his identity revealed, Chen Feng boldly acknowledged it. Retracting his concealment techniques to reveal his true appearance, his gaze icy as he addressed the elder from Tai Su Palace. Indeed, it is you. I never expected you to dare appear in the Yuta Mountains. How bold. Truly bold. The elder's expression darkened to a threatening degree upon seeing Chen Feng's true form, though his words belied his inner turmoil. Currently, Chen Feng has become a hot potato. Aside from the most formidable sects, few wish to confront him, primarily due to his tyrannical conduct. Just as Yao Guang issued a decree to unite the major forces against him, he retaliated by sending the personal garments of the Yao Guang Saint's son to various brothels for public auction. This counteraction, though seemingly mild, effectively smacked the Yao Guang sacred land in the face, rubbing their dignity into the ground. Now, to their astonishment, Chen Feng dares to brazenly appear at Yuta Mountain, disregarding the major powers of the Eastern domain. Very well, since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Esteemed friends, over the past 2 years, the Saint Body Chen Feng has wreaked havoc in the Eastern domain, slaying countless of our exceptional talents. Today, we shall eradicate the demon within the sacred tomb of Yuta Mountain. Eradicate the demon. Eradicate the demon. The words of the elder from the Taishu Palace were met with an immediate response, chiefly from the Xianyi sect, Yusu Palace, and Taishu Palace. Others hesitated, not rushing to join the fray, though some cultivators were eager to engage, including several disciples from the Star-Picking Pavilion. At this moment, a burly youth from the Star-Picking Pavilion, wielding a Fong Tianhua halberd, gazed intently at Chen Feng, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. The halberd in his hand emitted a chilling divine light. Sensing the overwhelming battle intent from the imposing figure, Chen Feng raised his gaze, revealing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Saint Body Brat, today I shall suppress you, restoring clarity to the Eastern domain. An elder from the Taishu Palace brandished a black tower, bellowing at Chen Feng, his murky old eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chen Feng observed the black tower, which boasted 9 tiers adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an aura of law. Indeed, it was a sacred master-level artifact. It was astonishing that the Taishu Palace possessed such a secret treasure. Aware of the terrifying aura radiating from the black tower, Chen Feng's expression grew solemn. Chen Feng, did you ever foresee that during this exploration of the sacred tomb, we at the Taishu Palace were already prepared? This is a sacred master-level artifact belonging to one of our esteemed elders, the Black Fallen Universe Tower, a top-tier artifact on the verge of becoming a kingly artifact. Today, I shall use it to suppress you. Indeed, such an unexpected revelation. However, do you truly believe that you can subdue me with that broken tower? Preposterous. Immediately thereafter, the crowd witnessed an ancient, rustic yellow and black seal erupting from Chen Feng's sea of bitterness, rapidly enlarging to several zhong, hovering above his head, while wisps of yellow and black mother energy cascaded down, instantly collapsing a vast expanse of void. The yellow and black mother energy radiated a golden, shimmering brilliance, enveloping Chen Feng beneath it. It is the yellow and black seal. Is the Saint Body intending to counter the Black Fallen Universe Tower with it? Which artifact shall ultimately prevail? It is difficult to ascertain. Although the Xian Yellow Seal is indeed a material of imperial caliber, Chen Feng's cultivation level is merely at the stage of Nirvana's great perfection. In contrast, the Black Falling Universe Tower is a pinnacle artifact of the sovereign level. It is believed that once the esteemed elder from the Tai Su Palace enters the Cutting Path realm during the Golden Age, it will undoubtedly ascend to a kingly artifact. Moreover, the materials used to forge that black tower are extraordinary, making it truly challenging to determine which is superior. Upon overhearing the discussions, the elder from the Tai Su Palace curled his lips into a chilling smile, addressing the assembly. Today, follow me in suppressing the sacred body. Attack. His voice reverberated with authority, and within him, a terrifying divine power erupted like a volcano. The black falling universe tower flew from his grasp, and as he chanted incantations, it expanded dramatically, seemingly intent on shattering the very dome of the space above. On the surface of the black tower, countless intricate Tao patterns shimmered with light. The power of the laws surged forth, fabricating a domain of law that crushed the void and bore down upon Chen Feng. The overwhelming aura sent tremors through the minds of the gathered cultivators, as if an entire cosmos were descending upon them. Is this the terror of a sovereign-level artifact? All eyes turned to Chen Feng, eager to witness his response, while simultaneously filled with anticipation for the Xian Yellow Seal, curious about the current prowess of this divine object. Chen Feng's expression grew solemn. A sovereign-level artifact was indeed fearsome. The sheer might of its laws was beyond the reach of ordinary divine palace cultivators. Fortunately, the wielder could only exert the strength of nirvana at present. Had it been a perfected divine palace expert, he would not have dared to confront it head-on. With a surge of golden vitality erupting like a volcano, Chen Feng unleashed a terrifying divine power that surged forth like a tsunami. The immense medicinal cauldron in his hands radiated brilliance as it absorbed his overwhelming strength, glowing with divine splendor. The verdigris upon the cauldron shed in large flakes, its radiance becoming increasingly dazzling and resplendent. Standing firm with the cauldron, Chen Feng coiled his body like a drawn bow, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he soared into the heavens. "Break for me," he bellowed, a voice that shook the firmament as he swung the cauldron with great force. A thunderous roar echoed through the void as the black tower, ensnared within the domain of law, was struck by the cauldron, quaking violently before being sent flying. What? How is this possible? To what extent has the sacred body's physical form developed? Just how formidable is his divine power that a sovereign-level artifact could be sent flying? Moreover, the bronze medicinal cauldron. Chen Feng hadn't even employed the Xian Yellow Seal, opting instead to use this seemingly battered cauldron to send a near-king-level artifact hurtling away. The gathered cultivators gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. This is inconceivable. How could my sovereign-level artifact falter against that damaged cauldron in your hand? At this moment, the elder from the Tai Su Palace finally reacted. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the cauldron in Chen Feng's hands, which reflected a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. In recent days, he has been unable to fully comprehend the mysterious medicinal cauldron before him. Not only does the cauldron contain a hidden space, but as the verdigris on its surface flakes away, intricate runes gradually emerge, seemingly imbued with a trace of primal Taoist essence. Earlier, driven by a spirit of experimentation, he sought to test the cauldron's hardness, only to be astonished by its resilience against even a saint-level artifact without sustaining damage. This clearly indicates that this medicinal cauldron is extraordinary. Returning to the present, Chen Feng cast a cold gaze upon the elder from the Tai Su Palace and the group of cultivators who had previously attempted to strike him. Now it's my turn. Chapter 99. Unstoppable Force. A chilling resolve kill. Chen Feng shouted, charging towards the elder of the Tai Su Palace with the cauldron in hand. At that moment, the elder had summoned the Black Tower back. It had merely been repelled, its advance thwarted, and had not incurred any damage. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's approach, his expression turned icy. He channeled divine power to manifest a colossal hand, gripping the Black Tower as he prepared to confront his foe. Boom! The medicinal cauldron collided with the Black Tower, producing a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over a dozen blows. The terrifying divine energy surged forth, causing the other cultivators to hesitate in their approach. Some who were too close were violently thrown back by the shock waves unleashed by the clash of the two artifacts, while the weaker ones were obliterated into a mist of blood by the overwhelming force. With the medicinal cauldron in hand, Chen Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, his body moving like a savage dragon, engaging in close combat with unparalleled ferocity. The elder from the Tai Su Palace staggered back, coughing up blood, while the Black Tower in his grasp began to crack under the onslaught of the cauldron. Were it not for the elder's formidable physique at the four-symbol stage, he would have certainly been unable to withstand even a single strike from Chen Feng. Die! Chen Feng roared, his aura escalating further as the brilliance of the medicinal cauldron surged. He brought it crashing down upon the elder of the Tai Su Palace. With a piercing sound, the Black Tower emitted a mournful cry before it shattered into pieces. Yet, the force of the medicinal cauldron remained unabated, striking the elder directly. Another resounding crack echoed as the elder's body was obliterated, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. What? The remaining cultivators of the Tai Su Palace were struck with horror at the sight of their elder being slain. Kill! Chun Feng let out a long howl. Charging into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, the Xianhuang seal above him soared forth, instantly enlarging to the size of a massive golden mountain. Chun Feng wielded the medicinal cauldron while directing the Xianhuang seal with his divine sense, rampaging through the throngs of cultivators. Wherever he passed, blood and bones flew, and shattered bodies lay strewn across the ground. Ah, Chun Feng, spare me, I did not attack you earlier. A senior cultivator cried out, only to have his body shattered by a single punch from Chun Feng. Chun Feng, now consumed by bloodlust, showed no mercy. These individuals had previously attacked him, and their pleas for mercy came too late. Kill! Chun Feng lunged at an elder from the Jiaxing Pavilion, who had just attempted to ambush him with a divine realm sword, seeking to seize his Xianhuang seal. Chun Feng, do not take this too far. Your wanton slaughter is severing your own path. You are making enemies of all the major forces in the eastern region. The elder from the Jiaxing Pavilion cried out in desperation as Chun Feng advanced toward him. You wretches, epitomes of hypocrisy. Today, anyone who dares to strike against me, regardless of their affiliation, shall face my wrath without exception. What does it matter if I sever my own escape routes? What does it matter if the world becomes my enemy? I, Chun Feng, am not bound by the laws of heaven and earth, nor will I be constrained by mundane principles. I shall sweep aside all opposition. Chun Feng unleashed a tempest of fury, his form enveloped in golden divine radiance, resembling a celestial sovereign descending into the mortal realm. His domineering proclamation reverberated like the echoes of a divine decree, shaking the minds and hearts of the gathered cultivators, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and trepidation. Is this holy body destined to carve an invincible path, trampling upon all adversaries? Even before attaining divinity, does he possess such an overwhelming spirit? I seem to behold a fully realized holy body soaring through the heavens, casting its gaze upon all realms. The assemblage of cultivators felt as if the very heavens were spinning, as though they foresaw the emergence of a great holy being, dominating the skies. Soon, the battle in this place concluded. Chun Feng single-handedly vanquished hundreds of cultivators, his visage splattered with blood. The Xianhuang seal returned to hover above his head, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. At this moment, the seal itself bore countless stains of blood, rendering it even more vibrant, its aura thickening with profound resonance. The medicinal cauldron in Chun Feng's grasp was also tarnished with rust, the blood upon its walls seemingly merging into the cauldron itself, radiating a divine glow. As if undergoing some unknown metamorphosis, Chun Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the remaining 100 or so individuals, causing them to shudder under his cold scrutiny. They bore witness to Chun Feng's might, and to how this harbinger of death treated his foes. Chun Feng did not strike at these remaining souls. Under the perception of his divine consciousness, he annihilated all those who had previously attacked him. These individuals had not participated in the ambush against him. He glanced at the few remaining divine herbs, waving his hand to summon the last 3 to him, collecting them with ease. The onlookers could only watch in stunned silence, too intimidated to utter a word. After securing the divine herbs, Chun Feng cast one last glance at the corpses, a frown creasing his brow. All the vitality and blood had vanished from the bodies, leaving nothing but desiccated forms and not a trace of blood upon the earth. This graveyard is exceedingly strange. It seems to harbor great secrets. Chun Feng murmured softly, withdrawing the Xianhuang seal and the cauldron into the sea of bitterness, then proceeding towards another passageway. Witnessing this, the crowd parted, allowing the harbinger of death to depart. Once Chun Feng left, a new battle erupted in the medicinal garden, for he had only plucked 4 divine herbs, leaving the rest untouched. Though these spiritual herbs were not as precious as the divine ones, they represented a vast fortune for the cultivators present. Ultimately, fewer than 30 souls emerged alive from the garden. Such is the cruelty of the cultivator's path. It is a road of no return. To seek passage, one must contend against others, against fate, and against oneself. At this juncture, Chun Feng traversed the elongated passageway, arriving at an ancient hall. Why is this referred to as an ancient hall? Because it differs entirely from the previous main hall. It resembles a sacred dojo where the principles of saints permeate the air, enduring through the tides of time without fading away. To truly comprehend the essence of this place may yield profound insights. Such thoughts seem to arise within every practitioner who enters this ancient hall. This must be the sacred ground of the venerable sage. Upon stepping into the ancient hall, Chun Feng beheld dozens of individuals seated in meditation, seemingly striving to grasp the teachings of the sage. Simultaneously, he observed numerous desiccated corpses, their lifeless forms maintaining a seated posture, as if they had perished in the pursuit of enlightenment. At that moment, Chen Feng heard a sudden commotion from a high platform within the hall, where a practitioner trembled violently, his corporeal form withering rapidly until, in mere moments, he transformed into yet another lifeless husk. Another soul has been lost. Chen Feng gasped in astonishment. This was not a quest for enlightenment, but rather a reckless pursuit of demise. Could it be that the teachings here are flawed? He pondered silently. Chen Feng harbored grave suspicions that everything occurring here was a deliberate design by the master of this grand tomb. From the blood pool beneath the abyss, the very atmosphere of this sage's sepulchre reeked of the uncanny. The lifeless bodies, their essence seemingly siphoned away, raised an unsettling aura. Since entering the grand tomb, although he had not encountered any hidden traps, the path had been littered with the remains of countless practitioners, whether in the echoing chambers or the medicinal gardens. And now this sacred ground. Each step appeared to be a perilous snare, leading to the downfall of many. Upon this realization, a chill coursed through Chen Feng's heart. Chapter 100. The main hall of the coffin. Chen Feng dared not linger. He swiftly traversed the ancient hall, making his way toward another corridor. Meanwhile, the princess of the Great Zhou and her companions had arrived at an imposing hall, only to be struck by the harrowing sight within. The hall was strewn with over 1,000 emaciated corpses, a truly shocking spectacle. Your Highness, one of them remarked, there seems to be something amiss within this grand tomb. The ancestor Sage Wang, revered by the people during his establishment of our Great Zhou, departed from our dynasty for reasons unknown in his later years, only to learn later that he had attained enlightenment upon the Mount of the Abyss. His life was marked by benevolence towards the populace. His grand tomb should not be rife with such bloodshed. As we have journeyed, we have already uncovered the remains of thousands of practitioners, which is highly irregular. Within the hall, the solemn expression of elderly, clad in purple robes, reflected his grave concerns as he surveyed the hundreds of corpses. He sensed that this tomb harbored sinister secrets, the atmosphere heavy with death. Although they had encountered no immediate dangers thus far, the tomb was rife with traps that incited conflict. For instance, upon their arrival, they discovered a jade platform littered with hundreds of corpses, victims of a fierce battle over some arcane technique. Later, they stumbled upon an elixir hall, where tumultuous strife had erupted, resulting in countless casualties. And the elixirs within had been utterly plundered. What is even more unsettling is that the flesh and essence of the cultivators have been completely drained, leaving behind only withered corpses. Initially, they paid little heed to such details, especially when confronted with the massive blood pool beneath the abyss, which, while discomforting, was presumed to be a mere stratagem devised by the revered Saint King to sustain the operation of the external killing formation. However, upon further reflection, they found the tomb of the Saint King to be rather eerie. The entire sacred burial site was rife with slaughter, seemingly by design. While outsiders may be unaware of the identity of its master, the royal lineage of the Great Zhou dynasty is certainly cognizant. For this is the tomb of their beloved Saint King, Jichang. The Saint King, who has always cherished his people as his own children, is greatly revered by the populace of the Great Zhou. Yet, why does his self-constructed tomb exude such an air of the uncanny? Boldly, our knowledge of the Saint King is woefully inadequate. His unparalleled prowess in celestial divination laid the very foundation for the rise of our Great Zhou dynasty. It was under his auspices that our martial king was able to reverse the tides of fate and achieve enlightenment, ascending as a supreme emperor who gazes down upon the heavens. The Great Zhou princess stated with solemnity, "Our sole task is to follow the map and locate the eternal blue gold. This matter bears immense significance for the fate of our Great Zhou. My father and the royal elders regard it with utmost seriousness, so let us not concern ourselves with other matters." The Great Zhou princess's expression revealed her discontent with Old Li's earlier remarks regarding their esteemed ancestor. The 10 principal lords of the Great Zhou dynasty are currently in a state of contention, casting covetous glances at the royal house. The purpose of her covert mission, dispatched by the Great Zhou sovereign, is to uncover the eternal blue gold within the tomb of the Saint King, to reconstruct the emperor's sword and instill fear among the lords. Of course, this is a closely guarded secret of the royal family, known to very few. Yet it is of pressing urgency. "Yes, Your Highness," Old Li replied, his heart tightening as he realized his earlier indiscretion. The Great Zhou princess merely cast a fleeting glance at him before unfurling another map for meticulous examination. Moments later, she exclaimed, "The coffin of the Saint King lies ahead. Let us hasten." With that, she swiftly darted towards the main hall. At this juncture, numerous cultivators had already gathered within the main hall, representing nearly all the major factions. The hall itself was extraordinarily grand, adorned with carvings of divine phoenixes and cheilants suspended high above. The inscriptions upon these carvings radiated light, enveloped in the aura of imperial dragon energy. The divine phoenix soared majestically, surveying the realms below, while the cheilin trod upon the celestial rivers, roaring defiantly towards the heavens, exuding a regal majesty. Upon a high platform in the main hall lay a bronze coffin, permeated with a profound aura of saintly principles. Esteemed guests, within this coffin rests the master of this grand tomb, and perhaps the eternal blue gold resides within. An elder from the Nine Heavens Palace addressed the assembly from below the platform, his gaze imbued with inscrutable significance. How shall we allocate the eternal blue gold among our factions? A formidable warrior of the Four Symbols realm stood before the assembly, exuding an aura that merely reflected the perfection of the Nirvana realm. However, no sooner had his words faded than a terrifying presence erupted from his being, sweeping through the grand hall with a ferocity that spoke of the Four Symbols realm's fifth layer. How could his cultivation evade the suppression of the sage's laws? A cultivator from a rival faction, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the elder of the Nine Heavens Palace, gasped in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Observing the astonishment on the faces around him, the elder from the Nine Heavens Palace could not suppress a smirk of pride. Yet, the other cultivators, though visibly shaken, began to piece together the implications of this revelation. Elder Linkong, do not presume that only your Nine Heavens Palace possesses the heritage of the sages. For this expedition to the sacred tomb, we too are thoroughly prepared. The heritage of the sages is not solely your domain. At that moment, an elder emerged from the crowd, fixing a cold gaze upon the self-satisfied elder of the Nine Heavens Palace. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from him, revealing that he too was at the fifth layer of the Four Symbols realm. The elder from the Nine Heavens Palace paled, realizing that another faction had similarly summoned their sect's hidden prowess. Soon, 7 or 8 more elders stepped forward, their own formidable auras exploding forth, and the hall was soon saturated with the overwhelming presence of the Four Symbols realm. These individuals hailed from prominent sects, such as the Lu clan of the Ancient Wilderness, the Starry Han sect, the Bai Luo sect, the Heavenly Water Sacred Land, the Wanchu Sacred Land, and the Zishao Gate. You have indeed concealed your true strengths. It appears you too covet the eternal blue gold. However, the question of who will ultimately claim it shall be determined by merit. The elder from the Nine Heavens Palace observed the sudden surge of Four Symbols realm auras in the hall, his expression darkening as he regarded the assembled elders. Do not underestimate us. The eternal blue gold shall surely find its way to the Bai Luo sect today, declared an elder from the Bai Luo sect, making their intentions clear. We of the Starry Han sect shall also stake our claim. Another voice chimed in. And we of the Heavenly Water Sacred Land shall contest for it as well. The eternal blue gold belongs to the great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 101. The Yinyang River. At that moment, a clear and chilling voice resonated from beyond the hall. The crowd turned to see the princess of the great Zhou, adorned in a phoenix gown, accompanied by 4 others as they entered the chamber. The princess radiated a commanding aura, while the 2 accompanying elders offered no concealment of their own formidable presence, revealing their mastery at the 7th layer of the Four Symbols realm. Upon sensing the immense power of the 2 purple-clad elders, one of the Four Symbols realm elders gasped in astonishment. The expressions of the other cultivators in the hall shifted dramatically. Among all the sects present, the highest cultivation level had only reached the 5th layer of the Four Symbols realm. It was evident that the great Zhou dynasty's foundation was profoundly deep, as they had directly dispatched 2 formidable warriors of the 7th layer of the Four Symbols realm. Even among these sects, such a display of power was unprecedented, as summoning the heritage of a sect at the saintly level was already considered a significant endeavor. In general, those who reach the realm of the Four Symbols and beyond are considered the pinnacle of strength within their sections. In this age of decline, individuals capable of cultivating to such heights are those who harbor aspirations of attaining the status of a saint. Typically, such individuals devote themselves to arduous training within their sects, striving for divine enlightenment. Alas, the anticipated has arrived. A voice sighed. They had long speculated that the unprecedented appearance of the great Zhou dynasty at the Saint's tomb was undoubtedly aimed at the eternal blue gold. However, they never expected such audacity, as the other party outright declared their intent to claim the eternal blue gold without any room for negotiation. Such arrogance. Though the great Zhou dynasty is an immortal dynasty with a rich heritage, this claim seems excessively bold. If they desire the eternal blue gold, I fear none present would acquiesce. Just as the princess of the great Zhou entered the grand hall accompanied by several companions, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air, laden with discontent. The speaker was an elder from the Nine Skies Palace. At this utterance, the expressions of those from various factions shifted dramatically, gazing at the elder with disbelief. Could he be mad? The great Zhou dynasty has produced emperors and possesses the legendary emperor's sword. Yet he dares to speak so to the great Zhou princess. Does he not fear inciting her wrath? A cultivator from one of the factions murmured. Clearly, there was a palpable wariness towards the great Zhou princess, or rather, the royal family, for they are an immortal dynasty wielding an emperor's weapon. No other sect present could boast such profound heritage. The mere mention of an emperor's weapon instilled immense pressure. No faction dared to take it lightly. What? Do you have objections? The great Zhou princess paused, casting a frigid glance at the elder from Nine Skies Palace. A terrifying imperial aura enveloped the space, as if a formidable empress were gazing down upon him. Among the crowd, a striking figure sensed the aura emanating from the great Zhou princess, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her beautiful eyes. This individual was the moon fairy from the heavenly water sacred land, Chuyu. The elder, feeling the overwhelming might radiating from the great Zhou princess, could not help but blanch. The imperial aura around her coalesced into the specter of a five-clawed true dragon, lunging menacingly towards him. Witnessing this, the elder from Nine Skies Palace instinctively recoiled. Despite his formidable strength at the Four Symbols realm, he was visibly shaken in the presence of the great Zhou princess's imperial might, for she practiced in imperial scripture. Noticing that her opponent refrained from striking, the great Zhou princess realized his trepidation, and with a cold snort, she averted her gaze and proceeded toward the high platform of the grand hall with her companions. This left the elder from Nine Skies Palace in a state of tumult, alternating between shades of green and red, both humiliated and enraged. The cultivators from various factions merely cast him a complex glance before following suit, though they had refrained from rebutting the great Zhou princess earlier. It was impossible for them to relinquish their claims willingly. The great Zhou princess discerned their intentions, yet remained unperturbed, for she was thoroughly prepared. The grand princess of the great Zhou approached the bronze coffin, as two attendants in yellow skirts hurriedly came forth to adjust her attire and phoenix gown. Once everything was in order, the grand princess, accompanied by several others, performed a deep bow before the bronze coffin. Their actions left the representatives of various powerful factions in a state of perplexity, wondering what they were up to. Boldly, it's time to act. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Feng traversed through the sacred ground, only to find himself inexplicably engulfed in a thick veil of mist. The oppressive atmosphere was laden with ominous energy, and even with Chun Feng's formidable physique, he felt a chilling cold that pierced to the bone. Turning back, he discovered that the path he had taken had vanished entirely into the dense black fog. In a state of urgency, he released his spirit sense, but moments later, his expression turned grim. He found himself in a mysterious realm, suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. Within the unknown black mist, there echoed sounds akin to whispers of the wind, or perhaps the wails of restless spirits, instilling a sense of dread within him. Chun Feng unleashed a torrent of his vital energy, which significantly dispelled the bone-chilling cold. His myriad tribulations body possessed the same ability as the primordial sacred body, capable of countering all malevolent forces. As he released his formidable life force, the encircling black mist retreated, forming a golden domain around him. However, as the mist dissipated, what lay before Chun Feng was a vast black river, stretching 100 yards wide. The turbulent waters of this dark river surged forth, unperturbed by even the lightest feather, with only thick black mist rising from its surface, exuding an icy and piercing aura. The oppressive black fog rendered this mysterious, unknown space utterly dark, resembling a descent into the underworld. With a swift movement, Chun Feng appeared at the riverbank, gazing at the rushing waters before him, his expression growing increasingly grave. He recalled a book he had once read, Shanhai Jing, an ancient text that had circulated in the lands of Huaxiao for millennia. Within Shanhai Jing, there was mention of a river known as the River of Yin and Yang, originating from the mountain of Yudu, which delineated the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead. This river's waters were black, bridging the realms of Yin and Yang, with its source named Yudu Mountain. The thought of this connection left Chun Feng astounded. Why had the Yudu Mountain and the river of the underworld, as recorded in Shanhai Jing, manifested in the Beidou star domain, on this ancient star? Initially, when he heard the name Yudu Mountain, he merely found it familiar and coincidental, never connecting it to Shanhai Jing. Now, witnessing the reality before him, he felt a profound sense of wonder and recognized the mysteries that Earth held. The mythological figure of Shakyamuni had purportedly appeared in this Beidou star domain millions of years ago, and the timelines did not align. Now, He found himself in the presence of Yudu Mountain and the river of Yin and Yang as depicted in Shanhai Jing. Did a connection exist between the Beidou Star domain and Earth? Friends, why is there no response? The request for a book title is ongoing. If you have any thoughts, please express them in the comments section, and I will review them earnestly. Let us get moving. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly erupted across the surface of the Black River. The vast expanse of black mist churned restlessly, swept by ominous winds, resembling colossal waves or phantoms wielding battle spears, howling as they surged downstream across the wide river. The gusts emitted a mournful wail, akin to the roaring of tides or the lamentations of vengeful spirits. Chen Feng gazed intently, only to discover 12 enormous, indistinct black shapes emerging upon the river's surface. These shadows appeared immense, shrouded in thick black mist as they gradually approached. A shiver of apprehension ran through Chen Feng. He sensed something was amiss. Could there be some terrifying entity lurking within this river of the dead? His eyes filled with wariness as he fixated on the 12 indistinct silhouettes, not daring to breathe, as if the very air had solidified around him. After a few moments, the 12 shadowy figures slowly emerged from the mist, and when Chen Feng discerned their true nature, disbelief washed over him. Those 12 massive shapes were, astonishingly, 12 gigantic paper boats. Indeed, paper boats. Chen Feng was certain he had not erred, and this revelation left him astounded. It was utterly bizarre that paper boats could traverse the river of the dead, where not even a feather could float. These colossal paper vessels appeared to have transcended the ravages of time, their yellowed hulls somewhat tattered, and the great sails on their masts bore several gaping holes through which the cold winds whistled. The boats glided across the river of the dead, as if traversing the river of time itself, crushing the inky waters beneath them as they proceeded downstream. Chen Feng could hear the masts creaking, echoing like the sounds of a struggle aboard, as if contending with the boundaries of life and death, battling the currents of time. The 12 paper boats continued their slow journey past Chen Feng, heading toward an unknown destination. In a moment of hazy perception, he thought he glimpsed a figure standing at the rail of one of the boats, gazing back at him. This revelation startled him. Someone was aboard the vessel. The figure was shrouded in thick black mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with radiant golden light as he pierced through the oppressive fog, striving to discern the visage of the shadowy figure. Yet, a veil of chaos enveloped the scene, and the more he sought clarity, the more elusive it became. The figure stood silently at the rail, moving its lips as if trying to communicate with him. It was too late. In the faintest whisper, Chen Feng seemingly caught a glimpse of 3 indistinct words carried by the wind. Too late. What did this mean? He was certain he had not misheard. He had indeed perceived those words. At that moment, the paper boat drifted slowly downstream, and the figure continued to mouth something, appearing increasingly anxious. Yet Chen Feng could no longer hear it. It was as if he could not traverse the thick black mist above the river of the dead, much like he could not cross the river of time itself. In an instant, an audacious thought seized Chen Feng. He yearned to pursue and discover the truth, to glean what the figure was uttering. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing toward the 12 paper boats. However, an unimaginable scene unfolded. No matter how swift Chen Feng moved, even employing the secret of the Xing character, he remained at a considerable distance from the 12 paper boats. This distance resembled an insurmountable chasm of time, utterly beyond reach. A figure stood at the ship's edge, continuously uttering words, yet alas, Chen Feng could scarcely decipher a single syllable. He had been pursuing along the river of souls for an indeterminate duration, and suddenly, the 12 paper boats seemed to accelerate, swiftly widening the gap between them. Within mere moments, they vanished entirely from his sight. The river's surface was once again shrouded in thick, black fog, as if the 12 paper boats had never appeared at all. Reluctantly, Chen Feng halted, contemplating a return to his original position. He feared that if he strayed beyond the bounds of the Yudu Mountain, the eternal blue gold would elude him, compelling his return. He maneuvered the divine rainbow, skimming along the surface of the river of souls as he ascended upstream. After a brief interval, he discerned a towering silhouette within the dense black fog ahead, prompting him to halt his advance and focus intently on the shadow. The figure stood resolutely amidst the fog, unyielding in its stillness. Once assured it remained stationary, Chen Feng cautiously approached the shadow. Soon, an ancient tree came into view, its sudden emergence causing him to narrow his eyes in astonishment. He was certain that this tree had not been present on the river's surface moments ago. When had it appeared here? The trunk of the ancient tree was precisely divided by an invisible boundary. One half boasted gnarled branches adorned with cascading emerald leaves, layered and interspersed with a starry luminescence. The branches swayed gently, and the leaves rustled, exuding an endless vitality. In stark contrast, the other half portrayed a desolate scene. Charred and dead limbs reaching out like desperate arms into the dense black fog, devoid of foliage, as if they were on the brink of decay. Only the gnarled bark remained, cracking and oozing a chilling aura, emanating a palpable sense of death. Upon witnessing this ancient tree, Chunfeng's face reflected sheer astonishment. The tree's clear division of yin and yang, the circulation of life and death energies, represented a perfect fusion of two opposing essences, a veritable marvel. Could this be the fabled tree of life and death? Suddenly, Chunfeng recalled a legendary ancient tree planted in a forbidden zone by a formidable emperor to balance the curse within that realm. Yet, hadn't that tree accompanied the emperor to the celestial realm? How could it possibly appear here? Chunfeng recognized the identity of this ancient tree from its distinct characteristics. The tree of life and death had initially been a divine herb, subsequently undergoing a protracted transformation into a holy medicine. Now, to what level had this tree evolved? With Chunfeng's current cultivation, he could not ascertain. Legends spoke of the immortal herb being akin to a living entity, possessing its own consciousness and spirit. It remained uncertain whether this tree of life and death had evolved to such an extent. Faced with the presence of such a divine tree, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no stirrings of desire. A fervent light ignited in his eyes as he approached the tree of life and death. The dual energies of life and death encircled his body, as if an endless stream of vital essence surged within him, invigorating his blood and spirit. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of death energy flooded into him, causing his vitality to wither and his flesh to decay. Alarmed, Chunfeng cried out, his expression changing dramatically. Chapter 103. Opening the coffin. Contest for possession. Chunfeng swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the yin-yang tree of life and death. In that fleeting moment, his vitality had been somewhat diminished by the death energy. Gazing at the yin-yang tree, a sense of trepidation filled his heart, preventing him from approaching any closer. Yet, the thought of leaving such an unparalleled treasure behind was unbearable. From the aura emanating from the tree, it was evident that it had yet to transform into an immortal herb, but such a metamorphosis was not far off. Perhaps within this golden age, he might discover the opportunity for its transformation. Are you willing to accompany me? Chunfeng projected his thoughts, attempting to communicate with the yin-yang tree to discern if it had developed consciousness. His thoughts sank into silence, akin to a stone cast into the sea, yielding no response. Undeterred, he sent forth his thoughts once more. You possess the aura of the celestial emperor. After countless attempts, he finally received a faint response from the yin-yang tree, which expressed curiosity regarding the celestial emperor's aura surrounding Chunfeng. Upon sensing the response, Chunfeng's face brightened with joy. Esteemed one, are you willing to accompany me? He inquired again. You are too weak, young one. When you attain enlightenment, seek me then, came the reply from the yin-yang tree. Chunfeng's expression darkened at the response. It scorned his weakness, and rightly so. Those immortal herbs would naturally gravitate towards a mighty emperor, while he was merely at the nirvana stage. Even though the yin-yang tree had not yet metamorphosed into an immortal herb, it was still unimpressed by him. Esteemed one, please reconsider. If you follow me, I assure you that I will attain the path of the emperor within 500 years. Chunfeng insisted, refusing to give up hope. 500 years. You truly dare to claim such a thing. That former celestial emperor took over 2,000 years to achieve his status. And you think you can do it in 500? Such folly. The yin-yang tree mocked him. You, young one, are reaching too high. I doubt you will even step onto the path of the emperor, let alone become one. What a joke. Chunfeng, hearing the ridicule, felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, who do you look down upon? I, Chunfeng, am destined to surpass that celestial emperor, to look down upon the heavens and the earth, and even penetrate the realm of the immortals. Just wait and see. With a cold snort, he expressed his unwavering confidence. Just based on your assessment. Wait, what is this? You are the ancient sacred body. The yin-yang tree, prepared to belittle him further, was taken aback upon sensing the vitality within Chunfeng, exclaiming in astonishment. No wonder the arrogance is so pronounced. It turns out to be an ancient sacred body, which indeed possesses some merit. However, at this moment, you are still too weak. If you wish for me to accompany you, come find me when your sacred body has reached its full potential. Upon discerning Chunfeng's physique, the yin-yang immortal tree ceased to question his potential, yet still looked down upon him, deeming him too feeble to warrant its companionship. Hearing this, Chunfeng felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. He realized he was indeed too weak. With such an opportunity laid before him, he could only watch helplessly, his heart brimming with reluctance and an insatiable thirst for power. Let me converse with it. Just then, a long-dormant divine consciousness entered Chun Feng's ears. Instantly, joy surged within him as he recognized that the spirit of the imperial sword had awakened. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. When the divine consciousness of the imperial sword spirit was transmitted from the depths of Chun Feng's sea of suffering to the Yin-Yang immortal tree, the entire tree quivered slightly, as if it had encountered something unfathomable. What transpired between the imperial sword spirit and the Yin-Yang immortal tree remains a mystery, but ultimately, the tree agreed to follow Chun Feng. However, it stipulated a condition, that after Chun Feng attains enlightenment, he must aid it in transforming the immortal medicine. Chun Feng readily acquiesced. With the assistance of this Yin-Yang immortal medicine, his assurance of achieving enlightenment within 500 years increased significantly. In the end, the Yin-Yang immortal tree detached itself from the river of oblivion and rooted itself within Chun Feng's sea of suffering. Yet,